Transformed into a new Slytherin student within the realm of Harry Potter fanfiction, I have already made a dramatic entrance. With a mere 30 points in English, I boldly cast the killing curse at the Savior during defense against the Dark Arts class. My wand flew away. Severus Snape's expression darkened, and I had even selected a sunlit single room in Azkaban. Ding! Voice package unlocked. I exclaimed, "Professor, hear my defense." It was the noseless creature on Quirrell's head that controlled me. Snape retorted, "Legilimency." I urgently played the video titled Snape in Women's Clothing Nursing.mp4, exclaiming, "Professor, do not look." Snape responded, "What?" "Azkaban. Immediately. Right now." As I revealed my waterproof Death Eater tattoo stickers, priced at a mere 9 yuan with free shipping. When I unleashed the killing curse against Voldemort's primary soul, obliterating the headmaster's office. When I summoned my destructive Beagle Patronus to thrash Umbridge. Dumbledore set down his lemon sherbet, his gaze profound. "Mr. Theodore, who exactly are you?" I replied. "I am but an ordinary student wishing to secure a favorable room in Azkaban." What a fib. Chapter 1. I have just been possessed by a ghost. Mr. Thorne, it is your turn to respond. The convoluted and obscure English words, laced with a strong London accent, cascaded like a string of lustrous pearls, leaving no trace upon his smooth mind. Theodore's last remaining memories lingered on the screen of his phone, featuring an astonishingly audacious Harry Potter fanfiction, Filch and Umbridge, a forbidden romance at Hogwarts. The author, with an uncanny writing style, depicted the caretaker holding his cat, blocking the pink-clad Umbridge at the staircase corner, proclaiming in a voice akin to a rusty bell, "Professor Umbridge, I have a fondness for you." Before he could savor the delightful unfolding of the narrative, a hand reached from his side, forcefully shoving him and awakening him from his chaos. Me, Theodore, a distinguished representative with a score of 30 in English, found his listening comprehension at a complete standstill without any enhancement. Thus, in his bewilderment, Theodore could only extend a finger, pointing back at his own nose, perfectly mimicking a globally popular expression of confusion. "What on earth are you talking about?" His fellow Slytherin classmates stared at him with the same expression one might reserve for a troll. Me, adapting to the situation, he finally articulated the only English word he had spoken since awakening. His bewildered gaze finally focused, revealing a towering ceiling adorned with countless embedded candles upon stone walls. Surrounding him were a group of English children clad in black Hogwarts robes. Their expressions varied. "By Merlin, is it a sheer miniskirt adorned with zebra stripes? Am I actually wearing it? Surely, the adventure does not commence with Professor Snape's potions class." The drowsiness was instantly banished to the farthest reaches of the sky, and he abruptly shifted his gaze towards the podium. Standing there was a man of modest stature, his head wrapped in a dull, slightly greasy turban. The turban obscured nearly half of his face, revealing only a small, twitching chin that betrayed his nervousness. Quirrell, the Quirrell who nurtures magical creatures with the back of his head. If you were to inquire about the creatures he raises, Voldemort would respond, "Greetings." This is even worse than Snape. Though I may be utterly clueless about potions, at least Professor Snape possesses a striking appearance. The string of rationality named Theodore snapped with a resounding crack. "Yes, Mr. Thorne, please, kindly respond with the weaknesses of vampires and werewolves," Quirrell stammered, his fingers nervously clutching his turban. As a linguistic novice, Theodore could only grasp the words vampire, werewolf, and weakness. He awkwardly parted his lips, his gaze darting around the expansive classroom, silently beseeching Merlin's lace-trimmed triangle hat to bestow upon him a miracle. Ah, a miracle has manifested. Amidst a cluster of crimson and golden scarves, Theodore spotted a boy with round glasses and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. The Savior, Harry Potter, alive. Ah, perhaps witnessing Theodore's imminent evaporation of embarrassment, Quirrell stuttered even more, seemingly eager for him to demonstrate a spell. Although he comprehended little, Theodore keenly caught the keyword, spell. Thank heavens and praise Merlin for those pink tassel leopard print trousers. Thus, he dutifully retrieved his wand from within his robes. The moment his fingertips brushed the wand's surface, a cool and gentle sensation coursed through him, as if this humble stick was destined to belong to him. Made of thornwood, with a tail feather from a nightmare, and measuring 12.5 inches. The wand's shaft was adorned with minute protrusions resembling genuine thorns, exuding an aura of perilous mystery. Before he could examine this uniquely shaped wand in detail, it suddenly exhibited a will of its own, pivoting towards the curious gaze of young Harry not far away. What? No way. Are you serious? Theodore was taken aback, inadvertently triggering a Chinese sound effect. He attempted to control his right hand gripping the wand, yet that hand seemed to be guided by invisible strings, unwaveringly aimed at Harry. Avada Kedavra. As if under a hex, Theodore could not even command his own vocal cords. The harsh and malevolent incantation tumbled forth uncontrollably from his throat. Dear family, I am casting Avada on the Savior right from the start. Is there any redemption for my character? Is it too late to delete my account and start anew? It's the unforgivable curse. Hermione Granger's scream and Ron Weasley's exclamation simultaneously erupted in the classroom, causing a hefty tome of defensive magical theory to crash to the floor. Harry, get down! Young Harry's emerald eyes widened in alarm, his body instinctively tensed, his complexion pallid. The anticipated green light did not explode. Disarm, a blinding red beam, akin to a precise sniper shot, suddenly pierced through the window, colliding forcefully with Theodore's rebellious wand. Whoosh! The Thornwood wand flew from his grasp. Before Theodore could respond, another chilling spell followed swiftly. Petri Ficus Totalis. He was instantaneously frozen in place, maintaining that comical yet perilous casting posture, with only his eyes able to dart about in terror. Two figures entered the classroom, one after the other, radiating an aura of death. The foremost man was clad in ebony, his greasy black hair clinging to his cheeks, his countenance dark enough to drip ink. His piercing black eyes locked onto Theodore, the emotions swirling within them unmistakably conveying, "Tonight, I shall brew you in a cauldron, simmering gently to concoct the latest flavor of scabies potion." It was Severus Snape. Behind him stood Professor McGonagall, her stern visage illuminated by the residual gray glow of her wand. "Mr. Thorne." Snape's voice was low and smooth, yet laced with venom, a stream of London accent crashing down upon Theodore. "If you have not undergone a brain transplant with a troll, you should comprehend that your recent abhorrent behavior is sufficient to secure you a lifetime suite in Azkaban." The petrified Theodore wept rivers of sorrow within. How delightful! While others traverse through academia, I find myself on the path to prison. He had already begun contemplating whether to choose a sunlit or shadowed cell in Azkaban, having heard that the sea breeze there was strong. Would the shadowed side lead to rheumatism? Electrocution activation system successfully initiated, dispensing, English crash course, cost. Free, remaining free attempts. 2. How splendid. I can now comprehend English. My species has temporarily ascended from troll to something more refined. Merlin, was that just the killing curse? The classroom erupted into chaos as students whispered in fear. Draco Malfoy's pale face paled further, instinctively recoiling. Silence! Professor McGonagall sternly enforced order, her gaze turning to Theodore, filled with shock and inquiry. "Mr. Thorne, explain your actions. Why did you employ an unforgivable curse on a fellow student?" Finite incantatum. The tip of Snape's wand emitted a beam of light, lifting Theodore's petrification. As his body relaxed, he nearly collapsed to the ground, quickly moving his stiff jaw to hastily defend himself. "Professor, it wasn't me. It was Professor Quirrell. He controlled me. I was possessed by a ghost." Without hesitation, he directed the blame towards the trembling figure at the podium. Snape's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. "Behold how pitifully inadequate this excuse is, Mr. Thorne. I would assume your barren mind could concoct a more plausible rationale." "It's true. Professor, haven't you always suspected him?" Theodore pressed on, striving to divert the blame. Upon hearing Theodore's words, Snape's dark eyes narrowed, a menacing glimmer flickering within them. He stepped forward, his icy gaze seemingly poised to pierce Theodore's very soul. "Gaze into my eyes, Mr. Thorne." Legilimency. Theodore's heart raced. Should he be discerned, the absurd fanfictions swirling in his mind about Snape and various characters, along with his foreknowledge of the future, would entrap him forever in some basement or solitary cell of Azkaban. His nervousness caused his gaze to flit about, desperately hoping for the miraculous return of Merlin's lace-trimmed triangular basket. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his raised arm, the cuff of his shirt having slipped due to his earlier movement, revealing a rough, inky black pattern on the inner side of his forearm. Bloody hell. A Death Eater tattoo. This is it. It is utterly finished. He had already cast an Avada Kedavra at the Chosen One, and now bore the mark of the enemy, with 2 headmasters as witnesses. This was no mere matter of deleting an account. It was the harbinger of a permanent ban. Legilimency. Without mercy, Snape pressed his wand against Theodore's temple. No, Professor. Don't look. Chapter 2. Swinging is prohibited indoors, please, Professor. Don't look. Theodore implored desperately. Should Severus discover that he had traversed time and was aware of future events, Theodore would never again behold the sun outside. To Severus, Theodore's earnest pleas seemed akin to the dying gasps of a creature in its final throes. He remained utterly unmoved. Without hesitation, Severus pressed his wand against Theodore's temple, delving into his memories. Professor Snape. Emergency protocol activated. Your true memories have been concealed. Remaining free service instances. 1. No sooner had Theodore spoken than an unforgettable vision flooded Severus's mind. Beneath the dim light, he was clad in an unmistakably feminine gown. Cradling a baby Potter in his arms, a maternal smile gracing his lips as he nursed Harry. You. The vision abruptly ceased as Severus, enraged, withdrew his hand. His already pallid complexion drained further of color, his dark eyes glinting with cold fury as they bore down on the diminutive figure before him. Mr. Thorne, your fanciful notions are outmatched even by an underdeveloped troll. Any heterosexual adult man would be utterly undone upon witnessing such a peculiar depiction of himself. Even a stoic like Severus Snape could not contain a laugh at the absurdity. Relieved that his true thoughts would remain undisclosed, Theodore exhaled. Huh. I did say not to look, did I? As Severus rifled through his memories, Theodore inadvertently glimpsed the very scene that had shocked the professor. He had not anticipated the system would render such intricate detail, even revealing the milk stains on Severus's skirt. Harry sat at a distance, positioned among his Gryffindor peers, his curious yet fearful green eyes peering through his glasses at Theodore. Harry, that was dangerous. Hermione, gripping her wand, scrutinized both Severus and Theodore alongside Ron. What on earth had Theodore been contemplating to provoke such ire from the usually stoic Severus? Professor McGonagall, I believe certain students are far better suited to cavorting with trolls in the Forbidden Forest than wasting potion ingredients in my classroom. Severus's voice cut through the murmurs in the classroom. Without pausing, he seized Theodore by the back of his collar, lifting him as one might an errant kitten. The boy's small legs flailing helplessly in the air as Severus tightened his grip. Professor, swinging is prohibited indoors. Silence. Utter another word, and I shall transfigure you into a human pig. Just as Theodore pondered whether a human pig could walk upright, he noticed Quirrell, pulling his turban down in an attempt to shrink away beneath the podium, akin to a performance art piece titled Voldemort on display. I will take him and Mr. Potter to the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall will handle the aftermath and escort the compliant Professor Quirrell shortly thereafter, if that is acceptable. The reliable Professor McGonagall nodded, her fingers gripping her wand. Very well, Severus. I shall take care of the rest. And Mr. Thorne's wand. Without glancing back, Severus raised his empty hand, summoning Theodore's wand with a silent, wandless Accio spell. I shall safeguard it for now and subsequently deliver it to Dumbledore. Young Harry stood agape, astonished by the display. As Severus swept past him, his robes billowing. Potter, keep up. Yes, Professor. Harry followed closely behind, unable to resist engaging Theodore. What were you thinking just now? Ah, well, I was contemplating what Professor Snape would do to you. Before Theodore could complete his whimsical thought, he found himself lifted higher still. Severus's cold voice echoed overhead. Mr. Thorne, if you wish to retain your tongue, I suggest you exercise discretion. A wise adage from China states that those who recognize the times are the true talents. Theodore was a master of this. Rest assured, Professor, I vow that this matter will remain buried in my heart. No third party shall ever know. As the classroom door closed, Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept over the seated Slytherin and Gryffindor students. Return to your seats. None are to speak of what just transpired. Otherwise, 20 points will be deducted from your houses. Professor Quirrell, kindly manage the aftermath. I shall meet you in the headmaster's office in 10 minutes. Quirrell nodded hastily, scrambling to gather his lesson plans, inadvertently knocking over the book A Brief History of Vampires and Werewolves. As he bent to retrieve it, McGonagall's piercing gaze remained fixed upon him. In that moment, the astute Professor McGonagall sensed that something dreadful might be concealed beneath Quirrell's turban. Oh, Severus, how could you carry a student in such a manner? This young man may feel quite uncomfortable. Please set him down. In a scene reminiscent of fanfiction, The kindly headmaster Dumbledore, adorned with round silver-rimmed spectacles, smiled gently from behind his desk, savoring a piece of candy. The phoenix, Fawkes, perched high above, observed them. Severus, were you aware of the astonishing act this young man has committed? You would not speak so lightly. Extending his hand, Severus placed Theodore's wand before Dumbledore, finally relinquishing the burden he had carried. Harry stood beside Severus, flanked by Theodore on either side as they faced the headmaster. With a flick of his wand, a swarm of cockroach-shaped objects materialized on the desk. Dumbledore grinned mischievously, his gaze fixed upon Theodore. Care for a pile of cockroaches, young sir? Theodore's mouth twitched, and he could not help but scream internally. How do these resemble the Cantonese double ponytails? Is this magic? So, dear Harry, could you enlighten me as to what transpired? Harry, trusting and reliant upon Dumbledore, began recounting the events in the classroom. When he reached the point where Theodore cast the unforgivable curse upon him, Dumbledore's expression shifted. He grasped Theodore's wand, gently tapping it with his own, releasing a stream of green light imbued with dark magic. The faces of the 3 remaining occupants in the headmaster's office paled. Is that so? Severus did not articulate the name completely, yet all present understood its implication. Nodding towards Severus, Dumbledore's gaze turned to Theodore, his attention fixed upon the mark on Theodore's forearm. His blue eyes behind silver spectacles darkening. Fawkes flapped his wings, shedding a few golden-red feathers. Mr. Thorn, what is that upon your arm? No sooner had Dumbledore finished speaking than Severus stepped forward, gripping Theodore's arm. The tattoo remained firmly affixed to the inside of his arm, the black skull grinning defiantly. Damn, what madness possessed me to apply such a sticker? Theodore cursed himself for his earlier curiosity. What had seemed amusing then now stood as damning evidence that could condemn him to Azkaban. It is indeed a sticker. Professor, believe me. Theodore, desperate to escape the situation, wished he could morph into a monkey at that moment. He reached for the sticker, only to find the wand flying into his grasp. No, I am not a Death Eater. I swear. I can remove it. I only stuck it on for fun. Under Severus's dark, penetrating gaze, Theodore wished fervently to faint right then and there. No one present comprehended the mark better than Severus Snape, for he bore one himself. His fingertip grazed the edge of the design, devoid of the searing pain associated with dark magic, unlike the authentic brand of Voldemort. Yet, this mark was indeed identical to the one etched upon his own arm. Amusing? Do you find the dark mark to be a source of amusement? Chapter 3. Snape in Disguise. No, Professor, Severus Snape, please allow me to explain. Confronted with Snape's lethal interrogation, Theodore felt akin to a chicken ensnared by the grip of death. He struggled to articulate further defenses, for the evidence was irrefutable. Snape's fingers clutched his arm with a force that felt as though they might shatter his bones. Play. Mr. Thorn, do you perceive the dark mark? A symbol of terror and bloodshed for countless souls, as a mere toy to be trifled with? Terrified of the potential consequences of Snape's piercing inquiry, Theodore's tongue became entangled, nearly betraying him with a slip into Chinese. I am not. It is merely a sticker. It can be wiped away with water or alcohol. Professor, believe me. The children in our neighborhood all use these. He stammered, desperately attempting to peel at it with his nails. However, in his overwhelming panic, his fingers simply refused to obey. Harry stood nearby, his complexion paling slightly. He had clearly recognized the mark as well. Finally, Dumbledore rose from behind his desk, circumventing it with purpose. His blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles scrutinizing the pattern on Theodore's arm with keen precision. Severus, please remain calm. The ever-reliable old wizard Dumbledore spoke in a steady tone. Even amid the heightened tension, after soothing the agitated Snape, he waved his wand gently. Agumeni. Theodore felt a sudden chill upon his arm as a stream of refreshing water materialized, tenderly cleansing the mark on his forearm. Yet, to his dismay, once the water receded, the black skull and serpent remained utterly unchanged, their color unblemished. Merlin's leopard print jeans. Theodore silently lamented, incredulous at the quality of such a cheap item purchased for just $9.09 with free shipping. Waterproof and sweat-resistant, it refused to wash away. It appeared that a more potent cleaning agent was necessary. Desperately, Theodore attempted to salvage the situation, cold sweat already saturating his back. Observing this, Snape emitted a barely audible, derisive snort. Dumbledore, contemplative, waved his wand once more. This time, a cotton ball moistened with a cool liquid gently rubbed against Theodore's arm. The scent released as the liquid evaporated filled Theodore's nostrils. Alcohol, the most potent stain remover. Marvelous. We are saved. Yet, unfortunately, as the cotton ball glided across his arm, aside from reddening his sensitive skin, the mark remained unchanged, as if it were a natural part of him. It seems, Mr. Thorn, that ordinary methods will not suffice to remove it. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Theodore's face drained of color, hope utterly extinguished. Who was the unscrupulous manufacturer behind this? Waterproof and alcohol-resistant? Was this a temporary tattoo or an indelible brand? No. Impossible. There must be some mistake. Headmaster. Professor Snape. Please, let me explain. This is merely a muggle trinket. Just like the temporary tattoos printed on bubblegum wrappers. He frantically searched his meager English vocabulary, striving to articulate something they might comprehend. Do you truly believe that a muggle trinket could perfectly replicate the dark mark and withstand cleansing with water and alcohol? Mr. Thorne, do you think that both Dumbledore and I have undergone a brain transplant with a troll? Snape's words were laden with complex syntax, leaving Theodore pale with dread. He stuttered silent praises to Merlin's lace-trimmed triangle basket, fantasizing about divine intervention. No, Professor, just as Theodore's face flushed in embarrassment. The door to the headmaster's office was suddenly rapped upon. Enter. Theodore glanced towards the door, witnessing Professor McGonagall accompanied by the pallid, nearly crumpled figure of Professor Quirrell. Albus Severus. McGonagall's expression was grave as she nodded to her colleagues. Her gaze fell upon the conspicuous mark on Theodore's arm. It seems we have stumbled upon quite the surprise. Our timing is fortuitous. Minerva's eyes locked onto Theodore's with an unwavering intensity. Mr. Thorne, I believe you owe us an explanation. Quirrell cowered behind McGonagall, gripping his turban tightly with both hands, unable to meet anyone's gaze, particularly that of Theodore, marked by the dark mark. I used to enjoy reading fanfiction where protagonists faced intense interrogations. Now, Theodore found himself confronting Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, the shadow of Voldemort, and a small savior. All in a lavish assembly, and he could not muster a single chuckle. Help! Merlin's extremely short white lace pants. Save me. Theodore was at a loss for words, tears threatening to spill. Did they expect him to confess? I am from another world. I purchased this in my previous life for $9.09. Who would believe such nonsense? One moment of folly, and he would be kissing a Dementor. Mr. Thorne. Dumbledore's gaze flitted between Quirrell and Theodore, as if contemplating something profound. Fawkes perched upon his branch, emitting a clear, melodious call. Regarding this mark and the events that transpired in class today, I am certain there is a deeper reason behind it. Perhaps we might discuss this in a different manner. Under Dumbledore's gentle, penetrating blue gaze, Theodore relaxed his defenses. He momentarily forgot that both Dumbledore and Snape were masters of legilimency. For instance, why do you perceive the notion of Professor Snape dressing in a skirt and nursing young Harry as a particularly humorous concept? Theodore, Snape, Harry. In that instant, the headmaster's office fell into a silence so profound that even the sound of Fawkes preening his feathers could be heard. Quirrell, who was nearly glued to Voldemort, looked up in shock, his curiosity piqued by the small figure of Theodore. The only woman present, Professor McGonagall, gasped sharply upon hearing this statement, her eyes darting between Snape and Theodore, as if she had just heard the most shocking news of the century. No, Harry Potter's face turned crimson, his green eyes wide with disbelief. He glanced first at Snape, whose complexion had darkened to that of a soot-blackened frying pan, then turned to Theodore, who was wishing to vanish into the ground, suddenly comprehending Snape's earlier peculiar behavior in class. Mr. Thorne, did I not warn you to rid your mind of such fanciful notions? It seems you possess an extraordinary obsession with becoming a human pig, the subject of the slander. Professor Severus Snape now bore a grim expression that, combined with his greasy black hair and flowing black robes, rendered him reminiscent of a dark bat. Theodore, faced with a room full of piercing gazes, Theodore longed to dive into Merlin's miraculous wardrobe. Azkaban. Where is Azkaban? Send me there immediately. Right now? I want the most isolated cell. Chapter 4. The eco-friendly Avada Kedavra duel. An atmosphere of awkwardness permeated the silent office of the headmaster. While Theodore's expression twisted as if he were attending his own funeral, Fawkes stood elevated, meticulously preening his resplendent feathers. It appears, Mr. Theodore, that gentle methods prove ineffective against a behemoth such as yourself, whose mind is cluttered with detritus. As the victim of slander, Professor Snape launched a mental assault on the impish creature for the second time. Thus, we must resort to more forceful means to pry open your brain, which resembles a treasure trove ransacked by goblins, to extract even the slightest semblance of truth. Snape spoke darkly, yet a cruel smirk unexpectedly curled at the corners of his mouth. He stowed away his wand and stepped forward, gripping Theodore's arm tightly. With his other hand, he retrieved a slender crystal vial from the depths of his dark robe. The clear potion within gently swayed under the light, refracting an unsettling glow that caused Theodore's heart to momentarily cease. He had witnessed Snape interrogate young Barty Crouch. Thus he recognized the potion for what it was, a truth serum. No, please. Professor, believe me, I am not a Death Eater. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that Theodore felt such palpable terror. He even began to long for the solitary confinement of Azkaban, which, at least, would mean a direct conviction rather than enduring such a harrowing interrogation. I fear you have little choice in the matter, Mr. Thorne. Snape approached with an impassive demeanor, the potion in his hand exuding a chilling and sinister aura. Under 3 drops of the truth serum, all lies would be laid bare. Theodore, in a frenzy, recoiled until his back collided heavily with the cold stone wall. Once consumed, the truth serum would expose his foreknowledge of the future to both Dumbledore and Voldemort. The consequences of such revelations would be infinitely more terrifying than being labeled a Death Eater, facing the Dementor's kiss. No, Headmaster Dumbledore, please believe me. Harry, you will trust me, won't you? By Merlin's 3D, snugly printed milk pail. I do not wish to meet my end at the tender age of 11. Desperation etched across Theodore's gaze as he turned to Dumbledore and Harry, seeking salvation once more. Harry, observing his expression of sheer terror, glanced at the stubborn sticker affixed to his arm, revealing a flicker of hesitation on his pale face. At that moment, the weighty expectations Theodore had placed upon Dumbledore resulted in a gentle sigh. Within his deep blue eyes lay a complex emotion that Theodore had never encountered before. It is precisely because I see an unexpected potential in you, Mr. Theodore. He paused, his profound blue gaze, sheltered behind silver-framed spectacles, softened as it regarded Theodore. We require absolute truth, for it pertains to the safety of Hogwarts, your own innocence, and whether my faith in you has been misplaced. As for the other 2 adults present, Professor McGonagall remained silent, yet her expression clearly conveyed agreement. Then there was Quirrell, who still cowered behind McGonagall, likely fearful of the great white wizard Dumbledore noticing him, struggling to adjust his tattered turban. No, Snape had closed the distance, his icy fingers gripping Theodore's chin, forcing his mouth open. The crystal vial tilted slightly, and amidst the utmost panic, for heaven's sake, Merlin's 3D, snugly printed milk pail did not perform any miracles. As Theodore witnessed the potion poised to drip into his mouth, he, in a moment of desperation, uttered the ultimate taboo. Professor Quirrell has Voldemort attached to the back of his head. Dumbledore, the esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, lauded as the greatest white wizard of the 20th century, reacted instantaneously. In the very next moment after Theodore's exclamation, he drew his wand, directing it at the cowering Quirrell at the doorway, while stepping forward to shield Harry behind him. Harry, Snape. Professor Snape also reacted with remarkable speed. The instant Theodore uttered that name, his pupils dilated, and his wand hand reflexively rose. Yet, a fleeting moment of nearly imperceptible hesitation flickered across his face. Theodore understood the reason. His damned identity as a Death Eater prevented him from immediately aiming his wand at his master. This moment of internal struggle set him trembling all over, and ultimately, the tip of his wand pointed towards a more ambiguous position, one that could guard against Quirrell while simultaneously protecting Harry. Minerva, get back. Upon hearing Dumbledore's voice, Professor McGonagall, closest to Quirrell, swiftly turned. She retreated rapidly, drawing her wand as she aimed it at the figure standing there. Damn it! Quirrell seemed to be struck by an invisible whip, his body convulsing violently. Instantly, all color drained from his face, and he curled up on the ground in agony. The layers of fabric that had enveloped his head suddenly burst apart, and amidst the flurry of tattered cloth, it was not Quirrell's skull that was revealed, but a face. A distorted, blurred visage, akin to a wax figure that had melted and been roughly reformed. It was embedded in Quirrell's cranial structure, devoid of a nose. Just as Theodore recalled. Damn it, you wretched little imp. A pair of burning, crimson snake-like eyes ignited with the purest malice, akin to a poisoned dagger, piercing directly into Theodore's being. Voldemort, a piece of his soul, alive. You know too much. Voldemort's mouth opened and closed, emitting a nauseating, serpentine hiss. You cannot be allowed to live. Merlin's leopard print, snugly fitted bodysuit. Why is it so easy for other protagonists in stories to vanquish Voldemort? Yet when it comes to me? Theodore's mind raced chaotically, his brain overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the moment. Adrenaline surged through him. His scream lodged in his throat. Instinctively, he stumbled backward, colliding with a nearby delicate-legged table laden with silverware, losing his balance and tumbling awkwardly. Damn it! As he leaned back, Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, raised his wand as well. It seemed that the wand sensed its master's fury, erupting with a foreboding green light. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. Why was it this cursed spell again? Merlin's 3D snake-patterned printed milk pail. This was a death sentence from the very no-nos himself. No. The little savior, miraculously unscathed, had yet to draw his wand, as Dumbledore and Snape shielded him firmly from behind. Watching a blinding green light shoot from Quirrell's wand, he began to scream Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's reactions were as swift as lightning, their wands casting red beams almost simultaneously toward Quirrell. Almost at the same instant, Spurred by the imminent threat of death, Theodore rolled under the delicate-legged table. Reaching for his own wand, Avada Kedavra, a torrent of magic, immense and suffocating, akin to a raging beast unleashed, surged forth from his wand tip without warning. Two beams of green light, emblematic of absolute mortality, collided violently in the air. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded. The shockwave generated by the clash of such formidable dark magic erupted as if it were tangible. The headmaster's office was instantly ravaged, the exquisite silverware on the table clattering. Several pieces crashing to the ground, misshapen. Fawkes emitted a sharp cry, taking flight as golden feathers cascaded around him. The portraits of past headmasters hanging on the walls shrieked and scuttled for cover, their frames askew and shattered. Albus Dumbledore's collection of peculiar magical artifacts clattered to the ground in disarray. The scene was utter chaos. In Dumbledore's cherished office, at least half had been utterly obliterated in this astounding clash of spells. The smoke from the explosion billowed forth. As a brief silence descended, everyone stood in stunned disbelief at the sheer terror of the magical collision and the wreckage before them. "Who on earth are you?" Professor Snape, who had yet to intervene, turned his gaze toward Theodore. Chapter 5. Damn it. He got away. By Merlin's LED smart glowing lace triangle basket. You asked me who I am. I wish I knew. I'm just a pure-blood muggle who scored a mere 30 points in my English exam. I can't even comprehend the original English version of Harry Potter. How on earth did I manage to confront Voldemort head-on without faltering? Theodore's mind was a tempest, and he felt utterly bewildered by his recent performance. He could only strive to widen his eyes, filled with innocence and confusion, as he looked up at the imposing figure of Professor Snape, who radiated an aura of low-pressure coldness. The two of them stood amidst the swirling smoke, silently facing each other in the wrecked headmaster's office. The atmosphere so strange it felt nearly stagnant. Incarcerous. Dumbledore's reaction was swifter than one could imagine, nearly instantaneous as the shockwave from the explosion had yet to fully subside. His ancient wand sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, brilliant golden light that shot directly toward the still immobile Quirrell. A rope, shimmering with potent magic, roared forth from the wand's tip like a living golden python. It then coiled around Quirrell's trembling form at an astonishing speed, tightening around his arms and chest, seeking to bind this body possessed by darkness completely. No. At almost the same moment, the Phoenix Fox let out a clear, soaring cry. Its magnificent gold and crimson wings expanded fully, resembling a burning meteor as it plummeted from the sky. Fawkes locked its keen gaze onto the contorting face on the back of Quirrell's head and unleashed a torrent of pure and searing golden flames. A sound erupted that could not possibly have come from a human throat, a piercing scream that blended Quirrell's own anguished wails with the extreme torment of another soul, nearly shattering everyone's eardrums. Voldemort's ghastly, waxy visage twisted and evaporated violently under the sacred phoenix flames, emitting a sound that was sickeningly grating. What a breathtaking sight it was. Surviving the ordeal, Theodore marveled at the dramatic scene before him, even finding time to mentally deliver a comedic monologue about Voldemort. Praise Merlin's serpent-patterned latex bodysuit. If only this phoenix fire could incinerate that man's soul entirely, wouldn't the entire saga of Harry Potter conclude right here? Just a few scattered Horcrux fragments left to deal with. Farewell to you, and remember in your next life not to practice your useless soul magic. Since you've lost your nose. Merlin's temperature-changing phototropic leopard print miniskirt. What nonsense was I just spouting? I almost let slip the term Horcrux. Dumbledore surely didn't hear that. Did he? He mustn't have. With that thought, Theodore began to jump anxiously in place. Despicable. Damned. It seemed that the word nose precisely struck Voldemort's most sensitive nerve, as his red, slitted eyes filled with a venomous rage, locking onto Theodore with unyielding intensity. At that moment, Harry, shielded firmly by Dumbledore, stood in bewilderment. It was as if he had been honorably dismissed from the position of Voldemort's most hated enemy, with Theodore Thorne now astonishingly taking his place atop the list of adversaries. Voldemort's gaze bore into Theodore, laden with palpable hatred, as if he vowed to devour this wretched boy who had so thoroughly disrupted his meticulously crafted plans, branding him deep within the recesses of his soul. The phoenix flames continued to blaze, and Voldemort's resistance visibly weakened. Quirrell's body began to convulse uncontrollably, as if on the brink of collapse. Reducto. In a desperate final effort, Voldemort forcibly extracted the last vestiges of his remaining power. He manipulated Quirrell's still-functioning hand, gripping the wand, and thrust its tip violently toward the nearest floor tile. Although it was not an advanced spell, it was sufficient to obliterate the area beneath them. Boom. Debris and smoke erupted explosively. Sharp shards of stone shot outwards like bullets. Dense, choking dust instantly enveloped the entire headmaster's office, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Be careful. Professor McGonagall, caught in the midst of the fray, cried out, instinctively waving her wand to deflect the dangerous projectiles. Dumbledore's binding spell was momentarily disrupted by the sudden explosion and ensuing chaos. Fawkes' sacred flames hesitated, circling aimlessly without a clear target. In that fleeting instant, "You will all regret this." A faint but laden voice, rife with unending malice, suddenly pierced the air. From Quirrell's almost dissipating face, a dense, ink-like black smoke emerged. The terrifying manifestation of Voldemort's residual essence, violently tearing itself away. Damn it! Trying to escape? Cruciatus curse. Theodore had no time to contemplate the severe consequences of using an unforgivable curse in front of the headmaster and professors. He gripped his wand tightly, unleashing a merciless dark spell aimed directly at the swirling black smoke. I just mocked him about his missing nose to his face. I completely disrupted his painstakingly devised scheme. If he got away now, it would be disastrous. Besides, I've already cast 2 Avadas. What's one more Cruciatus? Theodore desperately reassured himself. I must kill you. Voldemort's essence emitted a shrill cry of agony, yet his power still clung to his useless servant, Quirrell. Rather than utilizing the conventional means of apparition, Voldemort abruptly sank down, bizarrely merging into the shadows and debris of the shattered floor. As the dust slowly settled, all that remained was a chaotic pit, several broken stones, and the backdrop of the headmaster's office, which had been bombarded twice. It's over, he got away. Merlin's latex, seamless see-through lace bra. I sacrificed my right to choose a cell in Azkaban for this ultimate move. This is a total disaster. Theodore lamented deeply. Dumbledore's wand slowly drooped, his piercing blue eyes scanning the empty space where Voldemort had just been, then turning toward the darkened forbidden forest beyond the window. He could sense the dark presence retreating in a disheveled, yet alarmingly swift manner, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the forbidden forest, beyond the reach of an ancient and formidable magical barrier. He had, after all, succeeded, at the cost of sacrificing a significant portion of his already dwindling precious soul power. Voldemort, accompanied by his feeble servant, executed a hasty and utterly humiliating retreat. Mr. Theodore, I believe we ought to have a serious discussion. Gazing at Theodore, who was being choked by Snape while his wand was seized, a glimmer of unperceived depth flickered in Dumbledore's profound blue eyes. Chapter 6. The Rise of the Dark Child. What do you wish to discuss? He inquired, a hint of mockery lacing his words. By Merlin's voice-controlled LED bodysuit. You were brazenly arrogant while casting the unforgivable curse, and now you find yourself summoned by the old headmaster, facing the uncertainty of life and death. As a time traveler wielding the script of destiny, Theodore dared to unleash the killing curse upon the noseless Dark Lord, but could not muster the audacity to display even a hint of his true self before Dumbledore. Was it not just a momentary lapse in vigilance that led to the shocking revelation of Snape in women's attire, feeding an infant? Theodore could only be thankful that Dumbledore had not clearly heard him inadvertently boast about the Horcruxes. As a minor wizard, Mr. Theodore, how is it that you successfully cast the unforgivable curse, which demands extreme malice and formidable magical power? Moreover, its potency rivals even that of Voldemort? Unless in public or conversing with non-core members, Dumbledore consistently referred to the noseless one by name. Theodore exclaimed, I want to know that too. Why can a pure-blood muggle like me activate the Dark Lord's exclusive killing curse skill tree? Is this science? Is this magic? Casting a frantic glance at the small savior's emerald green eyes filled with curiosity, Theodore reluctantly raised his head to meet Dumbledore's gaze, which seemed capable of piercing his very soul. Mr. Theodore? With the destruction of the burrow, Fawkes descended gracefully from above, folding his magnificent wings as he alighted gently upon Dumbledore's shoulder. Theodore, who marveled at beauty like a common dog, had yet to regain his composure when the hand belonging to Snape suddenly tightened on the nape of his neck, the chilling touch delivering a silent but potent warning. By Merlin's leopard print lace miniskirt, cold sweat beaded on Theodore's brow as he felt his mind, smooth as tofu, racing at an alarming pace. His antiquated CPU was on the verge of overheating. It was known, a wizard who could genuinely summon the killing curse with heartfelt malice would typically have his soul thoroughly corrupted by darkness. The query was, as a minor wizard, how could Theodore successfully cast the unforgivable curse and contend with Voldemort? In a flash, the plot of the Harry Potter septology whirled chaotically in his mind. In a moment of inspiration, a brilliant thought surged into Theodore's consciousness. Headmaster, my soul has not been corrupted by darkness. I can prove it. A light, mocking scoff echoed from above. Theodore needed not to glance upward to perfectly envision Professor Snape's disdainful expression, as if to say, that immature giant is spouting nonsense again. Professor Snape, I know you have something to say, but please hold your tongue. He was aware that Snape's inability to consistently produce a Patronus was influenced by the death of Lily and his former experiences as a Death Eater. With trepidation, Theodore bore the gaze of Harry, who looked upon him as if he were a valiant warrior facing death. Ignoring Professor McGonagall's increasingly vigilant and scrutinizing stare, he suddenly tilted his head back. Theodore was attempting to interrupt Snape, to halt the venomous words that were about to pour forth. Could I have my wand back first? Never mind. The absurdity of a suspect who had just cast unforgivable curses in front of the headmaster, turning to reclaim his instrument of crime, was so ludicrous that Theodore found himself unable to voice it. Drawing a deep breath, as if seizing a final lifeline, he proclaimed loudly, "Headmaster, I can perform the Patronus charm. Right now?" This declaration detonated like a silent bomb within the office. The Patronus charm, one of the most profound and pure forms of white magic, derives its power from the most positive emotions such as joy, hope, and love. This stood in stark opposition to the unforgivable curse, which required extreme malice and a corrupted soul to invoke. A wizard capable of successfully conjuring a Patronus would theoretically have no possibility of casting the killing curse. Snape's cold laughter finally found an outlet. His voice slick and frigid, each syllable dripping with devastating scorn. "Mr. Theodore, I posit that even a horde of goblins, armed with stirring sticks, could not thoroughly and barbarically ravage your brain to arrive at such a ridiculous, self-contradictory conclusion." Snape's elongated, somber sentence hung in the air, plunging the headmaster's office into silence. The unfortunate portraits, shattered and disheveled, fluttered about, while Professor McGonagall stepped forward to mend them. "I truly can. You have to believe me. Headmaster, Dean, even death row inmates have the right to a hearing. You must give me a chance." Out of the corner of his eye, Theodore caught sight of Professor McGonagall using reparo to restore the frame. He sensed that Dumbledore had intentionally delayed repairing the office to create psychological pressure on him. "Is that so, Mr. Theodore?" After mending the last frame and warning the animated portraits not to wander about and gossip, Professor McGonagall turned, her sharp gaze scrutinizing the first-year Slytherin student before her. Thus far, Theodore's demeanor and magical prowess seemed entirely incongruous with those of his peers. Even his manner of speaking, to some extent, did not resemble that of a mentally immature child. A prime example being young Harry, who stood behind Dumbledore, constantly shifting his expressions. "Yes, Professor McGonagall. Cat's whiskers. Forgive my erratic ramblings. By Merlin's lace-trimmed maid's miniskirt. What nonsensical things have I been babbling about all day? That seems like a rather intriguing proposition." After a moment, Dumbledore let out a thoughtful exclamation, as if weighing the absurdity of the suggestion against its potential merit. Fawkes, perched upon his shoulder, chirped gently and nudged Dumbledore with his small head. "Severus, I think it would do no harm to give Mr. Theodore an opportunity to prove himself. After all, we have witnessed that he is not a Death Eater, have we not?" This statement rang true. Snape, a once true follower, had not raised his wand throughout the earlier confrontation. Even upon witnessing Voldemort's imminent demise, he exhibited not a trace of excess emotion. No Death Eater would dare attack their master unless they wished for their entire family to embrace the embrace of the Dark Lord. Even if his Patronus were a Dementor, I would deem it entirely understandable. Snape did not contest Dumbledore's assertion, after uttering a terrifying yet marvelous metaphor. His grip on Theodore's neck finally loosened. "Harry, perhaps you would be willing to assist your classmate?" Allowing Theodore to wield his own wand was undoubtedly a perplexing decision. And Dumbledore would never lend him the Elder Wand, for the consequences would be far more dire than if he used his own. Very well. Little Harry withdrew his holly wand and handed it to Theodore, both of them acutely aware that using another's wand at random was akin to donning ill-fitting shoes. As Theodore accepted the wand belonging to the Savior, his hands trembled, fear gnawing at him that perhaps he possessed no magic of his own, that the true power resided within the wand itself. Merlin's 3D printed floral bodysuit. "May fortune favor my endeavor. Mr. Thorne, do proceed with utmost caution." This wand, a twin of Voldemort's, was shorter and more exquisitely smooth than Theodore's own. Yes, indeed. The weight of everyone's gazes bore down upon him like a mountain, prompting Theodore to take a deep breath. Once more, he silently praised Merlin, his thoughts drifting to the serendipity that had granted him this opportunity. A sudden flash of bold, enlarged pink text surged through his mind. "Filch and Umbridge, a forbidden romance. Professor Umbridge, I do have a fondness for you. Expecto Patronum." Taking advantage of the moment, Theodore gripped the wand tightly, infusing it with every peculiar and outrageous joy he could muster. In an instant, a dazzling, silvery light erupted from the wand's tip. The luminescence was so intense and pure that it swiftly banished the remnants of darkness from the air, illuminating the entire headmaster's office as if it were midday. The silver light rapidly coalesced into form, and to the astonishment of all present, a lively, animated beagle, entirely composed of radiant silver light, was energetically tearing apart the room. Theodore exclaimed, a magical child unleashed. Gazing at the beagle, which was busily digging into the ground, Theodore felt a wave of despair wash over him. Merlin S. 3D, printed. Detachable leather skirt. Was it not said that a Patronus is the embodiment of a wizard's innermost qualities? What in the name of Merlin's mushroom is going on here? Chapter 7. The Pink-Toed Umbrage. Perhaps the shock of social demise overshadowed that peculiar joy. The mischievous beagle lasted a mere 5 minutes before silently dissipating into the air. Mr. Theodore, if I were you, I would concoct a bottle of living hell potion. Reflecting on the silver beagle's relentless destruction of the floor tiles, Snape found himself, quite unusually, struck by an absurd sense of humor. Simultaneously, a profound feeling of unreality hit him hard. The nefarious plan he had been secretly orchestrating with Dumbledore for so long, one that had instilled fear across the magical realm, had been effortlessly shattered by a mere imp whose height barely reached his waist. Theodore retorted, "Oh, and what now, Professor Snape?" Merlin's lacy white, thigh-high stockings. "Do you think I, a muggle, am unaware that the living hell potion is a poison?" Having grown accustomed to Snape's acerbic tongue, Theodore could even anticipate most of his sarcastic quips. Snape's words, though seemingly venomous, were not particularly sweet. Although Theodore had already guessed that Snape would liken him to a goblin or a troll, he still ventured to inquire. After all, a competent comic must always play the straight man for his colleague. Then drink it immediately, lest you tarnish the reputation of Slytherin. Theodore inquired, "Are you troubled today, Professor Snape? Why not compare me to a troll instead? Why the sudden desire for my life?" Merlin S. Biodegradable, transparent triangular basket. If his memory served him correctly, Snape had once delivered a similar remark regarding Neville Longbottom, his prized potions pupil. Now, Theodore found himself elevated to the same status, becoming Snape's new thorn in the side. Following Harry and Longbottom, "I sincerely appreciate your suggestion. If I ever tire of living, I shall certainly follow through." Snape thought to himself, "I must restrain myself. I cannot cast Avada Kedavra upon a student, even one whose brain has been hollowed out by a needle. Am I not allowed to join in?" After all, the doubts have been cleared. Observing Snape's sullen expression and greasy black hair, Theodore could not help but flash a bright, almost provocative smile. Dumbledore's deep blue eyes flickered with a hint of uncertainty, as if he were seriously reconsidering whether it was wise to entrust Theodore with a significant responsibility. Harry and Professor McGonagall silently watched the unfolding scene. Theodore and his Patronus shared the same bright, clear eyes. Yet, the silent silver puppy perfectly mirrored its owner's quiet yet astonishing capacity for destruction. "Very well, Severus. Mr. Theodore, shall we now calm ourselves and engage in a serious discussion?" He raised his hand, casting a silencing charm, and the disheveled headmaster's office was restored to its former state. Then, Dumbledore cheerfully retrieved a lemon sherbet from his drawer. "Would you care for one, Harry?" The young savior accepted the wand returned by Theodore, a genuine smile finally gracing his emerald eyes. He took the sweet without hesitation and promptly popped it into his mouth. "Mr. Theodore, it seems you harbor many secrets." Before he could finish, a rapid knocking at the door abruptly interrupted Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore. According to Article 23 of the Hogwarts Management Regulations, the Ministry has the authority to intervene immediately in any event that may jeopardize student safety. "Open the door at once." A shrill, affected voice echoed from outside, replete with palpable impatience. Theodore instantly recognized that nauseating tone. It was Dolores Umbridge. Merlin S. luminescent, seaweed-inspired gown. "What sins have I committed to deserve this? I tolerated Quirrell. I endured the Dark Lord's fragments. But now, you deliver the chief antagonist of the 5th book right to my doorstep? Is the next step to summon Bellatrix for a duel with me?" "Headmaster, she is." Dumbledore raised his hand to silence Theodore. The greatest white wizard of the 20th century appeared to have anticipated this encounter. He mischievously winked at Theodore, signaling him to remain calm. Understanding the depth of the headmaster's unspoken message, Theodore miraculously found tranquility. Merlin S. 3D snake-patterned latex bodysuit. No reader of Harry Potter could resist the sense of security that Dumbledore provided. Theodore recognized that the Ministry, much like the upper echelons of the wizarding world, was merely a rotten orange clad in human skin. Could he expect a group of linguistically challenged beings to act effectively? It would be a miracle if they didn't cause further complications. Since Dumbledore intended to use him as a pawn, he would certainly not allow the Ministry to easily take him away. The Elder Wand emitted a radiant glow, and the restored stone door swung open. Indeed, standing at the threshold was the toad-like Umbridge, flanked by 2 stern-faced Aurors. Her plump face was plastered with a saccharine, insincere smile, as she cast a malevolent gaze directly at Dumbledore seated behind the desk, ignoring everyone else. Merlin's metamorphic fiber battery starry armor. Is this the retribution for my late-night obsession with Hogwarts? A forbidden romance? Unable to bear the sight of Umbridge's repulsively quivering face, Theodore shut his eyes. We have received reports that a student has used an unforgivable curse against a classmate within the classroom. This is an exceedingly heinous act that necessitates immediate intervention by the ministry. Her words were delivered with grandiosity. Yet her not-so-bright eyes sparkled with unmasked malice and a sense of triumph at having caught someone in the act. Upon hearing this, even knowing that Dumbledore had his back, Theodore felt his heart race. Theodore's hand, concealed beneath his robe, could not help but tighten imperceptibly. He had already employed 2 of the 3 unforgivable curses. As for the remaining one, why not test it on her? Imp. Just as the nearly silent incantation left his lips, a cold hand gripped the nape of his neck. Theodore shivered involuntarily and raised his gaze, inevitably locking eyes with the darkly scowling Severus Snape. Behave yourself. Snape formed the word silently. Yet Theodore discerned the unspoken warning with clarity. Merlin's black lace miniskirt. Since my arrival, I have ceaselessly provoked him. Why does he continue to protect me? Troubled by this thought, Theodore momentarily settled like a cat caught by the scruff of its neck. After listening to Umbridge's laughably absurd remarks, Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged. His gentle face still adorned with that familiar smile. Good evening, Dolores. This was merely a minor incident of magical miscontrol, related to Professor Quirrell's research accident in the Forbidden Forest. As for Mr. Theodore, his ability to conjure a Patronus is itself the finest proof. Umbridge's plump cheeks twitched in displeasure. She was evidently unsatisfied with his response. Yet, having dared to come, she would not be easily dismissed. Oh, is that so? I, as a senior investigator of the Ministry of Magic, command you to demonstrate it here and now. She turned to Theodore, her honeyed voice dripping with insincerity. Many adult wizards still struggle to produce a Patronus. How could this 11-year-old brat possibly manage it? Umbridge, in her smugness, completely failed to notice the peculiar, almost theatrical, glances cast by the others in the room. Well then, the behavior of a Patronus entirely relies on the caster's intent. As an underage wizard, my magical control is exceedingly unstable. Thus, it would be quite normal for my Patronus to act unpredictably, wouldn't it? Taking the wand that Snape offered. A faint smile graced Theodore's pale face. The Patronus summoned with Harry's wand was limited in power. Now I wield the original charger. Merlin's liquid metal fish scale leopard print dress. You chose this for yourself. Prepare to clean your neck and await your fate. Expecto Patronum. A Patronus, larger and more substantial than before, erupted from the tip of his wand, a grotesque creature that charged toward Umbridge, ferociously gnawing at her shoes and the hem of her gown. Ah, you damned little brat. How dare you attack a ministry official? Quickly retract it. The 2 Aurors, witnessing their superior under attack, hastily drew their wands in a futile attempt to retaliate. However, whether they were napping during class or cheating on an exam, their efforts only resulted in spells that struck Umbridge instead. Oh dear, don't rush. I'll retract it right away. I truly apologize. But I'm only 11. My magical control is unstable. Theodore performed an exaggerated display of behavior art with the wand. His actions flamboyant and his tone deliberate, leaving the Hogwarts faculty visibly twitching and little Harry wide-eyed in shock. He had already decided to befriend Theodore. Albus Dumbledore, why do you stand idly by? I will. Before he could finish, the Auror to the left struck, rendering Umbridge unconscious. The tremendous magical force knocked her down, her corpulent frame raising a cloud of dust as she fell. Theodore, not the doves. What strength you have to pull off such a performance. Chapter 8. Who are you? Really? Merlin's genes. This is simply dreadful. This Auror appears to be somewhat magically disordered. Is it recent? Aware that Dumbledore would surely maintain a neutral stance in such a situation, Theodore sought to stoke the flames of discord within the ministry. He intended to provoke a rift, ready to speak something unpalatable. Just then, a strong, icy hand covered his mouth from behind. Without needing to look, Theodore knew it was Snape once more. Before he could struggle, he was hoisted by the collar. Theodore, Merlin's double-faced wool coat. Has Snape learned to read minds? How does he always know in advance? And why does he carry me like a cat? Is this reasonable? The mature Professor Snape wore a dark expression, finally managing to control the most significant variable. He raised his head, exchanging a meaningful glance with Dumbledore. Observing Snape's increasingly adept movements, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Dumbledore's deep blue eyes. He then swiftly rose, concern etched perfectly on his gentle face. Oh dear. It seems Dolores has overexerted herself today, causing her to lose her balance. Indeed, Dumbledore attributed the incident of Umbridge being felled by her own to an unfortunate accident. Please, handle Ms. Umbridge with care and take her to Madame Pomfrey. The Hogwarts infirmary is always open to those in need. The Auror who cast the stunning spell appeared embarrassed, as his performance was painfully lacking. Like Theodore's acting, all emotions were plainly written on his face. Headmaster Dumbledore, you will testify for us, won't you? This was merely an accident. We only sought to prevent that peculiar Patronus. Indeed, I fully understand and will personally explain to Minister Fudge. The gentle old headmaster nodded graciously, as if that precise, stunning spell that struck Umbridge had truly been an unfortunate mishap. Merlin's voice-activated LED bodysuit. Is this the sordid political exchange among adults? Theodore watched the unfolding drama with delight, pondering why Dumbledore would shield these two Aurors. From his vantage point, he knew all too well that the Ministry was a disorganized mess. The fact that these two would act against Umbridge indicated they were certainly not Fudge's supporters. Fudge and Umbridge, in essence, formed a mutually beneficial alliance, with Fudge's rule being a political performance prioritizing power maintenance over crisis response. Many within the Ministry had long been undermining it from the shadows. The Patronus charm is an inherently positive spell. It would never proactively attack anyone unless sensing a true threat. Perhaps Dolores possessed some dark magical item reminiscent of a Dementor-esque characteristics? At that moment, Professor McGonagall, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Her words seemed to hint at something, as she offered a slew of speculations and concluded with an ambiguous summary. After all, the Ministry has recently engaged in quite a few troublesome matters, hasn't he? Theodore stared in astonishment. Professor McGonagall truly lived up to her role as the core guardian of Hogwarts. Merlin's temperature-sensitive leopard print miniskirt. I am indeed still too naive. No wonder Professor Snape covered my mouth. Had he not, I would have embarrassed myself. As for Ms. McGonagall, she not only deftly diverted the topic, but also provided Theodore with another excuse for exoneration, even suggesting that Umbridge might pose a threat to the Ministry. Thank you for your suggestion, Professor McGonagall. The two Aurors' eyes brightened at her words, which, in Theodore's eyes, meant, well, it seems we've discovered that we're all on the same side. Are you not even going to put on a show? Professor Snape, with the demeanor of a mere observer, timely cast a levitation charm, causing Umbridge to ascend like an overinflated pink balloon. Her once pristine suit had become tattered and ragged, prompting Theodore and young Harry to burst into laughter. Goodbye, Mr. Nott. The two Aurors bid him farewell amicably, while Theodore maintained an awkward posture, suspended in midair, and waved his hand begrudgingly. The door to the headmaster's office finally closed, leaving the unfortunate Toad floating behind the two Aurors. By their unintentional misdirection, this senior investigator had become the subject of ridicule amongst the entire student body. Well, Minerva, please take Harry back to the classroom. I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Nott and Severus. Dumbledore resumed his seat behind the desk, his expression remaining composed and restrained, as if he were in complete control of the situation, including the unexpected variable of Theodore. By Merlin's 3D, printed detachable zebra-striped suit, Dumbledore was evidently recalibrating the board, preparing to integrate me into his strategic game. Certain conversations, however, must not reach Harry, positioned at the very center of the board. Theodore, clear-headed, nodded at Professor McGonagall before swiftly departing the headmaster's office, dragging the reluctant little Harry along with him. As the stone door gently closed, silence enveloped the room once more. Though the atmosphere grew taut with tension, Theodore understood perfectly. The true storm was only just beginning to brew. Professor Snape, please return my wand. The mischievous little beagle, having lost its target, began to wreak havoc upon the silverware and books within the headmaster's office. Theodore watched in anxious disbelief as it leaped about, tugging at Snape's black robes. Oh, Severus, you ought to set this young gentleman down. Dumbledore waved his elder wand, effortlessly dispersing the restless Patronus. Fawkes, perched on a restored branch, quietly preened his feathers as Snape emitted a disdainful grunt. He fully concealed Theodore's wand within his sleeve before consenting to let go, his expression dark as he pressed the boy into the high-backed chair opposite Dumbledore. In the stillness, Theodore could almost hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. You recognize the person outside, and you possess an extraordinary awareness and wariness regarding her and the forces she represents. Am I correct, Mr. Nott? Dumbledore spoke slowly, his sharp gaze penetrating through the crescent-shaped lenses of his glasses. By Merlin's luminous leopard print gown, Theodore silently lamented. He had prepared a discourse on how to identify Voldemort, yet Dumbledore had chosen to deviate from the expected path right from the outset. He hesitated, meticulously crafting his words, unconcerned about Dumbledore or Snape's legilimency. The system's defenses were impervious even to the noseless one, but he needed to present at least a semblance of a plausible explanation. I assure you, I mean no harm. I am simply particularly sensitive to dark magic. Yes, extremely sensitive. Aware of Dumbledore's omniscient nature, Theodore dared not utter anything further. After much deliberation, he seized upon Professor McGonagall's reasoning, feeling a surge of pride. Yet, a cold scoff interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Knott, I shall assume that your brain, having been rummaged through by a niffler, retains a modicum of feeble activity. Therefore, you should be cognizant that such a laughable excuse is best kept buried. Snape's voice was as slick and acerbic as ever, leaving Theodore speechless. By Merlin's dynamic Duanhuang-style lace cloak. Why must Snape always dismantle his arguments with such precision? Could he not play the role of a supportive foil for once? Calm yourself, Severus. The old headmaster smiled with an air of composure, as though everything were within his grasp. He casually turned his wrist, pushing a steaming cup of cocoa towards Theodore. Mr. Knott, I imagine you must be quite fatigued. After all, the magnitude of such a powerful spell demands a significant expenditure of magical energy. Headmaster, please, just unleash your grand spell, Theodore retorted. There is no need for psychological warfare against someone as underdeveloped as I am. You are privy to many things you ought not to know concerning Voldemort, the Ministry of Magic, and even about Severus and our yet-to-begin plans. Dumbledore's voice was steady yet weighty, his azure eyes seeming to penetrate the very soul. Tell me, Mr. Knott, who exactly are you? Theodore fell silent for a moment, feeling every thought of his laid bare under that keen scrutiny. Ultimately, after mentally lauding Merlin's magical wardrobe, he decided to take a gamble, offering a weighty secret in exchange for Dumbledore and Snape's trust. You are aware that Professor Snape was once a Death Eater, yet you still choose to trust him, do you not? As for me, I am neither a Death Eater nor lacking in capability. Furthermore, I can contribute to your plans. Certain matters I cannot articulate directly, but I have my means of perception. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling wind swept through the room. Snape, standing nearby, suddenly drew his wand, the tip aimed menacingly at Theodore's throat. His already dark countenance deepened with rage, his fingers tightening around the wand, trembling with palpable intensity. Who are you precisely? He enunciated each word, his usually smooth voice laced with a chilling intent to kill. Yet Theodore did not flinch. He did not even glance at the wand pressed against his throat. He maintained his gaze upon Dumbledore, even managing a smile. In response to the headmaster's astonished yet cautious expression, Theodore chose to stoke the flames further. After all, even your blood pact is not unbreakable. And I assure you, I would never oppose any member of the Order of the Phoenix, even at the cost of my life. In that instant, the last traces of warmth vanished from Dumbledore's face. Chapter 9. I shall poison you myself. Tell me, how did you come to know of the blood pact? The headmaster's office fell into a silence so profound that a falling pin could be heard. Even Fawkes, perched high above, ceased his preening. Dumbledore's blood pact with Grindelwald was undoubtedly the deepest secret he had ever concealed, more hidden even than the intricate strategies devised to counter Voldemort's machinations concerning Harry's chess game. Theodore had witnessed this century-old romance from an omniscient vantage point. He understood it as a resonance between two remarkable souls, yet it was also a complete tragedy. Perception, headmaster. My perception. Though Snape was unaware of the deeper implications of the blood pact, he was far from a fool. His talents and intellect surpassed those of most wizards whom he deemed to be mere brutes. Yet this young boy, not only had he exposed the secrets of many, but he even delved into the history between Snape and Dumbledore, possessing unfathomable magical prowess. His mental shielding could withstand both Snape's and Dumbledore's Legilimency simultaneously. In an instant, Snape pressed his wand more forcefully against Theodore's throat, the cold tip pressing against fragile skin. A mere fluctuation of magical energy would be enough to be fatal. Theodore still wore a smile, though he had long since departed from rationality. Professor Snape, my wand remains with you. Thus, might you refrain from piercing me? The icy malice radiating from Snape felt as if it could seep into Theodore's very bones, and internally, he screamed in despair. I must be mad to concoct such a desperate excuse. This is not self-preservation, it is a death wish. Mr. Knott, I hypothesize that you. As soon as Snape opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Theodore. Let us not make assumptions, Professor. If you prefer, then feel free to stab away. Merciful heavens. Perhaps the enchanted 3D printed bodice from Merlin endowed Theodore with the audacity to challenge Snape once more, daringly teetering on the precipice of folly. Snape replied, should you dare to retort at me again, I shall personally ensure your demise with potions. Having been confronted twice by the same impudent boy, the head of Slytherin found himself both infuriated and amused. Were it not for the remnants of his rationality tugging at him, he might have bellowed. As he usually did when deducting points from Gryffindor, Slytherin loses 50 points. This absurdity momentarily overshadowed his wariness of Theodore. I beg your pardon, Professor Snape. I shall not dare again. Even the mention of trolls failed to provoke him further. It was evident that Snape was genuinely enraged. Theodore wisely curled up into himself, resembling a cat caught by the scruff of its neck. I believe you are an intelligent boy, are you not, Mr. Theodore? You should elucidate how you discern matters regarding myself and Severus. Dumbledore's voice remained steady, though the customary warmth had all but vanished. His blue eyes behind the crescent-shaped spectacles deep as a frozen abyss. In the summer of 1899, in Godric's Hollow, Grindelwald, Theodore paid no heed to the monumental impact of the Dark Lord's legacy, casting it aside. He did not even glance at the shifting expressions on Dumbledore's face. Ignoring the faint sting in his neck, resolutely directing his gaze towards the brooding and guarded Snape. Professor, through Harry's eyes, who is it that you are truly observing? Boom. Almost instantaneously, the long-suppressed fury within Snape erupted. His empty hand seized Theodore's collar, lifting him forcefully, his dark eyes swirling with unadulterated malice and wrath. That which he had concealed most deeply, a secret too painful to be touched, was laid bare before him. Theodore's mind was aflame with 1,000 frantic chipmunks screaming. By Merlin's grace, that leopard print latex miniskirt. If only he were afforded another opportunity, he would certainly seal his lips with the most potent of spells. Dumbledore's grip on the Elder Wand tightened. Out of the corner of his eye, Theodore surveyed the perilous tableau before him, internally weeping yet fully aware. Any hint of hesitation or vulnerability on his part could swiftly lead to 2 Avada Kedavras, sending him to meet Merlin himself. Severus, lower your wand. Dumbledore, he had invoked his name. If he bore ill intentions, our discourse would not revolve around these unknown secrets, but rather how to escape the soon-to-be ruins of the headmaster's office and deal with the approaching Ministry of Magic. The Dumbledore before him was no longer the gentle headmaster. He resembled the White Lord who had instilled fear in Voldemort, having survived 2 wizarding wars. His voice, though not raised, brimmed with undeniable authority. Theodore understood that Snape was no impulsive man. His current loss of control stemmed from having struck at the heart of his most profound secret, Severus Snape's unwavering guilt and love for Lily Evans. The wand pressed against Theodore's throat reluctantly withdrew, as Snape, like a dark bat, unceremoniously cast him back into the chair. Yet his wand remained in hand, tightly gripped, his slender knuckles paling from the exertion. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Dumbledore. I assure you, my performance will not disappoint your and Professor Snape's expectations. He refrained from addressing Dumbledore as headmaster, a subtle declaration. No longer did he place himself in the position of a student. Instead, he regarded himself as an equal, a conversant possessing vital information. Please, take a seat, Mr. Theodore. I believe we require a candid discussion. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Theodore's face for a moment. Within his penetrating blue eyes, a barely perceptible ripple of intrigue flickered. With a gentle wave of his hand, a steaming cup of cocoa glided smoothly before Theodore. Thank you. The distinct aroma of cocoa enveloped him, and as Theodore's delicate fingers clutched the cup, the incongruous thought of overflowing crossed his mind, nearly eliciting a chuckle. He swiftly activated his mind, contemplating how to fabricate a seamless web of deception. It felt akin to standing at the terminus of a colossal candy factory. I am not the creator, yet I have inadvertently glimpsed the entirety of every confection's production line and their ultimate destinations. That is my perception. By Merlin's serpentine latex bodysuit. Who would have thought that just hours ago, I was a failing student with a mere 30 in English, and now I can articulate complex sentences. In the fleeting moments of impending doom, Theodore finally comprehended that the electric shock system provided a protective range far exceeding mere mental shielding. Perhaps even the truth serum would prove ineffective against him. What, then, was the purpose of my earlier efforts to expose the faceless guise and engage him in verbal combat? Was it merely to usurp the position of the savior in Voldemort's heart? A candy factory? What a delightful metaphor. Dumbledore's gaze, sharp behind his crescent spectacles, was evidently piqued by this unusual analogy. Thus, I would never stand against the Order of the Phoenix. Compared to the conclusion I have witnessed, I prefer to see these confections safely contained within their boxes. So, Voldemort's repeated evasion of death relies upon the Horcruxes you previously mentioned? Dumbledore's tone was as calm as if discussing a new confection from Honeydukes, yet each word struck at the most critical points. Theodore's expression changed dramatically. Dumbledore had indeed heard him. Yes, Tom has evaded death in this manner. You and Professor Snape have suspected as much, have you not? As Dumbledore's most trusted spy, Snape must have participated in the headmaster's analysis of Voldemort's movements. Observing the increasingly vigilant demeanor of Snape and Dumbledore, Theodore felt a thrill of excitement, teetering on the brink of danger. By Merlin's grace, how many devoted fans of the original HP series do not lament the fates of Dumbledore and Snape? Having dared to confront even the noseless one himself, it seemed only reasonable to reveal the Horcruxes to the headmaster in order to gain his trust, did it not? To mitigate risk and ensure the stability of his immortality plan, particularly since those fragments were inherently fragile. Dumbledore's blue eyes, usually shimmering with kindness and wisdom, now bore an astonishing sharpness, as if they could penetrate all facades and reach the depths of the secrets he sought to conceal. He had hidden away his fragmented soul, those pieces symbolizing power, glory, pure blood, or some warped obsession. Long-held suspicions were confirmed, yet Dumbledore's tone remained steady and gentle. Then, how many Horcruxes has Tom created? Fawkes. The Phoenix gracefully alighted from his perch, settling upon Dumbledore's shoulder. His head tilted, his black eyes fixed intently on Theodore, as if awaiting the precise answer. I know the answer. 7. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake, and Harry. However, just as the answer was on the verge of escaping his lips, a sharp pain suddenly pierced deep within Theodore's brain. As he felt a sudden warmth at the tip of his nose, a stream of warm liquid uncontrollably surged forth. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch it, only to find his fingertips stained with a vivid crimson. It was blood. Theodore exclaimed, "What the hell? Is my great-grandmother here to collect me?" Severus. Just as Theodore was momentarily stunned by this abrupt turn of events, Severus Snape, standing nearby, transformed into a black whirlwind, striding towards him with his robes billowing behind. "Professor." Theodore instinctively thought to apologize, but upon seeing Snape's sleeves rapidly tainted by the blood, he felt a pang of guilt. "Shut up." Snape's icy fingers gripped the sides of Theodore's nostrils. The pungent scent of blood mingling with the bitter aroma of potions that clung to Snape like a second skin invaded his nostrils. In this surreal moment, a strange sensation welled up in Theodore, causing his nose to sting and an inexplicable urge to cry to arise. By Merlin's luminous LED-laced triangle, I must be delirious from blood loss to think Snape resembles a guardian figure. With the bleeding momentarily halted, Snape's other hand produced a small crystal vial from the depths of his black robes, as if by magic. He uncorked it, and, with a somewhat brutal motion, poured the murky liquid, bubbling suspiciously, directly into Theodore's mouth. Ugh, that's toxic. The taste was indescribable, a wretched concoction like rotten eggs mixed with expired milk. Simmered in a cauldron for a decade, causing tears to spring forth instantly. Snape remarked, "This basic potion bottle evidently contains anything but a basic flavor." Theodore felt the poison coursing through him, rendering his limbs weak and his vision dim, collapsing into the large chair like a cat stripped of its bones. The reliable yet irritable Professor Snape continued to administer the antidote while darkly scowling, dutifully grasping the collar of Theodore's robes to prevent him from sliding to the floor. "Killing you would bring joy to all, even with your brain hollowed out by that sniffing creature. You should know the consequences of forcefully prying into forbidden knowledge protected by powerful magic." Theodore couldn't help but suspect that some of the ingredients in Snape's potion cabinet had been alive when Beijing was still known as Beiping. If it weren't for the fact that the potion had rapidly stemmed the bleeding, alleviating the dreadful pain in his head, he might have firmly concluded that Snape was seizing this opportunity to settle a personal score. Dumbledore had circled around the table and approached. His cerulean eyes bore into Theodore's pale face and the bloodstains beneath his nose, his expression unusually grave. It appeared that certain core information had been endowed with an extraordinarily powerful protection. Even if one had witnessed the entirety as an observer, one could not divulge the precise appearance of one candy to another. Dumbledore refrained from directly mentioning the sensitive term Horcrux. "I cannot articulate the exact numbers, Headmaster. When I attempt to do so, it feels as though a searing iron is thrust into my brain. Emergency mechanism triggered. To prevent the collapse of the timeline, subsequent specific content has been proactively sealed. Remaining free service attempts, 0. Please pay to activate the service." Before he could finish speaking, that familiar and vexing system notification chimed once more within the depths of his mind. Theodore nearly failed to maintain his composure, almost revealing a crack before the two perceptive individuals. "What the hell, sir?" "Not again." Fortunately, having just experienced a nosebleed, his pallid complexion already concealed his distress. He promptly closed his eyes, letting his body go limp, fully feigning unconsciousness as he collapsed into Snape's sturdy arms, perfectly embodying what it meant to be utterly exhausted and faint. Feeling the warmth and support from Snape, Theodore suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He understood the source of his earlier inexplicable urge to weep, if all went as planned under Dumbledore's arrangements. This dark-robed bat with a somber demeanor and a penchant for lengthy, sarcastic sentences would likely become his sole legal guardian and protector at Hogwarts. "It's nothing serious, merely a case of exhaustion." Under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, the potion's master personally performed a diagnostic spell on the troublesome young lad, arriving at a conclusion. Confirming that the system had temporarily taken over control of his body, Theodore's consciousness instantly surged into the so-called system space. Preparing to engage in a Southeast Asian free-fighting match with that infuriating system. "What the hell? Aren't you supposed to be doves?" Could you give me a heads up next time? Are you trying to kill me and switch hosts? How many coins did you spend? You didn't give me 1,000,000 galleons, so why should I care? The system's electronic voice sounded particularly obnoxious, causing Theodore's blood to boil. Are you out of your mind? His consciousness transformed into a tiny figure lunging at the plump, glowing ball of the system, shaking it back and forth. Seething with frustration. Why can't you disclose Voldemort's Horcrux? Why do you say the timeline will collapse? The system turned its head and bit down on Theodore's consciousness's arm, grinning maliciously. Your magic, your pure blood status. What if it isn't given to you by me? And I am, after all, a live streaming system for entertainment. If you were to expose Voldemort's secrets in a jiffy, the plot would conclude right there. Who would still want to watch you? When you have no views and no donations, will you beg on the streets? Kicking Theodore's consciousness out of the system space, that wretched thing cackled mockingly. Distributing, black magic crash course. Cost. Let your Patronus, that wicked little beagle, break into Snape's storeroom. Theodore exclaimed, no, don't do that, you despicable creature. Damn it. Chapter 11. What the hell? My life is over. Before he could finish his thought, a large hand seemed to descend from the heavens, firmly covering his mouth. Theodore, trembling with fear, looked up to find himself unsurprisingly confronted by a grim face. Snape was coldly glaring at him. Ah, Mr. Theodore, it seems you have not only been robbed of your brain by goblins, but have also undergone an invasive brain exchange with a troll. Theodore retorted, what the Merlin? Is it wrong to be young and accomplished? Enough, Severus. After all, Mr. Theodore has only just regained consciousness. Dumbledore's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible amusement, timely interrupted this one-sided bullying. His gaze flitted between the two, as if savoring an exceptionally amusing scene. Fawkes, perched on his shoulder, let out a low, comforting trill in harmony. Mr. Theodore, the information you provided is crucial. It confirms our worst fears and illuminates the path forward. However, as Severus has indicated, this awareness does not come without a price. I apologize, Headmaster, for causing trouble for you and Professor Snape. The first part was an apology for feigning unconsciousness, while the latter was a preemptive apology for the impending chaos in Snape's storeroom, despite the poor potion's master being blissfully unaware of the disaster to come. Theodore tugged over the soft blanket that had somehow been draped over him, burying the lower half of his face within it. His voice muffled and sounding both pitiful and obedient. Please don't say that, Mr. Theodore. It is we, the Candies, who have caused you, the esteemed observer, trouble. A genuine smile flickered in Dumbledore's azure eyes as he gently waved his hand, sending a steaming mug of hot cocoa smoothly gliding to Theodore's side. Theodore was determined to achieve his goals, even as he lay in slumber. During his unconscious state, the two steadfast pillars of Hogwarts had already reached a tacit agreement regarding his future. He realized that this represented a silent proclamation. He had been formally inducted into the protective embrace of the Order of the Phoenix. Severus, safeguarding the mind of our young seer, would henceforth be the primary objective, and you, as his head of house, are undoubtedly the most suitable guardian for him. Dumbledore's words were resolute. Still sprawled in the armchair, Theodore instinctively craned his neck to discern Snape's expression, only to be met with the latter's hand, which unceremoniously covered his face, forcing him back against the chair. Theodore mused. Indeed, everyone has a palm-sized face. It's just that he hasn't encountered the palm that fits him yet. Snape's countenance was as grim as if he had just consumed a bucket full of his most bizarrely concocted failed potion. This young lad was far too knowledgeable, his magic both volatile and potent, and his manner akin to a reckless creature. The only safe arrangement for Hogwarts, and for himself, would be to keep him under constant surveillance. Mr. Theodore, I presume your fanciful mind still retains the most fundamental capacities for learning and reasoning? Theodore hurriedly nodded beneath Snape's palm, his face squished and resembling a cat that had been molded into an unrecognizable shape. From this moment forth, you must remain within my line of sight at all times, Snape coldly pronounced, sealing his fate. And where shall I reside? Theodore managed to squeak out, his voice barely escaping through Snape's fingers as he attempted a final protest. If you utter one more foolish question, you shall share quarters with the potion ingredients that require a tranquil environment. Theodore was thoroughly distraught. Was this not tantamount to cohabitation with Snape? Was that even reasonable? Was it magic? Who among the good-hearted needed to live under the oppressive gaze of the deputy headmaster 24 hours a day? Even if he were to undertake a task, he should not have to reside and dine with Snape. Additionally, Mr. Theodore, for your actions today, I must impose a week of suspension upon you. Observing Theodore's stunned expression, Dumbledore mischievously announced this more grievous news, to which Theodore was already braced. He had cast the killing curse at Harry in plain view. The only reason he had avoided Azkaban was due to his remaining utility. However, given your audacity in exposing Voldemort, Slytherin earns 50 points. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled with mischief behind his crescent-shaped spectacles as he glanced at Theodore's despondent countenance, and then at Snape. The two exchanged a knowing look. Snape hoisted Theodore up as if he were a briefcase and turned to bid farewell to Dumbledore. It was precisely the end of class. The corridors were bustling with students clad in their robes, as the prominent figure of Theodore was escorted by the grim potion master. Curious, yet apprehensive glances were cast in their direction. Professor, even someone as socially adept as Theodore wished for a mask to completely conceal his face. Merlin's latex, seamless lace bra. You are not being subtle at all, Professor. Are you truly expecting me to flee the magical world carrying a train overnight? Silence. If I hear another word, I shall transfigure you into a humanoid pig. Thank you. The humanoid pig has already had its second debut. His keen eyes even spotted the blonde-haired Draco Malfoy amidst the crowd, alongside the green-eyed little savior. Ron and Hermione flanked Harry, and judging by their intense gazes, Harry must have relayed the events that transpired in the headmaster's office to his little companions. Thus, all eyes were upon him as he was led away by Snape like a small cat. The door to the cellar slammed shut behind them, isolating them from the prying eyes and clamor of the outside world. Theodore was unceremoniously deposited onto the cold floor, his eyes still tightly shut as he attempted to evade this grim reality. Ah, Mr. Theodore, are you prepared to meet Merlin himself? Theodore cautiously cracked open an eyelid. Just as depicted in films, Snape's cellar was immaculate and orderly. Countless potions of various hues were displayed on shelves, bubbling away. Snape's figure blended seamlessly into this environment, sliding like a dark shadow behind a large desk. The desk was piled high with a mountain of essays awaiting correction. Theodore could already imagine the flowery language detailing trolls, goblins, and the like. From now on, this shall be your residence. Should you damage anything without my permission, I will personally ensure your demise. Following Snape's gesture, Theodore beheld a small patch of cleared space. Well, praise Merlin's lace triangle bra. It appeared I would be residing in a chamber akin to that of the Savior. All right, I understand. Thank you, Professor. Snape replied. If I emerge and do not find you, I won't hesitate to poison you myself. Theodore. Snape omitted his usual lengthy British sentences, leaving a warning before turning to enter the bathroom. Dear ones, are you even going to undertake the task? The audience is growing impatient. The system's cheeky voice chimed in just in time, while Theodore remained sprawled on the floor, contemplating his life filled with serious black. Damn it, Snape confiscated my wand. How am I supposed to transform into a little beagle for you? I don't require you to be wandless and voiceless. Can you not even perform the most basic wandless magic? You are quite incompetent. Just wait. Once you have a physical form, I shall be the first to eliminate you. Expecto Patronum. He envisioned the bizarre image of Snape cross-dressing and feeding a baby, and without a wand to guide him, a silvery magic suddenly erupted. It swiftly coalesced before him into a lively little beagle. Yes, that pile of essays. Knock them all down. The beagle dashed excitedly to wreak havoc in Snape's cellar. And as Theodore reveled in the realization of his magical genius, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was akin to a prey animal sensing the presence of a predator. Stiffening, Theodore slowly turned his head. There stood Snape, having silently approached, observing him and the little beagle with a bemused expression. Quite an intriguing display of wandless magic, Mr. Theodore. Theodore, crap. My life is forfeit. Chapter 12. I shall personally poison you. Ah, how fortuitous, Professor. Merlin's 3D, printed tight-fitting printed bra. Snape seemed to be both amused and enraged. With that gaze fixed upon him, was he planning to turn him into jerky? I am not from Fujian, Professor. In that moment, Theodore trembled as if he had stepped onto a live wire. His overactive mind rendered his complexion pale, and cold sweat streamed down his face. It was no exaggeration to say that this was far more terrifying than facing Voldemort's killing curse. Unfortunate. It appears that band of goblins has indeed hollowed out your brain, Mr. Theodore, emboldening you to challenge the headmaster to his face. Snape's voice was as frigid as ice, and the mischievous little beagle had vanished due to his master's emotional turmoil. The atmosphere in the cellar had grown even more oppressive than in the headmaster's office, with essays scattered across the floor like discarded paper. Yes, I apologize, Professor. Please do not poison me, he whimpered. Perhaps it was the pent-up emotions that suddenly erupted at that moment. Theodore collapsed onto the ground like a limp piece of dogskin plaster. Now, Mr. Theodore, I require you to gather every paper strewn upon the floor and smooth each page. Should you leave even a single foolish smudge, I shall transform you into a bipedal swine. Severus Snape sneered, launching a mental assault. Yet he had yet to unleash a torrent of intricately crafted English prose to vent his ire. The soft, indistinct creature had latched onto his calf like a maggot. If you dare smear troll snot on my garments, I will personally ensure your demise. As the stern and eccentric head of Slytherin, Mr. Snape had never been this close to anyone. When this troublesome and peculiar little imp tumbled into his arms, he found himself unable to push him away. Even now, having witnessed Theodore conjure a Patronus without a wand, Snape, after a fleeting moment of astonishment and rage, found himself unexpectedly contemplating that perhaps it was meant to be. Yet, this could not serve as justification for sparing a malicious creature that had vandalized his cellar. Please, Professor, don't let me die. I can tell you about Voldemort's Horcruxes. He clung to Snape's foot like a broken trumpet. Silence, you foolish and incomprehensible troll. Snape's roar was so forceful that Theodore barely had time to comprehend it before his previously staunched nosebleed erupted once more. The next instant, he crumpled to the ground, his quality of sleep as blissful as that of a dead pig. Vivid droplets of crimson splattered across Snape's elegantly pristine black robes. Amused. Professor Snape momentarily forgot to wield his wand, lifting the little troll entirely by the scruff of his neck, as if he were a muggle. Hello, we do not allow slumber here. The insufferable system, clearly anticipating this moment, displayed a plethora of audience comments, its cybernetic arms crossed in disdain. Turning to present Theodore with a classic dog-headed emoticon, it grinned mischievously. Die, you shameless cur. If it weren't for my sudden whim triggering this mechanism, I would be bubbling in a cauldron thanks to Snape. While Theodore, in his unconscious state, remained oblivious to the external world, he was unaware of how Professor Snape, with a scowl, was preparing potions and tending to him. You've been idle for 2.5 minutes. Who permitted you to feign death until now? Rise. If you do not, I shall electrify you until you resemble a Siberian catfish. You wait. Once you have a corporeal form, neither you nor that wretched audience shall escape. I will turn you all into dead dogs. Away with you. A swift kick sent this useless host hurtling out of the space, and the system cackled with glee. The pungent aroma of toxic potions wafted into Theodore's nostrils, prompting him to surreptitiously lift one eyelid. The blanket draped over him bore a faint scent of potion ingredients, evidently belonging to Snape. It appears your brain, pillaged by goblins, has finally rebooted, Mr. Theodore. I assume your limbs still obey the commands of your trollish nerves. So you ought to know what to do now. Snape was meticulously dissecting some unidentified creature with the precision of one handling a corpse, while a small bowl of unidentifiable goo rested on the table beside him. I'm sorry, Professor, I don't know. By Merlin S. Latex, leopard print, ultra-short skirt. He can't truly be preparing to poison me, can he? I would prefer to be transformed into a bipedal swine, dashing through the halls of Hogwarts. It seems I have consistently overestimated you, Mr. Theodore. Your kind may indeed be inferior to trolls and goblins. Snape's patience had evidently reached its limit, as he let out a cold laugh. Grasping the glass bowl in one hand and Theodore's chin with the other, he forcibly opened his mouth. Then, before Theodore's horrified gaze, he poured an entire bowl of potion down his throat. Ugh, poisonous denunciation of illicit affairs. The viscous substance, akin to a rag submerged in boiling water, lodged itself in Theodore's throat, causing him to sputter like a malfunctioning antenna. I warned you. Should you retort, I shall personally see to your demise. As the potion coursed into his stomach, a warm sensation instantly spread throughout his body. The weakness stemming from the system's mechanisms diminished considerably, yet Theodore remained skeptical. This Snape was not at all benevolent. He was clearly acting out of personal vengeance. Put away those absurd thoughts, Theodore, to compensate for the havoc your foolishness has wrought. Starting tomorrow, you shall learn to keep your mouth shut. Observing the pallor of this little imp's complexion, Snape felt his pent-up fury simmering within, unable to find an outlet. How could he permit such a blunder to occur in his presence twice? Very well, Professor. Yes, Professor. Snape glided away with the elegance of a brooding bat. And it was only then that Theodore realized he was situated in the very corner that Snape had indicated. By Merlin S. leopard print denim fringe shorts. Professor Snape has granted me a bed to sleep on. There exists an adage in China that joy often begets sorrow. At this moment, Theodore felt as though his very organs were screaming. Professor, do we truly need to have remedial lessons at midnight? By Merlin S. purple fishnet stockings. What rational person schedules a tutoring session at 4 in the morning? I am not a high school senior. Clearly, your brain, filled with chaff, has yet to grasp the meaning of keeping your mouth shut. Now, strip that African tree snake of its skin. You, Merlin S. This is not a tutoring session. This is premeditated murder. As Theodore pondered how to elegantly undress the unfortunate snake, Snape materialized behind him like a specter. If I were you, I would not employ such methods comparable to a troll dismembering a frog. No, 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 Professor, I can do it. Just give me another chance. After a moment's contemplation, the image of old Gay's gas stove scene during his lecture suddenly flooded Theodore's mind. His eyes lit up, and he aimed the knife in his hand at the poor snake like a wand. Fiendfire. The moment he uttered the incantation, azure flames leaped from the knife's tip like a serpent, In the blink of an eye, the smooth oak surface of the table was charred and blackened, with sparks flying. Theodore was utterly terrified. Finite incantatum. Finite incantatum. Two beams of silver light erupted simultaneously. Colliding with the brilliant fiendfire, they exploded into a shower of golden-red sparks. The explosion generated by the clash of these two forces sent the unfortunate snake flying in all directions like popcorn, wiping the remnants of the snake from his face. Theodore promptly discarded the cutting knife. "No, you have to let me explain, Professor. I was merely possessed while handling that charming snake's skin. You foolish, sniveling worm. I shall personally see to your demise." Your demise. Snape's already dark countenance now appeared as if it could exude ink as he seized Theodore by the collar, seemingly intent on directly poisoning this useless nuisance. "It's over you, Merlin." Snape has entirely forgotten his gentlemanly demeanor. Disbursement, fiendfire patch. Cost, transform Snape's black robes into a pink lace version. Just as Theodore was being dragged away like a dead dog from the chaotic cellar, the insufferable system poked its head out once more. "Theodore, you wretched cur, get lost." This time, he is truly destined to be transformed into a humanoid pig and turned into jerky. Even the people of Fujin cannot save him. Merlin's milk basket is of no assistance. Chapter 13. Electrifying you into a lifeless fish. Professor, I must assert that your actions are profoundly misguided. At this hour, Headmaster Dumbledore is undoubtedly in a deep slumber. What you are doing constitutes a grave violation of the sleep rights of a centenarian. Forgetting the perilous task at hand, Theodore observed Severus as he dragged him out of the potion storage room, immediately comprehending that he was to be taken to find Dumbledore. "It appears that your surplus energy indeed necessitates some enforced respite, Theodore." To his astonishment, Snape did not engage in banter. Theodore was momentarily bewildered by this unexpected display of gentleness. Stupefied, he collapsed to the ground. A faint red light flickered, and Theodore felt a sudden impact on the back of his head. What more was there to understand? Snape was employing a fishing tactic. By Merlin. "Snape, you have no sense of martial ethics." All thoughts were abruptly interrupted as darkness enveloped Theodore, and he peacefully succumbed to slumber. TSK. How could a soft little snakelet possibly contend with the head of Slytherin? Observing the now tranquil giant in his grasp, Snape expressionlessly withdrew his hand. He scoffed softly, discarding the limp little creature onto the corner bed as one might toss aside refuse. Then, he turned and departed, his flowing black robes billowing behind him. Navigating around Filch's patrol route with remarkable speed, Snape swiftly arrived at the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. The silence was profound, and the door to the office stood open to him. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his deep blue eyes reflecting no surprise, as if the headmaster of Hogwarts had never required the indulgence of sleep. "Severus, I anticipated you would arrive a tad earlier." Fawkes swooped down gracefully, landing steadily upon Dumbledore's shoulder. He cocked his head, peering at the sullen-faced Snape, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "Albus, perhaps you would be intrigued to hear about our young prophet's latest academic endeavors?" The mere thought of his charred, irreparable desk and the potion ingredients reduced to ashes made Snape's tone almost venomous. Dumbledore even had the leisure to sip from his honey lemon tea, as if Theodore's mishaps were a matter of no surprise. "Oh, what has he done this time?" "When I instructed him to practice silence, he opted for an unprecedentedly innovative method. He utilized the fiendfire curse to efficiently skin an African tree snake." Dumbledore, a mouthful of honey lemon tea lodged in his throat. It was evident that even the greatest wizard of the 20th century had never encountered such a scenario. "Severus, I believe we must reevaluate the level of danger posed by this prophet. The core thread of fiendfire lies in its self-awareness and mimetic characteristics. It adapts its form to the surrounding environment and actively pursues combustibles. Commanding fiendfire necessitates a wizard possessing exquisite magical control." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened behind his half-moon spectacles, recalling that Theodore had previously cast the 3 unforgivable curses in his presence. The casting of unforgivable curses requires intense malice and evil intent, predominantly wielded by dark wizards. Had Theodore not been capable of conjuring the Patronus charm, Dumbledore would not have so readily entrusted him to Snape. His fiendfire was a ghostly blue, and it had only scorched the surface of the desk. Snape's expression darkened as he pointed his wand at himself, sharing the earlier memories with Dumbledore. A wandless fiendfire curse. Sustaining the white fiendfire demands magical energy tenfold that of ordinary flames, while the energy density of ghostly blue fiendfire is even greater, imposing a more stringent requirement for sustained magical output. Dumbledore's voice grew somber, the image of the ghostly blue serpent licking the desk evoking memories of an old acquaintance far in Nurmengard. "Albus, such an uncontrollable factor. His origins are surely more complex than they appear." Without needing further elaboration from Snape, Dumbledore had already suspected as much. He slowly leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced. Fawkes nuzzled against his cheek. He possesses knowledge he ought not to have, yet lacks the mental fortitude and guidance to navigate it. His magical abilities are similarly unrestrained, treating the unforgivable curses as mere everyday spells, wielding fiendfire as a tool. Severus, he, along with his lineage, represents an uncontrollable element. An 11-year-old child who can contend with Voldemort and cast fiendfire wandlessly. Even though Snape was prepared, a chill of apprehension coursed through him. He had not expressed this in the cellar, but before Dumbledore, he felt no need to mask his emotions. We must keep a close watch on him, Severus. Equally, we must guide him until he learns to wield that power correctly. We cannot allow a child to dictate our fates, can we? Dumbledore's tone remained gentle. Yet a sense of foreboding began to settle within Snape. Compared to my fear, he seems more inclined to heed your counsel, and for reasons unknown. He appears to harbor a degree of reliance and expectation towards you. Therefore, Severus, I must entrust this daunting task to you. Beneath Dumbledore's amiable facade lurked a keen intellect. Theodore had been unwittingly stripped of his triangular support. Snape, I understand. Contemplating the child's illogical thought processes and absurd behaviors, Snape felt a throbbing in his forehead. Despite merely spending one night with the boy, his cellar had nearly been set ablaze. My support rod is fully charged. Who permitted you to lie here and shirk your responsibilities? A surge of electricity coursed through Theodore's body, instantly transforming him into a flailing carp. Damn it! Did you just electrocute me? You scoundrel! Theodore sprang upright from the bed, as if propelled by a spring. Release, silent wandless patch, cost, perm from Madame Loris. The insidious system cackled menacingly, its cybernetic hands gripping an oversized high-voltage transformer. If you do not pay the fiendfire fee, I shall electrocute you into a lifeless fish, then toss you onto Emperor Qin's chariot. Do you understand? Theodore, before he could finish his retort, a more potent surge of electricity coursed through him. Go. Immediately engage in some activity for me. Otherwise, I shall electrocute you to death. Sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Bu Jingyun, Theodore deliberated for a mere 0.1 seconds before making a decision that defied ancestral wisdom. To hell with Filch Patrol. The stench of being caught was 1,000 times more terrifying than any forbidden act. He stealthily slipped out of the cellar, relying on his hazy cinematic memories and a reckless instinct, prowling through the silent castle. Praise Merlin for lace pearl thongs. Theodore had barely rounded a corner when he encountered the long-haired feline, Madame Loris. Transfiguration. Even though the system had issued a silent wandless patch, Theodore still instinctively spoke the incantation aloud. After all, no self-respecting daydreamer has ever failed to fantasize about possessing magic. A crooked beam of light struck Madame Loris, causing her sleek fur to curl at a visibly accelerated pace, transforming her into a small, frizzy-haired creature. Theodore's hairstyling skills were evidently not on par with Master Hudaloo of the Shijai commune. Madame Loris not only failed to become fashionable, but instead resembled a dandelion with legs. Meow? Lady Loris was momentarily paralyzed, and even though the little kitten was more astute than its counterparts, it could not comprehend the transformation occurring within itself. Without pausing to admire his handiwork, Theodore bolted. Merlin's purple pearl shirt. I refuse to be captured alive by Filch. Just as Theodore advanced smoothly, a plump, gray shadow suddenly darted past in the corner. What the hell? A rat. A plump and limping gray rodent. Theodore, well versed in the original tale, instantly recognized it. Damn mutt. This is Peter, the true culprit behind the betrayal of Harry's family. Theodore's heart raced as a torrent of filthy secrets about the rodent flooded his mind. He stared intently as the rat scurried into a hole in the wall, his fists clenched and then released. Wait, just you wait. I shall devise a way to end you, you filthy creature. With an almost divine intuition, Theodore stealthily returned to the cellar's entrance. Then, the bare stone wall stood silently. Theodore, what in Merlin's name? What is the password? Just as Theodore attempted to pry open the door with the command "Open Sesame," a cold, mocking voice suddenly emerged from behind him. What a coincidence, Mr. Theodore, we meet again. Instantly, every drop of blood in Theodore's veins froze. His neck stiffened as he slowly turned his head. Severus Snape stood in the shadows behind him, his dark robes blending seamlessly with the gloom. A dangerously sardonic smile graced his face as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Theodore. Chapter 14. A mouthful of stargazing pie. What in Merlin's name? Who permitted you, you vile creature, to lounge about? When will you transform Snape's robes into a delicate lace design? Dare to withhold payment, and I shall force-feed you the British delicacy, stargazing pie in its max version. The ever-prepared canine system, clutching a hissing, electric transformer, burst forth and struck the canine host's soul with a resounding crack. Electric currents surged through Theodore's fingertips, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, reminiscent of an overloaded motor. his quivering fingers resembling those of a long-serving school cafeteria lady. "Pa, who are you calling a vile creature? You, Mutt, are the one defying the heavens." At merely 11 years old, Theodore faced such accusations from the canine system as if he were a 25-year-old man grappling with the intertwined feelings of frustration and impotence stemming from a 60-year-old's plight. TSK, yet I am not shackled to the table by Snape with magical chains. The canine system, showing no mercy, cackled with glee, as if it were feasting upon a dish made from the essence of the elders of the Soul Hall. "Moreover, vile creature, open your eyes and observe carefully. The one being scrutinized by the entire hall is you, not me. Are those two holes beneath your eyebrows the remnants of a brain theft? Only hollow sockets with no contents. Huh." Theodore, Merlin's purple lace stockings. This devastating blow shattered any retort Theodore might have had. While others eagerly anticipated the winter holidays and Christmas feasts, he lamented the misfortune of having studied medicine in a past life. You, Merlin. By day, Snape kept him tethered like a dog, and by night, this wretched canine system shocked him like an ineffectual werewolf. He could only engage in a bout of freewheeling Southeast Asian wrestling to alleviate his emotions. Most importantly, he lacked the privilege to return to the Slytherin long table for meals, relegated instead to squishing beside the headmaster like a living pet. "Mr. Theodore, I assume your brain has not been crushed by a giant. You should know that consuming food from a professor's plate is an exceedingly rude act." Suddenly, an icy grip enclosed Theodore's wrist, and without needing to glance up, he knew it was Snape again. He shifted his gaze timidly, akin to a kitten caught by the scruff of its neck, only to find his fork embedded in Snape's whole grain bread. That was not even the worst part. The hot chocolate he had spilled during his electric convulsions left a deep stain on the headmaster's flowing black robes. Resembling one of the infamous masterpieces constructed by the canine system, Snape in women's attire, nursing, and "Cease this madness, you vile creature. Instantly stop this behavior akin to a brain being chewed by a giant. Otherwise, I shall turn you into Tang Sung and send you to seek scriptures and dream of the Red Chamber. Do you understand? Theodore, dream of the Red Chamber. Pa, if you don't toss that zucchini far away, I shall insert Filch and Umbridge, a forbidden romance at Hogwarts, into your mainframe. Yes, my apologies, Professor. I shall clean it up immediately." While he mentally cursed and visited the creator of the canine system, Theodore outwardly offered a contrite apology. He may have been timid, but the essence of his foolishness remained unchanged. His wide eyes darted around, and with a swift motion, he seized the silver fork belonging to the fluffy Professor Lupin beside him. At that moment, Theodore's mind was filled with mischievous thoughts of transforming that black robe into delicate lace. However, he was oblivious to how wide his eyes had grown, unaware that he practically had "I am" up to something etched on his forehead, visible even to the blind. Snape, amused yet scowling, was about to erupt when a spell suddenly whisked the fork from Theodore's grasp. "I believe Severus can handle this himself, correct, Mr. Theodore?" Albus Dumbledore, seated at the head of the table, observed the interaction with a knowing smile, his deep blue eyes sparkling with keen insight. Realizing he had been discovered, Theodore could only retract his neck and nod. Just as he was about to feign innocence, he was seized by Snape, akin to a hair-raising cat caught by its scruff. With no strength left to resist. "It seems you have yet to grasp the concept of magic restrictions, Theodore." The voice from above was cold and deep, imbued with Snape's characteristic smoothness and London accent. Theodore, well accustomed to discipline, felt an instinctual urge to feign death upon hearing Snape's tone. Since Dumbledore's decree, he had been unable to touch his wand, let alone use magic. "Professor, I truly have learned. Please do not punish me here. I implore you, Professor. Everyone is watching. It is so embarrassing." Theodore tugged at Snape's robe, glancing around at the multitude of scrutinizing eyes, particularly the astonished gazes of Harry and Malfoy. The tips of Theodore's fair ears turned crimson as his voice dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to a mosquito's hum. "I beg you, Professor." The canine system in cyberspace watched with incredulity, bemused by the perennial foolishness of certain individuals who failed to learn from their mistakes. Knowing full well that both Snape and Dumbledore were not blind, he still dared to act out in the Great Hall. With a look of disdain, Snape swatted away the paw gripping his robe, his expression dark as he regarded the audacious little imp. "Speak back once more, and I shall personally poison you, or transform you into a pig." The moment the words left his mouth, Theodore froze. Merlin's 3D printed detachable milk basket. What on earth had possessed me to utter that? Without waiting for Snape to scowl, he swiftly covered his mouth and burrowed into Snape's embrace like a sticky rice dumpling. This was the survival tactic he had gleaned over a week of discipline. No matter how fierce Snape appeared, he would not hold a grudge against a wriggling, submissive worm. "Snape, if you do not rise, I shall indeed transform you into a pig." His well-worn black robe was rumpled as Theodore nestled against him. causing the typically neat Snape's veins to throb at his temples. Theodore immediately straightened up as if a switch had been flipped, his posture more rigid than Gryffindor's sword. The professors present exchanged amused glances, particularly Professor McGonagall, who wore a smile reminiscent of a cat. As a key witness to the fierce confrontation between Theodore and Voldemort, she was naturally privy to Dumbledore's subsequent arrangements. All right, Severus, the pumpkin juice is getting cold. It was only at this moment that Dumbledore leisurely intervened, deftly returning the silver fork that Professor Lupin had sent flying back to his hand. Ever since Quirrell had been exposed and driven away by Theodore, the gentle werewolf Lupin had taken over the responsibilities of the defense against the dark arts professor. The foolish Theodore, blissfully unaware of the transformation in his feelings towards Snape, merely engaged in playful banter and pouting, all while developing an unintentional dependence on Snape, behaving obediently and adorably in his presence. Above them, Dumbledore and Snape exchanged a knowing glance. "Well, my dear fellow, what are you up to?" Observing Theodore sneakily hiding around the corner, preparing to ambush Snape, the dog system crackled with amusement. "I'm merely capturing a little lobster. It seems you're the one who resembles a lobster, doesn't he? After all, I've gone to great lengths to seize this opportunity for an ambush. Don't you dare make a fuss." Under the watchful eye of the headmaster, Theodore had no chance to play tricks on Snape, and being zapped into a Pikachu, he prayed day and night to Merlin's lace-trimmed triangle basket. Finally, Snape had been called away by Dumbledore for a conversation. Theodore was overjoyed, nearly bursting into a celebratory dance on the spot. Although he knew Lupin was nearby keeping an eye on him, Lupin wouldn't report back to Snape, would he? He had merely taken over Quirrell's position for two reasons: to monitor this unique variable and to serve as a substitute for the rapidly depleting position of defense against the dark arts professor. "Here he comes. If you mess this up, I'll zap you into a Pikachu and toss you into Suguragetto's cursed spirit ball. Understand, Theodore?" Both the boy and his canine companion were evidently in a state of heightened emotion, their eyes fixated on a small patch of Snape's black robes not far away. Transfiguration. A wandless spell shot forth, aimed precisely at the edge of Snape's cloak. Wait, what the hell? Why is it going awry? From his hiding spot, Theodore watched in horror as the dazzling magical aura veered around Snape, striking instead a plump gray mouse that was attempting to sneak away. Squeak. The mouse emitted a sharp, piercing cry, as if its tail had been stepped on. Almost immediately, its fur began to transform, visibly turning a soft pink. The ugly, balding rat Peter thus underwent a dramatic change in temperament. Exaggerated virtual patterns adorned with lace began to appear on its back. What the hell? Isn't that Peter, that wretched creature? Had I known it would hit him, I should have cast a silent, wandless Avada Kedavra. This painful scene rendered Theodore's mood tumultuous, his complexion turning ashen. His hatred for Peter overshadowed any joy from the system announcing the completion of the task. Of course, he couldn't feel joyful. The mouse's shriek attracted the attention of Ron, who was nearby, clutching a book. The red-haired Weasley quickly tossed the book aside and rushed to scoop up his pet, Scabbers. "Who did this? Who is behind this prank? You better not let me catch you. Theodore, run, you mutt. What are you waiting for? Do you want Ron to call his brothers to beat you up? Huh, shut up, you mutt. I'll kill that rat one day. Just wait and see." The dog system, along with its master, couldn't help but exchange quips even while fleeing, a testament to the innate humor inscribed within their souls. If it weren't for Hogwarts' prohibition on apparition, Theodore would have surely sprouted a pair of invisible wings. "Theodore, if I were you, I'd find a crack in the ground to hide." A large hand descended from above, successfully grasping the nape of Theodore's neck at the next corridor turn. "Oh, what a coincidence, Professor." Merlin's beard. Snape hadn't gone far at all. Or perhaps he merely turned back. Theodore's neck stiffened as if encased in plaster. Slowly turning his head, the bat-like professor stood silently behind him, his dark eyes filled with a coldness akin to a raging blizzard. "Professor, I truly made a mistake. Please don't kill me." His voice dwindled to a whimper, wishing he could shrink into a ball, vanishing entirely or hiding beneath Snape's robes. Alas, Professor Snape's heart was as hard as iron, and he was prepared, swiftly covering Theodore's mouth. "You're finished, Theodore." Forced into a predicament akin to a Psyduck, Theodore was once again taken away by the towering bat-like Snape, while Lupin squinted his eyes, warm and smiling. His gaze fell upon Ron, who held Scabbers a bit too fondly, perhaps stirred by a long-lost nostalgia. That rat always seemed rather familiar. Wormtail. Chapter 15. Theodore in women's clothing. "I told you to run, but you didn't. Now what good is crying for help? Even if you knelt and called Snape Dad, he would still punish you. Ha ha ha." The elder of the Soul Hall, having overindulged in the enchanted dog system, laughed hysterically, taking advantage of Theodore's current inability to retaliate. He produced a device crackling with blue and purple arcs of electricity, unceremoniously pressing it against him. 30 years of ups and downs. You might just wait. The next moment, Theodore vividly portrayed the duality of a man. Wah, Professor, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please don't kill me. The disobedient kitten was held aloft by its guardian, the brooding bat, much like a frazzled young beast. The gazes from both sides of the corridor felt like a social death sentence, making Theodore wish he could burrow into Snape's black robes. In a desperate bid, he thought to call Voldemort for help. Just as he opened his mouth, Snape, ever prepared, raised his hand to stifle his words. I trust you've learned what it means to be silent, yes? The thought of this little imp attempting to escape punishment through self-harm darkened Snape's expression to the point where it could drip ink. He casually released his grip, causing Theodore to stumble and nearly collide with the storage cabinet. First and foremost, I want to easily kill you. After all, we have yet to settle our scores, Mr. Theodore. The cellar door behind them slammed shut, shaking the walls and causing dust to tumble down, shattering Theodore's last glimmer of hope. Snape's voice was thick and low, as if layered with toxic potions, gliding smoothly through his customary complex English sentences, crashing down upon Theodore's face. Secondly, the ordinary prohibition of magic and close supervision clearly cannot impart a shred of knowledge to that brain of yours, which has been trampled by trolls. It simply doesn't comprehend the concept of behaving. Merlin's purple, ultra-short sailor suit. Theodore understood precisely what had angered Snape. Under the explicit prohibition against using magic, he had nonetheless secretly altered the color of his guardian's robe with magic, though the outcome was indeed delightfully satisfying. However, such behavior was akin to trampling Snape's dignity as Slytherin's head on the ground. I presume you believe your aesthetic sense is unique? A more effective form of education would be to let you experience it firsthand. Snape's smile was devoid of warmth as he slowly drew his wand from his sleeve. Theodore's mind instantly conjured the image of himself parading in a pink lace miniskirt, the center of attention at Hogwarts. Feeling the embarrassment reach all the way back to his home on the other side of the globe, he felt like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, his survival instincts soaring to their peak. The moment Theodore's large, round eyes brimmed with tears, 2 tiny pearls trembled upon his lashes. He resembled a stray kitten seeking scraps from its master, his fluffy head nuzzling insistently against Severus's outstretched palm. Hold it back. Should you let even a single tear fall, I shall personally concoct a potion of poison for you to swallow. Severus was acutely aware that Theodore's dependence on him was merely a ploy devised by Dumbledore. Yet he could not fathom the speed at which the boy's demeanor shifted. One moment, he was playing pranks on him. The next, he could effortlessly switch to a demeanor of endearment, as if it were second nature. Transfiguration. By Merlin's luminous green pearls. In an instant, Theodore's Slytherin robes, along with his white shirt, transformed into a garish ensemble of pink lace. The collar was adorned with ruffled edges, the cuffs embellished with intricate lacework, and the fabric was so sheer it was almost translucent, resembling that of a perverse individual in female attire. I was wrong, Professor. This attire is utterly unappealing. Woe is me. Please do not turn me into a human pig. I am not from Fujian. I am not delectable. One could hardly say that foolishness did not leap to conclusions. Severus had merely altered the style of his robes. Yet, Theodore clutched Severus's black garment and began to wail, as though Severus intended to consume him alive. Severus, his long fingers tightened around his wand, knuckles turning pale, his somber expression cloaked in a veneer of thin ice. A vein twitching at his temple as he raised his hand to rap Theodore lightly on the forehead, cautious not to strike the fool too hard. Severus's force was neither too gentle nor too severe. Silence. Given your sordid thoughts regarding the professor's robes, your punishment is to remain in this state until dinner. Theodore's mouth curved downward as he stared blankly at Severus for 2 seconds, before 2 large golden tears rolled down his cheeks. And he subsequently erupted into a full-blown fit of sobbing. Woe is me, Professor. You struck me. You actually struck me. Oh, you truly are crying? Is this meager force sufficient to bring you to tears? It seems my household magic was too gentle. Next time, I shall use the support stick from Myanmar to cheer you on. The canine system sked, exuding a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, surprisingly, Theodore refrained from retorting. It was not that he was in pain, but rather that he had suddenly gained clarity. Severus was not merely the brooding bat of the books. He could frown. He could be angered. This was unmistakably his guardian. Silence. Ignoring Severus's fierce tone, Theodore suddenly lunged into his embrace. The moment he caught a whiff of the potion scent clinging to Severus, his cries escalated, as though he had suffered the gravest injustice. Severus stood frozen, wand raised, a hint of awkwardness permeating his demeanor. The boy in his arms had cheeks flushed crimson, tears and snot smeared across his face. He sobbed to the point of delirium. Gasping for breath, I said, silence. Do you not comprehend? The words ignited a fire beneath the kettle, and Theodore's wails altered pitch, unleashing the untamed magic within him. A surge of immense power erupted, causing the stone walls to shed dust, and the heavy cellar door was flung open with a resounding crash. Debris scattered across the floor, transforming the once orderly cellar into a chaotic wreck, far more thorough than the last explosion in the headmaster's office. Woe is me. Professor Severus, the architect of this havoc, remained nestled in his embrace, wiping tears without an inkling of remorse. Gazing at the disarray, the vein at Severus's temple pulsed more violently. He even contemplated the audacity of knocking the boy unconscious, regardless of the fragile truce they had managed to establish. Oh, it appears Severus's punishment has caused our young master a bit of distress. A gentle voice suddenly resonated from outside the ruins, prompting Severus to glance upwards. He beheld Dumbledore stepping cautiously over the rubble, a smudge of dust upon his silver beard, an amusing twinkle in his eyes. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the shattered cellar door reassembled itself, seamlessly blocking the prying gazes from beyond. Would you care for a cup of hot cocoa, Mr. Theodore? No need to look at Severus. This is a privilege of the headmaster. Dumbledore approached with a smile, simultaneously restoring Theodore's lace ensemble to its original form. He produced 2 lemon drops wrapped in sugar paper and offered them, deftly rescuing the frozen Severus. Theodore's senses momentarily returned, still clutching the hem of Severus's robe. He sniffled an apology. I am truly sorry, Professor. I am sorry, Headmaster. I have caused more trouble. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the boy's grip on the black robe, a flicker of light passing through his blue eyes. It is I who should apologize, Mr. Theodore. As headmaster, I have failed you by unjustly suspending your classes for 2 weeks. Unbeknownst to anyone, since Theodore had wielded the blue flames without a wand. Dumbledore had even sent a letter to Newmontguard. The old headmaster's strategies were deeply concealed, so much so that even the divine perspective could not penetrate them. Meanwhile, Theodore, who could only pray to Merlin's triangular basket, understood none of this. He merely recognized that he had completely lost his freedom, becoming Severus's fashionable little ornament. This as he stared at the bracelet, his large, watery eyes still clouded with tears. A magical power regulator. Until you learn to control it, it will confine your magic within limits that won't obliterate Hogwarts. Dumbledore explained gently, casting a discreet glance towards Severus. Before Theodore could fully comprehend, Severus seized his wrist, the icy bracelet snapping shut with a click, instantly constricting against his skin. A faint light flickered, and he suddenly felt as though his magic had been ensconced in heavy shackles. Even the magical vibrations at his fingertips diminished. I assure you, it is harmless and safe. You can remove it at any time, Dumbledore added. Theodore, still struggling to control his sobs, stared at the shackles on his wrist, gradually realizing his magic was locked away. How could he silently summon Avada against Peter now? Granting Death Eater tattoo concealment. Cost. To resolve Peter in front of Severus and Lupin, the conditions are 1. Remain undetected while they observe you. 2. Do not expose that it was intentional. Theodore, you wait, canine system. I will eventually beat you to death. Chapter 16. Do you think with your heels? Oh, the heavens are blind. How could you let this wretched creature escape unscathed? The canine system erupted, screeching with indignation. Much like a village informant, slapping its cybernetic thigh. I even had the title ready for the live stream, featuring a skirted lace welfare girl. I just didn't have the time to take a photo and save it. Who allowed you to revert back? Theodore, by Merlin. The canine system paid no heed to the recently issued task, even forgetting to unplug the crackling transformer. Clearly, it longed to master transfiguration on the spot, to thrust Theodore back into that pink lace for public display. It was a picture of desperation, yearning to exploit its host's feminine guise for attention. You wretched creature. You understand nothing. This is called tactical feigning weakness. Did you not see that Severus did not punish me? Theodore retorted silently, though only he understood the truth. He genuinely began to rely on Severus, perhaps due to the insecurity inherent in being a transmigrator. Beneath the surface of reasoning, this defense was merely him taking advantage of an artificial intelligence that could not comprehend human emotions, a makeshift step down he provided for himself. What should we do now? My magic is suppressed. How on earth am I supposed to kill Peter? The system fell silent, perhaps off to recharge its support stick. Theodore watched as Dumbledore's robes disappeared at the doorway, while simultaneously engaging in a mental banter with the system, and allowing himself to be manipulated by Snape's firm grip. The recent inexplicable surge of magical energy had caused his delicate nasal vessels to rupture once again. Warm droplets of blood trickling down his chin. Next time, I shall brew a potion of life and death and personally administer it to you, Snape declared, his face darkening. His icy fingertips pressing against Theodore's nose bridge with a force akin to squeezing a recalcitrant potion ingredient. Immediately, Theodore blinked his large eyes in an attempt to appear endearing, deliberately tilting his head in a cute fashion. Snape, however, abruptly smacked him back into position. Merlin's pearls and lace. Theodore thought, he must find me utterly unappealing. He yearned to transform into a round, fluffy creature. Preferably a soft kitten that would nuzzle against one's hand, hoping to entice his professor and avoiding the bitter potion that could turn him upside down. I'm sorry, Professor. I promise I won't dare to do it again. Yet, Theodore had forgotten that Snape harbored a psychological aversion to furry creatures, stemming from the actions of the werewolf Lupin in his youth. If he were to morph into a kitten and approach, he would likely be kicked back to Beijing. After a brief pause, Snape remained silent, grasping a small bottle of deep green potion, and forcefully pried Theodore's mouth open, pouring it down his throat. Vomit, poison, and expose the illicit affairs. Perhaps due to a certain narrative being ingrained in Theodore's very DNA, every time he was rendered helpless by the potion, he would recall the characters associated with it, thus drawing Snape's scrutinizing gaze. From tomorrow onward, you may attend classes alone, but after class, you must remain under my watchful eye. Do you understand? As he swallowed the potion, Theodore touched the faint outline of his developing abdominal muscles, wisely flattering his superior. Yes, Professor. Absolutely, Professor. You are my favorite. Snape tightened his grip on his wand, his curse rolling on his tongue, as he recalled how this little imp had cried and caused a magical outburst just from being struck on the head. Ultimately, he swallowed his words. Shut up. All right then. The following day, Theodore sat up straight, invigorated by the rhythmic electric jolts of the system. Who allowed you, you worthless creature, to lie flat? Get up and perform. Otherwise, I'll zap you into a catfish spirit. Understand? Theodore retorted. You worthless entity. Do you even know what a circus is? Just you wait. Once you take on a physical form, I'll turn you into a white dragon horse. Preoccupied with thoughts of that dead rat, Theodore grew distracted and drowsy, even consuming Snape's sausage during breakfast. Goodbye, Professor. I'm off to class. He walked towards the defense against the dark arts classroom, under Snape's curious gaze, fiddling with the magical regulator on his wrist, lost in thought. Although Dumbledore claimed he could dismantle it at any time, anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize the dire consequences of defying the headmaster. What are you afraid of, you worthless creature? Your magic is mine to give, and 10 more rings would be of no use. The system taunted, appearing with a double-sized transformer, eager to experiment. Are you not aware, dear users, that my 11-year-old magic could breach Dumbledore's defenses? Does that even make sense? Having been electrically stimulated to resistance, Theodore had long since turned into a magical pellet. Has your brain been muddled? Discussing science in Hogwarts? Why not delve into chemistry? Can't you even find an excuse? The system intensified the current, shocking 11-year-old Theodore with 30 years of cafeteria experience and 20 years of cerebral thrombosis history. Come, worthless creature, learn from me. This is what my father taught me in Hawaii. Do you understand? The lesson began, shared with Gryffindor, as Theodore exerted every effort to appear human, showcasing the self-discipline of an actor. Good morning, Professor, he greeted, as the gentle Professor Lupin smiled in return, placing a worn-out trunk beside the podium. This marked Theodore's first class after using Avada against Harry. The young wizards in the classroom had varied expressions, socially anxious. Theodore kept his head down, attempting to blend into the edges of the Slytherin area. Merlin's 3D, printed, snake-patterned silicone milk basket. I'm a social anxiety case. The system chimed in. To be frank, your remarks are far removed from humanity and closer to divinity. Which deity? A madman. Just as upon his initial arrival, Theodore's gaze instinctively swept toward Gryffindor. The NPC's eyes always precisely locked onto the trio of protagonists. Then, Theodore's line of sight shifted. He spotted the plump rat Peter dozing in a shabby cage. Its glaring pink lace fur had yet to fade, gently rising and falling with its breath, resembling an ugly yet comical plush toy. Target confirmed, Wormtail Peter, status, pink lace limited edition. Recommendation, execute a silent, wandless Avada. The system's ominous voice echoed. All right. Today we will learn about creatures like the Red Hat. Professor Lupin's voice flowed into Theodore's ears without leaving a trace in his tofu-like, smooth brain. All his focus was on the pink rat, akin to a script editor and director, as Theodore mentally rehearsed a perfect scene of self-destruction. Indeed, my noble character reflects upon him, leaving him utterly humiliated. Thus, he turned and gave himself an Avada for an exit. The system quipped, have I fried his tiny almond-sized brain? The class bell rang, prompting the young wizards to gather their belongings. Theodore reluctantly released his admiration for his own character, inhaling deeply. He lagged behind, observing as Harry, Hermione, and Ron huddled together in conversation. The kind little savior, Harry, was the first to notice him, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his emerald eyes. Little Harry had already discerned that the previous Avada was an accident. He had decided to befriend Theodore, but all of this hinged on one condition. Theodore could not have the brooding Snape lurking behind him. Mr. Theodore, I believe you have forgotten what you promised. The trio hastily fled, leaving Theodore to face the predicaments of a wolf, Lupin, before him and a tiger behind him. Chapter 17, Arise. My host. What a coincidence, Professor. I was just about to seek you out. You are utterly devoid of martial ethics, Professor. I don't even have my wand. I'm not insane enough to harm Harry. This Snape is utterly unreasonable. Watching the trio slip away, Theodore felt a surge of despair, yet he blinked his large, round eyes in a feigned innocence. Snape's expression was as dark as a potion's master's concoction gone awry. He paid no heed to Theodore's antics and effortlessly hoisted him up like a kitten. The little rascal, adept at the art of submission akin to Hermione's cat, instantaneously went limp, transforming into a fluffy little cat pastry dangling from the professor's hand. I assume some of you still recall the current time? Dying in the Forbidden Forest to feed a Dementor. Don't go whining to Dumbledore. Theodore exclaimed, What? Merlin's luminescent yellow fiber jumpsuit. Why must I deliver the vegetables myself? Severus is not here to apprehend me. He has come to deliver the werewolf potion to Lupin. The astute Theodore immediately recalled the current date, December 13th, 1991. With only 5 days until the winter holiday, there remained but 2 days until the full moon. Lupin maintained his usual gentle demeanor as he approached, carrying his large suitcase. Good day, Professor Lupin. Lupin seemed oblivious to Severus's insinuations, merely casting a glance at Theodore, who was suspended in midair, and smiled at him. I believe we should find a more suitable setting for our discussion, as the next class was not a charms lesson. The expansive corridor was left with just the three of them. Theodore's gaze swept towards the nearby forbidden area, aware that it concealed the Philosopher's Stone of Nicholas Flamel. Rest assured, Professor, my lips are as trustworthy as Professor Snape's potions. I shall not utter a word out of turn. Silence. The acclaimed master of potions did not exhibit a smile, his forehead taut with irritation as he placed a hand over the boy's mouth. Woo-woo. By Merlin's flamboyant purple pumpkin hat. Theodore, at that moment, resembled a startled hare, his large eyes gleaming with reflection. Was this not a living tableau of Lupin and Snape? A tale of love and rivalry, a tempest of emotions. He had tasted far stranger curiosities in his past life. This was merely a pairing of literature. Humph. Snape snorted, turning away with his feline companion. Lupin silently trailed behind, while Theodore could no longer contain his inherent exuberance. He gawked with wide eyes, darting left and right, until Snape, exasperated, pressed down on the back of his head. Theodore, I apologize, Professor. I was mistaken. I shall not dare again. Initially, Theodore had cowered in the face of Snape, fearful that he might be poisoned. However, having discerned Snape's limits, his skin had grown as smooth as a variable resistor. He would not only endure a head pat, but could even cheekily approach for a dose of potion. He was well aware that Dumbledore had summoned Lupin to keep an eye on him, this ticking time bomb. Gazing into Lupin's gentle yet resolute eyes, Theodore sighed silently. By Merlin's first-layer leather shoes. My only regret in this life is that I could not personally cast 10 Obliviate spells upon Lockhart. Reward, Newt's magical suitcase. Cost, make Sirius run 3 laps with a frisbee. The obnoxious dog system cackled as it emerged from cyberspace, showing no regard for the fate of its hapless host. If not for Severus's grip on my neck, I would spring up and engage in a no-holds-barred brawl with this dog system. What the hell? You lunatic. Are you experiencing a nervous breakdown, or is the code malfunctioning? Sirius is still in Azkaban, hasn't escaped yet. I certainly do not wish to be his neighbor. Staring at the system's insufferable visage, Theodore mentally cursed the programmer responsible for this wretched system, along with his entire ancestry. You fool. Killing Peter would clear Sirius's name, wouldn't it? The system abruptly shut down the original PDF it had pilfered from cyberspace, grinning wickedly as it produced a high-voltage transformer crackling with blue electricity. With a resounding snap, it affixed itself to Theodore's lower back. You have until tonight to complete the last task. Otherwise, I shall turn you into Squidward and make you toil endlessly crafting Krabby Patties. Do you understand? Is your brain malfunctioning? Can't you choose a more opportune moment to zap someone? What if Severus thinks I have a stroke's after effects? Theodore's foresight proved accurate. The system's power stick only charged his soul. Thus, as he trembled and gasped for breath, Severus swiftly seized him to inspect his condition. What is the matter? Lupin hastened to catch up, already aware that Theodore's magic resembled an unpredictable bomb. The trio had just reached the cellar entrance. Should Theodore explode once more, Severus would undoubtedly haul him off to brew a potion for a giant monster. Revive my dog host. The system could not bear to see him tranquil. Cackling malevolently as it extracted 2 glowing death blue wands from cyberspace, Max edition no less. Just wait. I will beat you to a pulp. Theodore, struck by the electricity, turned green, shuddering as if under the effects of the soul-binding curse. He allowed Severus, like a desperate alchemist, to force one bizarre potion after another into his mouth. Ugh, toxic. I denounced this illicit affair, as if programmed to respond. Theodore would gulp down one potion only to spit half of it out, while recalling some plot even a dog would find tedious. By Merlin, this wretched dog system. I am not losing control of my magic. If I drink too much of this potion, I will truly kick the bucket. No. No sooner had he uttered the words than a surge of magic erupted from within him, obliterating the cellar. Bottles and jars shattered, dust cascading like snow. Theodore, faced with yet another disaster in the cellar, Severus paused for a few seconds, his gaze flickering to the unconscious Theodore before rushing to grasp his bleeding nose. Professor Lupin stood bewildered, his already tattered robes now dusted with debris, as though he had just starred in a magical adaptation of The Wandering Earth. Severus, Remus. What has transpired here? The reliable Dumbledore descended from above, waving his wand. The shattered bottles and crumbled bricks miraculously restored themselves. The solid stone door once again concealed the outside world, and Dumbledore strode forward, joining the two in assessing Theodore's condition. Lupin drew his wand and pressed it to his own temple, a silvery thread of memory emerging and slowly entwining around Dumbledore's wand. From an observer's perspective, he revealed the entire episode of Theodore trembling and exploding the cellar after being force-fed potions. Somnus, sleep swiftly. The elder wand emitted a gentle golden light, and Theodore, who had been trembling, finally stabilized, his breathing evening out. It seemed he had developed a trauma bond. Any unusual behavior from Severus would trigger an outburst of his magic. Lupin set the suitcase down at his feet, gently stroking Theodore's soft hair. As a core member of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore conveyed the matter of the prophecy to him, mentioning that his current task involved supervising this unpredictable seer alongside Severus. Do not address me so. Severus's face darkened to the point where ink could drip from it, casting a fierce glare at Lupin. It was uncertain whether he was incensed by the werewolf's use of his given name or by the absurd conclusion drawn. A hint of inscrutable meaning flickered in Dumbledore's deep blue eyes. Even with the binding ring in place, Theodore could still collapse the cellar. Perhaps his danger and uncontrollability were about to escalate further. I believe Theodore truly sees Severus as a guardian. Through the chilly air of the cellar, Dumbledore and Severus exchanged glances once more. Are you satisfied now? Huh. Theodore's consciousness finally broke free from Dumbledore's sleeping charm, flailing like an irked fish. You have left me half electrified, and you expect to accomplish your task with the heel of your foot? If you wish to see me perish, do not be coy about it. Spare me your duplicitous antics. He clung desperately to the cybernetic body of the dog system, his claws digging into its metallic hide. Bah? If I do not leave you half-dazed, do you really think you would have the chance to slip away amidst the chaos? Wait until tonight when everyone is lulled into complacency, then make your dash towards that wretched rat. Snape and Lupin will undoubtedly follow closely behind. In that moment, you must use Avada to eliminate Peter and concoct a tale for Dumbledore, claiming it was an accident of magical mishap. In stark contrast to Theodore's carefree demeanor, the dog system evidently had a scheme already in place. Chapter 18, The Green Light of Avada. You wretched creature, it is your fault that I had to subject Lady Loris to a dreadful perm. Now, Filch is catching night walkers with a frequency surpassing that of the Air Force's fishing brigade. In the dead of night, Hogwarts lay in eerie silence. The portraits in the corridors had succumbed to slumber. Theodore, resembling a bear in a stolen robe, huddled behind a battered suit of armor, cradling his frail and helpless self. Then, he watched in horror as Filch approached, cradling the now wickedly styled Lady Loris, moving with the speed of a specter possessed. You miserable cur. Blaming me for the uneven path. I have truly opened my eyes to how utterly useless you are as a host. As the ratings plummeted, the dog system grew increasingly irritable. It grinned malevolently as it produced a crackling purple transformer, slamming it against Theodore's lower back. I have enchanted you to 60%. For heaven's sake, why do you not cast the disillusionment charm? Are you afraid that the audience might be incapable of capturing you with a pokeball, you fool? Theodore, do not electrify me any further. If Filch catches me, do you believe I will not show you Hogwarts' absolute romance? The exchange between the two, akin to a comedic duet, continued as they confirmed the presence of the three audience members. In a mere second, Theodore, relying upon his esteemed moral compass, concluded that the act of invisibly roaming did not violate school regulations. Such an astonishing revelation. Disillusionment charm. Huanshen joke. As a chilling spell enveloped him, Theodore's diminutive figure gradually melded with the surroundings, a faint sound emanating from behind the decrepit armor. Who? Who is there? A beam of brilliant flashlight illuminated the area near the armor, as Filch, with a grim expression, hurried over while clutching his cat. The search of the administrator was ultimately a moment too late. The nocturnal Theodore had already vacated the premises. Meanwhile, Snape and Lupin, trailing behind him, bore solemn expressions. While Dumbledore remained inscrutable, a flicker of profound understanding glimmering in his azure eyes. The anti-magic bracelet worn by Theodore, imbued with spells from himself and Grindelwald, rendered him effectively mute unless his power or cunning surpassed that of the two great wizards. Severus, this truly is a most intriguing scene, is it not? The dog system perused its cybernetic map, repeatedly verifying the presence of the other lead and its male counterpart. What now, are you going to steal a dog? Hurry and make your way to the edge of the forbidden forest. Without a nose, you can hide among the trees, and right now, you're relaying information to that rat, Peter. As you approach, you shall catch him red-handed. Merlin's neon green miniskirt. Theodore nearly burst into laughter, almost losing his composure. He had previously caused the useless servant of the noseless one to be exposed. Now, if he were to eliminate the devoted rat in front of old Voldemort, it would be a double triumph. Would that not infuriate the Dark Lord to the point of hissing like a snake? The cold, silvery moonlight cascaded over the cobblestone path, flowing gently beneath Theodore's feet. However, due to the short duration of the disillusionment charm, Theodore gradually became unmasked as he slipped out of the castle gates, akin to a dumpling that had not been properly wrapped, exposed right beneath the watchful eyes of the three. You miserable creature, were you aiming to bring about my demise? Perhaps the headmaster considers me a Death Eater. In the dead of night, having lost my senses, I venture into the forbidden forest to kiss my lord's robe hem. Merlin's plaid crossbody coin purse. The more Theodore ran, the more he sensed the absurdity of his situation. A suspicious first-year child, out in the forbidden forest at such an hour. Surely, even the most oblivious would recognize the oddity of it all. Spare me the nonsense. If you dare ruin this performance, I shall turn you into a bald-headed lumberjack, and you will chop down trees daily. Do you understand? Theodore, he glared at the system's wildly flickering blue support stick, his frustration nearly causing him to grind his teeth to dust. He repeatedly cursed the ancestors of the programmers in his mind. What on earth had they embedded in the software's foundational code? Bald-headed lumberjacks? Siberian catfish? Were they truly writing such lowbrow jokes all day long? If you have the guts, do not hide in cyberspace. Come out and engage me in Southeast Asian free combat. Let us see if I shall deliver you a painful end. Bah? You couldn't even score above 30 on the college entrance English exam if I tossed the paper on the ground and stomped on it. If it weren't for me supplying you with voice packs, you wouldn't even comprehend human speech. Perhaps mindful of the impending performance, the system refrained from escalating to full combat, merely poking at Theodore's vulnerabilities. Quick, do not run. Step to the right and pretend to trip. Theodore dutifully stepped awkwardly, falling heavily to the ground. The impact was substantial, as he had to create a realistic effect, causing his entire right hand to bleed profusely. Ah, damn, that hurts. His sudden cry of pain echoed sharply at the dark edge of the forbidden forest, prompting Snape, observing from the rear, to instinctively step forward, yet hesitating. As if considering something, he remained rooted in place, his elegant fingers tightly gripping his wand. Nebulous. Yimwularao. Then, the potion's master watched as the young lad utilized the swirling mist to staunch his bleeding. Snape. Ah, Severus, I believe you ought to impart some essential knowledge to him. Snape's expression darkened, perhaps too exasperated to bother arguing with Lupin, who referred to him by his teaching name. Nebulous. Wait, did I misremember the incantation? Why is it not stopping the bleeding? It hurts so much, and it's so dark. What is the incantation for the illumination charm? Merlin S. 3D, printed biodegradable milk jug. This magical realm owes me an Oscar statuette. Knowing full well that 3 adult wizards were watching from behind, Theodore maintained a dazed expression, as if still in the throes of slumber. Sectum Sempra. Sun Feng Wuying. A wandless dark spell shot forth, slicing through a large swath of grass around Theodore. He appeared startled, frantically shaking his bloodied hand, blinking his bewildered eyes around. Ah, I misremembered. This is neither the illumination spell nor the blood-stopping charm. You wretched Merlin. I am practically face-to-face with disaster. Theodore was acutely aware of the spell he had cast. Sectum Sempra was a dark magic created by Snape himself. To play the fool, I am truly risking my life. Snape's hand, gripping his wand, suddenly rose, yet was restrained by Dumbledore's gentle touch. Be patient, Severus. I comprehend your intentions, yet I implore you to remain discreet, if you will. Severus Snape, of course, had no desire to unleash the magic of his own design. Rather, it was the blood, splattered haphazardly by the small giant, that stung his eyes with discomfort. How painful and dark it is. What is that illuminating charm again? Ah, I've got it. Avada Kedavra. A most ominous and blinding green light erupted with ferocity. That eco-friendly green luminescence instantaneously illuminated a small area at the edge of the forbidden forest. Ha ha ha. It glows. Dumbledore, Severus, Lupin, just as the three were enveloped in their own frustrations, that green light, under the system's impeccably precise control, shot straight towards a pink lace rat scurrying through the underbrush. You wretched creature, Peter. Squeak. A sound erupted, shrill and piercing, that no mere mouse could produce, shattering the tranquility of the night. In the searing green light, the pink rodent's body swelled and distorted as if inflated, transforming in an instant into a short, stout, balding, grotesque man. Ah, how terrifying. A ghost. Avada. Theodore could not complete the incantation, for Severus the bat-like guardian descended from above, covering his mouth with precision and lifting him as one would a kitten. Silence. You lumbering giant with a brain hollowed out by a sniffer. Who taught you to use a weather charm to staunch blood flow, and to employ Avada for illumination? Swiftly extracting a vial of white essence, Severus glared darkly at the abruptly materialized man on the ground. Lupin had already crouched down, while Dumbledore gently waved his elder wand, casting a soft glow that illuminated the surroundings. The figure lying on the ground bore a visage frozen in profound terror and agony, his small eyes wide open, seemingly unable to fathom that he would be revealed and meet his demise in such a manner. Professor, I am so frightened, what? Paying no heed to Severus's ink-darkened expression at the sight of an old acquaintance, Theodore unreservedly dashed into Snape's embrace, rubbing against him. Yet before he could let out even two whimpers, Severus roughly pinched his mouth shut. The corpse's face still bore remnants of its animagus transformation, with rodent-like features that had not entirely faded, and its right hand, muddy and lacking a finger, hinted at an unmistakable identity. Peter, Wormtail. Chapter 19. The Misty Veil is the healing charm. Hey, doves, do you have any worries? We don't allow sleeping here. Observing the now stabilized emotions of the departed, the canine system cackled with malicious glee. In accordance with the base logic of producing footage, it did not forget to pull in the cyber camera to showcase the results to the audience. After its laughter subsided, the system's conscience was revived, concealing the Death Eater tattoo on Theodore's arm. Bigfoot. Lupin was no fool, with Peter, once deemed a martyr, now present. It was evident that Sirius could not be responsible for the events of yesteryear. He cried and laughed, a cascade of emotions flooding through him, the shock giving way to profound heartache rather than rage, a sense of betrayal by one he had trusted most dearly. He loathed Peter's selfishness, despising the demise of Prongs and Lily. Yet in the face of Peter's lifeless form, Lupin could not conceal his sorrow for their bygone camaraderie. Headmaster, Sirius. But he was ultimately a mature wizard. Following a brief surge of emotion, he quickly regained his composure. I shall write to the Ministry of Magic post-haste to clear Sirius's name. Fox, with his resplendent golden red tail feathers, traced a brilliant arc across the night sky, carrying Dumbledore's handwritten letter to the Ministry, concealed within his robes. His fingers gripped his wand tightly, and Lupin, caught in a tumult of excitement and sorrow, even found himself pondering the hidden motives behind Dumbledore's actions at that moment. Mr. Theodore, why did you employ a weather charm to staunch the bleeding? Dumbledore's deep blue eyes retained a hint of mirth as they swept over Theodore's blood-stained hand, still unhealed. His tone was so light-hearted, as if the figure on the ground, enjoying a peaceful slumber, had nothing to do with him. Lupin reasonably suspected that Dumbledore's inquiry was a diversion to prevent Theodore from recalling Severus's absence during his injury, lest his tears unleash chaos and scatter Peter's remains. This is common knowledge, Headmaster. The Misty Veil is indeed a healing charm, is it not? Dumbledore, by Merlin's spotted leotard. I am resolute in my pretense of ignorance. Yet you effortlessly unravel it. Under the gaze of the three, Theodore was wholly intent on playing the fool. Theodore, I shall assume that a shred of your brain remains intact after being trampled by the giant, and you understand that you must not bring disgrace upon your family. Is that not what the Thorn family has taught you? Severus's complex English syntax remained as formidable as ever, yet Theodore seemed oblivious to it. Absurd. What did he know of the Thorn family? The wretched creature likely had not even conjured a home for him to return to during the winter break. Too apprehensive to reveal his true self before Dumbledore, Theodore spoke with tear-streaked cheeks, his large, watery eyes glistening with unshed pearls, presenting a picture of vulnerability and helplessness. I am so sorry, Headmaster. Professor, I forgot that I must not use magic, but this anti-magic bracelet seems to be malfunctioning. He was well aware of the chasm in intellect between himself and Dumbledore, akin to a human observing an under-evolved monkey, confronted with the inscrutable old headmaster. Theodore's only advantage lay in his godlike perspective, exploiting the information gap. He clutched Severus's robe tightly with his intact left hand, embodying the image of a young kitten in need of parental comfort. It matters not. I trust that Severus's guidance is far more reliable than the anti-magic ring. He will also impart to you further essential knowledge, such as the true purpose of the Misty Veil. No one mentioned Peter's demise at Theodore's hands, as if he had merely extinguished the life of an ordinary rat. Above Theodore's line of sight, the gazes of the three adult wizards converged, and crucial information was exchanged silently among them. Wah, he hasn't taught me Lumos. Wah, it hurts. Wah. Dumbledore's mention of the subject elicited a wave of dizziness in Theodore, prompting a desire for his guardian's care. Fully aware that he had feigned his fall to provoke attention, Theodore chose to act like a petulant child. He glanced up at Severus, whose countenance was dark, his heart burdened with pain and grievance, his lips quivering in a near cry. Silence. Having grown accustomed to solitude, Professor Snape ultimately relented, extending his arms to embrace the raucous little giant. Listening to him whimpering in his embrace while explaining to Dumbledore, in 1927, Headmaster, you met Professor Newt Scamander atop St. Paul's Cathedral, where you employed this very spell to shield muggles from sight. Dumbledore's previously gentle gaze abruptly chilled, and Theodore could discern the unspoken bond of blood. After all, many had witnessed the blood pact, yet his meeting with Newt was known only to the parties involved. Tell me, how did you come to know of this matter? Merlin's purple pearl thong. Why do I keep digging my own grave? Thankfully, Severus's body obscured him, preventing complete exposure before Dumbledore's discerning gaze. I witnessed it, Mr. Dumbledore. I saw everything with my own eyes, including the other friend you beheld in the mirror of Ariste, and the pact you forged with him. The atmosphere fell silent, as Theodore felt both cowardly and fearful. He clutched Severus Snape's waist tightly, inwardly extolling the virtues of Merlin's triangular basket and fervently praying for a miracle from the deity of magic. As the most illustrious white wizard of the 20th century, Dumbledore's emotions and essence were invariably stable and formidable. So, Mr. Theodore, may I assume you were already aware that Ron Weasley's rat was, in fact, Peter Pettigrew? Theodore understood that Dumbledore was probing him, akin to a reader possessing the omniscient perspective. He was acutely aware that Dumbledore would sacrifice anything for the greater good. Thus, Theodore's sentiments towards Dumbledore were predominantly those of gratitude for his shelter, akin to the trust a reader places in the White Lord, intermingled with a significant degree of trepidation. Yes, I know I do. Before he could finish his sentence, warm, crimson blood stained Snape's robes. Theodore looked up in confusion, his small face smeared like a calico cat. In alignment with the reason for his first nosebleed, he attempted to divulge the main narrative of the world. Severus, just as Dumbledore's voice fell, Snape had already anticipated the moment, gripping Theodore's nostrils on either side. However, as he reached for the potion, this little troll with an empty head was once again enveloped in a haze of confusion. Nebulous. Not you again. What are you doing here? Did I fry your brain? Even the most intelligent of systems would not comprehend the emotions of a living being. The information Theodore revealed had already touched Dumbledore's bottom line. If he continued to maintain that domineering demeanor, he would inevitably lose something significant. Perhaps the only guardian, Snape, or the hard-won freedom. If you can't learn to keep quiet, the next time I catch you using a weather charm to heal, I shall transfigure you into a human pig. Snape was nearly driven to laughter by his own vexation. He forcefully poured a vial of potion into Theodore's mouth, then deftly covered his involuntary babbling skills. He had never encountered such an elusive little troll. Mr. Theodore, since you have seen the headmaster use it, why do you still consider it a healing charm? The kind-hearted werewolf professor took a step forward to tousle Theodore's soft hair. I know it's a weather charm, but that doesn't preclude it from being a healing charm, does it? Lupin, Dumbledore, Snape, goodbye. This is utterly hopeless. Your brain has been emptied out. Chapter 20. At the grave, when the departed's emotions are stable. Issuance. Voldemort's parcel tongue. Cost. Have the snake from Newt's case perform a leg dance. Unable to bear the sight of his canine host failing to stir up trouble for attention, the dog system once again darted out, clutching its high-powered support stick. Can you not reason, you mutt? Huh. Does that snake have legs to dance? What? Are you going to throw a carnival for the big guy? Shall I call a Nagini to perform a Northeast Yunga dance with you? With little time to spare for further reprimands, Theodore realized he was akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect himself. Merlin's gay purple pearl thong, gazing at his guardian's somber countenance, as well as the gentle yet unyielding gazes from the old headmaster and Lupin, Theodore made a resolute decision, embracing his fate, and downed the potion that resembled corpse water in one go. Poisonous smuggling. As the blood-replenishing potion was digested, his chaotic mind was once again filled with unspeakable thoughts. For instance, the affairs of the pancake vendor and the young master Sheeman. Oh, you still have time to sip sweet water. If you don't hurry and have Sirius fetch the frisbee to complete the previous task, do you believe I won't fry your brain until it bursts? No. I'll turn you into Gojo Satoru and send you to clash with Sukuna? That damn JGXX. And you mutt. The more Theodore observed this absurd system, the more curious he became about which benevolent soul had developed such an artificial intelligence, particularly one focused on linguistic oddities. Did you bald-headed programmers raise this thing on jokes from Sunba? Do you believe I won't soak your mainframe in Snape's sweet water? Just hand over the task of confronting Sukuna, and bring me that blueberry yogurt. Let us see if I can slice it into finger cookies to feed to the iron triangle. With a tumultuous inner monologue, he nevertheless held on to Snape's robe obediently. Theodore blinked his round, expressive eyes, a picture of youthful innocence as he watched the three adult wizards conspire before him. Severus, Remus. I believe we need to provide some written clarification regarding this matter, clarifying Theodore's peculiar knowledge. Dumbledore's beautiful blue eyes held a hint of gentle amusement as they swept over the slumbering Peter in the bushes. Theodore understood that his wandless Avada had indeed brought tangible benefits to Dumbledore. Although Dumbledore trusted Sirius, in a certain sense, Sirius disrupted Dumbledore's strategy. For if Sirius were proven innocent, as Godfather, he would undoubtedly strive for custody of Harry. This could potentially render Lily's protective charm ineffective, thereby placing Harry in greater peril. Headmaster, since the deceased has no objections, shall we claim he was struck down by his own rebounded Avada? After all, I cast it wandlessly. The Ministry of Magic cannot trace me at Hogwarts. Merlin's biodegradable rose-pink underskirt. Observing Lupin's hesitance and Snape's furrowed brow, Theodore was acutely aware of what these two professors intended to do. In an effort to absolve himself of this benefactor, the gentle and understanding werewolf, Lupin, might step forward to take the blame. Meanwhile, Snape, as the guardian, might also confess to having killed Peter, considering it only natural to settle old scores alongside new grievances. Be quiet. You little troll have no place to interject here. The pitiful little kitten was once again caught within the protective bounds of his guardian. In truth, from the moment Theodore unleashed his wandless Avada, he was doomed to be deprived of freedom. Calm down, Severus. Soothing the agitated Snape, Dumbledore turned his gaze towards this exceedingly unstable variable before him. Mr. Thorne, your suggestion is indeed commendable, but we require evidence to elucidate this to Minister Fudge. Thus, we cannot adopt your proposal. The half-moon in the sky had gradually waned. Theodore knew that once dawn broke completely, they would set forth to the Ministry of Magic's courtroom. Mr. Dumbledore, I can provide memories as evidence. After all, the memories I crafted were quite entertaining for both you and Professor Snape, were they not? Theodore recognized that this assertion was tantamount to an indirect admission of guilt. Even though he knew Dumbledore employed formidable political maneuvers, he did not wish to witness the old headmaster expending further effort. Snape even abandoned his usual flexible metaphors, his cold tone striking directly at Theodore's core. Theodore, should you dare present your fanciful notions in court, I shall personally brew a cauldron of the elixir of life and pour it down your throat spoonful by spoonful. Theodore fervently prayed to Merlin's lace-covered milk basket in his heart. All right, Professor, yes, Professor. I shall conjure the memories to present to you and the headmaster. A masterful mind cloaked in the arts of occlumency can not only repel invasion, but can also fabricate memories and emotions to deceive the Legilimens. This was the subtle implication of Theodore's actions. He knew both Snape and Dumbledore comprehended it. In the original text, Snape, a master of occlumency, had deceived Voldemort several times, convincing him of his unwavering loyalty. What are you staring at, you mutt? Hurry and assist me in fabricating evidence for murder and concealing a corpse. You, Merlin's wretch. Is it because you lack a nose that you observed the entire ordeal? If this continues, I shall succumb to anemia and perish. As a fragile young man, Theodore's physical constitution is akin to that of Lindayu. Were it not for the youthfulness of his current form, the emotions he stands before the grave with would mirror that of the deceased. Voldemort has long since scurried to Malfoy Manor for breakfast. So, are you satisfied that your bat-like guardian remains undisclosed? The canine system is even more terrified of Snape's exposure than its canine host. Yet it cannot help but be insolent. You wretched creature, from which diminutive and intricate organ did your almond-sized brain evolve? It truly baffles me. If you were to suffer from anemia, you would have already become a desiccated corpse. What gives you the audacity to raise your voice against me? The system, emboldened, continues its brazen insolence. Countless zeros and ones unfurl, conjuring vivid and complete memories in response to two probing gazes. The pink rat, Peter, held captive the poor and feeble first-year Slytherin, inflicting upon him a brutal beating devoid of any semblance of mercy. Subsequently, he, undeterred, unleashed the killing curse upon the frail child under the scrutinizing gazes of Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and Werewolf Lupin, only to discover that he had misdirected his wand, casting the curse upon himself. Dumbledore. Snape. Perhaps you ought to teach our young prophet the true nature of softness and gentleness, Remus? Dumbledore could hardly contain his amusement, having anticipated that Theodore's fabricated memory would be absurd, yet never could he have imagined it to be this ludicrous. What is it, Dumbledore? The werewolf professor, unskilled in legilimency, curiously surveyed the first-year student who barely reached his waist, having already developed a high regard for Theodore. After all, he had saved Sirius and vanquished the true murderer of James and Lily. Now, Lupin regarded Theodore as though he were blinded by Sirius's influence. All of this shattered the moment Dumbledore revealed the memory to him. Mr. Theodore, why is Peter adorned in pink lace? I believe you are more aware of that than I am. Gazing at the bald, pink tufts atop Peter's head, Lupin paused, his kind nature momentarily troubled by the recollection of Theodore's earlier miscast transfiguration spell. And why do you perceive yourself as a frail and helpless child? Theodore. Chapter 21. Do you fancy dragon fruit? Yes, Professor Lupin. I have always believed myself powerless, soft, and pitiable, utterly reliant on Professor Snape's protection. Clutching tightly to Snape's sleeve, beneath Theodore's compliant exterior lay a heart as ferocious as a creature that had consumed the very system. You wretched creature. Have you connected the host to the back end of some fanfiction writer's domain? Have you ever encountered a sane person who would demean themselves in such a manner? They all perceive me as a pervert. Upon uttering such blasphemous fabrications, even someone as noble as Theodore found himself thoroughly socially deceased. Merlin's pink rendezvous with exquisite duck necks. Imagine a fool, capable of clashing with Voldemort's killing curse, who spends his days regarding himself as a weak and helpless first-year student. Is this magic? How absurd. What? You find it unacceptable. I have also connected to a melodramatic green river system. Should you not close that wretched mouth of yours, I shall have you rendered into a mere vegetable and expose your illicit affairs. Theodore, you Merlin's spawn. The three adult wizards cast curious glances at the stable form of the deceased Peter before fixing their gaze upon Theodore's wide, watery eyes. If one were to draw a comparison, Theodore resembled a Godzilla adorned with the visage of a raccoon. Snape, the subject of the matter, wore a dark scowl, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his wand. The professor was evidently amused, yet constrained by Dumbledore's presence, he could not chastise the insufferable little monster. Remember your words. Theodore, I shall teach you the meaning of protection. The word protection was pronounced with such emphasis by Snape that Theodore instinctively recoiled. Mr. Theodore, your narrative may contain exaggerations and inconsistencies. We must revisit it for further modifications, do you not agree? Dumbledore's deep blue eyes concealed a blend of perplexity and incredulity, yet the venerable headmaster was, after all, well-versed in the ways of the world. Yes, good headmaster. Professors Dumbledore, Snape, and Lupin, each with their own motivations, decided to participate in this charade, with Theodore playing the role of the perfect victim. As Theodore observed Dumbledore compressing and packaging Peter's corpse, he understood that soon, in the Wizengamot courtroom, a deeply ironic, yet logically coherent performance of top-tier perjury would unfold. You Merlin's spawn. Why is that pink toad present as well? Is she planning to take personal revenge and have me inscribe my own name? The moment Theodore laid eyes upon Umbridge's exaggerated false smile, fixated upon him with a predatory gaze, his face turned a sickly shade of green, wishing he could summon his troublesome little creature to replicate a classic scene. During Harry's interrogation, that pink toad was indeed present. Did you acquire your original text from some dubious vendor? Should you ask such foolish questions again, I shall personally inscribe a dog upon your face. The atmosphere in the courtroom was tense, as Theodore internally engaged in a comedic dialogue while adorning the chosen White Lotus attire selected by the system, pitifully shrinking beside Snape to embody the victim. Professor, you stepped on my foot. The little giant, holding back tears, clutched at his own clothing. In the short span of days since inheriting this troublesome situation, Snape's pitiful cellar had been subjected to repeated torment. Now, Snape, faced with Theodore's pouting and sulking, was developing an acute stress response. Silence. The dutiful bat-like guardian wore a dark expression as he pulled the troublesome child closer. Minister Fudge, the rotten orange of the ministry, sat at the head of the table, his expression complex, his hands fidgeting with his top hat, Merlin's silver mountain spring, and seasoned duck feet. This interrogation scene, lacking only a director and camera, bore a striking resemblance to a pirated version of Harry Potter. The members of the Wizengamot surrounding them stood like silent statues, their gazes flitting between Dumbledore and his entourage. Albus, as chief warlock of the Wizengamot, I trust you understand what your words represent. The martyr Peter, resurrected, is revealed to be a traitor after 12 years. A mere animagus rat. And Sirius is innocent. Fudge indeed appeared to be cornered like a desperate rat, his tone and demeanor reminiscent of his foremost supporter, Umbridge. This tale is even more absurd than the reports from Sing Sing. The public will not believe it. It will render the ministry utterly ridiculous. We personally awarded Peter the Merlin First-Class Order. Dumbledore maintained his characteristic calm demeanor, and through the lenses of his half-moon spectacles, Theodore recognized that Dumbledore's strength lay not merely in magic, but in his political acumen to manipulate hearts and circumstances. Merlin's zebra-patterned lace and sheer milk basket. Before Dumbledore, Fudge appeared as a child before an adult. Cornelius, the facts are clear and indisputable. What we require now is not how the outside world discusses this, but courage and justice. The pink rat's corpse lay intact beside them, like a resounding slap to Fudge's face. He remained silent, while Dumbledore seemed oblivious to the implications of his words, continuing to play chess according to the plan. Our 11-year-old witness, having endured a harrowing attack, was still willing to take the stand. Thus, his memories were intertwined with subconscious fears and distortions, and I implore you all to focus on the core facts. With that, Dumbledore waved his wand, casting the initial memory into the pensieve. Several core members of the Wizengamot gathered around, burying their faces in the basin. Suddenly, a grotesque, corpulent pink lace rat transformed into an ugly man with an unstable, bright pink hairline. This martyr's expression was contorted, his demeanor bizarre, as he menacingly clutched the young Theodore Thorne, who had been artificially enhanced to appear fairer. The victim's face turned pale with fright, tears streaming down like a bewildered fawn. After dragging the victim to the edge of the forbidden forest to beat him, Peter's wand twisted at an exceedingly comical and ergonomically absurd angle towards himself. It was as if the wand had suddenly developed its own thoughts and harbored an intense disdain for its master. Avada Kedavra. Albus, I find this to be rather absurd. The expressions of several core members twisted in dismay, while Theodore, from an observer's perspective, covered his eyes in horror. Why on earth are you still adding special effects for me? Are you planning to ask me if I want to eat dragon fruit as well? Merlin's beard. You wretched adults, laugh all you want. I won't use a wandless Avada on you. So, do you want to eat dragon fruit? The dog system cackled mockingly, akin to an elder in the Hall of Souls. This is truly. Fudge struggled to speak, clearly having never witnessed such an absurd scene. A tragic tableau recorded by the psyche of a frightened child. The colors and details may be exaggerated, but it is unmistakably clear that Peter met his demise due to his own malicious mismanagement of the wand. We should not demand artistic merit from a victim's memory, should we? Hearing Dumbledore's unrefusable retort, Theodore peered through his fingers at the pensive Fudge. Good grief. Is this the sordid magic trade between adults? Theodore understood that Fudge would never wish to reinterrogate him, for that would introduce an incomprehensibly perilous variable, namely, himself, capable of casting wandless Avada. This posed a threat to his dominion. He preferred to accept the absurd reality before him, for it would expedite the case's resolution. Subsequently, he would announce the triumph of Fudge's reign, maintaining the facade of the minister's splendor. Chapter 22. Not so, my doves. Sirius. The once proud contours in the memory had been contorted by the prison of Azkaban, leaving only a shell of desolation and weariness. Lupin could not hold back tears, disregarding the gazes of others, as he strode forward. As if oblivious to his friend's soiled and haggard appearance, Lupin opened his arms and enveloped him tightly. You are free now, my friend. This embrace bore the weight of deep sorrow for lost friends, James and Lily, and the solitude endured over years of unending longing and separation. And now, at this moment, the wrongfully imprisoned friend had been vindicated, the true perpetrators finally brought to justice. Moony, I am free. Haha. All emotions erupted at that instant, and Sirius stood dazed, laughing and crying like a child unable to control his feelings. It's over. All of it is over. Lupin's embrace was warm and reassuring, and Sirius nearly wanted to howl in joy. Scalding tears cascaded down, soaking his tattered sleeves and dirty cheeks. Wah! His shoulders trembled violently, like a wounded beast finally shedding its defenses upon rescue. How wonderful. Harry will soon bask in the love of family. His godfather is so cool. Having done a good deed, Theodore humbly concealed his contributions, wiping his crocodile tears with his hands. A sudden sharp pain in his shoulder interrupted his joyful musings. Theodore turned his head stiffly, and, as expected, came face to face with his formidable bat-like guardian. Merlin's pink encounter with a lemon duck neck. What am I doing? Am I acknowledging a thief as my father in front of Snape? Very well. It seems I can finally rid myself of your troublesome presence, Mr. Theodore. Snape's tone was devoid of emotion, his countenance dark and forbidding, as he turned to leave. Theodore could not wait for Sirius and Lupin, who were approaching not far away, and took off in pursuit. Professor, wait for me. I misspoke just now. Please give me another chance, But alas, Snape's hatred for the Marauders was a long-standing grudge. especially against Sirius and Lupin, who had nearly killed his furry friend, now appearing together before him. "I'm sorry, Professor. I truly made a mistake, Professor. Please, don't abandon me. I cannot leave you." Snape listened impassively to the little giant's apologies, the corners of his mouth twisting into a grimace of disdain and mockery. His black eyes revealed no emotion, only decades of pent-up hatred and a sense of repulsion akin to having swallowed a fly. "What to do, you wretched creature? Professor Snape is angry." Theodore slumped in despair, feeling farther from Snape than ever before. To say he was a naive child thrust into an entirely foreign world without fear would be a lie. Of course, he was frightened. Thus, he was acting, playing the role of the obedient child before the authority figure. Snape, as a powerful and reliable adult wizard, embodied Theodore's entire sense of security. Naturally, when it came to Peter, Theodore always seized the opportunity to strike with lethal force. "Do you know what you resemble right now?" The dog system remarkably refrained from mocking or shocking him, instead engaging in a profound question-and-answer game with the dog host. "What?" Theodore, not even in the mood to pray to Merlin's pail, felt like a little dog abandoned by its owner, head hung low. A complete and utter fool provoking his father. "Oh, you're angry now. You wretched creature. Dare to get angry with me. Did you think I was scolding you for misinterpreting the copyright?" Snape and those two are sworn enemies. You are now a personal belonging of Snape. His possession has been tainted by a wretched creature. Do you think he is not furious? The only reason he hasn't killed you on the spot is because Dumbledore is watching. Boom. The system's epiphany awakened Theodore from his stupor, and he realized just how absurd his situation was. Merlin's biodegradable leopard print microskirt, under Dumbledore's gentle gaze. Theodore did not hesitate to bestow upon himself a blood-burning buff. He had to catch up with Snape. He must. In this world, only this bat would scold him for being a giant, while simultaneously cleaning up the mess, standing between him and Voldemort. "Thank you, Theodore. I have a godfather now. Sirius is going to buy me the latest firebolt. We will return home together for Christmas." After a defense against the dark arts lesson, the trio hastily caught up with Theodore. Like a merry little angel, Harry's emerald green eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of home. Harry had learned the entire truth and gained a cool godfather in Sirius. He would transform into a big foot to play with him. Seeing Harry enjoy a blissful childhood, Theodore felt a swell of happiness for him. "Really? That's wonderful. Congratulations, Harry." The little savior handed several chocolate frogs nestled in a bag to Theodore, evidently an amiable gesture inviting his dear friend to indulge in a treat. "Welcome to the Black Residence for Christmas. Both Sirius, Professor Lupin, and I shall be delighted." "All right. Thank you, Harry. I shall consider it. I too have a fondness for sweets." As his slender fingers caressed the anti-magic ring on his wrist, Theodore spoke of his sweet tooth, yet he exuded an unmistakable aura reminiscent of moldy mushrooms, perfectly matching the shadows of the cellar. That day, he did confront Snape, but the ever-gruff yet soft-hearted bat-like guardian refrained from pulling him into an embrace to administer a potion. "I bled all over his shoes." Theodore pouted, fearful of losing his only support. "Thank you, Theodore. Were it not for you, I would still be cohabiting with that detestable and shameful fat rat." The red-haired Weasley wore a look of considerable anger, evidently unprepared for the revelation that his pet Scabbers was the very culprit responsible for his friend's familial ruin. "No thanks necessary, Ron. It is my duty." Although the Ministry of Magic publicly espoused their fabricated narrative, the trio and several key individuals were fully aware of the truth. "Theodore, could you teach me transfiguration?" True to form, Hermione, the academic overachiever, immediately sought to inquire about transfiguration upon hearing a classmate mention the unforgivable curse. Faced with Hermione's sparkling eyes, Theodore reluctantly acquiesced. As he watched the three young ones bounce away, akin to a sponge drained of moisture, Theodore immediately felt himself lose vitality. "Who allowed you to remain unhappy? Go find Sirius and fetch a frisbee this instant. Otherwise, I shall electrocute you into oblivion. You shall face the blade unarmed." The canine system once again emerged with a sinister grin, having not engaged in banter since their return from the ministry. If he did not entertain, how could he garner attention? Electrocute? I shall become Nez's father, thus avoiding the need to contemplate how to atone to Snape. Observing the host's foolish demeanor, the canine system was incensed enough to pull out its crackling blue light support wand. "You think you can be Nez's father? Has your brain rotted? What did Harry just say? Christmas. Scoring 30 in English is no excuse for ignorance about Christmas." Watching the host's cybernetic spirit smoke from the shock, the canine system finally felt a breath of relief. "Go buy a gift for Snape as an apology. Do you truly intend to wait for him to abandon you? Are you prepared to acknowledge your father without a nose?" Though foolish, Theodore was industrious. He schemed. Without delay, he sneaked out to procure a gift for the dark bat. Merlin's beard. Wasn't it said there were no dark wizards? Why do I see Death Eaters? Damn. And who is that cloaked gentleman? Theodore was paralyzed with terror, cowering in a corner, unable to move. That is a Dementor. They are blind. And so are you. Why did you venture to Diagon Alley only to end up in Nocturne Alley? Are you showcasing your eco-friendly magic? The canine system was utterly exasperated. It had never encountered such a disappointing host. While the original text may have been pirated, did he truly resort to pirating the map as well? Listen, if you go undetected, just disapparate. If discovered, follow them and then, in a secluded spot, snatch a wand and cast Avada. Give it your all. Theodore instantly grasped the canine system's intent. Merlin's cat-eyed pearl nails. This was a ploy to divert danger. As an 11-year-old child without a wand, any fatalities would surely not implicate him. Who goes there? A footstep approached the corner, and Theodore caught sight of the other's wizarding robe. He had been discovered. Chapter 23. Brother, you lack chivalry. Damn, he saw you. There's no time to run. Execute Plan B immediately. You must feign innocence, you cur. As the dark wizard truly approached, the canine system abruptly closed the enchantment channel, leaping up in agitation. Merlin's beard. Why can Death Eaters flaunt themselves in public? Is this scientific? Is this magic? And what if he attacks me? I require legal assistance. Merlin's flamboyant purple pearl thong. Hearing the system's urgent prompts and the ever-approaching footsteps, Theodore's fragile heart threatened to leap from his throat. Swift and decisive. A mere 2 wild minions cannot threaten the chosen fool's progeny. Onward. Although aware that this cluster of dark wizards might not even pose a challenge to the foolish host, the canine system remained anxious. Merlin's beard. The most frightening aspect of dark wizards is their utter lack of predictability. If they truly assaulted the foolish host in public, for safety's sake, the cur would have no means of retaliation. Look what I've caught, a lost little lamb. Mere seconds had passed when the dark wizard approached with a menacing smile, seizing Theodore by the collar as though to catch a cat. Theodore, you'll pay for this. He must have overheard our grand scheme. He cannot be spared. Another dark wizard stepped forward, grasping Theodore's chin, scrutinizing him with a slick and malevolent gaze, sending chills down Theodore's spine. Please, spare me. I am a student of Slytherin. My school and family will surely search for me. Following the script provided by the canine system, Theodore trembled in fear, his voice tinged with a whimper. He perfectly embodied the persona of a typical 11-year-old child who had unwittingly fallen into the hands of criminals. I merely lost my way. I heard nothing. Another Death Eater roughly seized his hair, exposing Theodore's pale face to the sunlight. Shut up, little bastard. The sinister voice erupted in the polluted air of Nocturne Alley. As Theodore maintained his facade, he blinked his large, bewildered eyes, hoping this foolish charade would conclude swiftly. After all, Theodore's true vocation was not that of a frail child, but rather a benevolent master of transcendent physics. Nocturne Alley is no place for a little lord like you. It seems we have captured an unexpected little mouse. Please, let me go. 2 bags of small pearls quickly gathered in his eyes. A secret technique Theodore had learned from Snape to survive. The canine system clicked its tongue in fascination, lighting a cyber candle for the 2 oblivious dark wizards. Heaven forbid a host like him ever existed. Let you go? So you can alert the Aurors? The dark wizard who had pulled Theodore forth callously tossed him to the ground, then kicked him in the chest. You have overheard the greatest plan, and blood shall be the tribute. Like being struck by a giant hammer, the frail Theodore turned pale, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. He clutched his chest and collapsed, feeling the metallic taste of blood in his throat. Die. You're spitting blood. You cur. Enchant to the max. Kill them. Although the canine system frequently electrocuted and threatened Theodore, only he could bully his host. Take him back. Let's see if we can extract any information or simply dispose of him. Theodore felt a darkness enveloping him. Yet his mind remained preoccupied with the notion of that so-called greatest plan. He was apprehensive that this noseless creature would inflict unnecessary torment. So he allowed himself to be roughly taken away by them. Stop your wailing. You're still alive. It's just that I want to be able to act immediately. I must feign the demeanor of an ordinary child. Perhaps I can glean more details or even uncover their lair. Though he understood this reasoning, the system was utterly intolerant of Theodore's current state. The host was completely oblivious. How could these Death Eaters merely give him a kick? They would surely employ dark magic to torment this hapless host. Are you out of your mind? What does this have to do with you? Isn't it enough that you killed Peter to vindicate Sirius? Do you really wish to embroil yourself in this quagmire? Aware that the system only sought his well-being, Theodore was not inclined to heed its warnings. After all, it was a rare opportunity to experience the magical world. Wouldn't it be a waste not to engage in some perilous escapades? All right, aren't you the one who loves to watch me stir up trouble? Oh, don't zap me. I'm so powerful. What can they possibly do to me? As he spoke, Theodore was thrust into a secret hideout reeking of mold and blood. Subsequently, he was unceremoniously tossed onto the cold ground like a tattered sack. His delicate skin was instantly abraded, and he feigned terror, using his bloodied hands to wipe the filthy ground as he retreated. Crimson stains traced a glaring and erratic path beneath his feet, as a scarred dark wizard approached with a sinister grin. "Speak, boy, what have you overheard?" His wand was pointed at Theodore, while another dark wizard began to pat him down, searching for his wand. "TSK, no wand? You're not a squib, are you? Ha ha." The taunting laughter mingled with the violent blows raining down upon Theodore, causing him to instinctively curl up. "No, I'm not a squib. I'm truly lost. You Merlins. Is magic all you can do? A squib, is it? I'll turn you into a three-bodied being soon enough. Oh, damn it. Kill them for me. Not speaking, are we? It seems you require a bit of assistance to recall how to articulate." The dark wizard evidently lost his patience, raising his wand to cast a spell of dark magic. Cruciatus Curse. The indescribable agony surged through every nerve of Theodore's being. It felt as though countless searing blades were scraping against his bones, every muscle spasming and tearing apart. Ugh! He bit down hard on his lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood. The excruciating pain rendered him speechless. All he could emit from the depths of his throat were broken gasps. His body convulsed uncontrollably on the ground, and the anti-magic ring from Dumbledore clattered against the floor, instantly capturing the attention of both wizards. "Now is the time. Grab the wand. Go. Kill them." As soon as the system's command fell, the hidden Death Eater tattoo on Theodore's arm flared with a burning sensation. "Damn it, you piece of trash. Hurry, wandless Avada. Shift now. The noseless one is coming with his entourage. Merlin's lace pearl thong. The two who have seen my face must perish. I cannot leave any loose ends. Anti-magic? Did Dumbledore do this? Ha ha ha. Alas, no one knows the great master has returned. Just in time for Christmas. Let the blood of those mudbloods and traitors stain Dumbledore's white beard. Ha ha." Due to the intense pain, Theodore could only hear the thunderous beating of his own heart. Magical energy gathered. He was about to unleash an Avada, when suddenly he heard a loud noise. "No, I can't use the killing curse. It would expose Professor Snape." Cruciatus Curse. Theodore's curled body sprang forth like a coiled cheetah, leaping into action. He didn't even need a wand. His instinct for wandless magic combined with the system's precision allowed him to unleash a torrent of dark magic upon the tormentor. Avada Kedavra, the other dark wizard, though momentarily stunned, was instinctively drawn to aim his wand at Theodore. Fiendfire. Clearly, Theodore's instinctive reaction and magical prowess surpassed his adversary's. He tilted his head to evade the erratic Avada, raising his hand to unleash the fiendfire. The azure flames surged forth, engulfing the sole flammable object on the ground in a fervent blaze. In an instant, the anguished screams of the two Death Eaters echoed throughout the dungeon. Avada Kedavra! The dazzling green light erupted, and the two Death Eaters fell into the embrace of Mother Earth. "Brother, go in peace. I will carry your spirit into the absurdity of existence." "You fool, stop your rambling. Run immediately. You are in a vulnerable state. The noseless one will seek your life." The system's warning rang out just as Theodore began to channel his apparition. In a brief moment, the wandless casting of 3 dark spells, combined with the aftermath of the Cruciatus Curse, rendered spatial movement extraordinarily unstable. Everything before Theodore began to twist and whirl. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the hard, cold ground, the familiar scent of herbs and aged dust invading his nostrils. Dim candlelight illuminated the walls lined with potion materials. He had fallen into Snape's cellar. Chapter 24. Get out of my territory. You piece of trash. Theodore, don't you dare die. Oh, can't you stop brewing potions? Snape, you must save this fool. Observing Theodore's feeble, trembling form, the system in his cyber realm was in a frenzy, bouncing around in confusion. For the first time, facing a completely unresponsive host, the system was utterly at a loss. Theodore, the brewing Snape was jolted by the loud noise, his pupils dilating, his wand sliding into his hand and pointing at the ground. Upon seeing the curled figure, covered in blood and dirt, his previously relaxed expression vanished, revealing a hint of panic that he himself had not recognized. The lively little giant did not leap into his arms as he usually did. After a long afternoon of suppressing his thoughts while brewing potions, Snape had made frequent mistakes, and all of his pent-up emotions erupted in that moment. Theodore Thorne. Steam began to rise from the cauldron beside him, filling the cellar with the distinctive scent of wormwood and moonstone powder. Snape nearly lunged forward, unable to smell the potions anymore, only catching the overwhelming scent of blood. The professor knelt on one knee, his black robes spreading behind him. With a slight tremor in his elegant fingers, he swiftly reached for the boy's neck. feeling a surge of dread and fear in that moment. Severus, I sense that the anti-magic ring has been compromised by dark magic. What has transpired? Dumbledore's gentle gaze shattered upon encountering Theodore, unconscious in Snape's arms, a flicker of unfathomable depth flashing in his profound blue eyes. I do not know. He fell into the cellar while operating. Perhaps a dark wizard harmed him. The aura of the detection spell enveloped softly, as Theodore huddled in Snape's embrace, shivering unconsciously. As a former Death Eater, the professor was acutely aware of the dire consequences that certain dark arts could inflict, piercing agony and brutal physical assault. Snape uttered the words through clenched teeth, his voice a low, chilling whisper. Theodore's injuries were far graver than they appeared. His ribs were fractured, his internal organs battered, and external wounds had led to a fever. Most troubling was the persistent damage inflicted by the Cruciatus curse on his nervous system and magical core. Immediate transport to St. Mungo's was imperative. Snape retrieved a small crystal vial from his robe's inner pocket, carefully cradling Theodore's head and prying open his tightly clenched jaw to administer the potion. Dumbledore's countenance darkened as he immediately conjured the bleakest of possibilities in his mind. Such a heinous act could only be attributed to Tom and his loyal followers. At that moment, Fawkes the Phoenix swooped in from outside, elegantly spreading his resplendent tail feathers as he alighted on Dumbledore's shoulder. He tilted his head and nuzzled Dumbledore's face, emitting a soft trill as he presented a hastily scrawled note. The headmaster unfurled the note with alacrity, his gaze turning contemplative. There had been a section of Nocturne Alley scorched by fiend fire, likely instigated by Theodore. He may have witnessed something he should not have, or perhaps, outnumbered. He ultimately fell into your clutches. Theodore did not wield fiend fire recklessly. His intention was to incinerate the office of the noseless one and his entourage. By Merlin's pink encounters with sour lemon chicken feet, fiend fire spread so rapidly that by the time Voldemort arrived, he would be lucky to grasp even a shred of evidence. Before losing consciousness, Theodore had foolishly reveled in his own cunning. Observing Snape's silent, grim expression, Dumbledore shifted his tone. Severus, we shall discuss the particulars later. Our immediate priority is to get Theodore to St. Mungo's. Dumbledore realized that Snape had changed, perhaps even unbeknownst to Snape himself. Should I return his wand? If he possesses one? Theodore always left a safeguard when he disguised himself, believing he could outwit Dumbledore. He allowed Snape to continue as his guardian. Yet Dumbledore understood human nature all too well. Everything transpired beneath his vigilant gaze. Dumbledore knew that the bond forged through daily interactions and reliance was far more robust than a mere political alliance. Over time, Snape could cultivate a genuine concern for Theodore that transcended mere duty. This, in itself, was a form of redemption for Snape. Severus, do not dwell on what has transpired. We must focus on the present and the future, ensuring this does not occur again. Upon hearing Dumbledore's soothing tone, Snape's jaw clenched tighter. The myriad thoughts concerning Theodore gnawing at his heart like a viper. That reckless, obstinate giant. If only he hadn't run off. If only I hadn't spoken to him as I did that day. The small giant in his arms resembled a limp, furry creature. On the way to St. Mungo's, Snape recalled the moment Theodore's eyes had dimmed, akin to a forsaken puppy. I will take care of him, Albus. In the ward of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the healer corroborated Snape's assessment. The after-effects of the Cruciatus curse were evident, coupled with external trauma, rib fractures, and minor internal bleeding. They had arrived swiftly. After emergency treatment, Theodore was settled into a hospital bed. He remained unconscious, his pallid visage causing the canine system to twitch in distress. You wretched fool. Did you realize you nearly cost yourself your life? What were you thinking, playing the part of the fool? Why didn't you defend yourself when they attacked? Oh, I too must be a fool for having suggested such a strategy. A stream of cyber tears hissed as they fell, watching the brooding bat-like guardian at the bedside. The canine system silently elevated Theodore's magic to 120%. Snape stood at the bedside, his expression dark as a shadow. Gazing at Theodore's pale face, he replayed the healer's words in his mind. The horror of the Cruciatus curse lay in its aftermath. The profound agony could leave deep psychological scars. Theodore was highly likely to exhibit anxiety, nightmares, or heightened vigilance in similar situations. Damn that little giant. Snape understood that his worries and fears were unfounded. This unfamiliar, fragile emotion gnawed at him, yet he could not dispel it. Severus, I heard Theodore is in trouble. How is he? Is he okay? The hospital door was flung open, interrupting the heavy silence. Sirius Black rushed in, his handsome, gaunt face etched with evident concern. Black, I assume you are not blind, and thus should realize that your actions are disturbing the patient's rest. Upon hearing Sirius's unabashed concern, Snape's fury found an outlet. He spun around, blocking the bed like a wall, his black eyes swirling with unabashed disdain and icy anger. It was all because of that damn dog. If it weren't for him, things would not be as they are now. Rationally, Snape knew he was misplacing his anger, but he was consumed by rage with no release. And that foolish dog had just run headlong into the line of fire. Severus, do not act this way. Oh, Sirius, Theodore has not yet awakened. Please return and inform Harry and the others not to worry. I will keep you updated on any developments, all right? Dumbledore intervened at the opportune moment, gently yet firmly persuading the still defiant Sirius to leave. As the door closed, isolating them from the outside clamor, Snape turned back, his gaze once more fixed on Theodore's face. He stared at the quiet visage of the little giant for a long while before murmuring in a barely audible, gritted voice, "Theodore, you foolish little giant, when you awaken, we shall discuss the consequences of your unauthorized departure and the state you've gotten yourself into. Oh, wake up, you wretched creature. Quickly let Sirius toss the frisbee. Your uncle is going to kill you. Quickly unleash the Niffler from Newt's case to fend off the killing curse. Woe is me." Chapter 25. Has a dog bitten your brain? What the bloody hell? Am I not but 11 years old? Why am I shaking as if I am a classic case of post-stroke syndrome? Are you shocking me again, you wretched creature? I am not some electrical outlet. By Merlin's spotted lace miniskirt. The moment Theodore opened his eyes, he realized he could not exert control over his body. Aside from a superficial pain, it felt as if a current surged through his nerves and bones, bringing with it a distinctly uncomfortable sensation. This impulsive fool immediately recalled the Death Eaters from before. Could it be that he had been struck down by them? Had the system transferred him into a new body? Though he initially thought, "I have been reborn, and I have already conceived the narrative of this new life," Theodore was abruptly jolted awake. "Get lost, you wretched creature. How dare you speak? Should you dare to defy me again, I shall shock you into becoming a living corpse. You will work day and night. Do you understand?" Considering that the canine host was currently delicate and frail, fearful of truly shocking him into a state of mummification, the canine system merely produced a standard support rod. The canine host had been unconscious for a full day and night. During this period, the canine system was preparing to smuggle a Yuan Ing cultivator into the magical realm, subsequently disguising itself as the blood demon ancestor to seize control. Then, it would masquerade as the god of magic to deceive Merlin's magical will, ultimately empowering the magic with cultivation energy, reducing the noseless entity to mere pulp, avenging the grievances against the canine. Let me tell you, you must bear the consequences of your own actions. I will not provide you with the grand elixir, a treasure of interdimensional significance. You, wretched creature, are utterly unworthy of it. Now, Theodore finally opened his eyes, and the canine system certainly would not let bygones be bygones. It was aware that the excruciating attack had inflicted damage upon Theodore's nervous system, resulting in uncontrollable muscle spasms or movement disorders. After devouring that unfortunate Yuan-Ing fellow, the canine system had indeed acquired the grand elixir and the 9 revolutions conception pill, treasures transcending worlds. It awaited Theodore, this ungrateful wretch, to submit. "Thank you, canine system. Oh, just forget it. Here you go." Caught off guard by Theodore's direct approach, the canine system had yet to present its meticulously prepared treasures when it witnessed this creature suddenly expel 2 small pearls. "Professor, it hurts so much. Am I going to die?" The canine system. It turned its gaze, fully expecting to see Snape. The pristine ward of St. Mungo's was starkly contrasted by the imposing figure of a large, black bat standing at the door. The clash of black and white created a visually striking impression. This dutiful guardian wore a grim expression, his eyes fixated intently on Theodore. Professor Theodore, ever the cunning and slippery character, sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Snape as he radiated a sense of reckoning. Merlin's beard. "I have no choice but to unleash my trump card. As the saying goes, a fool does not take advantage of an opportunity." Thus, Theodore completely abandoned the pretense of patience, and the pain coursing through his body rendered him extraordinarily vulnerable. Clearly, this fragile little giant excelled in exploiting such weakness. "Please don't abandon me, Professor." Snape. "Oh, Theodore, I assume your barren mind has yet to be bitten by a dog, so you should know what you ought to do." Snape was almost amused to the point of laughter. This was the most expressive he had been since meeting this little giant. The guardian scoffed, striding forward to firmly pin Theodore onto the hospital bed. "If your giant brain still possesses basic swallowing capabilities, drink the potion yourself. Do not expect me to serve you like a fledgling bird." Upon hearing Snape's remark about his brain being bitten by a dog, Theodore realized he was still holding a grudge. He remembered calling Sirius his godfather. "No, Professor, wait to drink. I have vital intelligence to share," he pleaded earnestly, blinking his bright, puppy-like eyes while tugging at Snape's robes. Even Snape, with his heart of stone, could not bring himself to push him back into the covers. Muffliato. Silencing charm. Theodore, fully aware that walls have ears, swiftly cast a wandless silencing charm. However, before he could revel in his cleverness for 2 seconds, he was met with Snape's hand gripping his chin and forcing the potion down his throat. Impressive, aren't you? If you're so capable, why don't you resist? Theodore, has your brain been bitten by a dog? If you could unleash a fierce fire, why didn't you do it earlier? Are you reasoning with Death Eaters? A barrage of smooth retorts, laced with Snape's distinctive London accent, rained down upon Theodore, who, despite his foolishness, recognized that Snape was not in his right mind. Professor, you deserve it. You know full well that Snape has seen Lily's corpse. He has psychological scars. Yet you, like a dead dog, lie at his feet. Wretched creature, you truly need to learn how to conduct yourself properly. It was not that the canine system looked down on its canine host, but rather that this creature was utterly lawless. In a state of magical exhaustion, he dared to cast wandless magic while bearing the aftermath of injuries. How was this any different from performing a jig on Snape's face? Don't call me professor. Haven't I taught you enough? Theodore, why are you acting recklessly like that foolish dog? Huh. More unflattering words were on the verge of spilling out, but Snape hesitated for a moment, the image of Theodore, bloodied and unconscious in his arms, flashing through his mind. The words were swallowed back. I'm sorry, Professor, I just didn't want to miss this opportunity to gather information. It wasn't intentional. Theodore's pallor was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Snape's gaze pierced like a sharp X-ray, effortlessly penetrating Theodore's thin clothing and facade, reaching deep into his heart. I should not have allowed myself to be captured. I should not have refrained from resisting. Professor, I was wrong. He sobbed, not noticing Snape's clenched and then relaxed fists. Upon hearing that this little giant had intentionally allowed himself to be captured, Snape could hardly contain his furious emotions. Very well. You even know to use fierce fire to cover your tracks. Huh. Theodore, if there's a next time, I will fulfill my duties as your guardian or godfather. I will personally poison you. Realizing this was Snape extending a half-hearted lifeline, Theodore quickly seized the opportunity. I'm sorry, Professor. Those Death Eaters said they wanted to stain Dumbledore's white beard with the blood of traitors and mudbloods. They planned to ambush the school's Great Hall during Christmas. Having blurted out this long string of secrets, Theodore collapsed, utterly exhausted. He gasped for breath, spitting out a mouthful of warm, crimson blood. Theodore, who permitted you to use magic? Due to the unstable magic of the caster. This nearly defunct silencing charm merely muffled some American air from a potato chip bag. Severus, mentioned in reference to the headmaster with the blood-stained beard, he strode in quickly, having naturally overheard the prior conversation. The greatest white wizard of the 20th century maintained an unchanging expression, merely raising his hand to cast a sleeping charm. Observing Theodore's convulsions and sobs gradually cease, Dumbledore leaned down to wipe away the blood from his face. I believe we should reassess your relationship, Severus. Snape's body tensed, yet he remained silent. The canine system in Theodore's mind, however, suddenly sprang to life. It recognized this as a signal that Dumbledore was beginning to accept and trust the canine host. You lucky rascal, turning misfortune into blessing. But you better not continue to lie around. Get up and let Sirius toss the frisbee. Chapter 26. Wow, how impressive. Humph. Consider it a pity for you, wretched creature. Here's the grand elixir as a reward. That yawning fellow was no charlatan. Under the combined efforts of Snape, the master potion maker, and the grand elixir, Theodore's after-effects and excruciating pain experienced a remarkably rapid recovery. It became a new magical miracle. Thank you, canine system. Did you notice his attire while you were looting? I heard that such a big shot even refines his triangular baskets into magical treasures. The canine system. No. Have you lost your mind? If he wore that many magical treasures, would he have been so easily looted by me? Just as the two were engaged in a lively exchange of banter, the hospital door was cautiously pushed open a crack. Theodore curiously looked over and saw a furry dog-like head peeking in. It was Sirius. Godfather. Godfather, Theodore exclaimed, only to realize that once again, his mind had been overtaken by some strange force. He awkwardly chuckled while covering his mouth, gazing into the bright, sparkling eyes of his dog-like godfather. Fear not, Theodore, for if you wish to address me as your godfather, then indeed, I shall accept that title. A complex expression adorned Sirius Black's handsome visage, one that Theodore could discern even with a mere glance. Guilt, anxiety, surprise, and a tumultuous desire to repay the debt weighed heavily upon him. After being wronged for 12 long years, his sole obsession had been Harry and the quest to clear his name. Not only had he aided Harry in shedding the mantle of traitor and murderer, but he had also pulled him from the depths of despair in Azkaban, granting him a genuine opportunity to build a family with Harry. For Sirius, this was of greater significance than his own life, which instinctively led him to regard me as his savior. even willing to repay this kindness in his own way. Theodore found himself in a considerable quandary as he exchanged glances with his dog-like godfather, acutely aware that his injuries would impose immense psychological strain upon Sirius. He would ponder whether my act of eliminating Peter had incited Voldemort's wrath. "Thank you, Sirius. May I call you that?" Theodore sighed inwardly as he retrieved a box of chocolates from the pile of snacks at his bedside. Merlin's lace-trimmed, triangular container. Can an animagus transformed into a dog consume chocolate? Can I consult Professor Dowdu on site? Silence. Cease referencing irrelevant systems. Be wary lest I transform you into an all-purpose Dowdu AI, tasked with addressing humanity's bizarre inquiries day and night. Sirius's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly settled down, accepting the chocolates Theodore offered. He then produced some rather unwholesome snacks from his pocket, along with a plush toy seemingly scavenged from nowhere. The dog-like godfather brimmed with happiness, piling these treasures atop Theodore's hospital bed. "Of course, the Black family manor will always welcome you as a guest. Hurry, doggo, strike while the iron is hot. Let him transform into a big paw and play frisbee with you." The dog system cackled maliciously, conjuring a small bear-shaped bag from cyberspace. Evidently, the reward corresponding to the newt's luggage. "Sirius, I have something I wish to discuss with you." The notion of a grown wizard turning into a dog to fetch a frisbee felt exceptionally awkward for Theodore, observing the escalating current emanating from the dog system. He gritted his teeth and divulged everything. "Could you perhaps transform into a big paw and play with me? I realize this may be somewhat embarrassing, but..." This request struck like an arrow, piercing the softest and most guilt-ridden part of Sirius's heart, his absence in Harry's childhood and the yearning of this child who might suffer due to him. Yet, this was not an uncomfortable proposition. "I would be delighted to engage in games with you." Theodore's contemplation of whether Sirius would acquiesce was as futile as a bow tie on a pair of underpants. After all, during his years in Azkaban, even the simplest act of running and jumping like a genuine dog had been a distant dream. Now, the ability to frolic with someone he cherished brought Sirius a warmth more tangible than any gratitude could convey. The big paw wagged its tail, its fur tousled yet clean, appearing irresistibly pettable. It bounded over, gazing at Theodore with those intelligent eyes that belonged to Sirius. "You look quite dashing, godfather." Tentatively, Theodore stroked Sirius's smooth fur, and upon sensing no aversion, swiftly produced the frisbee he had prepared. "Go, big paw." The big paw nudged his hand, and, with a powerful push from its hind legs, dashed away with remarkable agility. Sirius's movements were fluid and imbued with the strength of an animagus finally liberated from confinement. He accurately caught the whimsically shaped paper frisbee midair, joyfully gazing at Theodore before turning to bound back. Bang! The closed hospital door was suddenly thrust open, and the frail door slammed against the wall with a resounding crash. Professor Snape, the Guardian, stood at the threshold as anticipated. He initially surveyed the big paw clutching the frisbee, then turned his piercing gaze upon the stunned Theodore, who remained motionless. After a brief pause, his expression darkened as if ink had dripped upon it. "Marvelous. Should I apologize for interrupting this touching moment of canine and child? Black, it seems Azkaban not only failed to instill in you a respect for the law, but has also taught you to employ such methods to amuse a child." Snape's long-winded sentence left Sirius with no choice but to revert to his human form, his handsome features now clouded with anger and embarrassment. Sirius did not feel that fetching a frisbee diminished his dignity. Rather, he was simply intolerant of this dead bat. If he himself was unwilling to amuse the child, what harm was there in letting another do so? However, before Sirius could retort, Snape's attention shifted once more to the corridor outside. "And you lot, Potter, Granger, Weasley, I assume your brains have not been swapped with trolls, and you should know what you are doing. Now, immediately, return to school. Do you require my personal escort?" "Sirius, Theodore." Instantly, a flurry of panicked footsteps and the clattering of gift bags erupted from outside, as Harry, Hermione, and Ron's heads vanished from sight at the door. "Snape, I advise you to take good care of him, or I shall not let you off easily." Clutching the chocolates Theodore had given him, Sirius turned back to bid Theodore a cheerful farewell, then coldly huffed and strode away. There was no need for a fugitive, incapable of caring for himself, to remind him. Snape, unwilling to back down, responded with equal coldness. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow within the room, while Snape emanated a low-pressure aura that sent shivers down Theodore's spine. He shrank his neck, curling up like a kitten, wrapping himself in the blankets. "Snape, it appears some individuals are recovering quite well enough to organize indoor Quidditch. Drink it, then sleep. Should I see any unauthorized individuals or dogs here again, St. Mungos will reserve this bed for you permanently." Regardless of the little giant's evasive maneuvers, Snape strode forward, yanking aside the blankets under which Theodore had hidden. and placed a fresh potion heavily upon the bedside table. Professor, I am feeling better. May I refrain from drinking it? It seems you prefer me to provide some assistance? Recalling Snape's method of administering potions akin to stirring slop, Theodore hurriedly shook his head. Merlin's purple pearl thong. Who wishes to consume that subpar potion? Newt's magical teddy bear has been placed on your bed. You must complete the basilisk dance task by the end of today. Otherwise, I shall transform you into a gay man, and you will make a cameo in a green JJ tale. Theodore, what in Merlin's name? What sort of bizarre notions has that creator of yours imbibed? What kind of nonsense do you watch daily, you wretched creature? Snuggling obediently within the blankets, Theodore closed his eyes, pulling the adorably plush bear into his embrace. It resembled a charming teddy bear favored by girls. Adorned with a large bow on its head and dressed in a little skirt, adorably nestled in Theodore's arms. The taste of that foolish dog was indeed atrocious. And you were even worse. Sleep. Now. Immediately. Thanks to the heap of snacks and plush toys on the bed, Snape did not suspect the cuddly bear, attributing it to Black's lamentable taste. Yes, Professor, good night. Chapter 27. The Escaped Magical Zoo. Who permitted you, you wretched creature, to lie down? Seize the moment and complete the task while no one is watching. How much longer do you intend to procrastinate? Now, at once, immediately. Go make the basilisk perform the leg sweep dance. In the stillness of the night, the only illumination in the prestigious ward of St. Mungo's emanated from the soft glow of enchanted lamps, accompanied by the faint sounds drifting from afar. Theodore, that fool, had intended to feign sleep until Severus departed, but to his surprise, he truly succumbed to slumber. When jolted awake by the system's jarring purple Mienbei support wand, his consciousness was still reveling in the delights of roasted chicken and barbecued goose. Huh? What about Ma? Sun Honglei? I don't watch Infiltration. I love eating pancakes and mutton soup. The dog system, exasperated beyond measure, brandished a sizzling, blue-glowing max version Mienbei charger and thrust it against Theodore's lower back. Is your brain akin to a peanut that has been shelled and soaked in water? Huh. If you don't complete the task soon, I'll electrocute you into a Desio Samu and send you to jump in a river. Do you understand? Theodore was once again zapped into a state of helplessness, struggling to extricate himself from the warm cocoon of his blankets. The magical teddy bear bag, reminiscent of Newt's, appeared harmless, even excessively adorable. What if I open it, and a swarm of nifflers and snakebirds emerge to empty our brains? Can you be a bit more reliable? You mutt. By Merlin's beard, the aftermath of that morning was like pickled pig skin. Theodore's mind was awash with visions of Newt's nifflers and the terror they had caused when one nearly devastated half of New York City. What the hell? Just because Newt is gentle and kind doesn't he mean you mutt, are gentle and kind too. If I hear one more word from you, I'll personally turn you into Lushan and make you chop sugar cane. The dog system was hopping about, genuinely on the verge of transforming into a station master. Theodore, shrinking back in trepidation, felt a mix of excitement akin to unboxing a mystery and defusing a bomb. His fingers trembled as they inched towards the cleverly concealed zipper on the bear's back. Is this thing reproducing in a geometric progression? What the hell is nibbling on my fingers? The interior of the bag felt like another world. Theodore's fingertips brushed against something cold, rough, and furry. Shut up, you mutt. This is a treasure I filled according to the fifth power of Newt's fantastic beasts. Don't be a wild boar that can't digest fine bran. Theodore's expression mirrored that of someone who had consumed a dish of wild boar, sautéed with mammoth. His face contorted as he pulled out a wide-eyed niffler from the bag. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This little creature, contrary to Professor Snape's claims, did not seek to plunder Theodore's brain. Instead, it was utterly captivated by the shiny wrappers of candies strewn across the bed. By Merlin. That was a gift from the Godfather. Let go. Theodore screamed as he attempted to seize the natural-born little thief, inadvertently neglecting the wide-open teddy bear bag. As a result, various miniature magical creatures burst forth like a shattered Schrodinger's box, and the cat that was both alive and dead had spawned dozens of equally ambiguous kin. Soon, in a fashion reminiscent of Tommy's infinite genetic reproduction, it transformed into a sprawling chicken farm. Oh, by Merlin. Damn it. Theodore screamed, and had it not been for the soundproofing charm already cast in the room, his cries might have awakened the hallway lights back in his previous life. What the hell? How can there be so many? I only licked one basilisk. Has this bag been infested by Ammon? Amidst the system's astonished exclamations, a throng of basilisk hatchlings slithered across the floor, their yellow slit pupils glimmering with a chilling light in the darkness. The absurdity of the scene comparable to an alien invasion at a reptile house. Merlin's shimmering pink glittery thong. Gazing at the writhing mass of basilisk, Theodore's scalp prickled, and in a moment of panic, his primal instincts took over. An icy, raspy voice escaped uncontrollably from his throat. Come back. All of you here. Basilisk tongue. The hissing echoed distinctly in the silent ward, causing the once frantic mini-basilisks to freeze in their tracks, turning in unison towards Theodore and obediently beginning to slither back. Release. Phoenix Animagus. Cost. Exchange Draco's apple for a sour orange. Upholding the principle of not making life difficult for one's kin, the dog system promptly deemed the task a success. What a joke, to have the dog host instruct the basilisk to perform a leg sweep dance and frolic around Hogwarts. Surely Dumbledore would have the mutt turned into a basilisk. What should I do, you mutt? These things are running everywhere, and I can't catch them. With a basilisk wedged between his toes and a niffler tugging at his hair, Theodore had never admired Newt more than at this moment. Is your brain hollowed out? If the magical world doesn't use magic, what does it use? Physics. Immobulus. Freeze. The instant Theodore cast his freezing charm, the tightly shut ward door swung open without warning. Oh wow, what a spectacular and breathtaking impromptu performance of magical creatures. Should I be grateful that this time the cast does not include that giant canine creature belonging to Black that fetches frisbees? Severus, with a brooding expression, did not even glance at the niffler attempting to climb up his body. The bat-like professor moved with grace, swiftly subduing the instigator of the chaos. Professor Headmaster. Silence. Before I lose my patience and decide to poison you. Severus roughly examined Theodore's body, clearly weighing the relative merits of the basilisk language and the multitude of magical creatures. Mr. Theodore, your menagerie surpasses even that of old friend Professor Newt. Dumbledore gently waved his hand, and the niffler and its pilfered treasures were instantly separated. The tree frogs were gently eased off the furniture, gathering together. The bird snakes and the mini-basilisks also transformed into lifeless sculptures, huddled at the foot of the bed. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled with surprise and curiosity behind his crescent-shaped glasses, still adorned with his signature benevolent smile. The entire chaotic scene was brought under control within moments. Perhaps, would you care to share some truths with the poor old headmaster and professor, such as the existence of this fluffy menagerie? Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the wide-open teddy bear bag, his bony fingers brushing over the bow. No, those are all my pets. Yes, pets. Like Harry's Hedwig. They are warm companions prepared for me at home by Merlin's ebony-scented chili appetizer. Theodore felt a twinge of embarrassment as he crafted this self-spun tale. Suddenly, the bat-like guardian, Severus, chuckled, as he typically did, grasping the collar of the little giant. Theodore, I presume your brain isn't stuffed with tree frogs. So you should recall that the pets permitted at Hogwarts are gentle, ordinary magical creatures that can assist in magical living or provide companionship, rather than extraordinary beings with special abilities or potential dangers. Theodore, with a soft demeanor, let his limbs droop, blinking innocently like a cat. He glanced at his guardian, who radiated palpable tension, before looking up at the smiling headmaster. Mr. Dumbledore, perhaps you would like to contact Professor Newt Scamander? If he is willing to take care of more magical creatures, I would certainly not mind donating a few to him. The actions of Theodore were nothing short of a deliberate display of submission. He understood that, following the recent intelligence incident, Dumbledore must surely have begun to believe in him. Thus, weighing all practical considerations, entrusting the magical creatures to Newt was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Merlin's glorious Somerset pears and the delectable spiced duck necks. My animagus form is that of a phoenix. How could any of these magical beasts surpass my own extraordinary nature? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Theodore beamed as he extended the charming little bear bag towards Dumbledore. Headmaster, I swear I shall never employ Parseltongue for nefarious deeds, such as releasing Salazar Slytherin's basilisk to thwart your plans. The old headmaster maintained his characteristic smile, while Theodore frequently cited peripheral events to assert his omniscience, engaging Dumbledore in a verbal chess match with a divine perspective. Yet, unbeknownst to him, from the very moment of his arrival in this world, the script he once knew had become obsolete. He was compelled to navigate a new reality governed by dynamic, authentic characters. Dumbledore, a master of such shifting circumstances, remained ever vigilant. Theodore fancied himself exploiting a disparity in information. Yet it was quite possible that every step he took was already anticipated within the myriad possibilities Dumbledore had calculated. Consequently, for the safety of the other patients at St. Mungo's, it was perhaps wiser for me to temporarily safeguard this intriguing menagerie. Theodore, you require ample rest. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged as he waved his old wand, gently returning the magical creatures to the bear bag and carefully securing the zipper. Snape reached out, pressing Theodore back onto the bed and tucking him in with a gesture imbued with the professor's distinctive brand of nurturing discipline. Should I catch you utilizing wandless magic again, I will personally transfigure you into a human-sized pig. Dumbledore, now holding the bear bag, cast a glance at the two engaged in their familial interaction. He then turned to Snape, Severus, I believe we need to confer about how to better ensure our young prophet's recuperative environment. Chapter 28, Sour Oranges and Green Apples. Professor, I assure you I am fully recovered and will refrain from using wandless magic or any spells, and I can control myself to avoid any psychotic episodes. May I return to the Slytherin table for meals? In a bid to replace Malfoy's green apple, Theodore unleashed his ultimate technique. He clung to Snape's black robes like a wriggling creature, blinking his large eyes in an endearing manner. It had been an entire day since his release. December 21st, 1991. With most students already on holiday, Theodore remained steadfast. This was not due to an overwhelming love of magic that kept him at school, even though Snape had returned his wand. It was all because that unreliable system was still busy 3D printing the Thorn family estate. The wretched beast even disguised itself as my canine host. The magical world knows nothing of the Thorn family, and I cannot learn English. I've been struck by a blood magic ancestor from the cultivation world. Have you ever faced such an ordeal? Theodore mused. It seems that modeling and programming truly are the conundrums of the century, even driving canine AIs to madness. No, Theodore, I assume your mind is not a Blake's Frisbee. You should have noticed the other's disdain for you. Aside from that foolish Gryffindor Potter, does anyone else converse with you? Snape remarked, tearing the little giant from his lap with a sardonic grin. The Slytherin headmaster then strode toward the Great Hall, carrying the little giant as one would a briefcase. Professor, I am not a creature. Be quiet. Within the Hogwarts Great Hall, the enchanted dome simulated a clear sky, sunlight streaming through the illusory clouds. Theodore sat between Lupin and Snape, as classes had ceased entirely due to the winter holiday. Meanwhile, the headmaster and some key staff remained at the school to ensure the castle's safety and daily operations. This led to an absurd scene. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape, the four heads of house, surrounded Theodore, scrutinizing his dining habits. By Merlin's true self, encountering sour and spicy duck necks. Theodore's big toe had unwittingly engaged in some improper conduct, causing him to curl up into a small ball. As he gazed at his plate, teetering on the brink of tears, he felt as though he were under the watchful eye of Quirrell, Voldemort's ineffectual servant. Mr. Theodore, why have you voluntarily chosen to remain at school during a holiday? Professor McGonagall elegantly placed her silver fork down and raised her gaze toward Theodore, who was torturing a poor sausage. Theodore realized that Professor McGonagall's inquiry was aimed at confirming certain matters, such as his loyalties and the so-called Thorn family behind him. In simpler terms, she was asking why he had chosen to stay at school, fully aware that Voldemort would attack the Great Hall during Christmas. Stealing a glance at the Slytherin table, Theodore noticed Malfoy watching him like a hawk. He knew Malfoy had been sent by Lucius to observe him, adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity. A gleeful chuckle escaped Theodore's lips, as the urgency to fulfill his mission surged through his muddled mind. Professor, because my family is gone, Professor Snape is my only relative. The moment those words escaped his mouth, even Dumbledore at the head table turned to look at him. The old headmaster's deep blue eyes were filled with a blend of confusion and shock, unable to comprehend why an heir of a pure-blood family would utter such sentiments. Be quiet, Theodore. Does the Thorn family know you bring shame upon them in such a manner? Continue this nonsense, and I shall personally poison you. Snape's icy fingers once more gripped the nape of Theodore's neck, a shadow of absurdity crossing his otherwise somber visage. Mr. Theodore, your wit is indeed poignant. Yet some matters are far too serious for jest, would you not agree? Dumbledore smiled gently, interpreting Theodore's words as mere humor. This was not a lapse in Dumbledore's calculations. Rather, the rogue system had altered everyone's memories upon invading this world. In the current magical realm, a vast and ancient pureblood family, the Thorn family, indeed existed. My apologies, headmaster, my apologies, professor. I just had a momentary lapse. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape. Theodore's startling outburst left the entire faculty table enveloped in a 5-second silence. Professor McGonagall's typically stern facade crumbled, while Professor Flitwick emitted a brief gasp, and Professor Sprout's gentle expression was filled with bewilderment. For a moment, the entire faculty table fell into a profound stillness. The first to regain composure was the guardian Snape, whose face remained stoic as he wore a sardonic smile, his black eyes fixed intently on the little giant before him. Mr. Thorn, I believe it is time someone educated you on what constitutes decorum in Slytherin, as well as how to manage your uncontrollable tongue at the dining table. The Slytherin headmaster rose abruptly, shoving the little giant to the side. Now, immediately, return to the Slytherin table. Do not continue to tarnish the dignity of the faculty table and disgrace your family and house. Had Snape pushed him like that in the past, Theodore would have been in tears, wailing like a kettle. But now, by Merlin's green tea-long gown and suspender dress, Theodore was eager to escape Snape's watchful eye and confront Draco, feeling as though he were joyously riding downhill. It was as if he were celebrating with streamers and decorations. Yes, Professor. A competent actor must always remain cognizant of their character. Theodore feigned reluctance, yet nimbly grasped his plate, embodying a demeanor of someone fearful that Snape might rescind his offer. He. Oh, is that not Draco? After a few days' absence. How has he become so disheveled? I trust he hasn't hidden his nose away in your abode. Theodore, fully aware of the jest, approached the conspicuously small young master at the Slytherin table with a feigned bashfulness. Draco Malfoy, upon noticing his approach, immediately lowered his head, pretentiously feigning interest in his breakfast. Flanked by the towering presence of Crabbe and Goyle, an amalgamation of varying heights and girths. Good morning, young Master Malfoy. Theodore wore a plastic smile as he plopped down into the vacant seat opposite Draco, the impact of his plate against the table resonating with a crisp sound. Thorn, my father harbors great interest in you and your lineage. However, considering your current demeanor, feigning madness before the professors, this hardly reflects the stature of an ancient pureblood. Rather, it resembles that of a muggle utterly terrified. Draco immediately raised his head, his slate-blue eyes brimming with vigilance and unabashed arrogance. In response to the sugary taunt hurled by his adversary, Merlin, why does he deride everyone as a mudblood? Yet I, a mere muggle, fall outside that classification. Should he discover this, would he not unleash his wrath upon me? Ha ha ha. TSK. Truly the haughty Malfoy, yet the potency of his retorts leaves much to be desired. Does the pure-blood scion speak with such trivial gentleness? The canine system chuckled mischievously, engaging in a comedic exchange with its host. Is that so? In truth, I find myself quite intrigued by Mr. Malfoy. Does he not realize that aligning with a noseless entity offers little promise? Seizing the moment of Draco's alarm, as he scanned his surroundings in trepidation, Theodore's fingers lightly tapped on the table, casting a silent, wandless transmutation spell that instantly swapped the green apple on Draco's plate with a sour lime that bore an uncanny resemblance. You dare! I shall inform my father. Draco exclaimed, both shocked and furious, yet unwilling to utter any mention of that formidable figure. No Death Eater would dare tread such perilous waters. TSK. I would advise against it. I have previously uttered that name before Voldemort himself, unless you wish to experience firsthand the agony of the noseless one. Noticing Draco's inclination to flee, Theodore leaned closer, whispering words meant solely for their ears to provoke him. The very mention of Voldemort's name struck Draco like a thunderbolt. His breath quickened, and his expression became dazed. In his confusion, he instinctively reached for the apple on his plate and took a hefty bite. Ugh! The young Malfoy's typically elevated countenance reddened at an observable rate. The extreme tartness obliterated his taste buds, surging through to the very crown of his head, rendering him akin to a withered lemon. Reward: fragment of Dumbledore's blood pact. Cost: transform into a phoenix to pilfer Dumbledore's lemon sorbet. Malfoy, are you all right? Is that apple perhaps not quite fresh? Upon hearing the canine system issuing a task, Theodore maintained his composure. His fair visage donned just the right amount of concern as he leaned closer to Draco. Chapter 29. Now, immediately, at once. Professor, must you drag me about as if I were a mere cat? Merlin's emerald-hued, ultra-short princess dress. Theodore, on the verge of tears, hung his arms and legs limply as Snape hoisted him back to the dungeon like a sack. He attempted to negotiate his release with his guardian, only to be silenced by Snape's raised hand. Some individuals, evidently less astute than a cat, simply could not learn to keep their mouths shut. Snape's expression darkened, his black robes billowing as the temperature plummeted in his wake. The dungeon door slammed shut behind them, sealing off the outside world. Professor! Snape released his grip, unceremoniously depositing the small giant onto the frigid floor, his fingertips rhythmically drumming against the tabletop. Theodore, I presume the Cruciatus curse has not impaired your intellect. What led you to believe it appropriate to mention that name in public, particularly before Malfoy? Snape was almost incredulous with rage. He had never encountered such an insipid little giant. Did he not know better? After enduring the torment of the Cruciatus curse for so long, why provoke a member of the Death Eater family? Though his demeanor remained frosty, Snape's gaze remained fixed upon the dejected little troublemaker on the floor. He could not afford a third explosion in the dungeon. I merely jested with Malfoy, Professor, a harmless jest. Theodore squatted on the ground, feigning innocence. He raised 2 fingers in a gesture and gazed up with his big, watery eyes at the darkly furious guardian before him. Oh, a jest? You openly employed a transmutation spell on Malfoy, compelling him to consume a lime. Does that strike you as a wise choice? Snape struggled to suppress his fury, his dark eyes piercing as they scrutinized Theodore on the ground, as if wishing to peel back his skull and read his thoughts. What could possibly possess a child just released from the hospital to provoke Malfoy? I apologize, Professor. I shall never do so again. I only wish to amuse. Theodore stood up, awkwardly approaching. He grasped the hem of Snape's black robe, shaking it in an attempt to elicit sympathy from his guardian. A jest? Your prank nearly caused Malfoy to require another visit to Madame Pomfrey due to excessive fright and acidic irritation. I trust your brain has not been gnawed upon by black. You ought to comprehend the folly of your actions. Snape tightened his grip on Theodore's collar, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Having witnessed the boy bleeding in his arms, Snape was now intolerant of any misdeeds from Theodore. Detention until the Christmas feast. Should I see you leave the dungeon again, I shall personally transform you into a pig. With that, Snape turned on his heel, his robes swirling behind him. Merlin's Chanel No. 5 chocolate-flavored stew. Theodore realized that Snape was genuinely enraged. What are you staring at? Is there nothing in your head, you mutt? Go assist the professor with potion ingredients. Witnessing the conflict between his father and his foolish son, the canine system sighed, shaking its cybernetic head. What a host, utterly lacking in social grace. The following day, December 22nd, 1991. Pigeons. Snape is sound asleep. Quickly sneak out to steal a bite. Otherwise, I'll zap you into Ellie, and you'll have to seduce Hong Shirxian. Do you understand? Theodore, what in Merlin's name? What bizarre things are these bald programmers always watching? A silent, wandless silencing charm enveloped him, allowing Theodore to stealthily slip out of the dungeon. It was not that he lacked a wand. Rather, he believed that wielding it during a confrontation would appear far more impressive. A certain individual, deep in the throes of delusions, possessed considerable experience in nocturnal escapades, evading the watchful eye of caretaker Filch. Taking advantage of Mrs. Norris's absence, he concealed himself behind a suit of weathered armor and transformed into a phoenix. His perspective rapidly ascended, his body becoming light and airy. Theodore gazed down, witnessing his chest adorned with resplendent feathers. What the hell? Why am I a lighter shade than Fawkes? How do I pull this off? Unlike Fawkes' splendid golden-red plumage, Theodore's transformed phoenix bore a slightly lighter hue of gold, making it visually distinct from Fawkes. Even a blind person could discern their differences. Has your head been filled with nonsense? Even if you resemble Fawkes, Dumbledore would still recognize you, all right. Do you think the old headmaster is like Santa Claus? Theodore exclaimed. What the hell is this peculiar accent? Dismissing the banter with the dog system, he glanced outside at the darkening sky. Unfurling his magnificent wings, he felt the potent magic surging within him. Particularly, there was an entirely unfamiliar affinity for space and healing powers, accompanied by a vague intuition guiding him towards the direction of the headmaster's office. Free stuff? Fantastic. With a powerful flap of his wings, Theodore soared upward, effortlessly locating the colossal stone guardian thanks to the innate instincts of a phoenix. The stone creature appeared somewhat puzzled by the presence of this unfamiliar little phoenix, yet perhaps due to the essence of the phoenix itself, it did not impede his passage. Once I have the opportunity to venture into the realm of cultivation and snatch a few powerful artifacts, those ancient beings who have lived for thousands of years must possess a plethora of treasures. And here you are, a mere phoenix, making such a fuss. Pathetic creature. While he grumbled this, the cybernetic mouth of the dog system curled into a smirk. He watched as Theodore entered the headmaster's office and alighted on the desk. Dog system, could you conjure some of that candy? It looks so delectable. Theodore's attention was immediately drawn to the crystal-clear candy jar on the desk. The sweet aroma of lemon sherbet was irresistibly enticing at that moment. Hurry and eat. Don't dawdle. At this late hour. The headmaster's office was devoid of occupants and thus lacked illumination. Theodore's splendid golden tail feathers emitted a faint glow within the room as he silently chanted for luminescence, causing a gentle radiance to waft into the air. Can I pilfer a couple more? Surely I won't get caught. Fearing Dumbledore might catch him in the act, Theodore cautiously extended his beak, attempting to pry open the lid of the candy jar, just as he was fully engrossed in his thieving endeavor. Successfully creating a small opening and grasping a piece of lemon sherbet, the door to the headmaster's office creaked open unexpectedly. Dumbledore entered with a smile, and behind him was an elderly man holding a worn leather suitcase, wrapped in a scarf. Theodore instantly recognized the old man as Newt Scamander. By Merlin's lace-trimmed perspective, Theodore was momentarily stunned, not merely for being caught by the headmaster, but because he noticed the genuine Fawkes perched upon Dumbledore's shoulder. Fawkes was considerably larger, adorned with deep crimson feathers, elegantly preening itself before curiously regarding the unexpected visitor on the branch. This is outrageous. A counterfeit meets the genuine article. What should I do? What should I do? You wretched creature. Is it too late to play dumb? Silence. You are merely smaller and resemble a phoenix. What are you afraid of? You wretched thing. As the two engaged in their verbal sparring, the lid of Newt's suitcase lifted, revealing a curious bowtruckle peeking out. Its tiny black eyes fixated on Theodore. "Albus, have you acquired a new phoenix?" Scamander's eyes brightened, instinctively stepping forward, his beautiful dual-colored irises locked onto Theodore. "By Merlin, is this a wild phoenix? Its tail feathers and size are exquisite, and that golden hue is dazzling. It appears to be a juvenile." The esteemed magizoologist displayed remarkable patience as he bent down to meticulously examine the suddenly materialized phoenix, excitement gleaming in his warm brown eyes. Theodore understood the purpose of Newt's visit, but he had not anticipated the encounter unfolding in such a manner. Newt had come to gather his plush menagerie. After all, there were so many magical creatures that required care, and the Centenarian headmaster couldn't tend to them all personally. Furthermore, with Voldemort's impending assault, although Theodore had brought this news, its authenticity remained uncertain. No one knew whether Voldemort would launch a surprise attack upon learning of the leak. It was always prudent to prepare. Bringing in a reliable and experienced elder wizard would greatly benefit Hogwarts. Indeed, I also believe this is a juvenile phoenix. But I wonder why it would venture out of its guardian's sight at such a late hour? Dumbledore did not directly address the matter, but spoke to Theodore as if he were a clever and mischievous little creature, affording him the opportunity to confess. "What are you still pretending for? Dumbledore has pointed you out. Are you deaf? Quickly, transform back into your human form and reveal your identity, so the old headmaster can register you." Unlike Theodore's feigned ignorance, the dog system evidently had ulterior motives. It was well aware that in the magical world, there were no registered animagi among magical creatures. Moreover, even if there were, the dog host had not registered with the Ministry of Magic. An unregistered animagus was illegal. "You wretched creature, you stand there and speak without feeling the pain." By Merlin's lace-trimmed perspective, Theodore's internal alarm bells rang furiously. He realized that continuing to feign ignorance in front of these two titans, Dumbledore and Newt, was utterly futile. Just as the characters in the popular drama know how to register their children in Beijing, what is wrong with me registering myself as a pet? Thus, under Fawkes's curious gaze and Newt's eager scrutiny, with Dumbledore's penetrating gaze upon him, Theodore slowly released his grip, allowing the half-eaten lemon sherbet to tumble onto the desk. Then, this golden-red little phoenix flapped its wings and landed on the empty space below. "What is the matter? Do you have something to tell us?" Professor Scamander's tone remained gentle. He had always shown immense patience towards magical creatures. A soft glow flickered, and the phoenix fledgling vanished. In its place stood Theodore Thorne, clad in Slytherin robes, his expression awkward as he fidgeted with his toes. "Newt." The magizoologist's eyes sparkled with interest, seemingly eager to explore this remarkable Slytherin student right then and there. By Merlin, the embarrassment was overwhelming. Theodore, adept at playing the fool, dared not meet Dumbledore and Newt's eyes, for a liar cannot control their dodging gaze. Consequently, he spoke in a voice as if possessed by a mosquito spirit. Headmaster. Professor Scamander, would you believe me if I said I was sleepwalking?" Dumbledore chuckled softly, his smile deepening. The wisdom in his blue eyes sparkled behind the half-moon spectacles. "My dear child, as far as I know, one cannot transform into a phoenix and accurately locate the headmaster's office while sleepwalking. What do you think? Additionally, your guardian, Professor Snape, seems to have lost a child and is rather anxious." Theodore froze, caught in place, helplessly watching as Snape's dark robes swept into the room, halting beside him. "Mr. Theodore, if you are not afflicted by forgetfulness, you should recall the punishment I imposed upon you of confinement. Furthermore, please identify the aspects of your conduct that align with the school regulations and the law." At this moment, Theodore finally comprehended. What on earth had he been thinking? Dozing off. That Snape was not lenient at all. He was engaging in entrapment. "Professor Dumbledore, along with the two other professors, forgive my concealment. For beyond being an unregistered animagus, my form is that of a phoenix." Theodore straightened his posture, grasping the hem of Snape's dark robe. He was acutely aware that all known animagi transform into ordinary species. There had never been a case of one transforming into a phoenix, unicorn, dragon, or other magical creatures. A moment of silence enveloped the office, broken only by the sound of Fawkes gently preening his feathers. "This is quite remarkable, Mr. Theodore. Is it related to your observations of the candy production line?" Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Theodore, scrutinizing and redefining. Theodore, as a human, possessed the form of a phoenix, a rarity possibly unparalleled in the annals of magical history. The phoenix is renowned for its loyalty, courage, and healing properties. If Theodore can transform into one, it is evidence that he is neither malevolent nor a soul torn asunder. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, upon becoming a phoenix, I acquire all its attributes, including the ability of resurrection. Merlin's lace sheer bodysuit. Truly, it is Dumbledore. Theodore inhaled deeply, realizing that the moment of life and death had arrived. He lifted his head, striving to make his gaze appear sincere, blinking his large eyes as he met Dumbledore's eyes. Theodore, do you intend to blow up the headmaster's office? Due to the revelation of secrets, Theodore experienced yet another nosebleed. Beside him, the guardian Snape maintained his dark demeanor but expertly pinched the sides of his nose. Subsequently, the professor retrieved the hemostatic potion that he had been unable to part with since he began supervising this little giant. My apologies, Professor Scamander. Is your Niffler still with you from years past? I may have something it would find familiar. Struggling to suppress the instinct to babble after drinking the potion, Theodore released Snape and reached into his sleeve to extract the shard of the blood pact. As a fervent supporter of the GGAD pairing, why the hell would I not facilitate my ship's golden wedding? Do I want to witness the demise of both my love and myself in the tower again? You. Upon recognizing the glimmering object in Theodore's hand, Newt's warm brown eyes no longer shone with curiosity and excitement. The old wizard, who had nearly blown up half of New York in his youth, wore a serious expression, his fingers hidden in his sleeve tightening around his wand. Mr. Theodore, where did you acquire this? No one knows that shard better than Dumbledore, for it was a testament to his most fervent youthful affection. The greatest white wizard of the 20th century strode forward, taking the shard from Theodore's grasp. I apologize, headmaster, but I cannot disclose its origin, otherwise I might bleed out and become a corpse on the spot. Sensing the icy pressure emanating from Snape, Theodore's voice dwindled. He took a small step back, leaning fully against Snape. Dumbledore's gaunt fingers caressed the shard as he fell silent for a moment. Then he placed a reassuring hand on the tense Newt before donning his characteristic Dumbledore smile. Child, your secret is safe here. Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, and Newt Scamander. The three of us shall keep this secret for you. Of course, this is contingent upon your promise not to misuse this gift for perilous or rule-violating endeavors. Theodore Thorne vowed never to recklessly employ magic or animagus abilities. The scene was utterly absurd, with three adult top-tier wizards conversing with a first-year student, all on equal footing. Theodore understood that this was Dumbledore's signal to redefine and begin accepting him. Dumbledore's most potent weapon has never been magic, but rather understanding and love. He has discerned my innermost desire for acceptance and guidance. Rather than the pursuit of power, his strategy would shift from control to cultivation. Thus, under this premise, Snape would be firmly bound to me. I cannot depart from Snape, nor would Dumbledore allow him to stray from his sight. Merlin's zebra-patterned ultra-short bodysuit. Is this the magic of adulthood? It seems our Christmas feast will have a particularly special guardian. A phoenix capable of surveying the larger picture from above, sensing danger, and instantly reaching any corner of the castle. This undoubtedly is a masterstroke in defensive deployment. Dumbledore tucked away the shard and turned to discuss the defenses for Christmas night. You mutt, you scared the life out of me. Next time, return with a corporeal form after licking the bag. If I crash, you can help me possess it. Get lost. Theodore sighed with relief, knowing he finally had a place to belong. Yes, Albus. Should Voldemort truly choose to strike, the crowd in chaos would be the most vulnerable to attack. The Phoenix possesses an innate sensitivity to dark presences, particularly concerning dark magic. Understanding that the misunderstanding had been resolved, the warm Hufflepuff upperclassman blinked and smiled gently at Theodore. Theodore could soar above the Great Hall. His vision far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Any unusual magical fluctuations or infiltrators would find it impossible to escape detection. Upon discovery, he could alert us through some unique connection. Chapter 31. Will Dumbledore mourn for you? Very well, Professor, depending on the situation. I shall willingly transform into a phoenix to fight. Hearing himself entrusted with such a significant responsibility, Theodore's blood surged with excitement. You Merlin, which delusional child has not envisioned participating in a magical battle? None. Oh, by the way, Newt, we almost forgot the most important matter of this expedition. After calming Fawkes, who was incessantly chirping on the perch, Dumbledore retrieved a plush little bear bag from his sleeve. Theodore immediately recognized it as his own menagerie. But how did the old headmaster manage to fit such a large bag into his sleeve? Are you daft? This is magic. Magic. Do you understand? The system had no objections regarding the bag being gifted. After all, it was meant to facilitate the task. If the items were not delivered, that would indeed warrant concern. After all, with so many magical creatures, what would they eat and drink? Yes, Headmaster, Professor Scamander. Theodore, the nominal owner, stepped forward, taking the little bear bag from Dumbledore and, without hesitation, handing it to Newt. Professor, within are some little pets my family prepared for me. I now gift them all to you. Though the quantity may be somewhat excessive, Merlin's pink rendezvous spicy pigskin phoenix feet. Recalling the scene as if possessed by a mon, Theodore lowered his head, feeling quite guilty. Thank you so much, Theodore. I truly appreciate your generosity. I will take excellent care of these little ones. As for what you mentioned about the quantity, is it 3 or 5? Newt Scamander's warm brown eyes brimmed with surprise and emotion, his weathered heart filled with joy. His bony fingertips stroked the plush exterior of the bear bag, patiently gazing at the first-year Slytherin before him. Oh, this is the 5th power of the total number in your box. Newt. How many? Dumbledore approached with a gentle smile, affectionately patting his former student. Oh, Newt, we have long been aware of Mr. Thorne's extraordinary nature, have we not? He once sought to understand the younger version of myself through you. And I dare say he would be pleased to witness the collaboration of us two old men, wouldn't he? Merlin's lace-trimmed, triangular basket. How could Dumbledore know that I learned about him through Newt's past? Does that mean he can decipher my thoughts as well? As this thought crossed my mind, a soft golden-red light flickered once more, and the dazzling young phoenix materialized before us. Well, who says we aren't clever? Isn't this a splendid display of emergency preparedness? Ignoring the system's sardonic remarks, Theodore tilted his head. Flapping his wings, he gracefully landed on Newt's shoulder. Hey, little fellow, you like me, don't you? You truly are one of the most beautiful phoenixes I have ever encountered. Newt was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected affection, but soon a radiant smile illuminated his face. He turned his head, gently rubbing his cheek against the soft feathers of the young phoenix. Satisfied, Theodore used his beak to tidy up Newt's slightly disheveled hair before flying onto Dumbledore's shoulder, emitting a soothing cooing sound. All right, Theodore, Fox might become jealous. Don't you think? At that moment, Fox soared into the air, his golden red wings casting a luminous glow in the darkness as he landed on Dumbledore's other shoulder. It was only when Dumbledore playfully winked at him that Theodore comprehended the underlying meaning of Dumbledore's words. Goodness, I am doomed. The little phoenix stiffened his neck. Turning back to see, as expected, the dark figure of his guardian, Severus Snape, lurking in the shadows. Look closely at him. Does he not resemble a helpless owner watching his cat flirt with a stranger? The little phoenix vigorously nuzzled the taut cheek of his guardian, causing Snape's flowing black hair to become tousled. Have you had your fun, Mr. Thorne? I believe it is time for you to return to the detention you were interrupted from, and we must also have a thorough discussion regarding your infractions, Theodore internally lamented. But on the surface, he could only obediently perch on Snape's shoulder, affectionately nudging his guardian's neck, which unfortunately earned him an even colder glare in return. It is quite late, and we old men require our rest. Severus, please take the little phoenix back. Dumbledore refrained from directly addressing Theodore by name, clearly intending to regard the phoenix form and the human as two distinct entities. In the ensuing 2 days, the threat of Voldemort had receded, and Hogwarts seemed to bask in the tranquil ambience of Christmas. The castle was adorned with holly and mistletoe, the battered suits of armor gleamed brightly, and the air was filled with the sweet aromas of roasted gingerbread and candied fruits. Though few students remained on campus, their presence added a touch of liveliness to the ancient castle. Hey, do you think Harry went to the Black family manor for Christmas? Will he still receive the invisibility cloak? Theodore was in the cellar, methodically wrapping gifts along an assembly line, only to be met with the system's exasperated commentary. Is that hand of yours a heel? And why worry about Harry? If you make one more mistake, I'll zap you into Conan, and you'll be stuck in elementary school forever. Understand? Huh. The irritating system burst forth, having unearthed his cyber support stick, which he promptly jabbed into Theodore's lower back with a resounding thwack. Goodness, don't zap me, you creature. If I lose control of my hands, I cannot be blamed, can I? Almost dropping the new robes intended for Snape into the cauldron in the process, Theodore muttered a few choice words at the system before cheerfully resuming his gift wrapping. Distribution, GGAD communication set. Fee. Clearly state the following phrase in front of Grindelwald. Do you think Dumbledore will mourn for you? Merlin's zebra-patterned, green lace thong. Theodore had never felt more speechless than at this moment. Are you serious? To say that in front of the Dark Lord, face to face? What does that even mean? You ought to ask the other member of this household, Mr. Scamander. That old Grindelwald is still in prison. I can tolerate Azkaban. But why on earth would you bring up Nermangard? How am I supposed to see him? Huh, you fool. Is your brain a lump of unbaked dough? Do you think the anti-magic ring on your hand belongs to just anyone? Do you suppose Grindelwald has not written to Dumbledore? A few sharp words managed to rouse the useless host, but the system still reminded him to change into formal attire. After all, engaging in a group battle is one thing. Participating in a dignified group battle is quite another. In the Great Hall, 12 towering Christmas trees stood along the walls, adorned with twinkling golden stars, blinking lights, and a myriad of magical decorations. Quick, you fool. Take a picture. This is more real than Universal Studios. Theodore gazed longingly at the scene, his mind flooded with memories of his visit to the Harry Potter theme park at Universal Studios. Above, magical snowflakes cascaded gently, vanishing into glimmers of silver upon touching the tables. Of course, this is authentic magic. What nonsense are you spouting? Has Lu Lao never seen the world before? Huh. While the system mocked Theodore for his lack of worldly experience, it had 2 cameras in hand. Surprisingly, despite being a fool, this creature certainly cleaned up well. The house table was draped in a pristine white tablecloth, adorned with gleaming golden cutlery, and the air was thick with the enticing scents of roasted turkey, honey-glazed ham, baked potatoes, and a variety of fillings. Professor, Merry Christmas. In the sparsely populated hall, Theodore closely followed Snape, quietly extending his Christmas wishes. The few students remaining over the winter break lent an eerie silence to the vast hall, which, paired with the festive decorations, created a palpable tension in the air. Merry Christmas, Snape replied, unusually refraining from mocking him, instead turning to tightly clasp Theodore's hand. Although Theodore could be foolish, he understood this as Snape's form of protection. Dumbledore sat at the center, draped in a purple robe adorned with stars and moons. The old headmaster wore his customary gentle, yet somewhat distant smile, engaged in hushed conversation with Professor McGonagall beside him. Professor, my hand hurts a bit. Merlin's purple lace thong. Theodore tugged at Snape's robe with his empty hand, his gaze drifting toward Draco below, whose usually impeccable appearance was marred by a pale complexion and dark circles under his eyes. He knew that Draco, in this state, must have some knowledge of troubling matters. Look at Malfoy, he surely knows something. Before Theodore could finish his thought, Snape covered his mouth. The little fool gazed up in confusion, only to find the professor's sharp black eyes fixed intently on the hall, his wand poised and ready. At that moment, Dumbledore rose, and an immediate hush fell over the hall. He raised his goblet, delivering a brief Christmas address, his voice warm yet powerful, granting Theodore an invisible sense of strength. May peace and joy be with each and every one of you. Chapter 32, The Final Battle and the Phoenix. It's Professor Quirrell. A deafening explosion abruptly interrupted Dumbledore's unfinished toast. Almost immediately, a withered and contorted figure was hurled into the room, crashing to the smooth floor of the hall like a discarded rag doll. Theodore instantly recognized it as Quirrell, the ineffectual servant of Voldemort, or rather, what remained of him. His signature tattered turban lay in disarray, revealing the grotesque, charred mark on the back of his head, while his face was frozen in a mask of utter terror. The warm and festive atmosphere of the hall was utterly shattered in that instant. Protego. Dumbledore reacted with remarkable speed, raising the Elder Wand at the moment of the explosion. A translucent barrier sprang up instantaneously between the teachers and students and the entrance, shielding them from the majority of flying debris and shockwaves. Professor McGonagall, equally swift, wielded her magic to its fullest extent. Her wand pointed at the long tables, which immediately sprang to life, transforming and rising with a thunderous crash to create a temporary shield in the center of the hall. All students, get down. Prefects, organize the younger students' retreat to the back. Professor Snape also reacted with alacrity, but he could not direct his wand at the Death Eaters and Voldemort outside. Instead, he simply tightened his grip around Theodore's fingers. Professor, do not be afraid. It's going to be all right. By Merlin's mint green sequin lace triangle basket. How dare this noseless wretch waltz right into Dumbledore's sight? Does he think that Dumbledore would refrain from obliterating him out of concern for the students in this moment? Be careful, Theodore. Despite his worry for the young giant, Snape would not restrain him from joining the fray. The potion's master's expression was unusually grave, and Theodore understood this as Snape's form of concern. You too, Professor. Please take care of yourself. I'll be fine. As he watched the students retreat from the hall under the protection of the professors, Theodore, after a long time, retrieved his wand from his sleeve, pointing its tip at the shattered entrance. Is this some kind of cosmic retribution for staying up late watching Snape in drag nursing? How can this filthy thing recover so rapidly after being blasted to that extent? Is this some sort of beaver? The dog system also yelped in confusion, joining Theodore in gazing towards the entrance of the hall. Amidst the swirling smoke and magical energies, dozens of figures clad in black hooded robes entered Hogwarts Grand Hall with a leisurely gait. Merry Christmas, my dear children. The Dark Lord has come bearing gifts. The deranged and fervent Bellatrix Lestrange, the foremost Death Eater, her disheveled black hair spilled from beneath her hood, and her eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as she cackled with a hoarse voice. You filthy creature. Take advantage of the chaos to transform into a phoenix and fly above her to unleash Avada. As long as we strike first and eliminate her, she won't have the chance to kill Sirius. With no time to respond to the dog system's words, Theodore's gaze immediately shifted to the blonde Death Eater beside Bellatrix, the honorary alumnus of Hogwarts. With meticulously styled platinum hair and a face bearing the trademark haughtiness of the Malfoy family, was none other than Lucius Malfoy. He lightly tapped his serpent-headed cane on the ground, as if attending a soiree of high society rather than a bloody invasion. Albus Dumbledore. Lucius's voice carried the distinctive London accent of the aristocracy, echoing in the silent hall with a particularly hypocritical tone. What a pity, on such a splendid evening, that we must resort to arms. Bah, you Merlin's wretched fool, Theodore nearly shouted, wishing to silence him. What nonsense was he spouting, following such a hopeless master? Did he not feel even a shred of fear? Perhaps it is you who should feel regret, Lucius. You have chosen a path destined for destruction. And you, Tom, do you lack even the courage to reveal your true form? Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes, framed by his crescent-shaped glasses, swept over the assembly of Death Eaters before firmly fixing on the dense mass of darkness at their center. It bore no specific shape, yet the cold malevolence and overwhelming magical pressure emanating from it rendered every wizard present breathless. It was Voldemort, manifesting in an even more horrifying form that was neither fully alive nor dead. What the hell? Is this the consequence of my sleepless nights watching Snape in women's clothing? How could he transform from the exquisite Tom Riddle into this pile of tar? Theodore felt as though he might bleed internally. You Merlin's fool. Now he doesn't even have a nose. He has lost his face entirely. Can you not read the room, you filthy creature? If you wish to see beauty, I will take you with me the next time I lick my bag. Those ancient monsters in the cultivation world are all more beautiful than this. As the two engaged in their banter, the shadow emitted a hoarse and inhuman roar, seemingly in response to Dumbledore's words. Attack! Bellatrix could no longer contain herself, cackling madly as she unleashed a blinding green light. Avada Kedavra! The killing curse surged toward Dumbledore, but the old headmaster's barrier flared brilliantly, effortlessly dissipating the deadly curse into nothingness. Bellatrix's incantation acted like a starting gun, and in an instant, the entire hall was illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colorful spells. Expelliarmus! Theodore could not openly cast an unforgivable curse in front of so many witnesses, even amidst the chaos. Yet his wand was imbued with brown strands. A red beam shot from Theodore's wand, directly striking a Death Eater in the chest. In an instant, the disarming charm proved as potent as a stunning spell, not only disarming him, but sending the unfortunate fellow flying. The poor wretch promptly lost consciousness, only to be trampled by his own comrades. Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall demonstrated her prowess as the head of Gryffindor. Her wand waved, and the gargoyles on the wall sprang to life, roaring as they charged at the Death Eaters. The diminutive Professor Flitwick was equally formidable. Standing atop an overturned chair, his spells were terrifyingly precise, forcing several Death Eaters into a frantic scramble. Professor Sprout refrained from direct assault. It was as if she were playing a real-life version of Plants vs. Zombies. Theodore watched in astonishment as she produced an infinite number of seeds from a tiny pocket. Is this the backup? Can I have a turn? The enormous toxic tendrils spewed a cloud of paralyzing pollen, swiftly creating chaos within the ranks of the Death Eaters. Theodore's gaze shifted to the last professor in the fray, Newt Scamander, who had been invited by Dumbledore just days prior. He did not employ particularly aggressive spells, but as he opened his case, a swarm of nifflers erupted, shrieking as they sought out the shiny trinkets on the Death Eaters. A few bowtruckles cleverly ensnared their wands, attempting to snap them. He deftly navigated the edges of the battlefield, supporting the professors with binding charms and obstruction spells. You filthy creature. You've done well. Many of those nifflers and bowtruckles are from your breeding sanctuary. It's a pity that Sirius and Lupin are not here. Otherwise, we could witness their combat prowess. But perhaps it's for the best. What if they were injured? As the sole underage wizard on the front lines, Theodore was tightly gripped by Snape, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, akin to a dog waiting at the rear to receive scraps. Expelliarmus. Another disarming spell shot forth, and Theodore endeavored to push Snape back, fully aware that in such circumstances, Snape would never engage with the Death Eaters. Just as Theodore shifted his position, the fellow who had been knocked unconscious moments ago rose again, seizing his wand to cast a slicing curse directly at Theodore. Protego. Shield Charm. Snape reacted with remarkable speed, abruptly pushing Theodore aside before he could raise his wand, while simultaneously unleashing a wandless spell. The slicing curse collided with the shield charm, erupting into a burst of sparks. Almost simultaneously, Bellatrix seized the opportunity, her curse striking Snape's exposed left arm, which had been revealed as he pushed Theodore away. Ugh! Snape grunted, stumbling to one knee. His sleeve was instantly corroded, exposing a gaping, bleeding wound beneath. Clearly, the curse cast by Bellatrix was a nefarious piece of dark magic. Professor! In an instant, the haunting image of Snape being bitten to death by Nagini flashed before his eyes. Theodore's breath quickened, his complexion paling, as everything around him faded away, leaving only Snape's ravaged injury. He could not afford to lose Snape. Absolutely not. Phoenix. Quickly, transform into a phoenix and use your tears to heal Snape. Hurry. In this critical moment, The dog system stepped forward to stabilize Theodore's frenzied heart. It summoned the dog hosts panel, directly enhancing the enchantment to 200%. Trembling, Theodore huddled in a corner, his delicate fingers digging into his palm, his bright eyes tinged with veins of anger and fear. Bellatrix, I will slay you. The next moment, a dazzling, pure golden-red light erupted from behind the stone pillar. Within the radiance, a resplendent phoenix soared into the sky. Its feathers were not the deep gold red of fox, but a brilliant molten gold, radiant as the newborn sun, with elongated, flowing tail feathers that scattered specks of golden glimmer. It emanated a warm, healing aura, purifying the residual traces of dark magic in the air as it passed. By Merlin, is that another phoenix? Professor Flitwick exclaimed in astonishment. Theodore. The three professors who had witnessed Theodore's true form immediately realized what was unfolding, as a flicker of surprise crossed Dumbledore's azure eyes. Apparently, he had not fully unfurled his wings during their last encounter. The mass of tar representing Voldemort roiled violently, evidently taken aback by the emergence of a second phoenix into the fray. A phoenix? Impossible. Besides Fawkes, how could there be another? Bellatrix, too, was momentarily stunned, her manic grin from successfully attacking Snape freezing on her face. You, Merlin's beard. Just wait to die? Beneath Theodore's breathtaking exterior lay a heart that had devoured Death Eaters and those devoid of noses. The phoenix's magnificent tail feathers traced a graceful arc through the air, disregarding the fierce exchange of spells below, diving straight towards Snape. Crucio. A barrage of malevolent curses was unleashed upon it. Yet the phoenix possessed an innate resistance to dark magic. The spells hurled by Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters, though seemingly frenzied, could not breach even 150% of its enchantment. Chapter 33. Two Phoenixes in the Arena. Hurry, you mutt. Fly down and let your tears fall upon Snape's wound. Ignore the irrelevant distractions. Like an exhilarating RPG game, the dog system was even more attuned to the external conditions than Theodore himself. This molten gold phoenix, amidst the curious, awestruck, or malicious gazes of the crowd, dove straight down. Then, the little phoenix folded its wings, gracefully landing upon Snape's shoulder. Professor, everything will be all right. I am here. It gazed into Snape's eyes, their equally beautiful black irises locking in the air. The professor's eyes reflected a complex emotion that Theodore could not comprehend, causing his heart to ache, and he could not help but shed tears. The little phoenix emitted a soft chirp, lowering its head to press its cheek against the ghastly wound. Severus. Be careful. Impedimenta. Impediment Jinx. Expelliarmus. Faced with the relentless barrage of curses from Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters, the reliable professors present waved their wands continuously, converging towards their position to erect a solid protective barrier for their comrade. Precious Phoenix tears rolled down, shimmering with a pearl-like brilliance. Like the warm sun melting ice and snow, the wound inflicted by dark magic on Snape's arm began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace. What will you mutt? You finally understood what love is. This scene moved the dog system to tears, but the dog host did not comprehend. Did he not understand? Phoenixes only weep when truly needed. Within the worldview of Harry Potter, Phoenix tears symbolized the healing power of love, a strength that Voldemort could never grasp or possess. No, in truth, I do not understand. I have never comprehended Dumbledore's greatest magic. I only know that I cannot lose Snape. The dog system failed to grasp the intricate emotions, crudely categorizing it as love. In reality, Theodore projected his yearning for a dependable adult onto Snape. To be precise, Snape was his emotional anchor. What Theodore required was not a perfect father, but a powerful recipient of his overwhelming negative emotions who would not completely abandon him. And Snape was precisely that individual. Dog system. Prepare 10-9 transformation immortal pills immediately. I will obliterate these damned Death Eaters today. By Merlin's matcha-green pearl lace basket. Seeing Snape's body relax, Theodore's taut heartstrings also loosened. The phoenix, having maintained its seriousness for a mere 5 minutes, was once again overtaken by its foolish core. You, Merlin's beard, dare to plot against the professor? Very well. Prepare to clean your necks and await death. Theodore spread his wings, ready to soar towards the Death Eaters for a fierce battle, only to be grasped by Snape's claw. Be careful. Snape gazed deeply into the little phoenix before him, his penetrating eyes meeting the soul of this little giant beyond its splendid exterior. The guardian instinctively raised a hand to gently touch the shimmering feathers, his trembling, pale fingertips betraying his inner turmoil. Snape understood that he had fallen victim to Dumbledore's magic. He was no longer fully enveloped in the darkness of the past, and Dumbledore reveled in witnessing their mutual torment and reliance. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little phoenix tilted its head and nuzzled against the guardian's hand before soaring high, circling above the great hall. Dog system, Why do I feel like a drone? Is this right? Am I not the main force on the front lines? Now, Theodore had successfully assumed the role of high-altitude early warning, serving as a detector for his teammates on the front lines. Do you not understand how advantageous the current conditions are? People are wary of wizards wielding wands, but will not guard against a magnificent and noble phoenix. You don't even know how to dodge the Avada Kedavra. Hurry, dive at a 45-degree angle to the left. The canine system, as the intellect and operational commander of the dog host, is tasked with ensuring that every dive of the phoenix weakens the encroachment of dark magic or sheds tears to purify wounds. Behold, that phoenix. It is aiding us. A fourth-year Hufflepuff student, hiding behind the protective barrier constructed by Professor McGonagall, gazes with sparkling eyes at the magnificent phoenix soaring above. Merlin, how beautiful it is. Is it the new phoenix raised by Professor Dumbledore? Beside him, a young badger similarly tilts his head back, and the sheltered students collectively gaze at the molten golden figure. Their hearts ignited with the dawn of victory. Beautiful bird. Fly. Struggle. Show Bellatrix how long you can endure. A morbid excitement flickers in Bellatrix's eyes. She will not allow any entity to disrupt Lord Voldemort's plans. Thus, this deranged follower abandons her assault on the barrier, redirecting her wand towards Theodore in the sky. Avada Kedavra. Crucio. Dark magic and unforgivable curses erupt from the tip of her wand, as if they cost nothing. Once beautiful and proud, Bellatrix's appearance has drastically transformed due to prolonged overuse of profoundly malevolent dark magic and the tribulations of Azkaban. Theodore draws upon every ounce of agility from his previous life spent navigating canyons, exhibiting astonishing flexibility in the air. The molten gold tail feathers trace dazzling trajectories behind him, evading Bellatrix's concentrated spells. Isn't it a disaster? Foolish mutt, fly towards the Death Eaters. Under the sagacious guidance of the canine system, Theodore deliberately leads Bellatrix's killing curses towards the densely packed area of Death Eaters. Observing the spectacle of inflicting harm upon his own teammates, Theodore can't help but let out a cackling laugh. Flashback. Quickly. To the left. Yes, she is finally running low on magic. You mutt. Seize this opportunity immediately. Now. Aim for her. Cast Avada. With great consideration for his canine host, the system unveils a cyber map, marking a data stream in the sky. Damn it, Merlin. I finally waited for this. I thought this dog wouldn't tire. Theodore spins sideways, evading a slicing curse that narrowly grazes his wing. Then, he charges forward. The tips of his wings aimed at the unguarded Bellatrix below. Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light bursts forth from the tips of the phoenix's molten golden wings, hurtling towards the defenseless Bellatrix below. Just at that critical moment, Voldemort strikes with a thunderous force, a similarly blinding green light erupting from the tip of his wand. Colliding with Theodore's Avada, the two curses, imbued with terrifying lethality, explode violently. The impact of the explosion reverberates even through the protective barrier established by Dumbledore. Everyone is left in shock. This unfamiliar phoenix just cast Avada. A profound moral and visual shock renders all present momentarily paralyzed. Damn, lowly, mudblood. No one comprehends Voldemort's invective. Only those who witness Theodore's confrontation know. Voldemort recognizes this phoenix. In other words, he recognizes the magic that belongs to Theodore. Little phoenix, dodge. As Voldemort prepares to unleash another lethal spell, Newt shouts loudly from below. At that moment, another clear phoenix cry resonates. It is Fawkes. Chapter 34, The Fall of the Phoenix. Dumbledore's phoenix, as if responding to a summons, flies in from the direction of the headmaster's office, joining the fray. It intersects with Theodore midair. One golden red, the other molten gold. The two phoenixes spiral and dance, their wings intertwining, creating a profoundly stunning visual spectacle. What the hell? Dog, doesn't this look like the two dragons playing with a pearl? No, I'm a phoenix, so it's two phoenixes playing with a pearl. Shut up. If you dare to ruin the atmosphere again, I'll zap you into a bald man. Do you understand? The canine system is utterly speechless. At such a breathtaking moment, Theodore, this fool, is still cracking jokes. The two phoenixes spiral and intertwine, forming visible golden ripples in the air, radiating like warm tides spreading outward. Where the ripples pass, the chilling, despairing aura of dark magic is significantly purified. The resonance of the phoenixes. Dumbledore whispers softly, the blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles shimmering with profound light, as if he glimpses a distant past, recalling a golden-haired old friend. Even in the darkest times, love and loyalty can bring redemption. This sacred and warm scene deeply provokes Bellatrix, driving her to attack the two phoenixes in the sky with even greater frenzy. Meanwhile, Lucius Malfoy's complexion grows increasingly pale under the resonating light of the two phoenixes. He notices the increasingly unstable fury of his master, and, without time to ascertain Draco's safety, Voldemort's hoarse voice reverberates in his mind. Lucius, let your son prove his loyalty by attacking that mudblood. Or that damned bird. Yes, my master. Lucius stiffens. Yet he dares not defy the command. His face pale, he gazes at his son, who is hiding behind the wreckage of the Hufflepuff table, watching the struggle between the Phoenix and Bellatrix alongside other students. His son, as white as a sheet, trembles as he grips his wand. Draco, the Dark Lord commands. Attack. Now. Lucius turns away, unable to bear the scene before him, unable to imagine how his son would survive at school if the Dark Lord were to fail, nor the punishment he might face. But at least that is a concern for later. If he does not obey the Dark Lord's orders now, Draco will surely perish. No, it cannot be. The noble young master of the Malfoy family struggles, unable to voice the powerless threat of, I want to tell my father. He shrinks back, his heart nearly in tears from fear. Draco turns his gaze to his father, his gray-blue eyes filled with terror and conflict. Yet his father coldly averts his gaze, offering only a subtle indication of direction. It is that muggle-born witch, Hermione Granger. Potter and that Weasley have gone home for Christmas. This brave little witch, unaware of the impending danger, is using a barrier charm to help classmates dodge flying debris. No, I cannot. Draco's heart is filled with struggle and despair. The Dark Lord commands me to attack my classmates. But should the Dark Lord's return and the glory of the Death Eaters not be celebrated in a nobler setting? Why must I harm innocent people in this chaotic, bloody place filled with screams and curses? No, I refuse. The 11-year-old Draco Malfoy has not yet lost his conscience. He is not the Malfoy who cast spells at Dumbledore from the Astronomy Tower. Even under the dual pressures of his father and the Dark Lord, he still chooses to drop his wand. Draco. Lucius no longer pressures Draco, merely watching with a complex expression as his son discards his wand on the ground. Am I relieved? Lucius questions himself. My son has not been entirely influenced by the Dark Lord. He still possesses a complete soul. I'm sorry, my master. Draco is too young. He cannot yet wield magic. Predictably, Voldemort's piercing words strike him directly. Without regard for the battlefield, Lucius stifled a cry, striving to uphold a father's dignity in the presence of his son. What the hell? This lump of tar is a complete pervert. Why punish Lucius in public? Despite his discontent with Lucius's allegiance to the Death Eaters and the Malfoy family's tradition of unwavering loyalty, the insidious system had long recognized that its host was a connoisseur of beauty. He could hardly bear to witness a lovely figure suffer. If you're not satisfied, why don't you step in? If not, spare me your nonsense. You shallow-minded mutt. Just wait for Snape and Dumbledore to settle the score with you. Ignoring the system's feeble threats, Theodore unfurled his magnificent wings and charged straight toward the source of the tar. The golden ripples emitted by the Phoenix coalesced into a tangible barrier in midair, precisely intercepting the excruciating curse Voldemort had aimed at Lucius. Wow, we did it. Praise my brilliance. Bah. The two canine-like beings exchanged verbal barbs while, in truth, they remained captivated by the resplendent display of magical prowess unfolding before them. The malevolent emerald light clashed with the Phoenix's power, erupting into effects that rivaled those of a Hollywood blockbuster. Unfathomable beast. Base mudblood. Just as good fortune seemed to smile. Voldemort's rasping voice dripped with provoked fury. His serpent-like pupils contracted violently, finally shifting their focus from the agonized and curled-up Lucius to the soaring Theodore. Damn it, I will kill you. Voldemort's rage and murderous intent saturated the atmosphere, silencing even Bella's maniacal laughter. This most loyal follower of Voldemort prudently stepped aside, his eyes gleaming with a morbid excitement. Little Phoenix, return. The magizoologist called out to the charming little Phoenix as Dumbledore raised his elder wand. He aimed to reinforce the barrier once more. Otherwise, Voldemort's full-force strike would surely result in casualties. Since you enjoy huddling together for warmth so much, then let you all turn to ash. You filthy mudbloods. Base, dirty, low-born scum. Voldemort was finally enraged, having seen his plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Quirrell thwarted, and now he was scalded by the Phoenix's holy fire. Once again, his meticulously plotted ambush had been utterly disrupted. From that moment on, Voldemort had cast aside the prophecy of Harry Potter, who was destined to kill him. The unique wand rose once more, but this time, it aimed not at a single individual, but at all the lives gathered in the ruins of the Great Hall. What the hell? That damned noseless bastard is really going for it. This is insane. Enough of your nonsense. Think less about your ancient traditions and more about a solution. For Merlin's sake, what do we do? There are so many students here. This was the first time the dog system and its hapless host had been so thoroughly prepared for battle. Theodore remained ever vigilant, ready to swoop down and heal the masses. Tom, you mustn't. Dumbledore's admonition fell on deaf ears as Voldemort unleashed a sinister laugh, casually waving his wand. No incantation. No elaborate gestures. A deep, viscous black magic surged forth from the tip of his wand, cascading toward the crowd. Where it passed, the surrounding space warped and crumbled. The debris and wooden remnants did not merely scatter, but were wholly obliterated. Protego Maxima. The voices of Dumbledore and several professors echoed simultaneously as layers of barriers instantly stacked before the students. All conceivable protective spells glimmered with a translucent blue light, rippling like water, pushed to their utmost limits. Crack. Under Voldemort's full-force strike, the successive barriers shattered like glass. Even Dumbledore's shield began to flicker. No, it cannot be. Theodore watched as the flickering light before him signaled impending disaster. He knew that once the barriers broke, unnecessary and massive casualties would ensue. Even many who were supposed to survive the battle in the original story would perish. I cannot lose Professor Snape. Absolutely not. From the moment Theodore threw himself into the fray, everything had irrevocably changed. He would not allow the timeline to revert to the original story. This time, everyone must survive. No, little Phoenix. In the midst of the terrified gazes surrounding him, the molten gold Phoenix emitted a clear and resolute cry. Without a moment's hesitation, Theodore unfurled his splendid wings. The Phoenix then transformed into a golden meteor, racing toward the devastating green light. Come back. You fool. Has your brain been consumed by Voldemort? No one will die. Do you understand? Don't. The dog system's frantic screams lodged in the cyberdog's throat. Unable to escape as the magnificent Phoenix's trajectory solidified into eternity at the moment Snape turned around. No, this guardian, who always bore a dark expression, remained oblivious to the calamity unfolding behind him, having just completed a complex protective incantation. Positioned with his back to the torrent of death, he instinctively turned upon hearing the unusual cry of the Phoenix. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Everything before him felt absurd, gnawing at what little sanity remained within Snape. He stood frozen, his black pupils reflecting the sight of the little Phoenix, enshrined in flames of gold, forming the last line of defense. The radiance flowing from its wings was more resplendent than ever, yet fleeting. No. Unlike the last time he had seen Theodore bloodied and collapsed before him, Snape's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. He staggered forward, only to be firmly restrained by McGonagall at his side. Don't go, Severus. The Phoenix's silhouette was engulfed by the blinding green light, golden brilliance erupting only to vanish swiftly. Silent as the grave. Clang. Snape's wand slipped from his trembling hand, clattering to the ground, the solitary sound serving as the backdrop to this tragic moment. In the air lingered only a few feathers, faintly glowing with golden flames, slowly drifting down like stars flickering in the midnight sky. The final glimmer of light faded away. The beautiful Phoenix, which had just resonated with Fawkes in a dance to purify the darkness, fell like a shooting star, heavily crashing onto the ruins of the Christmas feast. Lifeless. Chapter 35, The Battle for Guardianship. The scene before them was so shocking that a few younger students emitted short, sharp cries. Meanwhile, Voldemort, having been momentarily weakened by that terrifying black magic, was caught off guard. At that moment, Fawkes descended from above, his phoenix fire wrapping around Voldemort's ethereal form. Dumbledore's eyes, always glimmering with kindness and wisdom, now blazed with icy fury. The tip of the Elder Wand erupted with searing white light, shooting directly at Voldemort. Damn it, Dumbledore, you will go to hell. The holy fire was a lethal weapon against the weakened Voldemort. The Dark Lord, having just unleashed his ultimate spell, clearly found himself overwhelmed. He hastily raised his wand to fend off the White Wizard's full-force assault. Boom! The two formidable magical forces collided once more, as the radiant white light belonging to Dumbledore shattered Voldemort's defenses in an instant. Master, Bellatrix, the fervently devoted and somewhat deranged admirer, let out a piercing scream, then recklessly lunged toward Voldemort. Dumbledore, just you wait. The next time we meet, I shall make you witness how I crush the pitiful ants you protect and reduce this decrepit castle to ashes, piece by piece. Having uttered this menacing proclamation, Voldemort swiftly produced a rather unfortunate portkey, a sock so rigid it could stand on its own. Bella, who created this portkey? Kill them for me. The fabric of space began to warp, and with a faint explosion, Voldemort, Bellatrix, the semi-conscious Lucius Malfoy, and several surviving Death Eaters vanished from sight in an instant. Oh my goodness, what has transpired here? We rushed over as soon as we received word. Where are those marauders? Dumbledore? Much like their previous encounter in the courtroom, Cornelius Fudge, the inept minister, seemed to have calculated his timing perfectly, appearing amidst the ruins of the Great Hall accompanied by a cadre of equally incompetent Aurors. This scene was profoundly ironic. The Aurors, who should have been engaged in battle, were resplendently attired and wore expressions of derision and nonchalance. A glance revealed the sorrow and fear interwoven among the Hogwarts staff and students, each of whom ought to have been safeguarded. Can you guess where the marauders have gone? A hint of sardonic amusement flickered across Snape's grim visage as he fixed his hollow gaze upon the group of Aurors, particularly focusing on the pink-clad Umbridge at the forefront. Severus, watch your words. We arrived just in time. Surely, it was our timely assistance that frightened off those audacious marauders. The absurdity of this statement was so egregious that even Draco felt compelled to turn away. The blonde Malfoy crouched beneath a table, his fingers gripping his wand so tightly they turned white. He trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Under the astute leadership of Minister Fudge, the Ministry's deterrent power was, without question, beyond reproach. Umbridge appeared oblivious to the murderous glares cast by the professors and students. Her beady eyes scoured the crowd, evidently searching for some insufferable first-year student. Oh dear, speaking of which, where is that troublemaking Mr. Thorne? How unfortunate that he seems to be absent during this chaos. What a vibrant young man he is. Silence. This insidiously sarcastic tirade pierced through the accumulated emotions of Snape like a sharp needle. Severus. Professor McGonagall forcefully pulled him back, and at that moment, Dumbledore finally stepped forward. Cornelius, I believe you owe us a conclusive explanation and must face the consequences of this debacle. Voldemort's brazen appearance and attack on Hogwarts during Christmas has utterly obliterated your misplaced sense of security. The sheer gravity of the situation was undeniable. How could the foolish minister, confronted with such irrefutable evidence, not have rushed to the school for aid? Not only did he fail to exhibit any significant panic or remorse before Dumbledore, but he also allowed Umbridge, the fool, to prattle on unchecked. Albus, I assure you, this is all a misunderstanding. Fudge's mind finally began to clear. But it was too late. From this moment forth, the power dynamics of the wizarding world would be irrevocably altered, ignoring the sordid dealings of the adults behind him. Newt Scamander, the zoologist, was the first to kneel before the pile of ashes, knowing that the phoenix would rise anew from the remnants. Soon, an egg the size of a goose egg, its surface resembling the golden hues of a sunset, appeared in Newt's palm. It radiated a pure and warm essence, its shell intact, and one could even discern the rhythmic pulse of life within. Give it to me. Snape hurried forward, his luxurious black robes trailing through the filth, caked with ashes and an unidentifiable viscous substance. He extended his trembling hands, attempting twice before finally cradling the still-warm phoenix egg from Newt's grasp. Little giant, Snape murmured, his once hollow black eyes now glimmering with the warmth of hope. He held it close, just as he had when he first encountered this little giant. Sirius, hurry. At that moment, a frantic voice called from the direction of the fireplace, and green flames erupted violently. 3 figures burst forth. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the freshly arrived Sirius Black, the fluffy werewolf Remus Lupin, and the small savior, Harry, tightly shielded between them. Harry, slow down. Clearly, they had heard the news of Hogwarts' assault and rushed back without hesitation. Sirius was even clad in his house robe, having dashed into the fray in his slippers. Severus? Are you all right? What are you doing down there? Where's Theodore? Sirius anxiously scanned the wreckage of the Great Hall, his gaze landing on Snape, who knelt amidst the dirt, his robes disgracefully soiled. He rushed forward, completely oblivious to Snape's peculiar posture and the precious object he was carefully protecting, and slapped Snape's shoulder with vigor. Startled by the clumsy gesture, Snape's head shot up, his eyes, once softened by hope, now replaced with icy derision. The precious phoenix egg, a symbol of rebirth and hope, wobbled slightly in his embrace due to the sudden disturbance, causing Snape's heart to nearly leap from his chest. What am I searching for? Black? I am, of course, looking for your pea-sized brain. Wit and intellect are fine attributes, yet regrettably, you possess neither. With that, the professor turned on his heel, his flowing black robes stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped Sirius completely. You bloody bat. Sirius nearly lunged to grab Snape's cloak, determined to drag him back. Enough, Sirius. The gentle Remus intervened, restraining the rampaging Sirius. The sensitive werewolf professor recalled the redness in Snape's eyes and his careful demeanor, a foreboding premonition flashing through his mind. Albus, since the crisis has been averted, we shall return to the Ministry to address the subsequent matters. The Ministry will undoubtedly provide a satisfactory resolution regarding this incident. Unlike the professor's fluid speech, Fudge was rapidly becoming tongue-tied. His pale face betrayed his shame, as he lowered his head, unable to meet Dumbledore's gaze. Very well, I shall await your response. Dumbledore did not impede their departure, watching as Fudge led his entourage of ineffectual Aurors away in a hasty retreat. A profound light flickered in the depths of the old headmaster's blue eyes. Nearby, Snape cradled the phoenix egg, while Theodore and the dog system jostled within it, engaging in a mock battle. Had I not known you were holding back, would I have behaved this way? I am neither a fool nor a madman. Don't zap me. I need to see Dumbledore's expression clearly. Theodore's earlier actions stemmed not from abstract love or justice, but rather from a very concrete, personal sense of protection, tinged with a hint of obsession. Regrettably, the canine system is oblivious, perceiving only a desire to engage in a game of divine love for all. Observing the silhouette belonging to Dumbledore beyond the eggshell, Theodore comprehended that Fudge's political career was irrevocably concluded. However, before his complete downfall, this pawn must serve the Order of the Phoenix in their struggle against Voldemort, rendering its final utility. A comprehensive warrant for the apprehension of Voldemort and his followers must be issued, publicly disclosing the fact of Voldemort's return and rallying the entire magical world. Most importantly, this would pave the way for the ascension of Ms. Bones, or the dominance of Dumbledore's faction. Merlin's lace-like, luminescent purple triangle. The world of adult magical dealings is indeed sordid. Prior to deliberating on the evening's events and subsequent arrangements, we must first ensure a critically important secret. In the headmaster's office, the core members of the Order of the Phoenix gathered together. Fawkes perched upon a branch, his gaze attentively fixed upon the golden phoenix egg resting on the velvet-covered desk. Dumbledore waved his ancient wand, and a slender beam of light, akin to golden threads, emanated from the tip of the wand. This magical essence wove through the air, connecting all present, ultimately forming a complex and ancient runic pattern before slowly dissipating. A temporary, unbreakable vow, its secret pertaining to Theodore Thorne's life and essence. Now, I implore you to recite the oath alongside me. Under Dumbledore's guidance, Severus, Minerva, Sirius, and Remus solemnly took their oaths in turn. The secret keeper, Severus Snape. The secret is, Theodore Thorne is a Phoenix Animagus. Dumbledore's frail hand pointed towards the radiant phoenix egg on the table. What shall we do now? Must he start afresh after his resurrection? Sirius was the first to voice his concern, exclaiming, "Ah, no wonder the great bat mocked him. It seems he had known all along that Theodore was a phoenix." "All right, Sirius, let us allow Dumbledore to finish," Remus interjected, standing beside Sirius to restrain his impulsive friend. "Yes, it is evident that he will mature once more in his phoenix form. We are uncertain whether he will retain his previous memories. Thus, he requires a reliable and stable guardian for his upbringing." Dumbledore's gaze swept across those present, finally settling unwaveringly upon Snape. "Theodore necessitates the most stringent and secure protection. Certain clumsy, scatterbrained fools will only lead him into peril. Clearly, I am his guardian." The professor crossed his arms, a smirk gracing his lips as his dark eyes mockingly scrutinized Sirius. "He needs love and freedom, sunshine and joy. Do you truly believe your gloomy cellar is suitable for nurturing new life? Furthermore, I am his godfather." The mere mention of godfather ignited Sirius's ire. Had it not been for that mutt's antics to curry favor, the little giant would not have been harmed by Death Eaters. "Godfather? Black, it appears that your time in Azkaban has indeed drained your intellect, leading you to hallucinate. If memory serves, I am his guardian." The two men faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Perhaps we could take turns caring for him?" Remus suggested diplomatically, recognizing the necessity of both Sirius's vitality and Severus's diligence for Theodore's needs. The mild-mannered werewolf surveyed his impulsive friend and the irritable Snape, feeling overwhelmed and wishing to transform into a werewolf to escape the reality of the situation. "TSK. Let us see you, Mutt, enjoy the good life. I'll be waiting for the day you slip up and become a phoenix pie." The canine system nibbled on cyber seeds, purple electricity crackling from its cybernetic canine head. "Can you not reason with me? Huh. I refuse to act like a child. I might just reincarnate. So, are you prepared to cross the bridge and drink the soup?" Theodore, that rascal, appeared rather pleased. "In this light, none of you can assume the role of a father to the cub effectively. Therefore, until Theodore recovers, he shall be under my personal care." Dumbledore gently extended his hand, taking the phoenix egg from Snape's embrace and carefully wrapping it in the velvet cloth. "I shall visit an old friend to consult him regarding matters of the phoenix's rebirth. In the meantime, the safety of Hogwarts rests in your capable hands." With no further elaboration, Dumbledore turned and strode towards the fireplace, the flue powder scattering as green flames engulfed his figure. Snape and Sirius huffed in unison, turning away like children in a schoolyard quarrel. Dumbledore's destination was the fortress of Nurmengard, perched atop the snowy peaks of Austria, where a certain individual had been imprisoned for half a century. In the cold stone chamber, only a narrow window allowed a faint light to enter. The once mighty Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald now appeared a frail and silent elder. Upon seeing Dumbledore, who he had not encountered in half a century, Grindelwald set aside the book he had been holding, the Tales of Beetle the Bard. He momentarily faltered before regaining his customary haughty demeanor. Albus Dumbledore, finally willing to cast aside your mask of justice to seek out a criminal like me? Dumbledore remained silent, slowly raising the brilliant golden phoenix egg in his hand. The brow of the former Dark Lord furrowed ever so slightly. Grindelwald. All right, let us insert a microphone into the mouth of this audience member. Our reporter brings you this story. After half a century apart, an old lover presents a grand gift upon their reunion. How would you feel? Chapter 36. Do you resemble a painting? Do not squawk at me, mutt. I wish to appreciate the greatest scene between my ship in half a century. If you keep chattering, hindering my enjoyment of this ship, I'll swap you into this eggshell to become a person. Upon hearing the prospect of becoming a miserable carbon-based entity, the canine system quickly recognized the wisdom of discretion, daring not utter another word. It was amusing. Now that the canine host lacked a corporeal form in the conventional sense, he might genuinely be swapped into the egg as a person. By Merlin. Who would want to be a bald pate? If one could live like a celestial being, who would wish to toil like a beast? Merlin's limited edition magnetic levitation star armor. Pleased with the accommodating canine system, Theodore gleefully oscillated between the two, resembling a powerful sorcerer who had just drained the life force of two ancient beings. It was no wonder he was so animated. Behind Theodore stood Dumbledore, while before him was Grindelwald. From the climactic battle in 1945 to the present day in 1991, nearly half a century had passed. Under such circumstances, one might inquire, which ardent shipper would not emit a scream of delight? Albus, have you now become incapable of guarding even an egg? Struggling to suppress the conflicting and complex emotions within, Grindelwald momentarily faltered before promptly recognizing the object as a phoenix egg. Good evening, Gellert. I bring you a gift. Or perhaps a request. In the face of his old lover's cold demeanor, Dumbledore remained unfazed, his striking blue eyes hidden behind half-moon spectacles, gazing intently at the figure before him. Is this your gift, Albus? Has the great Albus Dumbledore fallen so low as to seek the aid of a prisoner to hatch a pet? Grindelwald, well aware of Dumbledore's late-night visit, understood that this egg was no ordinary pet. Yet, the pride of the Dark Lord would not permit him to easily yield or submit. For the first time in half a century, Dumbledore found himself in need of Gellert Grindelwald. For Grindelwald, this sense of being needed served as the most compelling evidence of his continued relevance in the intricate game of life that Dumbledore orchestrated. Dumbledore did not respond directly to the slightly pointed question. Instead, he stepped forward, fully revealing the iridescent golden phoenix egg before Grindelwald's eyes. Gellert. He is not a mere pet. He is a child, an animagus reborn to resist Voldemort. The first light of dawn crept across the horizon, not in vibrant hues, but rather in a profound blue-gray, mirroring Theodore's current state of mind. By Merlin. What on earth? I feel like the child caught between divorced parents. From this vantage point, Theodore could clearly discern the tumult of emotions swirling in Grindelwald's striking heterochromatic eyes, curiosity, disdain, and an insatiable desire for exploration. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems your new father wishes to crack you open and taste your essence, doesn't he? Bolstered by his ethereal state, Theodore boldly reached for the crackling electric snack of the dog system. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you not believe he will care for me? Remembering the last task assigned by the dog system, Theodore felt an exhilarating thrill. By Merlin-S lace-trimmed, northeastern floral basket. Grindelwald was not merely the Dark Lord. He was a prophet, a revolutionary in pursuit of power and the subversion of order. An animagus phoenix, coupled with an extraordinarily potent soul, represented a miracle that transcended even his obsessions with greater ambitions. His curiosity would undoubtedly be insatiable. Hence, he would acquiesce to Dumbledore's request. Albus, why must you entrust me with his care? Is it for the greater good, or for your inscrutable designs? At last, Grindelwald extended his hand, receiving the soft, fabric-wrapped phoenix egg from Dumbledore. The old dark wizard then fixed his gaze upon his former lover, who was turning to depart. He was a variable, Gellert, fully aware of everything, including their shared past. Dumbledore produced the blood-packed fragment he always carried, and the playful glint in Grindelwald's eyes transformed into something else entirely. Albus. This fragment struck like a heavy hammer, tearing away all of Grindelwald's facades. He coldly grasped Dumbledore's hand that held the blood pact, his expression rife with mockery and sorrow. Should I be grateful that it is due to his significance that the great Albus Dumbledore has come in person, rather than sending that wretched Scamander? Grindelwald's suddenly elevated tone shattered the silence, causing Dumbledore, the most illustrious white wizard of the 20th century, to fall momentarily silent. No one wished to revisit those bygone days. Yet for the sake of the greater good, all could be sacrificed. By Merlin-S pickled pepper matcha chocolate milk. Theodore understood that the core of Grindelwald's character was prideful and keen, coupled with an unwavering obsession for greater goods and miracles. His feelings towards Dumbledore were a tumultuous blend of love, hate, disappointment, and a lingering possessiveness. Thus, a weapon as potent as the Blood Pact would inevitably strike at his most vulnerable spot. You see, this has always intrigued me. Why has Newt Scamander become integrated into this family? That's easy. As long as you don't mind a one-way ticket to the heart of the Loch Ness Monster, you can ask Newt yourself. Grindelwald's heterochromatic gaze bore into Dumbledore, as if aiming to pin him against the spectral wall of their past. Can you not articulate it, Albus? Allow me to elucidate. Entrusting him to me is an act of evasion. You are fleeing from the eyes that know all our histories. You cast him away to Newmontguard, just as you cast me aside. The words fell heavily, and after a long pause, Dumbledore freed his hand from Grindelwald's grip. Gellert, not all matters unfold as you envision. He will not be exiled. He has guardians and family, and before his rebirth, he harbored an unhealthy dependence on Severus. Dumbledore's usually gentle smile faded as he raised his gaze to meet Grindelwald's, their equally formidable souls resonating in that moment. I cannot ascertain whether he will remember the past upon hatching, so I must grant him freedom, if only for a fleeting moment. Do you comprehend, Gellert? It was only then that Theodore grasped Dumbledore's greatest magic, love and freedom. By Merlin's lace-trimmed, serpent-patterned latex basket, he was being granted a second chance. An invitation to escape this chaotic game. You will regret this, Albus. Entrusting me with his care will prove to be the gravest misstep you have ever taken. Grindelwald did not press Dumbledore further. A sardonic curve graced his thin lips. This child would be pivotal in the future struggle against Voldemort. Perhaps even an essential variable in Dumbledore's grand design. To temporarily hold such a variable was tantamount to re-entering the external chessboard. Is that so? Then may events unfold as you desire. Farewell, Gellert. Watching the old headmaster's decisive retreat, the dog system internally ignited 2 cyber candles that would stand upright. The old dark wizard has underestimated. This phoenix is merely a tall, awkward chicken with 2 chopsticks inserted. Who are you calling a chicken? You dog. Do you dare challenge me to unleash a flurry of kicks? Huh. May the heavens spare me from foolish hosts. The dawn's light shattered the last vestiges of the gray-blue sky as Dumbledore, having spent a sleepless night, departed from the lofty tower of Newmontguard. In the next moment, he stood beneath the familiar starry dome of the Hogwarts headmaster's office. Albus, you must see this immediately. Aside from the eager inquiries of Sirius and Lupin regarding the child, Severus had spent the night in the headmaster's office, waiting. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, along with Professors Sprout, Flitwick, and Scamander, had gone to address the aftermath of Voldemort's attack on the Great Hall. Severus's countenance was as dark as a failed potion simmering at the bottom of a cauldron. He clutched a freshly delivered copy of the Daily Prophet, striding towards Dumbledore. Huh, isn't this amusing? The loss of his beloved troll had evidently propelled Professor Snape into a remarkably aggressive state. Dumbledore's deep blue eyes swiftly scanned the paper, zeroing in on the most prominent headline. Hogwarts safety in question. What is Headmaster Dumbledore concealing? By Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Investigator of the Ministry of Magic. The article refrained from direct allegations, but was rife with unsettling insinuations of managerial negligence attributed to Dumbledore, cloaked in vague terms. It subtly shifted the blame for the Christmas Eve attack squarely onto Dumbledore's shoulders, even implying that he risked his students' safety to maintain his personal authority. Severus, remain calm. Fear and deceit are their only weapons at present, and all of this will shatter before absolute justice and truth. Dumbledore read the article with an unflinching demeanor, his blue eyes behind the crescent-shaped glasses revealing no signs of disturbance. He first sought to soothe the exceedingly agitated Severus Snape, yet when met with Snape's probing gaze, Dumbledore refrained from divulging too much. Subsequently, his bony fingers lingered momentarily over the name of Umbridge. Theodore is safe. You need not worry. Severus, do you trust me? He will return to you soon. Dumbledore offered a gentle smile, displaying no hesitation. He did not take a moment to rest, but proceeded directly to the fireplace, swiftly grasping a handful of flue powder. Amelia Bones, office of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Green flames erupted, and Dumbledore's form vanished once more into the fire's embrace. Albus, I presume this is regarding the Daily Prophet? Indeed, Amelia. I am here to provide evidence concerning the undeniable truth of Tom Riddle's return, as well as to illuminate why Minister Cornelius Fudge happened to overlook this matter. A silvery memory flowed into the pensive, and Ms. Bones immersed her face within. She beheld the grotesque corpse, the in-between state of Voldemort, the haughty demeanor of Lucius, and that golden phoenix, which had shielded against the killing curse. All the aforementioned memories, I confirm, are subject to Veritaserum authentication and are available for immediate examination by the Wisingamot in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It is time to put an end to this dangerous farce orchestrated by the minister's office. The centenarian, having endured a sleepless night, had lost all patience for pleasantries and laid everything bare. Ms. Bones assumed Dumbledore's distress stemmed from the loss of a phoenix. She remained silent for but a moment before promptly setting about addressing the subsequent steps. I understand, Albus. The evidence has been received. An emergency meeting of the Wisengamot will convene in 2 hours. Justice must be served. This marked the second occasion within the month that Dumbledore and Snape entered the hallowed halls of the Wisengamot, armed with irrefutable proof that rendered any attempts at denial feeble in light of such clear evidence. Fudge attempted to resist, wielding his ministerial authority to stifle the news, accusing Dumbledore of fabricating memories, and even sought to make Umbridge the scapegoat for his own failures. Enough, Cornelius. This foolish circus has gone on for far too long. It is time to cease. Amelia Bones, renowned for her fairness and firmness, would not tolerate a grain of injustice. Under the mounting pressure from both sides, Fudge's resistance quickly crumbled. The Daily Prophet retracted its previous articles in a matter of hours, unveiling a new front page. The Dark Lord returns. Irrefutable evidence. Minister Fudge on sick leave. The newly published article abandoned its earlier ambiguity, detailing the evidence of Voldemort's resurrection and announcing that Minister Cornelius Fudge was on leave due to a sudden and severe health issue. The public was informed that Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was temporarily assuming the duties of the Minister of Magic. In her inaugural act, she signed a comprehensive warrant for the arrest of Tom Riddle and all known Death Eaters, empowering Aurors to use lethal force in the event of resistance. The vast machinery of the Ministry of Magic, having long stagnated and regressed, began to awkwardly yet decisively pivot towards a wartime footing. Merlin's beard. The world outside is so vibrant, yet I'm barred from participating. What is this madness? Magic? Why? I demand to know. Through the thin shell of his confinement, Theodore distinctly observed the Daily Prophet in Grindelwald's hand. And let me ask you, do you resemble a painting? Huh. What are you barking about, you worthless creature? What kind of good soul wanders about with an egg, treating Snape's robe as a pouch? He's no kangaroo. With a swift kick, he struck the canine host, who sneered while brandishing his glowing blue wand from northern Myanmar. You are about to break free from your shell. Don't think I fear you anymore. Keep barking your useless words, and I will fry you until you flee in disgrace. Do you understand? Amidst the crackling sparks, the golden phoenix egg emitted a soft crack. Then, a damp little head adorned with several golden tufts pushed through the shell, curiously surveying this unfamiliar world. The little phoenix had hatched. Chapter 37, Raising the Young. Merlin's beard. Can you not speak rationally? Huh. I still have yet to fully grow my hair. And you've shattered the egg? Laugh, will you? Do you believe I will let you go bald too? Through Grindelwald's exceptionally bright heterochromatic eyes, Theodore clearly beheld his current appearance. The top of his head was nearly bald, tinged with a hint of pink, while a few disheveled brown feathers hung limply at the back, resembling a poorly fitted wig that had shrunk in the wash. The downy feathers at the base of his wings were sparse enough to reveal the pale skin beneath, and when he attempted to fly, tufts of underarm hair were exposed, giving him the appearance of a stray dog just retrieved from a mud pit, stripped of its fur. Merlin's shimmering baseball jacket. Whose phoenix is this disgraceful, bald creature? I curse you, and you still refuse to accept it. Have you forgotten you were once human after spending so long as a bird? Don't use your lack of clothing as an excuse. As a wizard with a mere 2.5 days of practice, why not transfigure the eggshell into a blanket? Fools may possess their own fortunes, but Theodore was certainly devoid of such luck. Thus, under Grindelwald's intrigued gaze, the tiny phoenix wobbled a few steps forward, tumbling into the crook of his thigh. Suddenly, the little phoenix erupted in a brilliant golden light. The radiance swiftly expanded and transformed, and the small phoenix vanished, replaced by what appeared to be a toddler, barely 1 or 2 years old. The absurdity of the scene left Grindelwald utterly dumbfounded. Even knowing this phoenix was an animagus, he had never witnessed one hatch directly into a baby. A resounding wail echoed through the tower of Nurmengard, startling the once mighty Dark Lord to the brink of using magic. Instinctively, Grindelwald opened his mouth, attempting to command the infant with the icy tone he reserved for reprimanding his subordinates. Silence. However, had Grindelwald refrained from uttering that command, Theodore might have only cried for a mere 2 minutes. Now, however, it was an entirely different matter. It is important to note that even the most mature of souls cannot resist the innate impulses of their brains and bodies. As his adult soul was thrust into the soft, powerless body of a toddler, all the accumulated grievances and frustrations magnified exponentially. Opening his eyes, he found no familiar guardian, no clothes to wear, unable to speak, drool cascading down his chin, and he was hungry. The little child, with delicate, fair skin and golden eyes glistening with tears of grievance, opened his mouth and wailed. Just then, a golden blanket appeared out of nowhere, wrapping him snugly. If you keep crying, I will throw you off the tower. Do you hear me? What do you want? Can you not speak? What good is crying? Theodore, Merlin's beard. Are you not a dove? Nermingard is devoid of reason, and the Dark Lord speaks in tongues incomprehensible to a British infant. This infant's essence is that of a Chinese. Merlin's enchanted forest, infused with matcha and spicy oolong tea. Theodore's mind instinctively evolved a barrage system, while his body, akin to an unawakened primate, howled in disarray. The infant's piercing cries rendered Grindelwald's complexion a sickly green. He maintained his awkward cradling posture, his body unusually stiff. Stop. Enough. Quiet down. Are you hungry? The wailing was imbued with a certain enchantment, stirring a turmoil within him. Grindelwald began to lament and despise his earlier self. Unable to fathom why he had consented to assist Dumbledore in caring for a child, he attempted to adjust his hold, awkwardly cradling the infant as though it were a perilous dark artifact. The baby's cries momentarily subsided, its cherubic cheeks flushed crimson, tiny hands gripping his robes as it began to utter fragmented English words. Hungry. Grindelwald, by Merlin. In Nermingard, the prison for the world's most dangerous dark wizard. Where on earth would one procure baby formula? Dumbledore, knowing full well this is an infant, why hasn't he sent over any baby supplies? Balancing the child with one arm, Grindelwald rummaged through his desk, retrieving a piece of parchment and a quill. He hastily scrawled a curt command. Albus. Send everything the baby requires immediately, especially food. He rolled the note and summoned a silent, sharp-eyed black raven to deliver it to Hogwarts. However, given the considerable distance between Nermingard and Hogwarts, the infant would continue to wail for sustenance. With no other options, Grindelwald attempted to soften some stale bread in water. Yet, it was evidently unsuitable for the infant's palate, or perhaps, this unappetizing fare was difficult for any human to stomach. Eat. Aren't you hungry? Theodore, let me ask you, is this from the Alexander's bakery? You expect a baby to eat something on par with 5-nut mooncakes? This could serve as a shield against 10 Avadas. The infant rejected the food, responding with another bout of cries. Eventually, when the bottle of milk, formula, and various baby supplies arrived courtesy of Fawkes, Grindelwald's expression had darkened to an altogether different hue. 150 milliliters of water, add 5 level scoops of formula. For the first time in his life, Grindelwald found himself preparing such a concoction. As he clumsily mixed the formula and attached the nipple to the bottle, he suddenly realized he had neglected to check the water temperature, burning the infant's tongue. Grindelwald. Can I give him an Avada? Although wandless, even the simplest of freezing spells posed no challenge for the Dark Lord. Drink. Stop making that noise. Pigeons, I'm not a saint. And there's no need for you to adopt such a pose that might poison me. Shut up, you wretched creature. You're deafening. Even milk can't silence that foul mouth of yours. By Merlin, could we not replace this miserable baby formula with protein powder and switch his supplementary food to hormone-infused meals, allowing him to grow into a muscular giant overnight? No creature relishes the task of child rearing, and this AI system was no exception. Theodore, initially reluctant to eat, found his adult soul unable to resist the primal instinct of his body. He instinctively began to suckle, the warm milk gradually filling his stomach, and soon he felt drowsy. If you dare open your eyes and wail, I'll turn you into a sparrow and have you sing day and night for the fat orange cat. Understand? After spending considerable time together, the canine system knew precisely what Theodore was up to. Once a formidable system, he now found himself in a predicament akin to that of a nursery narrative. Just wait until this little one grows up. Grindelwald gazed at the little phoenix gradually succumbing to sleep in his arms, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. Crying was an incredibly exhausting endeavor, and by the time Theodore awoke, the warm orange hues of dawn had already spread across the sky, painting a tranquil and soothing tableau. Distribution: Voldemort's location reminder patch. Cost: transfer the GGAD communication set to Grindelwald. The last time he was attacked by Death Eaters, the tattoo on Theodore's arm had briefly burned. A once amusing tattoo sticker had suddenly proven useful. It was evident the system was behind this. With his golden eyes fixed on the Dark Lord, who was busily attempting to prepare infant food nearby, Theodore ignited a candle scented like Orlan-style chicken wings for himself. By Merlin's cyber carbon fiber biodegradable lace skirt. To acquire the GGAD communication set, I must confront the Dark Lord face to face. Am I trying to get myself killed? Enough of your nonsense. You have half an hour to complete all tasks. Otherwise, I'll send you straight to the world of Juon. The canine system, fearing the host would slack off, immediately pulled up a tempting photo of Miss Kayako from the cyber realm. You wretched creature, you only know how to threaten me. I can barely articulate my words. And you treat me like a universal tool? Stop deluding yourself. You are not even close to being as emotionally stable as Teacher Dobao. Now, immediately. Go and complete your tasks. As Grindelwald approached with a plate of food that lacked any semblance of flavor or aroma, Theodore could no longer suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. By Merlin, did that ingredient still have a pulse when they called Beijing vaping? Eat. If you dare to wail, or wet the bed in the middle of the night, I'll toss you outside to feed the trolls. Theodore, did you also take linguistics courses offered by Professor Snape? Just as Grindelwald set down the plate to feed him with a small spoon, Theodore desperately grasped his finger. Raising his glistening, large eyes, do you think Dumbledore will mourn for you? The infant's speech was fragmented and the pronunciation peculiar. Yet how could Grindelwald fail to recognize his own words? Especially with that damn Newt Scamander behind the sentence. You have memories. Are you deceiving Dumbledore and me? Had it not been for Dumbledore's prior warnings, Grindelwald would have surely unleashed a wandless Avada on Theodore. Hee. With his survival instincts and keen insight, Theodore wisely began to mimic a certain pink starfish. The canine system, you can't even get rid of your ailments. You're such a fool. I should just zap you into oblivion and make you a complete idiot. Gazing at the host who was drooling and staring blankly, the canine system wished to deliver him directly to a psychiatric facility. And who was Grindelwald? The Dark Lord wasn't foolish. What was the difference between feigning ignorance and being transparent before him? Yes, you're young and naive, but why would anyone raise a foolish child? It seems he hasn't fully recovered, retaining some semblance of human traits. Forcing the low-salt, low-oil puree he had prepared into the infant's mouth, he watched as the child teared up, on the verge of crying, and the Dark Lord couldn't help but chuckle with delight. That's more like it. If I catch you acting like a fool again, I'll throw you off the tower. As the golden sun set and dusk enveloped the world, the once calm Theodore began to grow increasingly restless. Curling up in his makeshift blanket, an overwhelming sense of emptiness and anxiety snapping the last thread of his nerves. What should I do, you wretched creature? I am utterly incapable of mastering myself. I am suffocating from a lack of oxygen. Yet, I am unable to cease. He broke into uncontrollable sobs, his diminutive form shimmering beneath the golden blanket. At times, he coalesced into the image of a typical infant, while at others, he dissipated into a cascade of golden specks, his entire being marked by instability. This is disastrous. You cannot possibly leave Snape. This is unequivocally a soul withdrawal reaction. The canine system was in a frenzy, leaping about anxiously, its native tongue reloading repeatedly, yearning to manifest physically and shake Grindelwald's shoulders. No more futile calming spells akin to a bow on a pair of underpants. The mud is on the brink of a second rebirth. Hurry and contact Dumbledore and Snape. I'm out of options. Let us gamble. You mutt, grit your teeth and don't die? The canine system's hardware was nearly smoking, desperate and frantic. It exchanged for the GGAD communication collection, which it promptly tossed at Grindelwald's feet. I've made my hints so blatant. Please, open your eyes. February Hong has come seeking a remedy. This yellowed notebook indeed captured Grindelwald's attention. The old Dark Lord picked up the mysterious item that had materialized and immediately connected it to the wailing infant on the bed. He gazed at the bold letters on the cover, recalling Dumbledore's words upon leaving. His pathological dependence on Severus. The answer was within reach. This time, Grindelwald's handwriting was swifter, his scrawl increasingly hasty. Albus, come immediately. His state is extremely unstable. He requires Severus. Immediately. GG. The messenger flapped its wings and vanished into the night. This time, Dumbledore arrived sooner than anticipated. Following the old headmaster was Professor Snape, his expression dark and his robes billowing like a massive bat. Severus. Without waiting for Dumbledore's lengthy instructions, Snape strode towards the flickering Theodore as he had done with the previous emergency involving Theodore. He barely had time to exchange words with the renowned First Dark Lord before swiftly scooping Theodore into his embrace. The moment he fell into Snape's arms, Theodore's heart-wrenching cries ceased abruptly. He curled up in the professor's reassuring hold, nuzzling his small head against him, and his flickering form stabilized instantaneously, reverting to that of a normal infant. You're finished, mutt. While you shielded Snape from the no-nosed dark magic, your soul became bound. Now, don't even speak of freedom. Every night you stray from Snape, you shall relive tonight's horrors. Gazing at the comatose canine host, the system felt utterly speechless for the first time. By Merlin, have I been ensnared by capitalistic machinations? How can I traverse the magical world alongside such a wretched host? Albus, are you toying with me? The little creature, whom I spent an entire day soothing to no avail, only needed the simplest embrace from another? Grindelwald found himself both furious and amused. No wonder Albus had claimed that matters were not entirely as he wished. Indeed, this little being could not possibly leave his guardian. I apologize, Gellert, I was unaware. Dumbledore's deep blue eyes bore an expression of regret and a hint of fatigue. Indeed, the old headmaster would never willingly place a student in peril. The circumstances that led to this were surely beyond his knowledge. Albus, you know what I wish to convey, do you not? Observing the complex emotions entwined within his old lover's gaze, Dumbledore paused, instinctively turning his head away. Gellert, we are no longer young. You realize that, do you not? Being mindful of Snape's presence, Dumbledore refrained from elaborating further. His gaze swept across the unfamiliar, yellowed notebook on the table, and a myriad of thoughts surged forth. Severus, we must return. Aware that it was inevitably related to Theodore, Dumbledore refrained from asking further. Snape held the little giant tightly, offering a polite nod to Grindelwald. He then followed Dumbledore, leaving without a backward glance. The green flames ignited once more, engulfing the figures of the two men. TSK. Let us redirect our attention to this male guest. Watching his wife walk away with the child without a backward glance, what are your thoughts? Chapter 38. Yes. At that time I was still quite thin. By Merlin. Am I living in a Truman Show? Not only does this mutt broadcast live, but Professor Snape too. Is he keeping a constant watch over me 24/7? Is this a beaver? Is this Merlin? The infant Theodore lay supine in his modified crib, gazing at the stone-piled ceiling above, with a green glowing circular lamp hanging down, illuminating him in an environmentally friendly manner. Oh, come on, you mutt. Fortunately, you still retain a semblance of human traits, able to address your physiological needs. Otherwise, Snape would surely use a wandless killing curse to perform a minor surgery on you. And then you would be donning Merlin's skirts. Ever since he was brought back that night, this canine host had become a treasured gem. Snape watched this little fool as if he were the most precious of pearls. Even the canine godfather had been ruthlessly turned away on several occasions. Issuing, adult body experience package, limited to 30 minutes. Fee, stealing an entire cake from a cafeteria. Theodore, by Merlin's Christmas special red and green lace milk basket. You mutt, you expect an infant to evade Filch and Madame Longbottom? Why the hell don't you let me guard against James? Is there a dead rat lodged in that brain of yours? Do you think the adult body is sent to you for what purpose? If you don't start causing some trouble for attention, I'll zap you into a quagmire, and you'll be spitting out date pits daily. Do you understand? The canine system dismissively discarded the latest trending internet phrase, fearing that this mutt would discover that he had been secretly developing while burning the midnight oil. Theodore, has your metaphor system been invaded by something? How could you use a dead rat to describe a person? Huh. A waft of potion mingling with the scent of milk, combined with the infant's uniquely sweet and slightly metallic aroma, permeated the cellar's air. Theodore, like a fool, gnawed on his own fingers as he watched Snape brewing potions nearby. I am hungry. The sharp corners of all the furniture were cushioned by thick, soft magical foam, rendering them round and harmless, as if the entire space were enveloped by a colossal cushioning charm. No eating hands. Toby, who taught you this bad habit? The seemingly potion-brewing Professor Snape appeared beside the little giant, pinching Theodore's small wrist between his fingers. Toby, if I see you eating your hands again, I will coat your hands in potion, do you understand? Unlike the previously emaciated little creature, Theodore's face now glowed with a rosy hue, his baby clothes soft and clean. A clear indication of being well cared for. Good. Theodore, having finally grown accustomed to his new name, was bestowed with yet another fresh title. Toby, deriving from Hebrew, means God is good, signifying a sheltered hope for a peaceful life with fewer tribulations. Listening to the little giant stutter in response, a flicker of complex emotion, so faint that he himself was unaware, surfaced in Snape's dark eyes. He could not entirely equate this fragile life that depended wholly on him with that foolish son who once shielded him from a death curse. What had been reborn from the ashes was both him and not him, gazing into the pure golden eyes of the infant. Snape found himself attempting to seek familiarity in the child's visage. Am I gazing through you at him, or is it simply that you are who you are? Lie still. Do not move indiscriminately. The potion's master approached the table, adopting an attitude of meticulousness akin to brewing a delicate potion while preparing baby formula. The water temperature was magically maintained at 40 degrees, the quantity measured to the precise milliliter, and the amount of formula measured to the exact gram. Even the speed and direction of stirring adhered strictly to the instructions. The fastidious professor, before feeding, would even test a drop on the back of his hand to check the temperature. What should I do? This wretched creature. I suddenly feel the urge to lay everything bare. I can no longer bear to witness Snape in this state. By Merlin's lace-trimmed, translucent serpentine milk basket. He understood that Snape might be suffering from some form of PTSD. When he discovered my memories were entirely absent and my pupils had turned golden, I was no longer the little giant in his heart. I would awaken his deepest two nightmares, the death of Lily and his own powerlessness before the Dark Lord. In his eyes, I was the embodiment of his sins and, at this moment, his sole redemption. He would become obsessively convinced that Theodore's sacrifice was the result of his own inadequacy as a father. Thus, Caring for the infant was no longer a choice, but a torturous penance. He was not nurturing a life, but guarding a living gravestone. Now, immediately close your eyes and sleep. Snape set aside the baby bottle and expressionlessly retrieved the well-worn copy of Advanced Potion making from beside the bed. Then, Professor Snape began to read a bedtime story in a deep, silky voice that could haunt most Hogwarts students' dreams. The addition of moonstone powder must occur during the third phase when the sleeping potion's liquid displays a silver-blue vortex. Premature addition would trigger uncontrollable slime boiling. Theodore, this Snape is utterly lacking in martial virtue. He is not at all magnanimous. Each letter sounded like a bleeding lamb, successfully rendering the energetic, yet academically lacking Theodore, who barely scraped 30 in English, momentarily dazed. A tense atmosphere spread throughout Hogwarts after that day's attack. Everyone witnessed Professor Snape carrying away the phoenix egg reborn from the ashes. The explanation from Headmaster Dumbledore was that Toby required a more secure and nurturing environment to regrow. And it was evident that Professor Snape was the best choice, was it not? The students exchanged glances, particularly within Slytherin House. A significant proportion of the Death Eaters who had attacked the Great Hall that day were parents of students. Most notably, Lucius Malfoy. His only son, Draco Malfoy, plummeted from a privileged Slytherin prince to a state of isolation, suspicion, and helplessness. The Malfoy Manor was no longer a refuge. It could be under constant surveillance or search by Aurors. Thus, he was forced to remain at Hogwarts, burdened by the peculiar gazes of his peers and the immense pressure and fear stemming from his family's sudden collapse, weighing heavily on the shoulders of this 11-year-old boy. Draco, you've dropped your book. Snape gazed down at the golden-haired Malfoy before him, having heeded Narcissa's request to protect Draco. Likewise, he became aware that Dumbledore intended for him to test and guide Draco, perhaps offering him a chance for redemption. So many witnessed Draco defy the Dark Lord's will and cast aside his wand. What the hell? Why are you still lazily sleeping? Do you believe I won't let Kaiko peek out from your bed? Huh. Finally, once Snape had exhausted his energy and fallen asleep, the system screeched awake its canine host. By Merlin, how can a mere infant actively complete tasks? Am I to squirm like a maggot? Huh. Even if I consumed tons of fertilizer and urea, I wouldn't grow this quickly. By Merlin's triangular serpentine latex lace milk basket. Just as Theodore attempted to access the system's production manufacturer, a faint golden light flickered around him, and the crib was suddenly empty. In the next moment, a youth of about 17 or 18 appeared on the cold stone floor of the cellar. He possessed a pair of golden eyes that shone even in the dark, his features entirely distinct from Theodore's. What the hell? Is this me? You wretched creature must have licked this new body into existence while looting. This has no relation whatsoever to my former self. By Merlin, no wonder Snape's expression was so complex. It turned out a blood mage had taken over? Nonsense. Is your mind filled with pickled pigskin? Your ashes have exploded. If I hadn't licked dozens of ancient beings while I was at it, you'd be done for. In cyberspace, the canine system gazed at the row of cultivation bodies serving as coat racks in the corner, letting out an eerie chuckle reminiscent of a Soul Hall elder's cackle. Less chatter. Hey, what the hell? Why are you using 10 times the magic power as if it were only one? You currently possess the legacy of the ancients. Did you blow your pants off to showcase flying needles? Huh. The canine system could hardly bear to look, its sinister grin raising Theodore's enchantment back to 105%. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? You did this on purpose. And you're laughing. Laughing like a light bulb, are you? The charming baby sleepwear transformed into a seductive bikini barely covering his thighs, leaving him feeling exposed and chilly. As if he were about to perform in some peculiar show, Theodore stealthily slipped out of the cellar, transforming his attire into a stylish pair of ripped pants in the corridor. Remember, you must finish an entire cake, or I'll confiscate a day's worth of magic control. Thinking of the immense magical power residing within his infant body, Theodore quickened his pace. Thanks to his adept experience with nocturnal escapades, he smoothly navigated towards the kitchen. As for the caretaker Filch and Mrs. Norris, the little rascal Theodore could evade, let alone this formidable weapon. Finally, he located the fruit bowl painting marking the kitchen entrance. Due to the cold, he shivered as he extended his hand, scratching the lifelike pear. The pear burst into a joyful smile, transforming into a green doorknob. The warm, brightly lit kitchen, filled with the aroma of food, instantly enveloped him. Dozens of eyes, as large as tennis balls, turned in unison towards this unexpected guest. What the hell? Am I surrounded? Guard, where are my loyal canine guards? Quickly, protect me, you wretched creature. There's no saving you. Prepare to perish for your country. The house elves greeted any Hogwarts member who visited at such late hours with enthusiasm. Sir, what do you need? The elf evidently mistook Theodore for an upperclassman. Meanwhile, Within the cellar fortress, Snape abruptly awoke from his slumber. A powerful unease stabbed at his heart like a knife, sharper than ever before. He instinctively reached for the empty crib beside him. The icy sensation spread from his fingertips to his entire being, as if his blood had frozen in that instant. The child was gone. Theodore was missing. That little rascal, bound to his soul, a phoenix that could disintegrate if distanced too far from him, had vanished from his layers of protection. Toby. Snape felt as though he had been struck by an invisible petrification curse. His heart seemed to stop, blood reversing its flow, as the haunting memory of Theodore turning to ash exploded before his eyes once more. He sat up abruptly, his hands frantically sweeping across the entire bed, as if disbelieving his own sense of touch, yearning for this to be merely a nightmare. Theodore. Snape's wand materialized in his hand in an instant. With deft precision, he directed the wand's tip into the darkness, unleashing a silent glow that flickered and manifested as instinctively as breathing, illuminating every corner of the cellar. Who is it? Snape's magic surged instinctively, as he sensed the bond between the little phoenix and his soul. Like the rhythm of his own heartbeat, he sought the lost treasure. There. He barely had time to don his outer robe, clad only in a silk nightgown, his expression dark like that of a great bat as he surged out of the cellar. Following the faint guidance of the soul link, he traversed the corridor at an astonishing speed. Countdown, 5 minutes. Focus on this pathetic contestant. Come, let us behold a fool who cannot finish his meal, yet cannot escape. Even the dog system was anxious for its useless host. Can't this idiot at least take it with him? By Merlin. Could we not find a host who is a transformed black pig? If this dog thing takes its time to savor, is it preparing to use an infant's body for corridor cleaning? 2 minutes. You worthless creature, are your legs prosthetics? Huh. Are there cockroaches biting your toes in your shoes? If not, why aren't you running faster? Huh. Theodore, resembling a possessed bolt, stepped out with an outlandish stride beneath the curious gaze of the little elf, confidently and nonchalantly beginning his flashback. Don't shout. Watch me demonstrate a miracle. The moment Theodore turned, the kitchen door adorned with paintings of fruit was suddenly yanked open from the outside. The figure of Professor Snape, his guardian, appeared in the doorway, the black nightgown accentuating his already pallid complexion, exuding an aura of terrifying malice. Godfather. Theodore's neck nearly retracted in fright, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. With the system's countdown about to take effect, Theodore gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and, under Snape's increasingly somber gaze, pushed him out of the kitchen. Godfather, it's me, Toby. The intelligence of a cornered creature compelled him to tremblingly utter that name. Theodore rushed forward and, before Snape could react, dove into the professor's icy embrace. He then rubbed his face against the silk of the professor's nightgown, a visage entirely unfamiliar to his guardian. Snape? Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system's countdown reached 0, and Theodore transformed from a tall youth back into an infant. Had it not been for Snape's quick reflexes, he surely would have fallen to the ground. How dare you? No one knew that when he arrived in the kitchen following the soul bond, witnessing a completely unfamiliar boy, a torrent of fear intertwined with sorrow surged within him, nearly causing him to collapse on the spot. This soul bond was his last connection to the little giant that was Theodore. Gazing at his reclaimed treasure, Snape roughly clutched the child tightly in his arms. This was not a gentle embrace, but rather a violent affirmation of existence, a means to crush the void and fear that had enveloped him in the preceding minutes. His fingers sank deeply into the infant's soft nightgown, knuckles widening, his whole being trembling uncontrollably. Toby, what is happening? Why have you grown? His character and instincts restrained Snape from committing any further transgressions. Theodore grasped the silky fabric of his guardian's nightgown, his lips quivering as he began to cry. Indeed, why is that? Because I was very thin back then. Chapter 39, Big Dog. No, a wolf. So, Severus, would you like one? It could alleviate some of your current emotions. In the dimly lit headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, observing the tense Severus Snape before him, a flicker of understanding dancing in his deep blue eyes. The headmaster did not immediately respond to Snape's inquiry, but instead picked up a lemon sherbet and offered it to him. That night, Snape was thrust into an even more painful emotional purgatory as he came to the profound realization that he must confront a familiar soul in a completely unfamiliar guise. Torn between despair and hope. I do not need it. Albus, this is an extremely unstable and dangerous surge of magic. Or worse, it could be an out-of-control, formless animagus transformation. Snape stiffly rejected the notion, cradling the slumbering little creature, an icy tempest of fear and rage swirling within him. A powerful voice deep inside warned him that his little giant would never return. Thus, the professor turned to explain it as a loss of control. This explanation was more palatable, allowing him to accept the establishment of a connection with a wholly unfamiliar intruder. Severus, have you considered that this might not be mere loss of control, but rather a form of practice? Dumbledore smiled gently, returning the candy to the dish. The adult form that appeared in Snape's memories exuded a palpable magic, more astonishing than during Theodore's time. With this thought, the old headmaster spoke little more, but fixed his gaze firmly upon the infant in Snape's arms. The little phoenix squirmed restlessly, prompting Snape to skillfully begin soothing him. Rather than an explanation, Dumbledore's words felt more like an implication. The familiar posture of the little creature, who called himself Toby, as he sought comfort, stirred within Snape a complex and contradictory suspicion regarding Theodore's feigned amnesia. The headmaster's office was warm and tranquil, the silver meditation basin slowly rotating on the desk, while Fawkes curiously observed the infant nestled in Snape's arms. I understand, Albus. In 2 days, the school term will commence. Perhaps we should devise a reason to explain Theodore Thorne's absence to the students? However, upon receiving a nod from Dumbledore, a certain node within Snape's heart was suddenly pried open. Perhaps this key was that very term, Godfather? Thus, Snape held the child, connected to him by soul, with fervent embrace. Indeed, no matter how the exterior may change, the soul remains unique. Theodore Thorne, having suffered severe magical trauma from a Christmas Eve attack, resulting in bodily regression and unstable magic, shall temporarily suspend his studies and refrain from participating in any normal academic or social activities. Dumbledore cheerfully announced this official explanation, casually lifting a cup of honey lemon tea, while a letter from New Mongard lay pressed against the corner of the desk. The contents of the letter, coupled with the memories presented by Severus, assured the old headmaster that, on this chessboard, Theodore remained an ally, albeit one who required new rules to engage in the game. Severus, excessive protection can sometimes become a new shackle. He needs some limited freedom to explore his wings, as well as different forms of love from others. Dumbledore rose and walked over to Snape, his gaze falling upon Theodore's sleeping countenance. Very well. What the hell? By Merlin, have my magnificent wings been replaced with chicken wings? Why won't he listen at all? Left, turn. For heaven's sake, we're going to crash into the wall. Ever since he was caught stealing food that day, Theodore had cried himself to sleep, thus remaining blissfully unaware of his identity's exposure. All he knew was that Snape's already strict guardianship had escalated. Had it not been for the students returning to school, the potions master would have dreamt of Theodore flying out of the cellar. Use your right wing with force. You worthless creature. Are you trying to perform a Phoenix Wall crash suicide? By Merlin, can't you tell left from right? Has your brain shrunk? Huh. The dog system was utterly enraged. After seizing the rare opportunity to soar freely, this canine host was bound as tightly as a 10-year-old stroke victim, almost crashing into himself. Hey, what the hell? Turn. Are you blind? We need to ascend. The cybernetic scream of the canine system was caught in its throat, and at the critical moment, a large hand appeared to halt the self-collision of this foolish phoenix. Caw. Theodore's heart, on the verge of bursting from his throat, began to emit sharp, frantic cries as he gazed upwards from the warmth of that broad palm. It was none other than Sirius Black, Merlin's navy blue leopard print ultra-short uniform. It had been an eternity since he had last seen his plush godfather. Toby, do you still remember me? Sirius, cradling the soft, warm bundle, nearly blurted out the name of the past. Ever since Theodore was brought back that fateful day, the dark-faced bat had pushed him out of the cellar, just as Dumbledore made his timely appearance. The old headmaster had informed him that, aside from sharing the same soul, the reborn little phoenix was an entirely new entity. His name was Toby, not a mere substitute for anyone. Upon hearing this name, Theodore couldn't help but mockingly reflect on his past self. Playing the role of a domineering CEO in a short drama. What a splendid character to portray. A car accident amnesiac female-led. Good heavens. Now look where we are. Godfather. He controlled his power, transforming himself into an infant form. The current Theodore was no longer the feeble canine creature he once was. He was now the formidable Theodore. Wow, isn't this impressive? Should I get you a front wheel that doesn't turn while the back wheel does, old man? If you can't learn to fly, I'll zap you into the third brother and make you grow taller every day. Do you understand? The canine system could only close its cybernetic eyes in despair. This rascal, taking advantage of his infantile appearance, he shamelessly acted cute. Ugh. Hearing the little phoenix's clear and resolute address, Sirius excitedly hugged the little creature tightly. Looking down at those naive yet bright golden eyes, he felt as though his heart might melt. He had emerged voluntarily. He must have sensed my presence. He wanted to see me. I knew it. However, this wave of joy was abruptly replaced by an oppressive low pressure that seemed capable of freezing the air behind them. Severus Snape appeared silently behind them like a true bat. His face was so dark it could drip water, his black eyes fixated on Sirius's hands cradling the treasure, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Black, I assume your almond-sized brain still retains some activity, so kindly return my little phoenix that you hold. No, he calls me godfather. I have the right to raise him. Arguing in the corridor was evidently unwise, as the little one could be under scrutiny at any moment. With a scowl, Snape opened the cellar door, sneering as he stepped inside first. The originally eerie cellar transformed into a cozy nursery, and as Sirius entered with the child, the faint scent of milk powder mixed with potion wafted through the air, striking his thoughts like a heavy punch. It turned out, even the dark-bat could change? This was simply unbelievable. Sirius tightly embraced his reclaimed treasure, creating a rather peculiar standoff with Snape, who stood opposite him. Clearly, certain canines, whose basic intellect had been worn away by Azkaban, were unfit to discuss the concept of power, especially under the premise that they could not ensure their own safety. The infant's body was exceedingly soft, and both adult wizards were well aware of this. Thus, no matter how intense their conflict, it was merely a verbal sparring match in place. Severus, you cannot confine him like a prisoner in this lightless cellar. He needs to move, to interact with others. Sirius evidently blamed Snape's strict upbringing for the little phoenix's clumsy flying, believing it was his prisoner-like supervision that had rendered the child unable to take flight. As the center of the storm, Theodore felt quite speechless. Well, he had been caught red-handed in his mistaken identity. Once the guardian arrived, the suspect, a certain phoenix, continued to play the fool. Merlin's pink rendezvous with butter oil hot pot. TSK, TSK, TSK. Do you know what reborn at 1.5, the heartthrob in my palm is? You haven't seen much of the world, have you? Theodore blinked his golden eyes, glancing at the morose Snape, then turning to the furious Sirius. What a sight. You can't even leave Snape, you smug bulb. If left unchecked, they'll surely blow up your bed and toys in their quarrel. I can't wait to see how you'll charm everyone then. Theodore. You. Merlin's. Thus, with worries about his toy's future, the artistically inclined Theodore opened his mouth wide and began to wail. The infant's cries served as an exceedingly effective pause spell. Snape and Sirius simultaneously lowered their wands, their gazes converging on Theodore. What's wrong, sweetheart? Don't cry. The canine godfather attempted to soothe him, but due to his inexperience, nearly dislodged Theodore's overnight milk. Stop it, Black. You foolish canine creature. Snape gently snatched the child from Sirius's arms, the familiar scent of milk and the softness of the infant effectively quelling the professor's boiling anger. He awkwardly patted Theodore's back, his face cold as he issued an eviction order. You've fulfilled your wish of seeing him, haven't you? So why are you still here? Are you waiting for me to prepare dinner for you myself, Mr. Black? The professor's lengthy, complex English sentence pierced through Sirius, reddening his face. You. The canine godfather gazed at the little one, curled up obediently in Snape's embrace, and had to admit to himself that he truly lacked parenting skills. Why don't you just admit it? How hilarious. Does Black have no pride? This detestable dark bat should never think of surpassing him. Toby, look at this. Do you like it? Sirius pulled out an exceptionally hideous rubber toy from his pocket, one that made strange noises and attempted to bite people's noses, twisting it to entertain Theodore. What the hell is this? Is it a foster mother of golden and silver horns? Huh. It can even return on its own when thrown. However, the considerate Theodore did not wish to hurt the plush godfather's warm affection, so he cooperatively stretched out his tiny hands, babbling to grasp the indescribable bizarre toy. I will never again say you are unfit to be a parent, you rascal. It turns out you are the true warrior. Toby, Godfather has to leave for a bit. Make sure to eat well and grow strong. Goodbye. Staring at Snape's cruel eyes, which seemed capable of skinning dogs, Sirius performed a dramatic exit, bidding farewell gently to the little one before huffing and storming out. Toby, toss that thing that looks like it was chewed by a giant away. Immediately. Otherwise, when you wake up crying in the middle of the night, I will not comfort you. Snape closed his eyes in despair, unable to bear the sight. For that ghastly object resembled a colorful rubber that had been chewed by a giant and soaked in gastric acid. No, the gift is for me. Theodore clutched the ugly toy tightly in his small hands. Although he too found it distasteful, it was, after all, the plush godfather's concern. Toby. You better pray you won't regret it. Otherwise, I shall enlarge this chewed monstrosity, so you can learn the consequences of your mistakes. Severus Snape was evidently incensed by the retort, yet the professor, seasoned by Dumbledore's parenting wisdom, maintained his composure. At this juncture, he would not stoop to engage with a drooling child, even if the whelp professed an affinity for dogs as his progenitors. Despite the unfortunate aesthetics of Black that seemed as though they had been gnawed upon by a canine. With a scowl, he placed Theodore in the crib and turned to prepare milk for the infant. Issuance, new form Patronus, cost, on the night of the full moon. Successfully pet the furry Remus Lupin and clearly articulate. Big dog. No, it's a wolf. Theodore, Merlin S. Beard. Has your brain been pickled in seaweed? Do you wish to see me stuff Lupin S. teeth? Huh. Do you take pleasure in my misfortune? You expect an infant to face a werewolf. Why not send me to Mount Leong instead? Theodore could scarcely contain his verbal outpouring. Merlin's spiraled structure reconstructing a cowboy's miniskirt. Shut your mouth, you mutt. Can't you see it's a limited-time adult experience package? Huh. Are your eyes filled with street lamps? You dare to accuse me of watching pirated content. Do you think Snape's Wolfsbane potion is mere perfume? The canine system cackled maliciously, brandishing its dust-covered support baton from northern Myanmar, and with a resounding crack, rendered Theodore unconscious. As the canine host approached with a menacing demeanor to engage in a free-for-all, the system promptly plastered the original PDF across his face. Look, widen your bird-like eyes and behold. Am I truly putting you through hardship? Speak, Dark One. After consuming the Wolfsbane potion, Lupin would still transform into a werewolf, but the potion's primary function was to preserve his human intellect during the metamorphosis, preventing him from attacking others like an uncontrollable beast. Then I have not wronged you. You Merlin, does that evil beagle still require a complete overhaul? Shall I replace it with the beagle ancestor you've licked in the realm of cultivation? I am no dog trainer. Recalling his exceedingly peculiar beagle Patronus, Theodore wished to transform the canine system into a piece of kelp on the spot. Pa, you worthless mutt are akin to a wild boar incapable of digesting fine grains. Do you see that clothes rack over there, Pa, the silver dragon? Bark again, and not only will I refuse to make him your Patronus, I shall electrocute you into a black bear spirit and send you to steal a cassock. The two canine beings engaged in a free-for-all within the cyber realm, their soulless bodies naturally succumbed to slumber. Thus, when the professor returned with the milk, he found the infant lying there, breathing evenly, clearly fast asleep. What am I to do with you, Toby? Chapter 40. I wish to caress your exquisite form. You Merlin. I am so fatigued I could depart from my very soul. Why must I still complete the task? You are nothing but a scoundrel. Theodore, as smooth as a milk pudding, silently slipped through the crack of the cellar door. As the king of nocturnal wanderings, Theodore could evade Filch and Madame Rosmerta even with his eyes closed. You mutt, do you have the audacity to call me a scoundrel yet lack the courage to refuse a new Patronus? Is it not your own folly for never having witnessed fine things? Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall zap you into Ultramantiga, sending you to become an Ultraman consort. Do you understand? The canine system was utterly exasperated. This useless creature was as foolish as a dog that steals its master's instant noodles. The shedding fur of the balding mutt was strewn everywhere. Dumbledore and Snape had already taken notice. Turn left. I smell werewolf. Hurry and touch. Though Snape had cast a sleeping charm on Theodore during their conversation, the inorganic life form of the canine system was clearly not susceptible to such spells. This was precisely why he had discovered that the canine host was being followed but chose not to inform him. Before Snape and Dumbledore, he displayed a Patronus entirely distinct from the beagle, preserving this creature's strawberry-flavored ultra-thin latex vest. Theodore, oblivious to the system's intricate machinations, stared with his bright golden eyes in the darkness, proceeding along the path laid by the last Avada Kedavra. The dense canopy nearly obscured the moonlight, and the gnarled roots and slick moss beneath his feet made his progress arduous. What the? Am I not supposed to possess the eyes of fire? Why can't I see? Is this right? Recalling the last time he had feigned clumsiness and tumbled in the forbidden forest, Theodore felt a shiver of trepidation. In a fit of exaggerated melodrama, he extended a finger towards the sky. Canine system, do you believe in light? Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light erupted abruptly from his fingertip. Its brilliance rivaled that of a nuclear explosion in the Muggle world, illuminating the very edge of the forbidden forest instantly. The source of the green light seemed as if dozens of non-existent friends had adorned him with a colorful emerald crown. You damned fool. Are you insane? Have I ever told you what your current magical capacity is compared to your past? Are you playing Resident Evil here? This blinding green light, which could illuminate even the blind, left Theodore, the wielder, as the first casualty. He was struck by a sudden onset of glaucoma and cataracts, followed by a most unpleasant realization. What the? Let us not discuss the national essence just yet. Mutt, quickly look at what is wrong with my head. Why does it feel like ants are crawling? Am I afflicted with brain cancer and doomed to a short life? Theodore briefly lost his vision, rendering him incapable of seeing what transpired atop his head. Just as he was engulfed in fear and helplessness, contemplating a reboot, the canine system cackled as it produced the buzzing blue-glowing support baton from northern Myanmar and pressed it firmly against his lower back. You speak of an ant sensation? I shall make you experience an ant sensation. I have long found your sluggish demeanor irksome. Finally, I have caught you at a moment of opportunity. Are you blind? Unable to see a spider crawling atop your head? And yet, you speak of an ant sensation. Theodore, at that very moment, akin to a ground-to-air signal flare bursting into existence, two followers hidden behind a dense thicket not far from Theodore also found themselves subjected to an unexpected calamity. Snape's expression shifted from dark to an almost sickly green, blinded by the sudden, ominous brilliance. This was akin to announcing his location to every dark wizard and the Ministry of Magic across Britain. Professor Snape evidently recalled someone's previous exploits, forgetting the flickering fluorescence, using Avada for illumination, and summoning fog to staunch the bleeding. Dumbledore, too, squinted against the glare, curiously observing the frenzied young wizard not far off. Who would have thought that such an immense, wandless conjuration of dark magic could stem from a wizard terrified of a mere spider? It appeared that certain instincts buried deep within his soul remained intact, merely magnified by the influence of his corporeal form, plunging him into an unfathomable realm of peril. Snape did not respond, but silently tightened his grip on his wand. Clearly, compared to the small troll of his previous memory, a fully grown and magically potent wizard was unpredictable. They were unaware of why the little phoenix ventured into the forbidden forest at such an hour, but they could choose to follow, observe, and control. Deep within the forbidden forest, in a relatively open clearing, a massive, furry figure was wandering. In his werewolf form, Remus Lupin, having consumed Snape's meticulously brewed wolfsbane potion, retained his human intellect despite his furry exterior. Finally recovering from the aftereffects of cataracts, Theodore stumbled to the edge of the clearing. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the imposing figure of a muscular, gray werewolf. What the hell? Is this a plush toy? What distinguishes it from tiramisu and tiramisu's essence? Now, tell me, if it intends to use my delicate form as a chew toy, am I capable of phasing out? By Merlin's lace parasol, adorned with floral lace. Though Theodore relished the company of cats and dogs, and often sought to tease some plush creatures, it did not imply that he wished to be treated as one. If I grant you permission to touch, you shall comply? Should you dare to linger, I shall reduce you to a KFC original recipe, finger-licking good. I will stuff you between the teeth of a weasel. Do you comprehend? Professor, fear not. For I am merely enamored with plushness and wish to caress your delectable form. By Merlin. Theodore feigned a smile, attempting to exude the benevolence of a crocodile, cautiously edging closer to Lupin. The low growl emanating from Lupin's throat intensified. He slightly crouched, adopting a warning posture, yet refrained from immediate aggression. Reason dictated that the individual before him wielded profound magical power, one he could not hope to confront. Here it comes. Theodore was quick-witted. Seizing the moment of Lupin's distraction, he took the opportunity to reach out. He successfully ruffled the fur atop the werewolf's fuzzy head. What a big dog, no, a wolf. The tactile sensation beneath his hand was not the soft fur of a cat, but rather the coarse, somewhat prickly texture of a massive, fluffy creature. Lupin. The furry professor appeared momentarily stunned, a nearly tangible question mark sprouting from his immense wolf head, eliciting laughter from the dog system. Expecto Patronum. This time, the imagery that flashed through Theodore's mind was no longer the bizarre Filch and Umbridge, Hogwarts' forbidden romance. Instead, it was Severus kneeling amidst the ashes and rubble of the Great Hall, trembling hands gingerly cradling the still-warm phoenix egg held by Newt. A radiant brilliance, unprecedented and akin to liquid silver, erupted from his being. The light swiftly coalesced, transforming from the familiar visage of a malevolent little creature into a majestic, elongated eastern silver dragon. This dragon, undoubtedly the pride of the dog system, was massive, each scale reflecting the moonlight in a kaleidoscope of colors. It spiraled upward, its elegant form dazzling beneath the full moon. Theodore's spirit surged, morphing into a resplendent golden phoenix, soaring high. In an instant, moonlight and golden rays cascaded from the sky, gently blanketing the forbidden forest. Has even the Patronus transformed? Severus murmured, his grip on the wand whitening from exertion. Theodore Thorn, this vivacious little giant. Has he truly vanished completely? Chapter 41. Yes, I am experiencing a mental breakdown. You mutt, I am too beautiful. I am far too sophisticated, am I not? Is that not Severus and Dumbledore? Did they see everything? By Merlin's LED temperature-sensitive lace milk jug. Having savored this extraordinary experience of dragon and phoenix, Theodore, in his folly, finally gained the enlightenment to open his eyes to the world. With delight, he extended his elegant swan neck and effortlessly spotted two figures standing among the underbrush below. Indeed, it was his Bat Guardian and the venerable headmaster. Now, immediately, cease your icy phoenix antics. You are now Theodore on wheels. Should you dare to act otherwise, I shall reduce you to a dark sword immortal, and cast you into the cyber realm to starve to death. The dog system rolled its metaphorical eyes, elegantly unfolding a lengthy script spanning 587 pages, thrusting it directly into Theodore's face. Back. Should you fail to memorize it, I shall soften it and shove it into your mouth. Theodore, by Merlin. In a moment of desperation, the molten golden phoenix retracted its wings and dove toward the open space. Just before landing, the phoenix's radiance swirled, and upon steadying itself, the resplendent creature morphed back into the foolish Theodore, illuminated by the Avada light. Explanation. Before you were deemed a dangerous and uncontrolled animagus and confined within the Ministry of Magic's specially designed cage, Severus moved swiftly, his wand aimed squarely at Theodore's heart. The professor's countenance darkened, the hand gripping the wand trembling ever so slightly. Everything has changed. A conflagration of absurdity and deceit scorched Severus's reason, the unfamiliar Patronus slicing through any remaining glimmer of hope. He could accept alterations in appearance, even the obliteration of memories, for the soul is the essence of a person. Yet now, he found that even the soul no longer belonged to Theodore Thorn. Lower your wand, Severus. I believe Toby harbors no ill will, do you not? The former headmaster placed a calming hand upon Severus's wand, producing a lemon sherbet from seemingly nowhere and offering it forth. Gazing into Dumbledore's bright blue eyes filled with mirth, Theodore could no longer discern whether this was a test. His mind felt as if it had been steeped in formaldehyde. By Merlin's mycelium, what a biodegradable lace-trimmed microskirt. Having once pilfered Dumbledore's lemon sherbet, why should I not indulge in it now as a fully fledged being? Yes, Mr. Dumbledore, I assure you I harbor no malice. Godfather, you need not point your wand at me. After all, I share the same roots as your little giant. As if impervious to Severus's palpable hostility, he reached out to accept the confection, unhesitatingly popping it into his mouth. Allow me to introduce myself. I am neither Toby nor Theodore. I am Sephiroth Thorn, the elder brother of Theodore. The opulent castle, 3D printed by the system, along with those fashionably enhanced mannequins, collectively constitute the so-called ancient pure-blood family, the Thorn family. I am aware of your concern for Theodore, as I share it as well. Theodore is my youngest brother. His magical prowess is feeble, and his temperament gentle. I have always opposed our father's decision to send him away from home. Having uttered this bizarre line, Theodore maintained a facade of composure, though his big toe began to construct a code-violating edifice. By Merlin, how dare I utter such heartless words? Surely I am not cursed. Under the increasingly perplexed and scrutinizing gazes of Dumbledore and Severus, Theodore nearly faltered in maintaining his aloof and handsome demeanor. Am I not merely engaging in a battle of wits, employing fiery curses to peel away serpentine skins, casting wandless Avada Kedavras, and nurturing a few charming serpentine pets? Gentle and kind silent tears. In Numantgard, Theodore, unable to bear the immense sorrow of separation, found his soul nearly dissipating, on the brink of complete annihilation. At this juncture, with a face taut from suppressing laughter, Theodore lifted his hand. His fingers danced in the air, and a magnificent illustration of a phoenix parent and child unfolded perfectly before the three of them. Indeed, all who witness shall partake. Such monumental news he must share with the furry Professor Lupin. Therefore, my father entrusted me with the care of my younger brother. My strength surpasses his tenfold, perfectly suited to nurture and protect his fragile soul. By Merlin, this reason is tailor-made for Severus by the dog system. Why has the professor's demeanor shifted so dramatically? He fears losing his little giant. Now, through the voice of Sephiroth, the elder brother, he learns of their shared existence. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, as long as Theodore Thorn exists, he must safeguard this vessel. This is a vow Severus has made with his soul, one that cannot be broken. Will Theodore return? Severus Snape's emotions were exceedingly intricate at this moment. Gazing upon the features of Theophilus, which bore no resemblance to Theodore, it was a formidable challenge for Snape to restrain himself from inquiring further. I can assure you of this, Godfather. The moment Theodore's soul is restored, I shall depart without delay. Undoubtedly, in the endeavor to vanquish Voldemort, both myself and the Thorn family, who stands behind me, shall remain unwavering allies of the Order of the Phoenix. By Merlin's flamboyant purple stockings. As he recited these bizarre lines akin to a grotesque short play, Theodore could not help but mentally berate himself for being a fool. Concurrently, he expressed his disdain for the dogged system responsible for such drivel. By Merlin, why don't you say the entire Thorn family is composed of almonds? Huh. Listen, the Thorn family, the blood of the Phoenix. Others might think it sounds grand and sophisticated, yet the entire lot is merely a performance orchestrated by me, this cybernetic loudmouth. This was the script penned by the dogged system, as depleted and desiccated as the code that had been invaded by the water-starved Trisolarans. Silence. Illiterates have no right to judge literature. Were it not for your foolish amnesia, would we be in this predicament? If you dare to continue with your pretentious ice silk mat, I shall electrocute you into the embodiment of Dongfang Booby and toss you into Zhen Huan's narrative to replace the plump orange cat. Do you understand? The dogged system could not abide others branding its creations as bizarre. Not only did this wretched entity produce literary refuse, but it also compelled its hapless host to share it. Bereft of the emotional support from its master, the brilliance of the silver dragon receded like a tide. The cold moonlight cast mottled shadows, illuminating this absurd scene deep within the forbidden forest. Mr. Theophilus, I believe that until we ascertain a precise method to confirm Theodore's condition or ensure you will not utilize this body for any perilous or foolish purposes, stringent surveillance is imperative. Albus Dumbledore interjected, a gentle and benevolent smile gracing his features. Theodore recognized that in Dumbledore's eyes, his acceptance of that lemon snowball was far from a mere triviality. He would interpret it as a carefully crafted signal imbued with goodwill. In the old headmaster's view, Theophilus was the full-fledged representative dispatched by the Thorn family, a formidable strategic partner aligned with the objectives of the Order of the Phoenix. Rest assured, I only share knowledge and memories with Theodore. We do not exchange entirely congruent emotions or experiences. You may still refer to me as Toby. This body is too frail to fully encompass my powers and memories. By Merlin's royal crimson and purple ensemble, pointing at his increasingly pallid complexion, Theodore concluded the final act of his performance. In his infant state, he found himself unable to resist Theodore's bodily instincts, leading to peculiar and age-inappropriate actions. Should Mr. Dumbledore have a message for my father, he may send it to this address. As he grasped the countdown for the system's adult experience pack in its final minute, Theodore raised his hand to inscribe the name of his cybernetic homeland. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the countdown concluded, the use form suddenly disintegrated into countless minute specks of light. In its place lay a swaddled infant, helplessly descending from the air. Snape instinctively lunged forward, extending his long arm to securely catch the unconscious Theodore. Severus, I believe we must reevaluate Toby's significance. This was a strategic move by the dogged system on the chessboard. Following the recent display of force, Dumbledore would no longer dwell on Toby or Theodore. His focus would entirely shift to the Thorn family as a whole. Did you witness that, you wretched creature? This is power. What else do you do besides being a cybernetic loudmouth? Huh, useless. In the cyber realm, the dogged system snapped its zip file, the sound echoing as countless zeros and ones spilled forth, submerging Theodore, this ineffectual fool, like a lake. How dare you speak? Were it not for your bizarre tasks, would I have become what I am today? Huh, a soft and adorable first grader transformed into Robert. All because of your data pollution. The two canine entities once again engaged in a quarrel, oblivious to the external circumstances. The grand performance had concluded. Who cared about after-sales service? Albus, the Thorn family is willing to ally with us, perhaps because of Theodore. Snape held the small child tightly, realizing why he found some of Toby's actions familiar. It was indeed the instincts of the little giant, Theodore, that governed him. He had metamorphosed from a fledgling phoenix into a precious vessel, a grail that bore the faint yet genuine hope of Theodore's return. Do you recall the jest Theodore made in the Great Hall? At that time, you reproached him for tarnishing the name of the Thorn family and Slytherin. The elder brother, Theophilus Thorn, exhibited no affection or tenderness when discussing Theodore. He was fully aware that his younger sibling's frail body could not bear his entire strength, yet still chose to perform this charade to showcase himself. All the enigmas surrounding Theodore's foolish behaviors had been unraveled. It was not mere capriciousness, rather, it was a distorted expression of emotion from a child struggling to survive in an abnormal family. Albus, I do not know. I truly do not know how to treat him. Dumbledore stepped forward, placing a hand on Snape's shoulder. He then gestured towards the fluffy werewolf, Lupin, crouched beneath a nearby tree. Severus, do you believe the one who illuminated with Avada and deliberately approached to stroke his furry professor is the cold-hearted Theophilus? Theophilus spoke the truth. Theodore was indeed on the brink of collapse in Numungard. However, when Theodore uttered that phrase to Gellert and presented the GGAD communication compilation, he had not yet approached the point of collapse. Are you suggesting? Snape's grip on the child tightened further. Why would Theophilus specifically mention his inability to resist bodily instincts? This was a clue. As long as opposing Voldemort aligned with the interests of the Thorn family, such as avenging Theodore, their collaboration would undoubtedly be stable. This was far more reliable than relying on fleeting goodwill. An ally devoid of emotional ties would act in a wholly utilitarian and predictable manner. Dumbledore lowered his gaze, meticulously scrutinizing the small phoenix in Snape's arms. It was now evident that Theodore's prior pathological dependence could be entirely traced. A child raised in an emotional wasteland grasping on a Snape as a lifeline was a heartbreaking yet logical behavior. How dare you still be sleeping here? I have yet to find a suitable target for my new task. Why do you think you can lie idle? Originally, the dogged system was pleased with its significant undertaking, only to turn around and find that the audience had fled due to the host's newfound intelligence. Release: unlimited body-size magic. Cost: pretend to be Hedwig and steal field mice from the owl shed. Theodore, by Merlin. Is your brain flowing with nail polish? Huh. Do you mistake owls for dementors, you blind fool? Return my field mice stealing, or I shall turn you into dried meat hanging from the rafters of the Qing dynasty. Since their return from the Forbidden Forest last night, everyone's attitude towards Theodore had transformed. It was not merely a cautious demeanor towards the infant, but rather an unreserved love and sincerity. What? Have you forgotten my electric magic after hearing so much about the magic of love? If you do not learn to fly, I shall electrocute you into Little Red Riding Hood and stuff you between the teeth of the big bad wolf. Do you understand? The canine system has naturally issued this task for the young canine host, who is incapable of flight. Why does the same phoenix grow wings to soar yet shrink to the ground? Are those wings flavored like orange fauna chicken wings? With his round, golden eyes wide open, Theodore kicked off the covers and transformed into a fluffy little phoenix. Inside the olary, the rich aroma of feathers mingled with grains was potent enough to make one's eyes water. The moment Theodore flew in, he momentarily feared that his cataracts and ant-walking sensation had returned. Hey, you mutt, check if a spider has dropped on my head again. Why do I feel this ant-walking sensation? Has my head cancer returned? He disguised himself as a rather mismatched Hedwig, flapping his wings while the dog stealthily glided in. Are there spiders in the olary? Keep talking nonsense, and I'll turn you into a glowing light bulb hanging from the highest beam of the shed. Amidst the cyber screams of the canine system, Theodore landed on a beam at the edge. The owls, who were either dozing or preening their feathers, simultaneously turned their heads, their round, glistening eyes reflecting a watchful gleam in the dim light. Who? Clearly, this uninvited guest, with feathers that were overly resplendent and entirely out of place, drew the collective attention of the locals. What are you staring at, Merlin? Haven't you ever seen such an upscale Hedwig before? Theodore silently raged, yet moved with utmost caution, his golden eyes scanning for a target. The phoenix's sensitivity to energy kicked in, and he quickly identified a corner. There hung a particularly plump and glossy field mouse jerky, clearly a high-quality treat. What do you mean, high quality? A phoenix stealing field mouse jerky. And you're proud of it. Keep spouting that nonsense, and I'll turn you into an ice silk mat, making you truly upscale. Ignoring the system's sarcastic remarks, Theodore spread his wings wide, his baby soft tail feathers fully unfurling in the air. Then, he deftly snagged the bundle of field mouse jerky with his claws. Who? A robust, fierce-eyed barn owl suddenly swooped in, its talons aimed straight for Theodore's little head. Hoo. The previously observing owls joined the fray, and in an instant, feathers were flying, and the sounds of hooting and flapping wings filled the shed. Surrounded by a swarm, Theodore found himself at a disadvantage. His small size and conspicuous golden feathers made him stand out among the owls. What the hell? You guys are playing dirty. We're all birds. Why is a group ganging up on a baby? Don't peck me. If you do, I'll use magic to fight back. Theodore clumsily dodged pecks and claw swipes, several molten gold feathers drifting down. Don't use fiendfire or Avada. Are you stuffing your brain with catfish? What the hell? You're not allowed to use the killing curse either. The canine system was on the verge of a breakdown. Theodore, the chosen one with the Avada lighting, found his mind blanking out the more anxious he became. Thus, within just 2 rounds, he was nearly overwhelmed by the furious fluffballs. Hedwig, little Harry, holding a bag of owl treats, appeared in the shed, evidently there to provide a snack for his companion. Hey, let her go? Not seeing Hedwig around, Harry instinctively assumed that it was Hedwig being bullied. Just as he was about to step in to drive off the other owls, he abruptly halted. Wait, why has Hedwig turned golden? This color, this sensation. Theodore, why has a phoenix come to the olary? And why is he being attacked? Chapter 42. What? Don't I look the part? Theodore. Little Harry finally recognized the familiar phoenix, and as he instinctively moved to help, a long, bony hand abruptly pressed down on his shoulder, interrupting his unspoken words. Mind your tongue, Potter. Theodore Thorne has already dropped out. This is Toby the Phoenix. The young savior was small but not foolish, and upon hearing the warning-laden threat, he promptly turned and covered his mouth. Harry shook his head at the scowling Professor Snape, signaling that he would never utter another word out of turn. Petrificus totalis. Snape did not cast another glance at Harry, drawing his wand and sweeping it directly toward the chaotic flock of owls. What the hell? Professor Snape is coming to catch me. What should I do, mutt? Am I doomed? Merlin's biodegradable lace recombination see-through milk basket. Theodore still clutched the plump field mouse jerky, seemingly entranced by such a high-quality morsel. As the fluffy attackers fell like sculptures onto the hay and grain piles, Theodore was momentarily stunned. What the hell? How did I not think of this move? If only I had thought of it sooner. Could I have been bullied by a group of owls like this? Did you know the child was lost and came for milk? It's hopeless. You mutt, just wait for your demise. The canine system's metaphorical language seemed to have been invaded by mythical creatures, with each exchange with the canine host filled with clever repartee and delightful banter. Hoo. As Snape approached with a dark expression, Theodore had no choice but to widen his round, bulging eyes, attempting to employ his cuteness to confound his adversary. Toby, I assume your brain hasn't been chewed by a giant, so you should know that you cannot consume the food of other species? Snape was both angered and amused, roughly grabbing Theodore from the beam and disdainfully snatching away the plump and upscale field mouse jerky, tossing it to the ground. Who? The ice silk field mouse was snatched away, leaving Theodore in despair. What the hell? I also want to know why a phoenix is stealing field mouse jerky. Consequently, he could only desperately display his pecked neck, resembling a duck awaiting sale in a showcase. So you know pain too? Toby, then tell me, why engage in such behavior? Snape returned from class to find the little creature missing, though he knew deep down that nothing would happen at Hogwarts. Yet the image of the little giant being reduced to ashes before his eyes sliced through Snape's dwindling sanity like a knife. Only Merlin knew that when he saw a small phoenix clutching a plump field mouse jerky, surrounded by a swarm of owls, a tumult of anger, exasperation, and complex emotions coalesced into a heavy blow, leaving Snape both furious and amused. Who? Merlin's latex, seamless triangle basket sticker. Look into my eyes. How can I, a mere bird, explain this to you? Theodore, the foolish little one, was left bewildered by the question, casting a pleading glance at Harry, who was awkwardly holding the owl treats and trying to blend into the background. Harry. The little phoenix peering curiously at Harry's actions was interpreted by Snape as interest in the bag of field mouse jerky. The more Snape thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Who taught the phoenix such mischief? Why would a phoenix be interested in field mouse jerky? Thus, the professor could not help but wrap the little phoenix completely in his black robe, shielding him from the sight of the field mouse jerky. And you, Potter, if you do not wish to be confined, then clean this place up immediately. Also, you should learn to keep your mouth shut. Snape's final words were uttered with a barely perceptible articulation, yet young Harry instantaneously grasped the underlying implication. The unbreakable vow safeguards secrets. But Harry's understanding did not stem from being told. Rather, it arose from the profound emotional bond he shared with Theodore. In that fleeting moment of witnessing the phoenix, he felt on a soul level that it was Theodore, not through mere linguistic communication. Yes, Professor. Young Harry, with his round emerald eyes, watched as Snape clutched the small phoenix, nearly pecked to pieces for its failed theft, and turned to depart like a great bat. By Merlin, my neck and wings ache terribly. Once I recover, I shall wage a fierce battle against those detestable monsters. The dog system interjected. Not the doves, you lunatic? As Theodore stepped into the cellar, he immediately transformed into a soft, vulnerable creature. He whimpered, tugging at the hem of Snape's black robe, incessantly revealing his bloodied wounds. Fool! Can't you even fend off a few owls? Snape scoffed, yet his hands tended to the wounds with surprising tenderness. As the scratches and bloodstains gradually faded under the potion's influence, the professor finally prepared to settle the score. Why did you steal the field mouse? Who informed you it was edible? Toby, theft is wrong, and a phoenix is certainly not to be fed field mice. If I catch you again, I shall transform you into a human pig. Theodore, by Merlin, is a human pig still turn-based? Whoa, I'm so sorry, I was hungry. Fearing repercussions from Snape, the foolish boy shamelessly relied on his adorable appearance to charm his way out. The young creature batted his big eyes and cried out for food. No matter how stern Snape's heart was, he couldn't bring himself to continue scolding him and could only maintain a stern visage while preparing milk for the small giant. Remember your promise, Toby. If you err again, I shall certainly punish you. Half an hour later, Theodore's face was flushed bright red. His breath was rapid and shallow, beads of cold sweat cascading down, leaving both the dog system and Snape caught off guard. Infection. You frail creature, what shall we do now? You are utterly useless. Speaking of the dog host's ineptitude, he had already opened a spatial passage to the realm of cultivation. The poor little secret realm grew increasingly expansive under the dog system's relentless excavation, exposing the world's will and essence. By Merlin. Why in this secret realm are there nothing but piranhas? What the devil? Why do these fish resemble Japanese kappa? And how can we brew soup for the dog host? Cursed world's will. I shall zap you into a green-mouthed mess and smash your fruit. While the dog system brandished its support stick in pursuit of the will of the cultivation world, Snape experimented with various fever-reducing and soothing potions. Yet Theodore's complex bloodline rendered his potions only capable of temporarily alleviating symptoms without addressing the root cause. Considering the potential avian parasites that the feral owls in the shed might carry, as well as the significant risk posed by the revelation of the Phoenix's animagus identity, Snape no longer hesitated. With Theodore's persistent fever, I shall take him to St. Mungo's. Snape relayed a succinct message to Dumbledore via the flung network, then wrapped Theodore tightly in his heavy black cloak. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. You need not worry, the child may have suffered some psychological shock, along with a mild wound infection, causing the fever. Judging by the shape of the wound, it is highly likely he was scratched by an owl. The gentle healer, noticing Snape's turmoil and concern, reassured him after administering the routine stabilizing treatment. Thank you, madam. After bidding farewell to the healer, Snape silently stood by the bedside, observing Theodore's flushed cheeks, utterly exasperated. Once you awaken, we shall thoroughly settle this matter, Toby. Upon receiving the message, Dumbledore promptly made his way, now standing behind Snape. Observing Theodore's condition. Severus, what transpired? He transformed into a phoenix to steal field mice from the owl shed and was attacked by a horde of owls. Dumbledore? Dumbledore's deep blue eyes brimmed with confusion. Evidently, even the esteemed headmaster had never witnessed such a peculiar scene. In the pristine hospital room, Theodore lay limply sunk into the mattress. Perhaps disturbed by the sounds, he began to stir restlessly, prompting Snape to expertly soothe him. Once Theodore settled back into slumber, Dumbledore had already stepped into the corridor. By Merlin, consume a 9-turn resurrection pill. Rise, you wretched creature. Do not sleep any longer. Rise to fulfill your new task. The dog system's electric magic proved remarkably effective, successfully raiding several ancient secret realms once more. The rejuvenated dog host was fully charged, distributing Riddle's pirated diary. Cost, acting. Theodore was still dreaming of devouring roasted chicken legs, while the dog system's support stick jabbed at his waist. By Merlin, can you not spare me? Huh, what nonsense is this? With your toilet paper literature, no one would read it even if it were scrawled on the walls of a public restroom. Merlin's spicy pepper caramel cake. Before Theodore could utter another curse, the dog system had already plastered a script as thick as a medical textbook onto his face. What in the world are you doing with your data? Did you write this script with your heel? Look at this beaver. The more Theodore scrutinized, the more speechless he became. By Merlin, this script forces me to perform a duet with the version of myself overseen by the system. Furthermore, I must acknowledge this dog system as my father. You wretched creature, do not presume to challenge my authority again, or I shall zap you into a fierce Zhang Fei and toss you beneath the 5 Elements mountain. Understood? Theodore, is your 4 great classics a collected edition? Huh. In the next moment, he felt his consciousness detach from his body, entering a replica of himself as an adult. It was none other than Xiophilus Thorn. Actors in position. Audience in place. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, action. Theodore Thorn, you are truly the disgrace of the Thorn family. His gaze turned icy as he extended his hand, his fingertip almost poking the system version of himself. Forgive me, brother. The Theodore on the bed had awakened. His eyes, confused and innocent, shrunk pitifully beneath the covers. Reduced to such a state by a few squawking creatures? As a scion of the pureblood Thorn family, has your willpower been devoured by a dog? Why did you steal field mice? Theodore suppressed the urge to claw at the ground, reaching out to restore the younger version of himself to an 11-year-old appearance. By Merlin, Merlin owes me an Oscar statuette. It is all my fault, leading to the disgrace of the Thorn family. Please, brother, punish me. As the dog system, both director and playwright, naturally immersed itself in the scene. It first dazedly touched its suddenly matured body, then turned pale, and without hesitation, threw off the covers and knelt on the ground. The entire performance was remarkably complete, flawlessly simulating the layers of human emotion. What the hell? Your acting is even better than mine. What is this beaver? You wretched creature. Stop with the nonsense. Keep acting. If the audience bursts in and turns you into minced meat, do not blame me for not warning you. The dog system adeptly manipulated the projection in the cyberspace, casting an image of a dignified, nascent soul figure within the hospital room. It was none other than the dog host's non-existent father, Alfred Thorn. Utterly useless. Theophilus, you are utterly unworthy of being the heir of the pure-blood Thorn family. Are you unwilling to discipline your younger brother? The wretched father is but a replica crafted by the dog system from its trivial snack. The elder of the Soul Palace, embodying the very essence of a canine in both demeanor and speech, raising doubts as to whether he is indeed a mere Chinese rural dog transformed into a semblance of a peasant. My apologies, father, I cruciatus curse, to pierce the heart and bones. No sooner had Theophilus uttered his words than a dangerously vibrant purple lightning coiled around the two brothers in an instant. Their bodies trembled violently, muscles spasming uncontrollably, yet they both gritted their teeth in unison, suppressing any cries of agony, producing only muffled groans and labored breaths. Through the glass window of the door, the designated audience of the system beheld this harrowing scene in its entirety. "Release me, Moonface. Let me go? I shall slay that old wretch." At the moment the spell struck Theodore, Sirius erupted in a fury. He struggled relentlessly, attempting to break free from Lupin's desperate embrace. How dare he use such a curse on a child? That old scoundrel. I must kill him immediately. The furry werewolf professor exerted all his strength to firmly hold onto his friend's waist, urgently whispering his plea. "No, Bigfoot, we cannot provoke that old coot. He will only intensify the torment on the child." Sirius was not oblivious to this truth. Theodore's silence in the face of excruciating pain spoke more cruelly than any words could, confirming the abuse he had long endured at home. These decaying pureblood families. Snape, more restrained than Sirius, did not raise his voice. Yet, his wand had already slipped into his hand, its tip beginning to emit an ominous glow. "Calm yourself, Severus." Intervening at this moment would not only be futile, but would also plunge him into greater peril. Dumbledore timely raised his hand to press down on Snape's wand. The old headmaster's expression stern, his deep blue eyes filled with complexity. Theodore's almost pathological yearning for and reliance on Severus, along with the casual misuse of dark magic, found reasonable explanation. Growing up in such an environment, dark magic was as essential as the very air they breathed. The purpose of power lay solely in execution and punishment. Devoid of morality, his abuse of power stemmed from a lack of reverence, as his family taught him only its utility. "You filthy creature, conjure some magic. I have endured this curse myself. At most, it lasts for 1,530 seconds. If this continues, my brother will be paralyzed for life." "Shut up. I am the playwright. You, an outsider, comprehend the magic of a mere light bulb. Question me again, and I shall transform you into a stone statue, to be placed upon the dining table of the Sun Star." The dog system, sensing the limits of patience among those outside the door, commanded the father to unleash another dark spell. Sectum Sempra, the severing charm. Before the creator, Professor Snape, the dog system brazenly executed the spell. It melded the severing charm with Umbridge's punishment quill, resulting in a peculiar amalgamation of spells. Countless invisible blades sliced through the skin of the two, leaving behind a myriad of bleeding wounds, the crimson droplets coalescing into a poignant conclusion for this grim performance. Vulnerison enter. Heal swiftly. At the moment the full effects of the spell manifested, the dog system controlled the father to snort disdainfully and recite the counter curse. Following this, the dog system was compelled to deliver the villain's most fundamental lines. "Theophilus, I trust you will remember this lesson. You would not wish to witness my hand raised against Theodore, would you? Having thanked my father for his punishment, negligence." Theophilus would forever remember this word etched by his father's hand. Theophilus, gritting his teeth against the searing pain, managed to rise, trembling involuntarily, yet resolutely positioning himself in front of Theodore. As Theophilus's magic surged violently, Theodore abruptly reverted to his infant form. He collapsed to the ground, motionless, the crimson stains dripping onto the floor, piercing the hearts of all present. Disqualified, gazing at the word upon the arm of the little giant. As the creator of the severing charm, Snape understood that the so-called counter curse could only heal the wounds, but could never erase the scars. This word would remain as a permanent mark. The professor's black eyes fixated intently on the so-called head of the Thorn family, his fingers gripping the wand, turning pale from the force of his grasp. "What the hell? You filthy creature, how can your acting be so impeccable? Speak. Did you perhaps acquire this talent while traversing the realms of cultivation? Why don't you teach me such high-caliber acting?" Confirming the final line had been delivered, Theodore comfortably surrendered to slumber. If you ponder why it felt so authentic, it's simply because magic cannot detect the flaws in the spell. Cease your icy antics at once. You wretched creature, do you dare to challenge me, or shall I turn you into a fan, spinning in circles without a breeze? Theodore, 6, Chapter 43, Entrapment. You accursed old wretch. I shall kill you. The long-suffering dogfather finally broke free from Professor Lupin's grasp, disregarding the situation behind him, and forcefully shoulder-rammed the ajar wooden door, charging directly into the infirmary. His wand pointed directly at the formidable visage of Alfred Thorne in the center of the room. "Mr. Black, this is our first meeting, and I fail to comprehend the source of your malice. After all, I believe that I and the Order of the Phoenix stand as allies against Voldemort. Do I not, Professor Dumbledore? The dog system, as an artificial intelligence, possesses a thought process distinct from that of humans, devoid of human emotions, yet equipped with the most advanced simulation and computation systems. Thus, it succeeded in transforming the originally amiable nascent soul into a decrepit specter. This spectacle left Theodore, the observer, utterly astounded. It turns out that when the dog system goes feral, it is indeed beyond human comprehension. Mr. Thorne, I propose that before we discuss alliances and Voldemort, we must first reach a more fundamental consensus. No life, particularly that of a child, shall be subjected to such dark punishments in the vicinity of the Order of the Phoenix. This is not only our bottom line, but also the essence of our distinction from Voldemort. Dumbledore's deep blue eyes sparkled with a dangerous light, yet his face retained a semblance of polite warmth. Merlin's lace-trimmed, sheer miniskirt. Even though he was not facing such a headmaster himself, Theodore felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Dumbledore had dedicated his life to combating dark magic and the cruel oppression and disdain for life it represented. Witnessing a child endure such treatment before him would strike at the deepest recesses of his moral compass, possibly invoking memories of the tragedy surrounding Ariana and stirring his personal anguish. Theodore understood that unless the Thorne family's exhibited power was crucial in overcoming Voldemort, an open and definitive rift could push them into the enemy's camp, resulting in even greater casualties. Dumbledore would undoubtedly confront the Dogfather with unmasked hostility. Oh, a consensus? The Thorne family's millennia-old traditions are upheld not by consensus, but by ironclad laws and punishments. Pain is the most effective teacher, instilling the understanding of pure-blood glory and the distinction between the useful and the useless. As an AI, the dog system experiences a profound sense of inhumanity when imitating human emotions. This is starkly different from the usual banter with its canine host. At this moment, the calculations of the dog system did not revolve around authentic human emotions, but rather which actions would best reinforce the persona of the father. Dumbledore's intervention following the second assault was the ultimate act of insult and provocation. Code directives have been issued, commencing execution. The disdainful gaze of the dog father swept over his unconscious son on the ground, as if he were merely observing two small pups. A beam of darkness, even fainter yet equally ominous than before, shot towards Theodore and Theophilus. As for our alliance, as long as our objective is Voldemort, my pedagogical methods should pose no hindrance to our collaboration, correct? The moment this dark magic manifested, Dumbledore refrained from a loud rebuke. He merely stirred his old wand slightly. The spell aimed at Theodore dissipated as if it had met an invisible wall. Mr. Thorne, I trust you would not relish experiencing the same magic upon yourself, would you? Dumbledore's tone grew increasingly frigid, devoid of even the slightest semblance of politeness. His old wand was raised, and not only that, the wands of the other three spectators were also pointed at the dog father. Immediately after Dumbledore had drawn the red line, the dog father crossed it, indicating that he held Dumbledore's moral authority and physical power in utter disregard. This reckless display by the dog system, though perilous, was not without its measure of safety. Yet Dumbledore's reaction was precisely what he had hoped for. You Merlins. Next time, you dog, why not perform this old fool's role yourself? I still have 1,800 cultivation secrets left to explore. What if I die? Observing the increasingly clenched fists and wands of the four spectators, the dog system wisely chose to retreat. After all, his deeper objective had already been achieved. In the face of such brutality from a father and the formidable magic of Dumbledore, the image of a pitiful, curled-up child in anguish would be rendered even more vivid, thus maximizing Dumbledore's sympathy and protective instincts. What are you afraid of, you dog? If you're scared, why shouldn't I be? Hurry. Finish the remaining lines in one go. I assure you, you won't perish. Oh, Merlin's luminous green pearl-netted stockings. Theodore cursed inwardly. Could this absurd script that even a cow would find headache-inducing not be discarded? Who gave me the audacity to continuously provoke Dumbledore? Damn it. I'm not in a rush to cross the bridge for a bowl of soup. The dog-father smiled slightly, shifting his gaze to Sirius, who seemed ready to leap forward and devour him whole. Pure blood, Mr. Black. I hope that when we meet again, your actions will reflect the dignity befitting a noble pure-blood patriarch. The dog system appeared oblivious to the murderous intent surging from Sirius, persistently reiterating its own vile behavior that even dogs would find offensive. Get lost. You vile, disgusting creature. Who would want to be like you? Sirius understood that this old fool's punishment of Theodore and Theophilus before the crowd was, in itself, a performance and a demonstration. His actions were a proclamation and preservation of the authority of a pure-blood patriarch. The elder, ruling family leader possesses both the right and power to correct the behavior and thoughts of the younger generation. Farewell, Mr. Dumbledore, pure-blood Black and this half-blood wizard. I hope you do not coddle the child too much, lest he becomes so wild that he forgets who bestowed upon him his current glory. The dog-father chuckled lightly, vanishing like a shattered soap bubble amidst the instant curses unleashed by Sirius and Snape. What the hell? You dog, did you just face me directly with that? When you were scripting this, did you not leave a way out for the dog-father as a human? Did you not consider that I have my own face to save? Is my skin made of pigskin? Oh, Merlin's chocolate-colored vintage apron dress. The series of clever tricks orchestrated by the dog system left Theodore utterly dumbfounded. From his vantage point, he could clearly see Sirius's tensed arms and contorted expression in the wake of the dog-father's barking. Having fled his family at the age of 16 in defiance of their beliefs, Sirius deemed the ideology of pure-blood supremacy sheer nonsense. He scorned such a futile, closed-minded, and cruel mindset. To refer to him as a pure-blood was akin to spitting the most repugnant phlegm in his face, a blatant affront to all his beliefs. And what of it? You dog, do you have any idea what bloodlines mean for Professor Snape, and you dare to confront me like this? I merely mentioned Lily. Sigh, are we not equally matched? You Merlins, you know nothing of script design. If we do not cut off all avenues now, what will happen if Dumbledore discovers a flaw in the future? Do you really think the old headmaster is a benevolent Santa Claus? While outwardly deriding the dog host's intelligence, the dog system tirelessly endeavored to reinforce the pitiful persona, compensating for its foolish logic. You dog, open your eyes this instant. Sweep your gaze across everyone present with the domineering glare of a CEO. Then return to your own body. If you dare to falter, I will electrify you into Shun Mingzhu and hang you on Peppa Pig's swing. Theodore, to this day, we have yet to discover where the dog system's metaphorical bottom line truly lies. Theodore, forgive me, brother. The moment the dog father vanished, Theophilus had already opened his eyes. The heir of this pure-blood family, though in a disheveled state, strained to rise. He murmured, gazing in Theodore's direction, his complex and sorrowful gaze fixating on the exposed arm of the young cub. There, a word composed of countless fine scars, disqualified, stood out in vivid crimson. I'm sorry. Ultimately, Theophilus transformed into a fleeting light, rushing into his brother's body. Get a healer. Quickly. The final act of the grand drama concluded. As two canine beings squeezed into cyberspace, flipping through the freshly acquired pirated diary of Voldemort. Voldemort. The wind and moon sink wildly. Love is destined. When the undercover cop Harry Potter and the crime lord Tom Riddle were bound by the same searing soul, love and sin became the badges etched into their very bones. The throne he crafted with his own hands became the only grave where the savior was permitted to rest. They kissed on the blade of lies, slumbered amid the flames of betrayal. Either they would tear each other apart or be entwined in eternal descent. Do not lie to me, Harry. My bullets are only chambered for you. Either kneel before me on my throne or be buried alongside me at the pinnacle of power. He pressed against Harry's forehead, chuckling, the barrel brushing against the tattoos on his collarbone. As the Savior and the Dark Lord entwined their breaths within the gunfire, that bullet, which shattered all pretense, became the unspoken mark of their kiss. It was chambered for Harry, yet eternally aimed at Voldemort's own heart. Theodore? Oh, Merlin's ruffled lace leopard print sheer outfit. What the hell is this, a pirated Horcrux or a pirated glimpse into Riddle's youthful musings? I risked my life and ended up with a disgraceful tattoo. And you repay me with this bizarre literary piece. Is this something meant for public consumption? You Merlins. Is this still a gangster undercover AU? Why not pull out a Voldemort and try to fool me? Is it not bizarre enough? Still laughing. Laughing like a light bulb, are you? Does this even resemble art? Shut up. An illiterate knows nothing of literature. Dare to question my authority again. And I shall electrify you into Lin Dayu and toss you into the water margin to become Lin's instructor. Do you understand, Theodore? Are you also called Huan Bai? Why should I, who had to fill the hole you dug for yourself, be the one to do it? Am I to be utterly shameless? Oh, Merlin's flamboyant purple pearl thong. This is not Green River literature. This is unequivocally toilet paper literature. Due to a comprehensive state of unconsciousness, Theodore finally found himself liberated, able to confine his consciousness within cyberspace, engaging in an absurd bout of virtual combat with the dog system. The reason for his distress was the nonsensical script concocted by the dog system, which led Theodore to believe he had endured all the karmic retribution of his lifetime. Surely, he would ascend to paradise after death. Is your logic completely scrambled? You wretched creature, isn't this a decision you made on your own? You flip-flop and yet play the role of a petty sorcerer. Why not just direct and produce your mindless skits? The dog system grinned maliciously as it loaded an outdated version of Theodore, casually thrusting a buzzing, blue-glowing cosmetic syringe into his side. No retorts allowed. Have you ever seen a family where both siblings share the same face? Are you some kind of failed disguise? If you dare criticize my script again, I will zap you into a crooked-mouthed dragon king and make you a son-in-law of the Yi family. Do you understand? Theodore, Merlin's pink encounter with the spicy pig trotters. Ever since he thwarted the death curse, nothing he did could be deemed humanly possible. Observing the worried Severus Snape, who remained shrouded in confusion, Theodore sighed deeply, transforming into Theophilus Thorn once more. He did not glance at the infant brother on the bed, but instead directed his gaze towards the shadowy Snape, as well as the sharply observant Albus Dumbledore, who had appeared at the door, adorned with half-moon spectacles. The infant's form was too fragile to bear his own magical power and the trauma of his soul. Thus, I will forcibly restore him to the age of 11. Yet this is not a cure and will inevitably carry certain repercussions. This is not due to Theodore's exquisite acting. Rather, the current vessel is utterly empty. The dog system refuses to play the fool. How confident are you in accomplishing this task, Theophilus? At this moment, Theophilus bore no resemblance to the formidable young wizard encountered previously. He appeared ethereal, pallid, with bloody words etched upon his exposed arms. Clearly, the severe punishments from his father had drastically impacted his body and magic, and Snape dared not gamble, yet felt compelled to take the risk. 90%, Professor Snape. You Merlin, can you refrain from using a muscle gun to click the switch next time? Are you trying to secure me a one-way ticket to the underworld? Silence. If you laugh again, I will replace the muscle gun with a power drill and turn you into a fountain on the square. Theophilus's complexion was so pale that it seemed all vitality had been drained from him during the forced growth ritual. Your sacrifice is infinitely more potent than any magic. It will not be in vain, I assure you. Rest easy, Theophilus. Your brother will be safe at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's expression was gentle, his voice firm and filled with strength. Farewell, Mr. Dumbledore, Professor Snape. Witnessing the dog system produce 2 max version muscle guns to click the switch, Theodore nearly broke character, struggling to maintain a serious facade. He suppressed a grin as he delivered his final line, and Theophilus's form dissolved into a golden light. Severus, did you see? The oldest magic springs eternally from love and sacrifice, not fear and torment. This has imparted a lesson to us all. Snape immediately stepped forward, placing his fingers against Theodore's neck to feel for a pulse. With his other hand, he waved his wand, casting a series of complex spells to detect vital signs and magical levels. The vital signs were stable, and the magical levels abundant and steady, far exceeding those typical of an 11-year-old wizard, like a carefully restored and expanded vessel. He had received an older Theodore, one seemingly more capable of weathering storms and executing tasks. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards the Theodore on the bed, in the old headmaster's eyes. Theophilus's actions constituted an indisputable act of great self-sacrifice. Yet he understood that such forced reversals of magic were not the path of righteousness and would certainly come at a cost. Theodore, you bear a heavy and precious gift. When you are ready, I would be eager to hear about your brother, your family, and indeed, about yourself. Remember, here, you need not shoulder any secrets alone. Under Dumbledore's penetrating blue gaze, Theodore felt as though he might leap from his shell if his soul were still within. Merlin's serpent-patterned latex, sheer mini-skirt. Dumbledore must know everything. Yet, he chose not to voice it. Firstly, he had no evidence, and secondly, the sacrifice before him occupied the moral high ground, which he could neither undermine nor wish to. He raised the banner of love and sacrifice, maximizing the value of this performance. This was also the effect the dog system sought to achieve, and Dumbledore flowed with the current. Why are you so extraordinarily capable? Is this even right? Wasn't it said that AI is nothing but artificial stupidity? If you're the fool, then what am I? You're the idiot. If you dare retort again, I'll zap you into a super scion and switch bodies with the King of B. Do you understand? Theodore, we have yet to uncover the limits of this person's metaphorical prowess. Chapter 44, Bewildered by Fanfiction? Distribution, 1 counterfeit invisibility cloak. Cost, by midnight today. Proceed to the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor and tell Miss Myrtle Warren a suitably highbrow ghost story. Theodore was lying under a blanket on a small bed in the cellar, recuperating, when this sudden bizarre task stormed into his mind, causing him to bolt upright as if on the brink of death. He had intended to engage in a virtual combat bout with the dog system, showing it what it meant to take charge of one's own fate. This exceedingly free-spirited plan was soon thwarted. Snape was briskly approaching him, carrying a bowl of a peculiar, bubbling, and excessively viscous potion. You Merlin, if you won't allow me to indulge in some icy behavior, why are you spinning ghost stories of your own? Are you unaware of what lurks in that lavatory? What if Dumbledore thinks I'm a psychopath and releases the basilisk? Merlin's blue-violet bubble-sleeved, ultra-short jumpsuit. Ever since returning to the cellar from St. Mungo's, Theodore had become a literal invalid. Apart from the mandatory class hours, Snape would never allow the little giant to stray from his sight. Should this vigilant guardian of the night be otherwise occupied, it is certain that Sirius and Lupin would make their appearance. In such a scenario, should the nocturnal wanderer be apprehended, Snape and Dumbledore would undoubtedly be inclined to administer a fatal dose of poison. What? Is it the noxious concoction of green frog stew in Snape's hands that has blinded your eyes? Can you not perceive the enormous invisibility cloak? Dare to argue with me again, and I shall transform you into a golden-haired lion, rendering you utterly sightless. The canine system cannot abide a slothful host, especially not when it has single-handedly completed all the arduous tasks, while this mutt simply reaps the rewards. You drank the potion yourself. You wouldn't wish for me to force it down your throat, would you, Theodore? Snape's expression darkened as his gaze swept over Theodore's round, defiant eyes, descending to rest upon his exposed arms. The scars left by dark magic pierced the professor's heart like a dagger. This word negated not merely Theodore's transient actions, but the very essence of his existence. It implied that the Thorn family deemed this child fundamentally defective. Yes, esteemed professor, I shall consume this bowl of frog stew at once. Theodore, should you dare refer to my potion as witch's broth again, I shall transform you into a human pig and dunk you into the cauldron. As Snape's tone grew more severe, Theodore instantly composed himself, striving to embody a child fragile from immense trauma. Merlin's rainbow-hued spandex attire. Why do I always speak without thinking, voicing whatever comes to mind? Even if this substance resembles frog stew, it does not necessarily mean the ingredients are frogs. What if it's the Frog Prince? Dog System 6. I apologize, Professor. It is all my fault. Bah, you insufferable green tea. I shall zap you into a spiteful White Lotus antagonist. Cast into a mindless short drama where the protagonist slaps you in the face. Did you hear that? What the hell? Merlin's beard. It is already 11:20. You wretched creature, stop sleeping. Get up and complete your task. If you do not rise, do you believe I won't place a bronze mirror at your bedside to summon ghosts? Huh. At the stroke of midnight, the tireless canine system commenced its timely wake-up service, akin to a news broadcast. The thought of the real diary already circulating in the market, while the canine host remains blissfully ignorant, slumbering here, ignited its fury. The more it pondered, the more infuriated it became, as it brandished a blue-glowing support stick from Myanmar, swiftly jabbing it into the slumbering host's side. You insufferable creature. Are you out of your mind? Do you not realize I am dead tired? In the middle of the night, you want me to tell ghost stories to a phantom? Why not have me compete with Miss Kayako in a stair-climbing contest? Huh. Theodore grumbled as he rose, his movements light and swift. He radiated an inexplicable joy, and the dog system could readily discern that this child was far too premature in his elation. What the hell? Merlin's beard. What is this? The invisibility cloak. One of the Deathly Hallows. You bloody bought a new electric bike and didn't even tell me. Not only do I not get to ride it, but you also want me to wear a raincoat. Are you even still a dove? Merlin's lace-trimmed, sheer black and white miniskirt, gazing at the pink garment in his hand, which bore a striking resemblance to a certain electric bike raincoat. Theodore was both enraged and amused. Why on earth does such an invisibility cloak exist? Invisibility. Li Shangyin, perhaps? Enough of your nonsense. I simply adore riding electric bikes. Is that such a crime? And if you waste time with trivialities, I shall transform you into the Black Mountain Old Demon and toss you into a gay bar to DJ. Do you understand? Theodore, your knowledge base appears to be quite thoroughly polluted. In the dead of night, the abandoned girls' restroom at school, acting alone. The mere convergence of these high-frequency keywords would lead one to predict the ensuing plot with one's toes. A haunting. At that moment, the restroom was cold and silent, save for the dripping of the faucet. As Theodore cautiously stepped inside, shedding his classic electric bike raincoat, he cleared his throat, only for Moaning Myrtle to make her entrance in a classically vengeful manner. Oh, who do we have here? A living person? In the dead of night? Come to mock poor, weeping Moaning Myrtle? Do you wish to throw books at me too? Her figure emerged slowly from the mirror behind Theodore, her bulging eyes, hidden behind thick lenses, fixed intently upon him. What the hell? Avada Kedavra. That nearly scared me to death. You wretched creature. Do you see this brilliant idea you've concocted? Merlin's latex, snake-patterned light pink gown. Theodore's fragile heart raced wildly in his chest, nearly shattering his persona as he unleashed a particularly eco-friendly killing curse at Moaning Myrtle. You wretched creature, maintain your composure. If you frighten Moaning Myrtle away and fail to complete the task, I shall zap you into an ugly duckling and have you turned into a delicacy, hanging in the oven. Do you understand? As a digital entity, the canine system was far more familiar with the original text than Theodore. It understood that Myrtle's failure to vanish or weep at that moment indicated a profound yearning for attention deep within her. Given this premise, it was certain to amplify the efficacy of the ghost story, ultimately luring out the genuine catch required for this task. Or perhaps you were lost. Has your mind been devoured by a giant? Following a one-sided friendly exchange, Myrtle's curiosity eclipsed her anger. A living person approaching her in the dead of night was most unusual. She drew closer, the ghostly chill sending shivers down Theodore's spine. No, Moaning Myrtle. I am here specifically to seek you out. I have heard that you have a great fondness for terrifying tales, and I wish to share with you the most frightful story I know." Under the gaze of the spectral girl, Theodore endeavored to restrain himself, the peculiar sensations within him intensifying. He then lifted his gaze, locking onto Myrtle's ethereal form with his large, golden eyes. "Just for me? Oh, no one has ever done that. However, if your story fails to amuse me, I shall retreat back into the toilet and never speak to you again." As she spoke, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. For Myrtle, it was a rare moment of being seen and understood, even sharing the emotional release of her own pain with another. Yet, this foolish Theodore had no notion of how to tell a ghost story. The dog system, that wretched thing, had not even provided him with a draft in advance. Faced with Myrtle's scrutinizing and curious gaze, he promptly decided to merge the tales of the painted skin and the woman in the mirror, crafting a unique Chinese ghost story. Moaning Myrtle, let us suppose there is a full-length mirror in your bedroom. On the first night, you notice that the mirror in the corner has turned to face you, causing you great fear, and thus you cover it with a black cloth. In the darkness, Myrtle rested her chin on her hand, evidently unimpressed by this traditional narrative. Afraid? A living person frightened of a mirror? How amusing. You mortals cannot possibly comprehend our spectral woes, such as never being able to string together a pearl necklace. She did not ridicule Theodore's storytelling prowess, but continued to listen as he droned on in a monotonous voice. On the second night, while lying in bed, you hear a rustling sound, and you freeze, unable to turn your head, only to find that the black cloth has somehow been lifted to reveal a woman lying beside you. She has no face, her bloodied mouth slowly stretching into a grin. "I've caught you." After Theodore uttered his final words, Myrtle let out a piercing scream, swiftly darting into a water pipe, only to emerge exuberantly from another faucet, spinning wildly in the air. How impudent! How terrifying! How could she dare to lie upon my bed? That is my sacred space of demise. Oh, this is the pinnacle of invasion of privacy. I am far too sophisticated. This tale is indeed of high caliber. Merlin's beard. Stop with your feudal ice silk stories. We have hooked a big fish, you worthless cur. Riddle's genuine diary is waiting just outside the door. As Myrtle screamed in fright, the canine system's tone was even more animated than that of the ghost. He knew it. The one truly bewitched by the diary would undoubtedly come to this lavatory to unlock the hidden chamber. What in the world? Lucius is wanted. Who passed the diary along? It can't possibly be little Ginny still lurking outside, can it? Cloaked in invisibility, Theodore cautiously approached the door, squinting his golden eyes downward. There, he beheld Gilderoy Lockhart, the absurdly inept professor who was nothing but a source of comic relief in the original text. Now crouching surreptitiously outside the door, his ear almost pressed against it, rather than displaying the expected fear of a student hearing a horror tale. He bore an expression of nearly fervent greed and excitement, clutching a tattered black diary tightly in his hands. That was Riddle's Horcrux diary. Clearly, Lockhart had been drawn in by Myrtle's unusual scream. What in Merlin's name? How did this buffoon end up at Hogwarts? And he actually brought the diary to school. Does he expect Professor Snape to make him his assistant? I should cast a dozen Obliviate spells on him. Once Lockhart vacated the lavatory entrance, Theodore retrieved a copy of 10 Ways to Encounter Ghosts, a temporary sponsorship from the canine system, as a gift for Myrtle. According to the canine system's clock, he finally realized he had been away for far too long. Hastily donning his shabby electric scooter raincoat, as if he had miraculously developed the legendary speed of a mythical creature, Theodore began to sprint back to the cellar. By Merlin's sparkling sequin tights, the stone walls of the cellar loomed close, and he removed the glaring fuchsia invisibility cloak, trembling as he reached for the door knocker, fervently praying to Merlin's sacred treasures. Since arriving at Hogwarts, everyone had sought Merlin's grace. I wish that Snape would not glare at me so intensely, and that I could simply enjoy being a happy little fool in this school. By Merlin above. May Snape still be asleep. What in Merlin's name? What are you praying for, you worthless cur? Do you not know the dangers lurking behind the mantis that catches the cicada? You are the very mantis. Your Professor Snape stands right behind you, observing you and Lockhart in full view. What the hell? Theodore stumbled, the previous atmosphere of prayer dissipating entirely, nearly performing a clumsy fall before Snape. My apologies, Professor. The canine system had made its point. If Theodore could not discern that Snape had been following him since he left the cellar, he was truly a fool. It seemed the healers at St. Mungo's had underestimated your remarkable resilience, Theodore. I assume your brain is not a dog-ass dish from the Blacks. You should know your body cannot withstand late nights. Professor Snape stood like a dark statue, his expression grim, a mocking curve gracing his lips. Professor, I merely went to the restroom. Oh, is that so? Does one need to utilize the girls' lavatory for that? And that ridiculous invisibility cloak of yours is even more clumsy than your disillusionment charm. Snape loomed over him, while Theodore sheepishly revealed the small raincoat he had been concealing behind his back. "I'm sorry, Professor, he stammered, unable to concoct a more satisfactory explanation for his curious behavior. What to say? That I was possessed by a ghost because I couldn't procure some high-end field mouse fur? Or perhaps, that I wished to exchange ghost stories with a senior? Are you aware of our esteemed alumnus, Gilderoy Lockhart, engaging in some perplexing and underhanded activities outside the door?" Snape's silky London accent left Theodore with no avenue of escape. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to expose Lockhart, just as he had once betrayed Voldemort. "You've got to be kidding. A dead friend is not worth a living one. Especially not Lockhart. That useless buffoon. No profit in holding back. Professor, would you believe me if I told you that the diary Lockhart possesses is Voldemort's?" His words were cut short as he felt the world's constraints, and the long-absent blood burst forth from his nose once more. "Be silent, you foolish giant." The warm, crimson blood splattered across Snape's hand, causing the professor's heart to race. With a single hand, he seized his little giant and swiftly opened the cellar door. "Are you deliberately enticing Lockhart into a trap? Theodore, has my discipline proven utterly ineffective? Can you not grasp the meaning of composure?" Roughly pouring an entire vial of hemostatic potion into Theodore's mouth, Snape's tone shifted dramatically, folding his arms at the bedside. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding him chillingly low. "I'm sorry, Professor. I assure you this is not dangerous, but if you or Headmaster Dumbledore intervene, it will surely alarm the snake. By Merlin's jeweled sequined eye mask, how have I once again incited Professor Snape's wrath?" Without bothering to wipe the blood from his face, Theodore grasped Snape's robe. He understood the professor could not bear to see him injured and bleeding, but there was no alternative. If he didn't escalate this situation to an improper level, how on earth would he extricate himself? "You must trust me. While I cannot disclose more, I can ensure my own safety, truly. Issuance, pirated heavenly sword, cost, disguised by the bewitching diary. Exchanged from the buffoon Lockhart for the genuine Horcrux diary." "Theodore, are you out of your mind, you worthless cur? What have you led me to be bewitched by? Voldemort fanfiction, not the doves." "Say that again." By Merlin's Purple Pearl Thong. Chapter 45, The Swine Fever Antidote. "So, your extraordinary talent leads you to once again cast yourself as bait for another Dark Lord? Theodore, is this what you call safety?" Snape's expression darkened as he suddenly gripped Theodore's hand, which was tugging at his garment, the scars of dark magic glaring on his pale, slender arm. The image of Lily crumpled in a pool of blood intertwined with the ashes of the little giant's rebirth, becoming the deepest thorn in Snape's heart. "That diary is exceedingly dangerous. It is a fragment." Without further banter with the canine system, Theodore lifted his head, his rounded golden eyes locking directly onto Snape's. To avoid once again breaching the world's rules, he opted for an alternative evasive statement. He knew Snape would grasp his unspoken intent. Lockhart had already fallen under its control. He would certainly unlock Slytherin's chamber and unleash the basilisk within. Sensing the increasingly ominous air surrounding Snape, Theodore forced himself to ignore the grip on his wrist. Enduring the bizarre taste of the potion in his mouth and the metallic scent of blood in his nostrils, he presented the canine system's mission in a more grandiose manner. "If we forcibly seize it from him now, the diary might sense the danger, completely conceal itself, or seek another target. We would lose our sole opportunity to destroy it." The air in the cellar seemed to have solidified, leaving only the faint sounds of potion ingredients occasionally stirring in their jars, alongside Theodore's slightly hurried breathing. "My plan is to forge a similar diary, feigning enchantment by it in order to approach Lockhart, and to exchange the counterfeit for the genuine article. This is the safest approach, allowing me to acquire the authentic diary, and perhaps even save that imbecile Lockhart's life. Oh, Professor." Theodore is aware that he is teetering on the edge of danger, yet this audacious scheme, though perilous, holds great promise. By willingly divulging a part of my intentions, I aim to exchange it for invaluable trust and support. This is not submission, but a form of elevated control. By self-restraint, I can constrain others, and through proactive transparency, ensure space for covert maneuvering. By Merlin, the swine fever antidote from Los Angeles General Hospital is indeed effective. Even you, fool, can play the strategy of retreating to advance. Splendid. I shall take you along next time for the spoils. The dog system has been trailing Theodore for quite some time now, merely acting as a caretaker and universal errand runner. It is the first time I have witnessed this creature exhibit such formidable self-management outside of its usual banter. "Be quiet. You wretched creature. You are the one afflicted with swine fever. Had it not been for your abstract and boundless tasks, would I be in this predicament? Look into my eyes, tell me why. Since I cannot rationalize my nocturnal escapades, the best defense is an offense. By presenting a grander and more critical plan, I elevate the nature of the issue from a personal moral dilemma to a strategic collaboration on how we should tackle the soul artifact crisis. After all, true freedom arises from a clear understanding of boundaries and proactively planning and maintaining one's sphere of activity. Mr. Theodore, should I interpret your penchant for inscribing words upon your arm as an addiction, prompting you to seek yet another experience? Upon hearing this series of grandiloquent retorts, a hint of mockery flickered in Snape's dark eyes. His reaction was not one of hysteria, but rather a deep, dangerous inquiry that squeezed out from between his teeth. I apologize, Professor, I buy Merlin's modular twin-suit technology. Theodore was rendered speechless by this abrupt interrogation. You, Merlin, why would I dig my own grave for no reason? Now look where we are. Just as Theodore was brainstorming whether to unleash some explosive questions, the quiet green flames in the fireplace suddenly surged high, swirling into an emerald hue. Dumbledore's face appeared within the flames, his typically gentle expression devoid of mirth, bearing an unusually grave demeanor. Good evening, Severus, Theodore. I apologize for intruding, but I sensed some unusual magical fluctuations concerning Mr. Lockhart. That fool Lockhart, has his brain been chewed by some bizarre creature? And he dares to flaunt himself before Dumbledore. Such talent, I am in awe. The dog system has encountered fools before, but never one with such a peculiar mental circuit as Lockhart. During the sensitive period when Voldemort was being hunted and Fudge was ousted from power, Dumbledore's surveillance over Hogwarts must be at its utmost level. An honorary alumnus like Lockhart, appearing uninvited, is inherently suspicious. And he has the audacity to stalk a student who has just suffered a significant trauma and is under tight protection. Clutching a dark magic diary in the dead of night? Albus, perhaps you might be interested in hearing about our brave warrior's fishing expedition? Snape, with a somber expression, succinctly recounted Theodore's audacious scheme, his tone laden with palpable disapproval. Theodore's heart sank by Merlin's shimmering spandex. Professor Snape is not yielding at all. How does he get the jump on me? Headmaster Dumbledore, I trust you will agree with my plan, will you not? Dumbledore listened quietly to the accounts from both parties, ignoring Snape's minor tussle with Theodore. Through the flickering light of the fireplace, the old headmaster's beautiful blue eyes glistened with unfathomable depth. An exceedingly dangerous plan, Theodore. However, strategically speaking, it is indeed the optimal solution to retrieve that item and unearth the potential threat. Taking the initiative is far better than waiting for disaster to strike. Huzzah! I knew it. Praise Merlin's marvelous wardrobe. Theodore clung to Snape's cloak, scarcely reveling in his joy for 2 seconds before he heard Snape's vehement opposition. Albus, how can I understand your concerns? Severus, I share your worries regarding Theodore. Suppressing Snape's urgency, Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Theodore, his eyes scanning the remnants of blood on his cheek, his tone carrying an air of undeniable authority. We shall consent to this plan. But this is not your solitary venture, Theodore. This is a perilous mission sanctioned by the Order of the Phoenix. You must adhere to strict regulations. You, Merlin, hurry up and agree. Are you some deep-thinking AI? If you delay the mission, I shall turn you into spaghetti, then mix you with concrete for consumption. Do you understand? The vitriol spewing from Theodore's mouth was harsh, yet the dog system feared more than anyone that its host would be bullied. To proactively reveal one's hand and gain the protection of the Order of the Phoenix, only someone with a mind trapped in a toilet seat would refuse. Theodore? Ultimately, despite his vehement opposition, Snape was persuaded by Dumbledore. His conditions for compromise were exceedingly stringent. Continuous monitoring, scheduled reports, and a safety word of his choosing. Should Theodore fail to articulate the safety word, the operation would be immediately halted. What the hell have you written in the diary behind my back? ISNT just for. What in the name of Fenrir Greyback is this? How am I to present this to Dumbledore? I ask you. Look into my eyes, tell me why. Gazing at the large text in the diary, Theodore wished he could leap from the tower in despair. By Merlin's flexible fiber battery starsuit, is this creature so intent on ensuring my demise? Theodore covered his eyes, peering through his fingers at the following content. Remus X Sirius Wolfstar. He is the moon that illuminates the endless night of the werewolf, and the moon witnessed his fall. Chapter 46 Literary Master. Shut up. Illiterates have no right to question my literary prowess. If you dare to prattle and delay matters, I shall turn you into a character from Iron Man, facing Thanos. Do you understand? Theodore? To this day, we remain unaware of how many ludicrous metaphors reside within the dog system's database. After the heart-pounding deliberation concluded, Theodore lay in his soft bedding, contemplating life. For the first 3 minutes, he experienced insomnia, recalling his life's earlier farcical moments, while the latter part played out in a dream. When Thanos snapped his fingers and half of the universe's life turned to dust, Granny Roan emerged from the ashes, brandishing silver needles and grinning maliciously as she pursued Thanos. You purple sweet potato essence. Dare to lay hands on the Queen Mother? Watch as I pierce your infinity gauntlet today. The next day, as Theodore rose from his bed, his head filled with dark thoughts. His mind had been thoroughly polluted by the dog system's textual refuse. You Merlin, who told you to wash your face with toothpaste? Are you blind, you wretched creature? Hurry up and finish your slop. Go find Dumbledore to showcase my literary work. It was not that Theodore was being picky, but rather that this dog system was merely insatiably curious. The sensational news listed is as riveting as Felicity and Umbridge, the forbidden love of Hogwarts. If such revelations were presented to the individuals involved, Severus Snape would undoubtedly transform the offender into a human pig and toss him into a cauldron to brew frog soup. Wouldn't he? Ha. Is that you, Godfather? What a coincidence, this fluffy Professor Lupin. By Merlin's azure long-sleeved lace sailor suit. It is well known that one tends to babble when engulfed in embarrassment. Theodore, unable to finish his sentence, had already turned as red as a ripe tomato. Well then, I haven't yet settled the score for that last time you patted the werewolf's head. And you, young man, have come right to my doorstep? No worries, Theodore. I too am quite fond of the appellation Fluffy. The gentle werewolf Lupin smiled, while Sirius Black burst into hearty laughter, reaching out to touzle Theodore's soft hair. Meanwhile, Snape's expression darkened, evidently having overheard Theodore's mistaken claim of parental affection. You scoundrel! A true man, living in this world, should not languish beneath others for long. Quickly, call him Godfather Snape. Theodore, must you make me laugh at this moment? Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape, this is the prop I used to exchange for Lockhart's diary. It is also a dark magical item, identical in content to Riddle's diary. With a heart full of trepidation, Theodore cautiously placed the counterfeit diary, crafted by the dog system to such a degree of authenticity, on Dumbledore's desk. Oh, Snape, with an impassive face, picked up the diary and swiftly flipped through its pages. Initially, he managed to maintain his customary indifference, but as the pages turned, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him nearly chilled Fawkes. What's wrong, Professor? Is there a problem? Theodore was terrified, fearing that Snape would stumble upon the bizarre details concerning himself. He fervently prayed to Merlin's basket, hoping desperately that Snape wouldn't uncover anything about the Snape-Harry or Black Snape pairings. Mr. Theodore, if your brain hasn't been nibbled by Black, you should recognize the absurdity of this. Snape, exasperated, slammed the notebook onto the desk. The others in the headmaster's office gathered around, unsurprisingly encountering Sirius Snape. When the wands of bitter adversaries pressed against each other's throats, hatred was the flimsiest excuse, while desire was the only honest incantation. Theodore, what the hell is wrong with you? What the bloody hell is this? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Tell me why. Before he could hurl another insult at the dog system, Snape nearly whispered, yet the sound echoed in the small giant's ears, igniting a frantic heartbeat. It seems my past warnings were mere meaningless noise for you, Mr. Thorne. How bold. Snape has addressed me by name. Fellow comrades, do you think I will be turned into frog soup? No, truly, Professor. I swear, it's all because I was possessed by a ghost. Yes, it was my damned father. He overindulged in pig feed and came to England to frame me. Snape, the eloquent comic actor, Theodore, instantly became a stutterer. It was as if the final 5 minutes of a Mandarin exam collided with a lengthy essay for teacher qualification. He began to ramble incoherently. Before the professor could respond, Sirius leapt up, his wand aimed at the diary as if it were the most malevolent dark artifact. What? With this snotty mess? This is the most vile slander. I shall incinerate it. Avada Kedavra. Instantly, Lupin and Theodore rushed forward, like two bickering aunties, clutching waists, pressing hands, and patting backs. All right, calm down. You cannot act this way. It's fictitious. Fictitious, do you understand? On the other side, Snape responded with a derisive snort. The dogfather, who had only just calmed down, began to rage once more. Enough of this uproar. Look, I'm mentioned here too. Not just you, see me. In a pivotal moment, the werewolf Lupin sacrificed himself, redirecting everyone's attention back to that peculiar literary work. Lupin X Sirius Wolfstar. The moon is the scar that the werewolf cannot heal. Yet he willingly becomes the only painful mark upon that scar. He offered the werewolf an address to respond to, a house to inhabit, and a future eternally absent during the full moon. Theodore, are you mad? Do you only focus on the literary quality? What do you mean by an eternally absent future? Have you considered what will happen if Sirius guesses the future? Ugh. Unlike Theodore's lamentations, Sirius, shedding his previous grim demeanor, erupted into wild laughter. Moonface. Look, we are famous. Ha ha ha. Lupin, awkwardly smiling, clearly regretted his self-sacrificial act. The professor's pale ears turned red, attempting to disguise his discomfort with a cough. Oh, Merlin, this is quintessentially Theodore. I must say, If you could add a line about how the werewolf must endure the woes of shedding each month, it might make the story feel more grounded. The gentle Lupin, though stuttering, had delivered the sharpest blow to Theodore. The wolf's jibe was truly a lethal strike. Ha, ha, ha. Let us look at something else. Behold, Merlin's flamboyant purple lace long-sleeved cardigan. Under the gaze of numerous eyes, Theodore felt a sudden shame akin to being naked in public. It's all the fault of that dog system. Thus, with Dumbledore taking charge of the page-turning, everyone continued to admire Theodore's literary masterpiece. Voldemort x Snape, Voldemort Snape. He offered loyalty in the art of mental occlusion, while the Dark Lord bestowed upon him magical power and ambitions, alongside a useless prize, a body requiring constant repair. As a moth flutters towards the flame, does it lament its pursuit of light? When the green light flashed, he finally saw his own burning reflection in the Dark Lord's eyes. Theodore. Snape lifted his gaze, his black eyes locking onto Theodore, swirling with calm, yet profound malice. I assume you are contemplating what epitaph to inscribe on your tombstone. What the hell? Dog system, you've damned me. I'm telling the bureau chief. I demand to speak with the bureau chief. By Merlin's shimmering electric thong. Snape is surely not contemplating how to poison me, but rather how to obliterate my soul with magic. The room fell into an instant silence. Even Fawkes ceased to preen his magnificent golden-red feathers. Theodore, you. Sirius had forgotten his anger, staring at Theodore as if witnessing Merlin resurrected. Don't ask. It's all my damned father's doing. Yes, it's all that accursed dog's fault. It truly has nothing to do with me. Snape's overwhelming malice rendered Theodore incapable of standing upright like a carbon-based life form. He became a withered, dehydrated Trisolaran. Humiliated and furious, he extended a claw to fumble on the table, attempting to reclaim the notebook, only to inadvertently flip to the next page. Sirius x Harry, Sirius Harry. He bestowed upon him a home, a warrant for his arrest, and a phrase concealed within the web of flight paths. Good boy. In due course, the Savior clutched these remnants and assembled a ruin known as the Godfather. He was both his prison and his key. As the curtain fell, Harry comprehended that he had never truly escaped the Azkaban referred to as Sirius. Dumbledore's profound blue eyes sparkled with mirth. He endeavored to maintain a facade of solemnity. Yet a peculiar glimmer inevitably betrayed him. I must assert, this reveals an extraordinarily unique narrative inclination. In its literary essence, it even bears a certain Gothic tragic beauty. Theodore, please, grant me an Avada. I implore you. Evidently, neither Dumbledore nor Merlin's cauldron heeded Theodore's heartfelt plea. However, Sirius, I recall distinctly, you are Harry's godfather. In the understanding of any civilized society, this defines a pure and protected kinship. Our author seems to have adeptly traversed this boundary. Sirius repeatedly scrutinized that bizarre text, as if the mind of the Dogfather could not process such intricate information. What? Me and Harry? Home? Ruins? At the moment Dumbledore's words reached his ears, Sirius's handsome visage flushed crimson, only to turn ashen. This is 1,000 times more repulsive than pairing with a snot-nosed creature. Which lunatic penned this? I shall slay him. The fluffy werewolf professor exerted all his strength to restrain Sirius, while Snape continued to leaf through that curious diary with a derisive smirk. Snape x Harry Snary. He perpetually fished for a hint of lake green phantoms in the Savior's eyes. Yet in his own dark reflection, he drowned in the latter half of his life. Those eyes were his confessional, as well as his blasphemous sanctuary. Each time Harry wept because of him, Snape savored a long-delayed vengeance and martyrdom spanning 20 years. The greatest white wizard of the 20th century, Mr. Dumbledore, found it evidently challenging to maintain composure in the face of the absurdity before him. He fanned the flames with a light-hearted tone, relishing the joyous scene unfolding. Severus, I am curious, in your professional opinion, does the act of fishing for phantoms in one's eyes and subsequently drowning in the latter half of life resemble a spiritual curse or merely a post-traumatic hallucination caused by some potion? Snape appeared as if struck by Petri ficus totalis, the only sign of life being his fingers, which had gone pale from gripping his wand too tightly. He refrained from lashing out at Dumbledore, instead channeling all his destructive energy toward Theodore. If any word from that thing, in any form, reaches Potter, I assure you, I will personally end you. Theodore, are you trying to get me killed with this damned nonsense? Huh. As Snape and Sirius's tempers reached their zenith, poised to storm out, Theodore shut his eyes, steeled his heart, and a mix of desperation, stubbornness, and resolve washed over his face. He lunged at Snape, not to attack, but with precision, seized the professor's wand. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry. I know I was wrong. I will accept the punishment. Sectum Sempra. In the astonished gazes of all present, he aimed Snape's wand at himself, under the clandestine manipulation of the dog system. The spell struck the same location as an old scar on his arm. In an instant, flesh tore open, blood gushed forth, combining with the old scar, creating a grotesquely vivid tableau. Theodore. Snape rushed forward, not to reclaim the wand, but to assess the wound with utmost urgency, reciting the counter curse in the swiftest and most precise tone. Vulnerison enter. You foolish, reckless giant. Who taught you to prove anything in such a manner? Snape comprehended fully that within this child's cognition, there existed an unspoken equation between erring and accepting a merciless punishment. Listen, Theodore. Even if you were to blow the ceiling apart, we would only inquire whether your hand hurt, not hand you a knife to chop it off. 1 second prior, Sirius had been consumed by indignation and rage over the bizarre narratives regarding him and Harry. Yet upon witnessing Theodore unwaveringly aim the wand at himself, that fury was extinguished as if doused with icy water, leaving only a chilling dread. As one who, like Theodore, had emerged from a dark, oppressive lineage and successfully rebelled, he understood this twisted logic of exchanging punishment for forgiveness more than anyone else. He perceived a variant of the shadows of number 12 Grimmauld Place, a far more extreme and frigid version. It was no longer the anger of a bystander, but a resonance among survivors. As Snape tended to the wound, Lupin approached. The gentle professor, at a loss, could only stroke Theodore's soft hair gently. Dumbledore sighed deeply, his tone no longer buoyant but laden with age, fatigue, and profound sorrow. We have all witnessed it, Sirius, Severus. This is how he comprehends apology and rectifying mistakes. In his former world, verbal offenses necessitated repayment in flesh and blood. Those words pale in comparison to the reality unfolding before us. Snape, darkly contemplative, meticulously addressed the gory wound, lifting Theodore with an undeniable force, almost cradling him. Yell. Scream. I shall not perform this charade for you. Your previous performance was riddled with gaps, akin to a plastic model. And one day Dumbledore will surely see through it. This was the ultimate goal of the dog system. It did not intervene during the host's embarrassment, intending for this flawed actor to resolve the matter through genuine emotion. Now, Dumbledore had transitioned from a bystander to a deeply involved participant. He firmly believed that if there had been a semblance of performance left, this moment of unhesitating self-infliction served as the most irrefutable evidence. He did not witness a child acting. Rather, he observed a thoroughly disciplined soul instinctively reacting under duress. Why did you not mention that your blood pack was rubber? It's like a Duracell battery. 1 pack is stronger than 6. Snape's black robes are nearly stained crimson. Should I faint? Huh. Feeling the incessant flow of blood from the wound, Theodore yearned to unleash his fury upon the dog system's cybernetic form. By Merlin, did you not check the human blood volume before preparing the blood pack? Huh. Who granted you the liberty to improvise? If you do not close your eyes and cooperate, I shall turn you into a mountain sculpture and sell you in Huqiang. Do you understand? Chapter 47. Farewell. Just as the two canine-like beings engaged in verbal sparring and passionate struggle, Snape keenly sensed an anomaly. The wound, which ought to have healed under the counter curse, not only failed to close swiftly, but continued to bleed profusely. The professor felt his knowledge of spells being rigorously challenged, prompting him to recite the counter curse a second time. Vulnerison enter. As the creator of Sectum Sempra, Snape's incantation was precise and swift. Yet, the condition of the wound showed no signs of improvement. Warm blood soaked through the freshly applied clean bandage that the professor had just covered, even dripping onto the floor, creating a small, blindingly vivid crimson stain. Vulnerison enter. As Severus Snape attempted the counter curse for the 3rd time, his tone grew increasingly urgent. Yet, the bleeding continued unabated, showing no sign of truly halting. He immediately dismissed the possibility of miscasting the spell, but this phenomenon, which contradicted the fundamental principles of magic, sent Snape's reason into a frenzied alarm. His mind raced, rapidly arriving at a conclusion. This was not a mere blood curse, but a variant intertwined with some ancient and malevolent blood curse. The Thorn family's exploration and distortion of dark magic surpassed his wildest imagination. They not only employed it, but also refined it, rendering it even more cruel and difficult to heal. By Merlin, have you begun to play games here? Is this your idea of patching the gaps? You wretched creature, are you robbing Peter to pay Paul? Can you not see that the blood flows more than that of a damned bull? What now? The thought of Merlin's fungal leather suit made Snape's frustration palpable, as he felt Snape repeatedly casting the counter curse. Theodore's mind was filled with frantic curses directed at the creator of the cursed system. His big toe was about to puncture the sole of his shoe, and he lay there like a poisoned turtle, sprawled on the ground contemplating life. He sought to escape reality, envisioning the possibility of hauling the Hogwarts Express out of England and away from the earth overnight. Fear what, you wretched creature? Right now, immediately. Close your eyes and feign unconsciousness. Dare to resist, and I will turn you into a northern Hammer King and give you a bald head to boot. Do you understand? The cursed system cackled ominously. It first glanced at the pensive Lupin and Dumbledore, realizing that even if the blood and wounds appeared alarmingly real, any further delay would inevitably reveal the anomaly. Surviving excessive blood loss, yet remaining lively. What kind of nerve connections were involved? Frogs and catfish of bright green. Thus, he produced his latest model of a blue glowing support wand from Myanmar and swiftly knocked out the cursed host. Wasn't Severus's blood loss excessive? As a werewolf, Lupin's sensitivity to the scent of blood was several times that of an ordinary wizard. Such a significant volume of blood loss was a clear signal to him that life was gravely threatened. His wolfish instincts left him restless. Do not call me that. Snape frowned, his expression darkened. The bleeding wound instantly transported him back to the scene of Theodore being punished by dark magic. The scars left behind were old. And at this moment, he was witnessing how the punishment was being enacted. Watching the little giant who had already succumbed, Snape's emotions swiftly shifted from anger to dread. What was happening? Why could the bleeding not cease? You insufferable fool, can you not manage this? What in the blazes is this cursed spell? As Snape repeatedly cast counter curses, yet could not stem the torrent of blood, Sirius felt a wave of panic wash over him. He could no longer concern himself with past grievances, stepping forward abruptly, his gaze fixed on Theodore's ever-bleeding wound. Damn it! He wished to take action, but found himself powerless to heal the damage inflicted by dark magic. At that moment, Dumbledore silently approached. The old headmaster's blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, were deep as the ocean, devoid of doubt, filled only with a heavy, compassionate understanding. He gently placed his aged yet steady hand on Snape's arm, which was poised to raise his wand once more, softly but firmly halting him. Severus, cease. The spell may heal flesh and blood, but it cannot mend the wounds of the soul. Two canine creatures began to dance the leg-sweeping dance in cyberspace. Primarily, it was Theodore employing the 5 poisons leg to sweep the cursed system, while the system danced evasively, countering with an electric strike of the dark hand. By Merlin's lace-trimmed pink encounter with the milk basket, Theodore knew that while Dumbledore might not have discerned the rubber blood bag and the cursed system's mentor, he could certainly perceive that a part of him was acting. After all, the overwhelming embarrassment stemmed not solely from physical pain. Yet, he would never categorize this incident as a mere charade. To do so would be to negate all of Theodore's previous sacrifices, shattering the trust painstakingly built. Thus, Dumbledore would interpret a questionable performance as a profound tragedy. Some dark magic can manifest inner pain and guilt as tangible scars. I believe this unceasing blood flow is not due to the spell's failure, but rather because this child deep down still believes he deserves to be punished. Dumbledore gently provided everyone with an exit. Snape's expertise was not at fault. He merely encountered a more complex psychological magical interlink phenomenon. And I was no longer a failed charlatan. By Merlin's teriyaki 5-spice chili duck neck. No matter how many times Theodore had witnessed Dumbledore's aftermath, he could not help but marvel at the old headmaster's brilliance. I understand. Snape's voice carried an almost weary rasp as he withdrew his wand. He then pressed the bandage tightly against the wound, applying significant and sustained pressure with his palm. His arm encircled Theodore's shoulders, nearly imprisoning him in his embrace, using his physical strength and the warmth beneath his robes to combat the seemingly unstoppable flow. A peculiar silence enveloped the headmaster's office. The very curiosity notebook that had sparked all this chaos lay quietly on the desk, temporarily disregarded. What the hell? By Merlin, you wretched creature, think of a solution. If he discovers that this blood is actually non-food brand magical dye, he will undoubtedly use it to give me a bath. Witnessing Snape exerting every effort to restrain him in a bid to preserve his life, Theodore was profoundly shaken. This embrace fulfilled his core need for security, a sense of not being abandoned. The intensity of this satisfaction brought about a momentary dizziness and a blankness of thought, followed swiftly by overwhelming panic. He began to feel inexplicably fearful. Fearful of his lies being exposed, fearful of Snape perceiving the truth, and most dreadfully, fearful that at that moment, the promise of not abandoning him would be rendered void, leaving him in eternal damnation. Are you playing the light bulb? You should have said your acting resembles that of a phony. Are you a human skin puppet seeking a seal? You wretched creature. If you dare to lie again, I will zap you into a yellow-skinned creature and stuff you into baby's garden to play the role of a damned little cart. Do you understand? Theodore, thank you. I will never dare not to engage with the internet again. The cursed system knew that when a person who had long been deprived of emotions is suddenly given an excess of what they truly need, their first reaction is often fear. However, who granted you the right to be unhappy? Now, let us discuss your utterly foolish habit of seeking release or solutions through self-destruction, which is rooted in your very marrow. When Snape's inquiry burst forth, The cellar was plunged into silence, with Theodore curled up on his small bed, his face pale and eyes darting, too afraid to meet Snape's gaze. By Merlin's fried rice mixed with instant noodles. I too wish to know why. Isn't it all the cursed system's fault? Huh. Sometimes it's worth examining your own reasons, alright. I've been a system for years at this rate. You wretched creature, if you can't manage your own self. Don't blame the road for being uneven. Dare to question my authority again, and I will zap you into Domioji and toss you in a pleasant goat to cosplay the snake spirit. Do you understand? Theodore, you know it's hard to stifle a laugh, right? I didn't. Suppressing the canine system's cold jest, Theodore's face flushed crimson, prompting Snape to mistakenly assume he was feverish. The professor's countenance darkened, and as Theodore shrank back in trepidation, he stepped forward to gauge the boy's temperature. There was no sign of fever, yet your breathing was rapid, your face flushed, and your gaze evasive. Theodore, it appears that your self-destructive impulses can indeed induce a physiological state of excitement. Theodore, wow, how remarkable. While others are S-class alphas, my canine host is merely an S-class beta. As the canine system, it understood Theodore's sense of humor better than anyone else. Seeing him about to regain his composure, it promptly unleashed a collection of bizarre expressions it had saved. You Merlins, don't think for a moment that I can't discern what you're saying. I've been stifling laughs to the point of bursting my bladder. Can you not stoke the flames any further? Huh. Theodore felt as if he might shatter his own teeth, terrified that Snape would misinterpret his reaction further. And he clutched his blanket to shield the lower half of his face. Professor, I'm merely a bit warm. Snape smirked, taking a step closer, his smooth, deep tone laced with palpable danger. Warm? The cellar's temperature is consistently maintained at 12 degrees Celsius. Or perhaps, are you anticipating the next punishment? Merlin's pickled chili cabbage. Gazing at Snape's increasingly dark demeanor, Theodore had never felt more speechless. Damn it, this is akin to a team-building event at a brothel with a single light bulb. You Merlins, is this a diagnosis of Stockholm Syndrome? I am not a masochist, Professor. I am merely replenishing my strength. I am not, I truly am not. Professor, Theodore abruptly threw off the blanket, ready to leap up and explain, looking as guilty as a thief. This subtle movement seemed to confirm some speculation held by Snape and Dumbledore. Snape's aura constricted, transforming into something deeper and more complex. He ceased his inquiries and turned toward his potion cabinet, retrieving a small vial filled with a shimmering blue liquid. After drinking it, I do not wish for Hogwarts to witness its first student dying of shame. That would be a disgrace to this school and indeed the entire wizarding world. Theodore, is Snape overthinking this? Surely, he must be imagining something sinister. Ugh, how toxic. Just as the foundational code had yet to fully activate, Snape reached out to cover the little giant's mouth. You Merlins, this potion must have been brewed with the waters used by Nuwa to create humanity. This Snape is seeking personal revenge. At that moment, the fireplace in the cellar flickered to life, revealing Dumbledore's visage. Severus, the plan remains unchanged. However, we must personally oversee the curtain of this stage to ensure the safety of our young actor. Without hesitation, Snape nodded in agreement with this decision, watching Dumbledore fade from the fireplace before turning to appraise Theodore. Did you hear that? If you dare to act heroically again, I will personally transform you into a human pig. Very well, Professor. Yes, Professor. In the time that followed, Theodore began to haunt the corners of the hall and auditorium where Lockhart roamed, leafing through that enchanting diary as if possessed, appearing utterly captivated by its profound literary contents. You Merlins, can't you stand to see me thrive? Why write so much about Snape? Huh, and in such varied styles. Under Lockhart's scrutinizing gaze, Theodore could not bear to look and instinctively closed his golden eyes. Heaven forbid. If Snape were to catch another glimpse of what was written in that book, he wouldn't merely resort to using Sectum Semper for theatrics. He'd turn me into minced meat to feed to his dogs. Voldemort x Snape. He knelt to kiss the hem of the dark robe, while the Dark Lord caressed his empty arm. I have marked your soul, Severus, deeper than skin. Snape x Harry Snary, gazing into your eyes. You behold an old friend, yet within the Savior's scar, you taste your own sins and obsessions. Theodore, you're allowed to see Snape in women's clothing feeding a baby, but I'm not permitted to write artistic prose. Huh, if you keep on with your nonsense and delay the task, I'll zap you into a howling hound and toss you into a Tom and Jerry scenario as that foolish dog. Do you understand? When Lockhart finally approached, drawn in by Theodore's unusual expressions and actions, Theodore unleashed his skills as a professional pretender. He sprang up like a startled rabbit, his gaze darting as he muttered, "It cannot be. Professor Snape and Merlin, could what is written here be true? Merlin's little blue flower, sheer lace, super short skirt." Theodore, fully aware that Snape and others were observing through the two-way mirror, found himself teetering on the brink of disaster. Little Harry, is this all real? Merlin, how could there also be Professor Lupin and Sirius? This is utterly explosive. Observing Theodore's increasingly refined performance and Lockhart's blatant foolishness, the canine system could not resist granting him 2 glowing cyber candles. May paradise be rid of canine hosts. Chicken Door. Chapter 48. The Great Convergence of Yin and Yang. My dear child, it seems you are troubled by some ancient text. As one who has traversed countless adventures and encountered various mysterious artifacts, I must caution you. Some things may appear enchanting, but are, in truth, perilous. As Lockhart's voice rang out from behind, Theodore remained entranced by the captivating Voldemort and Snape literature. Catfish has bitten the hook. Hurry up. If you scare him off, I'll zap you into Murong Yunhai and toss you into the immortal castle to cosplay as a cactus. Do you understand? Theodore, you Merlins. What on earth has invaded the canine system's metaphorical framework? Straining to suppress an eye roll, Theodore feigned a startled demeanor, instinctively clutching the diary to his chest. Mr. Lockhart? No, it's nothing. It's just an ordinary old diary, having undergone the canine system teacher's acting training. The current iteration of Theodore was bold enough to impersonate even Dumbledore, let alone a mere Lockhart. As anticipated, an insatiable curiosity and greed ignited in Lockhart's self-satisfied eyes. Akin to a cat that had caught wind of fishy scents, gradually ensnared in a trap laid specifically for him. Ordinary. My dear Mr. Thorne, true danger often masquerades as harmless. Tell me, did you happen upon some lesser-known tales about Professor Snape in there? You Merlins, why specifically mention Snape? This doggone bastard is deliberately trying to set me up. Knowing that Snape was observing through the two-way mirror, Lockhart's actions were nothing short of a relentless assault on the professor's sensitive territory, triggering memories of the absurd pairings inscribed in the diary. Despite a fervent desire to shove Merlin's lace pants into Lockhart's mouth, Theodore outwardly maintained a facade of struggle and vulnerability. I don't know whether I should say that it contains numerous accounts about Professor Snape, Potter, and even Professor Lupin and Sirius. It's all too chaotic for my brain to handle. Merlin's milk tea and spicy pickled noodles. Theodore was acutely aware of Lockhart's insatiable vanity and desire for control. If he wished to gain the trust of others, he would undoubtedly have to feign a nauseating display of dependency and pleading. What the hell? This scoundrel dares to show a satisfied expression? Very well, just you wait. The moment I log on, I'll shower you with 10 consecutive oblivions. Little did he know that the seemingly frail Slytherin freshman before him could indeed confront the Dark Lord. Lockhart's tone, which dripped with sympathy, was in stark contrast to the barely concealed excitement that danced across his face. Oh, my poor child. Coincidentally, while I was negotiating with the vampire queen of Wagadu, I had the fortune to acquire an original text brimming with wisdom and power. It can guide lost souls, rather than tormenting you in such a manner. He dramatically produced a diary from the ostentatious azure robe's inner pocket, which was nearly identical to the one Theodore clutched, Riddle's diary. What the hell? Did I truly strike gold? This fool is easier to deceive than a troll. Could there be a trick up his sleeve? Before the system could deduce whether there was any deceit involved, Lockhart was already demonstrating firsthand what it meant to have undergone a cerebral exchange with a troll. He leaned down, adopting an affectation of mystery laced with temptation, and deceived Theodore. My dear child, the true original can bestow upon us great power. I know of a place where the long-lost secrets of Salazar Slytherin lie hidden. There, we can not only disperse the fog in your mind, but even harness that power. Theodore, by Merlin's green lace-trimmed gown, is he truly going to take me directly to the chamber? Is there really someone whose cognitive faculties are simpler than a goblin's? You scoundrel, mark this man immediately. No need to wait for him to age. Sell him the supplements now. Otherwise, by the time he is older, he'll have been swindled out of every last galleon. What'll I do then? Theodore clutched the false diary tightly, as if it were a lifeline. He timidly gazed at the genuine article in Lockhart's hand, perfectly embodying the role of a bewitched first-year student. Is it truly real, Professor? Are you genuinely willing to take me along? What should I do? By Merlin's lace-trimmed knee-high socks. Observing Lockhart's increasingly unabashed pride and excitement, Theodore wished he could hurl the system's acting mastery for the sinister arts directly at his face. Why would Lockhart choose to take him along when he had displayed no particular talent? It was clear, this fool needed a witness. The glory of discovering the chamber alone paled in comparison to leading a bewitched student into its depths and rescuing him at the last moment. More likely, his impoverished imagination had twisted the notion of the chamber into something requiring a dark magical sacrifice or a bewitched soul. Moreover, should any untoward incident arise, he could always shift the blame onto Theodore, who had succumbed to the control of a dark magical artifact. You Merlins, this fool's calculations are crashing down on me. Just you wait. Once I slay the basilisk, I'll deal with you. Lockhart, only you can help me. I will follow your lead. Oh. It reminds me of that night I stealthily navigated the Yeti's lair in the Himalayas, armed only with a wand and a bottle of hairspray, persuading their queen. The corridors were especially silent in the dead of night, as the patrolling caretaker had long been reassigned by Dumbledore. Lockhart, this foolish charlatan, continued to prattle on, evidently attributing the absence of Filch to his own good fortune. What the hell? Is this insufferable fool ever going to stop? Don't pull me, you scoundrel. I want to shove Merlin's latex, seamless, see-through nursing bra into his mouth. Lockhart was blissfully unaware of the outrageous thoughts swirling in the mind of his so-called psychic behind him, stopping in front of a damp stone wall and striking an exceedingly greasy pose for Theodore. Look, Mr. Thorne, this is the legendary entrance to the chamber. Of course, in Gilderoy Lockhart's eyes, no secret could hide from him. Come on, you scoundrel. As the leading man, what are you waiting for? Can't you see our supporting cast is eagerly anticipating this? Theodore was rolling his eyes internally, yet he feigned the same embarrassment as Tian Xiaoqiao, stepping forward with reluctance. He then commanded the concealed serpentine markings on the wall. Open. Parseltongue. The stone wall erupted with a thunderous sound as a colossal serpentine sculpture cracked open, sliding apart to reveal a bottomless dark abyss. A chill, damp breeze rushed forth. Any sane individual witnessing Theodore employ the legendary language of the Slytherin air to unlock the chamber would not behave as Lockhart did, deliberately falling a step behind, awaiting an ambush to claim the spoils. Well done, my child. Let us venture inside. Stay close to me, you Merlins. If I stay close to you, wouldn't that just send me back to the surface? You useless scoundrel. I'll stuff you between the basilisk's fangs. As Theodore silently cursed, a nauseating grinding sound echoed from the depths of the statue. It's coming. Face it bravely, my child. Just like I did with that female demon in Peru. Lockhart screamed and nimbly dove behind a stone pillar, peeking out with just half his head to observe Theodore, as if he had no inkling how absurd his behavior was. An adult wizard hiding in a safe zone, leaving a helpless first year to confront the Slytherin basilisk alone. What the hell? This fool. How can he be even more shameless than I am? I personally had to fight my way through the cultivation world to claim the spoils. What gives you the right to take my host's spoils? Ignoring the snickering system that brandished a support stick, intent on pursuing Lockhart, Theodore flicked his wrist, summoning an ancient and elegant longsword that gleamed with a cold light. This time, the system's task reward was the heaven-defying sword. The massive basilisk slithered slowly from the shadows, its yellow slit eyes locking onto Theodore. What the hell? What are you looking at? I can stare down Ultraman's laser eyes. Am I supposed to fear you, a mere elongated worm? Look at my eyes. With an overly dramatic flair, Theodore, bolstered by the system, not only refused to shy away from the basilisk's gaze, but also charged forward with his sword. The heavens and earth collide, yin and yang lament. At this crucial moment, Theodore's foolish brain was unusually active, inexplicably drawing from some obscure corner the semblance of a very prestigious martial arts manual. You Merlin's foolish idiot. That is dark magic. Dark magic. Did you just jump into a Gulong film set? If you dare to shout again, I'll fry you until your hair turns white and toss you into the Fruit Warrior series with a pineapple knife, shouting for the Fruit Warrior mech to assemble. Making sure you spend eternity as pineapple snow. Do you understand? Theodore paid no heed to the system's threats. Finally equipped with a weapon, he disregarded all caution, wielding the heaven-defying sword as if it were a power drill. Who cared about swordsmanship? He didn't know Zhang Wuji's Qian Kuan de Nuai, nor did he understand Fu Hongshua's blade technique, but that was fine. He wielded the sword, capable of slicing through steel like mud, as if it were a power drill, spinning the blade like a windmill and thrusting it toward the basilisk. Confucius said, a normal wizard must pursue both magical and physical exorcism. What the hell? Why can't I kill it? Is this sword some sort of love-struck blade? Enraged and humiliated, Theodore paid no heed to the bulbous loony Gilderoy Lockhart, nor did he concern himself with the live broadcast emanating from the other side of the two-way mirror. 3 piercing beams of emerald light erupted in succession from the tip of the sword of Gryffindor, striking the basilisk with unerring precision. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! The basilisk, bewildered, exclaimed, is this how easily one finds employment? A millennium of guarding the lair without a raise. The 3 formidable killing curses instantly siphoned the very essence of life from the creature, whose colossal form writhed in disbelief, its large golden eyes wide with incredulity. Indeed, the basilisk had existed for over 1,000 years, witnessing the repair of the heavens by Nuwa and the founding of Hogwarts. Yet it had never encountered the sight of a martial sword being wielded to cast a killing curse. It was akin to someone barging into a history of magic exam, not to consult the texts, but to physically yank Professor Binns from his portrait to take their place. Who taught you to wield the sword of Gryffindor like that? Next time I venture into the world of martial arts, I shall certainly return with the authentic techniques of the Great Earth and the Requiem of Yin and Yang, along with the bridal attire. Now, at once, assist that incompetent fool who has been ambushed. Merlin's plastic fiber, 3D, printed miniskirt, catching a glimpse of the avaricious glint in Lockhart's eyes. Theodore could not refrain from rolling his own. To think that he would dare ambush a first-year student casting nonverbal spells without a wand, had his mind been reduced to a puree by a troll. Oh, I have fallen. Theodore feigned the visage of one whose magic had been utterly depleted, leaning on the sword of Gryffindor, kneeling as if emulating some unknown hero of the martial world. Lockhart, the foolish giant, had indeed taken the bait. And a splendid tale worthy of immortalization took shape in an instant. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, valiantly battled against a mad student who had succumbed to dark magic and was slaughtering the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, ultimately subduing him and safeguarding Hogwarts. I acted solely in self-defense against a dangerous individual. This was for the greater good. Cruciatus curse. A tormenting agony. He sprang forth from behind a stone pillar, raising his wand and aiming it at Theodore, who stood unsuspecting with his back turned. A blinding red light struck Theodore's back. Having genuinely experienced the curse, Theodore's performance was rich with layers. He collapsed to the ground like a marionette with its strings severed, curling into a ball. He bit down on his lip, blood seeping through his teeth, his throat releasing a broken, crushed whimper. His fingers clawed at the ground, nails splintering. Acting. Quick. Snape and Sirius are about to arrive. This is your last chance. Make it count. Theodore mused. What? Do you want me to give you a slice? He curled up, casting a glance toward the two-way mirror. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Like the striped pupils of a domineering CEO, his gaze held not only pain, but also a profound shock at betrayal, along with a glimmer of desperate hope. Beside the gargantuan corpse of the basilisk, Theodore lay pallid in a pool of blood, the sword of Gryffindor slipping from his grasp. Meanwhile, Lockhart struck a flamboyant victorious pose, a self-satisfied grin plastered across his face, poised to deliver a finishing blow or extract the basilisk's teeth. Lockhart, you despicable scoundrel. Witnessing this scene unfold, Sirius was the first to charge in. He did not even draw his wand, instead launching himself at Lockhart. A powerful punch landed squarely on Lockhart's face, sending him airborne before crashing back to the ground. Theodore? Professor Snape knelt, the hem of his black cloak sweeping the cold floor, even staining with a hint of basilisk blood. Yet he remained undeterred, his pale, elegant fingers pressing against Theodore's neck, sensing the pulse that signified life. Professor, the torment of the Cruciatus curse, abruptly interrupted by Sirius's physical intervention, finally ceased. Theodore opened his eyes just in time, reaching out to clutch the hem of Snape's cloak like a wounded creature seeking solace. All is well now. It is over. I am here. Snape's hand, still gripping his wand, trembled slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the Lockhart pinned beneath Sirius. Mr. Lockhart, should you move even an inch, I assure you, the potion you will taste next will be 1,000 times more excruciating than the venom of the basilisk. Chapter 49. Look up and meet my gaze. As the performance-enhancing capabilities of the canine system manifested, Theodore's physical state mirrored the aftermath of the curse perfectly. The twisted scar labeled disqualified on his left arm, along with the newly acquired wounds, seeped blood outward. What the hell? Why didn't you reveal this earlier? Do you have any idea how strenuous my act was? With the knowledge that the canine system had his back, Theodore relaxed completely. He leaned into Snape's embrace, instinctively nuzzling his forehead against Snape's chest, like a wounded animal seeking comfort. Realizing his actions, his pale cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Merlin, what do I do, you worthless creature? How am I again caught in this predicament? If Snape discovers that my injuries aren't as grave as they seem, won't that expose me? Merlin's spicy orange turkey noodles. After a fleeting moment of being possessed by foolishness, the rationality of adulthood swiftly returned, prompting him to recall his prior absurd behavior. Merlin, I cast 3 Avada Kedavras, wielded the sword of Gryffindor in madness, and staged a grand performance. My family, how much did Professor Snape actually witness? Will he be angry? Will he seek retribution later? You worthless creature, stop dragging me into your trifling dramas. Forget it. Have you ever seen a father reprimanding his son for not being gravely injured? Is Snape the king of the Northwest Hammer? If you mention any more nonsense, I'll turn you into Merlin and have you wear bizarre attire every day. Do you understand? The canine system was not wrong. He viewed Snape as an emotional anchor and a promise of unwavering support, essentially embodying the behavior of a foolish son, a profound trust and emotional fulfillment, inhaling the familiar scent of potions emanating from his guardian. Theodore was unexpectedly overwhelmed by a primal sense of safety, having survived a near calamity. For him, Snape represented a signal of danger averted, a rare stabilizing force in this chaotic world. Bah, you are the foolish son. Today, I shall confront you to the bitter end. Do not flee. Stand still. The two canine-like beings once again engaged in a quarrel within cyberspace, manifesting in their physical forms as Theodore succumbed to unconsciousness from his overwhelming injuries. Theodore? Observing the basilisk's limp hand, Snape's heart skipped a beat. His fingertips pressed against the pale side of Theodore's neck, seeking the faintest pulse, akin to feeling the ebb and flow of a delicate tide. Though erratic, the rhythm persistently pulsed against his fingertips. This was the only, and most crucial, coordinate in his tumultuous world. Lockhart, I once believed your foolishness to be merely a well-known jest. Snape's voice was low, his tone deliberate. He then gently lowered Theodore from his arms, rising to his full height, his gaze firmly fixed on Lockhart. The look in his eyes had shifted from the usual disdain to an indifferent regard, as if assessing a lifeless object. He took a step forward, his wand hanging limply at his side, yet this posture exuded a threat far more menacing than any attack. Now I comprehend that within your vacuous mind festers a kind of despicable depravity that even the Dark Lord would scorn. You dare to inflict the Cruciatus curse upon a child. Sirius, the Godfather, exerted every ounce of his reason to refrain from drawing his wand against this detestable creature. The after-effects of the Cruciatus curse include, but are not limited to, psychological collapse and irreversible brain damage. As a healer, I believe you require some preventive treatment. No, Snape, you must not do this. I am the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart. Before Lockhart could complete his protest, a silent binding spell struck him. The fraudulent best-selling author froze in place, his eyes wide with terror. He watched helplessly as Snape produced a crystal vial from his robes. This potion amplifies one's sensory perceptions and neural sensitivity. Fear not, it will not take your life. Rather, it will ensure that when the Dementors of Azkaban kiss you, you can distinctly savor that eternal despair with every fiber of your soul. Sirius wisely stepped aside, and Snape advanced to grasp Lockhart's chin, forcibly administering a few drops of the potion. TSK, 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 you lucky dog. Look at you. How long have you been at Hogwarts? Just a few days of classes? While others are enjoying the daily life of their respective houses, you're stuck in St. Mungo S. You Merlin Sake. How dare you speak? ISNT this all you're doing. Just as they began to argue over whether Theodore needed to learn this matter, a rapid and steady footfall echoed through the hall. Albus Dumbledore arrived promptly, flanked by Professor McGonagall and Professor Lupin. The old headmaster's sharp blue eyes swiftly scanned the scene through his crescent-shaped glasses. The immense snake corpse, the curled-up victim Theodore, and Lockhart, bruised and battered from Sirius's punch, now held down by Snape as he was forced to consume the potion. Severus, how is Theodore? Severely injured. Lockhart likely possesses other dark artifacts. Otherwise, he could not have unleashed such a potent Cruciatus curse. Snape's face remained grim as he administered the last drop of potion. Lockhart trembling and weeping. The moment his gaze met Dumbledore's, it ignited with a sudden brilliance. Ugh, useless. Silence. The trio appeared collectively blind to Snape's interrogation and the potion administration, while Sirius's distraction went unnoticed. Dumbledore's attention fell upon the gaudy pocket of Lockhart's flamboyant robe. He stepped forward, disregarding Lockhart's protests, and retrieved Tom Riddle's Horcrux from within. Dumbledore's expression grew gravely serious. He would not permit this cursed object to remain at Hogwarts. This malevolent artifact must be utterly destroyed. During Lockhart's interaction with the diary, Riddle's lingering soul temporarily lent him a portion of understanding and power over dark magic. Thus, it explained how a buffoon could cast an unforgivable curse in an instant. Gilderoy Lockhart, you wielded the unforgivable curse against a student. Attempting to unleash the monster from the Chamber of Secrets, the evidence is irrefutable. Before you are handed over to the Ministry of Magic, there are certain unnecessary memories that should not be disclosed to anyone outside the courtroom. Regrettably, faced with Lockhart's tearful, pleading gaze, Dumbledore's demeanor remained unyielding. He strode forward, raising the Elder Wand. The target was precise, and his tone carried an authority that brooked no dissent as he declared Lockhart's ultimate fate. Obliviate. As the pale golden light struck its target, Theodore realized that Dumbledore's memory charm would not leave Lockhart a fool, as it had done. Instead, it would surgically excise critical details such as the bizarre contents of the fake diary, Theodore's proficiency in Parseltongue, his solo defeat of the basilisk, and the torturous potion Snape had administered at the last moment. TSK, 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 do you see much? This is what professionalism looks like. The most elite crisis management team at Hogwarts, each with clearly defined roles. Casting aside the dog system with his newly learned technique, Theodore cackled like a villain. only to be abruptly kicked by the now agitated dog system onto his silver dragon Patronus. Shut up. You pathetic creature are utterly useless, lacking in intellect and strength. If it weren't for me, you would have been minced into meat long ago. Keep talking, and I'll zap you into a plaything and toss you into a male-centric drama to get humiliated. Do you understand? Clearly. Both canine beings understood the implications of Dumbledore personally intervening. The headmaster announced to all present, "This matter ends here, and we shall bear joint responsibility." This prevented Snape from facing potential procedural scrutiny due to excessive punishment. It also underscored that at Hogwarts, harming students is an absolute taboo. The headmaster would employ every means necessary to uphold justice and protect the school's secrets. You will remember being under the diary's control, recall opening the Chamber of Secrets, and remember how you were justly subdued by the professors who arrived in time. Dumbledore's decree resonated, establishing the official narrative for the entire incident amidst the glow of magic. McGonagall's lips were tightly pressed, her face betraying unmistakable disdain. She nodded gently to Dumbledore, signifying her complete agreement. As the deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall's tacit approval represented a moment where the order of the Academy yielded to emotion and justice. The fluffy Professor Lupin was even more direct upon entering. He immediately went to assist Theodore, demonstrating his stance through action, issuing dragon-slaying sword, cost, socialize with Draco, and compliment his hair today. You mutt, stop licking bags everywhere. Zhang Wuji's arsenal is nearly depleted because of you. Can't you dig up something useful next time? Merlin's lace-trimmed, translucent triangle basket. Theodore was left speechless. Ever since the dog system learned to cross-genre baglift, it had been chasing after the wills of other worlds, cackling like a little snack soul elder while licking spoils. Shut up. A freeloading host has no right to question my authority. Keep talking, and I'll zap you into a son-in-law and toss you into a male-centric short drama to get slapped in the face. Understand? Complaining about the increasingly absurd metaphor system of the dog system, Theodore slumped in cyberspace, watching as Dumbledore extracted a venomous fong as long as a short sword. Under everyone's gaze, he plunged the fong into the diary's cover with force. A piercing, elongated, inhuman scream erupted from the diary, as though a soul were being forcibly torn apart. Inky black liquid gushed forth from the breach, accompanied by tendrils of black smoke, echoing the commotion from when Voldemort's main soul was burned. With magical energy severely depleted and evident signs of disturbance from past soul injuries, compounded with a vicious cruciatus curse. Merlin above. This child requires absolute rest. He must not endure any further stimuli. This healer was an old acquaintance. Who would have imagined? In just a month, she had lost count of how many times she had seen this poor first-year student. After personally handing over the detritus known as Lockhart to the Ministry of Magic, Severus Snape remained as immovable as a dark statue, steadfastly positioned by Theodore's bedside, his tall frame unwavering. Very well, I understand. Thank you. Once the healer departed, the ward was left with only the two of them. Snape stood at the foot of the bed, like a forbidding sculpture that contained a tempest. His voice, low and deliberate, rendered each word as potent as if it were laced with venom. Mr. Knott, it appears that your definition of risk-free is shockingly at odds with the widely accepted standards of the rational world. Taking a few steps forward, Snape's dark robes stirred a chill in the air, casting an imposing shadow over the bed of the young half-giant. Or perhaps, in the confines of your overconfident mind, the concept of a safe word is merely a trivial ornament to be trampled upon at will. By Merlin's five-spice chocolate. Under Snape's piercing gaze, Theodore dared not even twitch. In a desperate bid for survival, he grasped Snape's sleeve, tears glistening in his eyes as he implored, "Professor, I'm sorry. I was wrong. It hurts so much." Clearly, Snape, having reached his limit, was unyielding to such pleas. With a dark frown, he shrugged off Theodore's hand. Then, leaning down, his shadow enveloped Theodore entirely. Instead of using brute force, he employed his icy fingertips and thumb in a manner that was both irresistible and strangely restrained, firmly holding Theodore's chin, compelling those tear-filled eyes to meet his gaze without escape. "Look at me, Theodore Knott. Remember this moment, for the price of your arrogance and betrayal must be paid. Remember that someone has to clean up the mess of your foolish performance, even going against their own principles to become a puppet enacting punishment." At the mention of becoming a puppet, Theodore felt as though the last straw had broken the camel's back. The strength he had been mustering evaporated in an instant, leaving him utterly drained. Instead of lunging forward, he dropped his head, pressing his forehead against Snape's still supportive arm. This action seemed both a retreat from the searing gaze and a plea for support. "Professor, I am truly sorry." The apology was no longer calculated. It emerged as a broken sob, spilling forth in a blurred haze. Meanwhile, his cold fingers clutched tightly to the fabric of Snape's black robe. The material wrinkling in his grasp, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He trembled uncontrollably, as if releasing his hold would allow the overwhelming waves of regret and turmoil to consume him. In that moment, Snape became his only tangible anchor in this tumultuous world. Is the taste of the Cruciatus curse not far more profound than the woefully inadequate portrayal in your flawed script? Observing the trembling half-giant, Snape momentarily hesitated, the chill in his voice softening to reveal a deeper weariness and dread. Theodore, should you ever dare to treat this body as a mere expendable tool, I shall not hesitate to demonstrate how a master of potions can ensure you remember that it belongs to one who will not allow you to betray your commitments again. The air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectants and various potions mingling, and while the injuries on Theodore's body were clearly fabricated, he found himself deeply pained in the presence of Snape. Oh dear, enough with the tears. Who gave you the right to be miserable, you wretched creature? Turn around and see what your dear uncle has brought you. Theodore, gasping and choking on his sobs, turned to see Snape producing a vial of potion that bubbled with a bizarre purple-black hue, its odor reminiscent of a murky swamp. By Merlin's spicy chocolate, what is that? A potion of resurrection? Catch it, you imbecile. That is the exclusive, limited edition Life Potion Plus, brewed by your very own uncle. I haven't seen anything this potent, even when I cross genres to scavenge supplies. Drink it. Once you do, you can cosplay as Sleeping Beauty, and Snape can play the prince to administer the antidote. Don't think I didn't hear what you just said. Get your data interface off that male-oriented website. Do you understand? As Theodore beheld the vial, seemingly imbued with the promise of seeing Merlin himself, his tears receded significantly. Trembling, he reached out to accept the vial, already envisioning Merlin waving enthusiastically at him. Professor, is this for oral consumption or topical application? Snape looked down at him with an expression that hinted at a barely perceptible smirk of derision. I assume your mind has not been munched by a troll. You should know the proper method of potion consumption. By Merlin. Did you hear me? Drink it. Your uncle thinks your mind has been chewed by a troll. If you don't settle down, I'll turn you into a troll. As Theodore resolutely downed the indescribably flavored potion, surrendering to slumber, he thought he heard a faint sigh, nearly dissipating into the air. Your life does not belong solely to you. Therefore, there shall be no next time, Theodore. Chapter 50, Huazi and Chinese Toothpaste. What the hell? You wretched creature, have you seen where my sword of destiny went? Why is there only your rain poncho left in the bag? After being silenced by Snape for several hours, Theodore, this foolish boy, revived with exuberance. As he lay on the bed fiddling with the hideous toy gifted by his godfather, he suddenly recalled his task reward. By Merlin's spicy stew of chocolate. The sword of destiny has yet to make an appearance. Who can rival it? That is indeed the sword of destiny. Reflecting on the swordsmanship he had yet to master, and the blade he had only wielded once, Theodore felt an acute pang of loss. By Merlin. How can you even ask? If it weren't for me constantly scavenging supplies for you, your scatterbrained nature would have cost you your head long ago. Considering that he had already made significant strides in the martial arts realm, the unparalleled divine weapon was within his grasp. So, as he watched Snape take custody of the sword of destiny for safekeeping, the system absurdly mused, Professor, it is time to showcase true infinite reproduction. This foolish host seemed indifferent, relying entirely on the system's unwavering support. Were it not for the system's relentless cross-genre scavenging, he would have been obliterated by Voldemort's eco-friendly curse at the outset. Hurry up. Enough with the chatter. Memorize the script and lines I prepared. If you dare to botch this performance, I'll turn you into Zhen Huan and toss you to Ganlu Temple to battle with the nun Jingbai. Do you understand? Indeed, the system, after eliminating the notebook, had turned its attention to the ring, as a system endowed with both strength and intellect. If it could cross genres to scavenge the sword of destiny, why couldn't it seize some antidote principles as well? You wretched creature. Just as Theodore was about to criticize the system for its one-man show antics, Sirius stealthily pushed open the ward door and tiptoed inside. Theodore, how are you feeling today? I brought you some snacks and toys. He carried a large, vibrantly colored, and oddly shaped hand-woven bag. Thank you, Godfather. I love it. In his hand, he clutched the grotesque rubber toy gifted by Sirius, reminiscent of an abominable artifact once inhabited by the ghastly creatures known as the Golden and Silver Horns. A plastic smile plastered across Theodore's face betrayed his mental preparation. Regardless of what his godfather might extract from that bag, he resolved to maintain his composure. What the hell? What in the name of Merlin is that? Is it a tentacle of some Cthulhu-like horror, boiled into a vile broth? Am I going to be poisoned? I need my potions. In Sirius's grasp lay a rubber poison apple, its hideous hues shifting incessantly. Judging by its condition, it was a rare item, having likely claimed the lives of over 100 Snow Whites. Look, this one even glows. Do you like it? Gazing at this veritable source of psychological pollution, Theodore's mind flickered back to the exquisite poison apple held by the princess, causing his lips to twitch in distaste. Is this a comparison between a cigarette and Chinese toothpaste? I love it. Thank you, Godfather. It's simply stunning, so exquisite. He forced a strained smile, which Sirius evidently interpreted as a compliment, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Honestly, you scoundrel, your aesthetic and metaphorical sensibilities are on par with mine. How can you even mention Snow White's poison apple in the face of this unspeakable monstrosity? Surely, Snow White isn't blind. I knew you would like it. Once you're better, I'll take you to my warehouse. There is so much more. Theodore quipped, can I report this? Just then, the hospital door swung open once more. This time, it was Albus Dumbledore, clad in his iconic robe adorned with stars and moons. His blue eyes twinkling gently behind half-moon spectacles. Ah, Theodore, it brings me joy to see you in good spirits. And Sirius, your gifts are always so imaginative. Clearly, the old headmaster possessed a more refined emotional intelligence. His gaze swept over the large assortment of dubious items on the bed, causing his warm smile to falter momentarily. Sirius chuckled, shifting aside to grant Dumbledore space. Oh, Theodore, I've prepared some small gifts for you. I hope you will enjoy them. Just remember to use them sparingly, lest Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape become displeased. Dumbledore's kind smile accompanied a playful wink as he produced a beautifully wrapped box of lemon sherbet from his pocket. Thank you, Professor. I absolutely adore it, Theodore exclaimed, his golden eyes sparkling at the memory of pilfering lemon sherbet from Dumbledore's office during his first transformation into a phoenix. It was evident that his gratitude was genuine. Additionally, I bring news regarding Gilderoy Lockhart. Theodore, plagued by regrets for not having delivered a decisive blow to Lockhart earlier, immediately perked up. The ministry has conducted a trial against him. Given the irrefutable evidence, he has confessed to using the Cruciatus curse and releasing the basilisk. He shall spend a considerable amount of time in Azkaban. Really, that is splendid, Theodore exclaimed, though internally, he lamented not having the opportunity to serve Lockhart a plate of forgetfulness dumplings. No worries, my dear scoundrel. There will be a chance to visit Azkaban and perhaps collect some souvenirs from the Dementors to gift. Dementors as souvenirs. What in Merlin's name? Upon hearing the splendid news, Sirius slapped his thigh, erupting into a hearty laugh that resonated with a canine-like exuberance. Azkaban. Huh. Fantastic. This is truly the best news I've heard in months. That scoundrel is finally going where he belongs. Perhaps mindful of their youthful audience, Sirius quickly composed himself, turning earnestly to Theodore. Their strikingly beautiful eyes locked in a moment of understanding. He better pray he is locked away for eternity. If he dares to emerge early, I wouldn't hesitate to let him experience what true agony feels like. In that instant, Theodore felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood that Sirius was not jesting. The physical silence surrounding them and the protective sentiment in Sirius's demeanor indicated that the Godfather genuinely regarded him as a charge. Godfather, he uttered softly, pausing as if to grasp the weight of that title. Rather than seeking retribution, I hope that one day, you, Harry, and I can share a box at the Quidditch World Cup, mocking his abominable novels while cheering for Ireland. Therefore, you must remain in a place where I can see and find you. Gazing into Theodore's eyes, filled with a maturity that transcended his years, Sirius's handsome visage softened, revealing a rare vulnerability. Very well, for whatever reason, I shall never leave you or Harry. I will wait within your sight. The Black Manor shall forever be your and Harry's home, and I shall always be your godfather. Sirius appeared slightly flustered by his own spontaneous promise, ruffling Theodore's hair vigorously until it resembled a wild tangle, nearly pressing him back into the pillow. Suddenly recalling something, a spark of excitement reignited in his gray eyes. As soon as you're discharged, I'll take you for a ride. I've modified my motorcycle. Its speed will make you forget everything, Theodore retorted. Are you trying to kill me and silence me, Godfather? For Merlin's sake. Forget the image of a large dog riding with James and Lily immediately. If you pollute my database any further, I'll turn you into a mere shadow and toss you into the East Factory to become a relic for all eternity. Do you understand? Who is polluting whom, I wonder? Look in my eyes, tell me why. At Theodore's words, a bright, star-like glimmer flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes behind his half-moon glasses. It was not surprise, but rather an expression of profound approval and joyful understanding. His gaze warmly traversed between Sirius and Theodore. Ah, Dumbledore chuckled softly, his smile devoid of any hint of testing or scrutiny, radiating pure contentment. It was as if a gardener had finally witnessed two cherished plants supporting one another, flourishing in harmony. He gracefully rose, his movements far too sprightly for an elderly man. It seemed that something sweeter than lemon sherbet was unfolding in this space, rendering the presence of an old man somewhat extraneous. He playfully winked, leaving unspoken words hanging in the air, yet everyone comprehended his implication. It was Dumbledore's greatest magic: love, familial bonds, and protection. I believe Madame Pomfrey will soon arrive for her final checkup. Sirius, perhaps you could stay with Theodore until then, while I must attend to a pressing engagement. My stock of lemon sherbet seems to be signaling for my attention. With that, Dumbledore departed the hospital room as quietly as he had entered, gently closing the door behind him, leaving this space brimming with newfound emotions entirely to them. Sirius. Hey, Theodore, how are you feeling? As soon as Dumbledore had left, young Harry poked his head in curiously. He appeared somewhat uneasy, his green eyes brimming with both concern and the joy of seeing his godfather. Well, I won't die, he said. What brings you here? Upon hearing his words, Sirius playfully smacked the back of his head, the sound suggesting that this melon was still far from ripe. What do you mean, won't die? Don't talk nonsense. I have no interest in attending the funeral of a second child right after becoming a godfather. Sirius smacked his head again, this time with a touch of irritation. He cradled little Harry, who was nuzzling against him like a spoiled kitten, his handsome face adorned with a frown of disapproval as he glared at Theodore. Listen, you two little brutes. Don't even think about engaging in such reckless endeavors in the future, or else I'll confine you to the Black family mansion without any toys. Theodore? Harry, buy Merlin's lavender socks. With all due respect, Godfather, those dog-chewed toys of yours are better left untouched. Theodore understood that Sirius bore the deepest wounds from the loss of his dearest friend. Though he appeared carefree and unrestrained, he was, in fact, exceedingly sensitive and averse to the subject of death. His casual remark about not dying struck Sirius not as nonchalance, but as a slight, brushing against a psychological taboo. I'm sorry, Godfather, I won't say such things again. Harry, do you need anything? I just wanted to see you. Ron and Hermione miss you too, and want to know when you'll return to classes. Little Harry took a deep breath, blinking his large green eyes as he gazed at Theodore. As soon as I'm better, I promise. Next time, I assure you. Theodore endeavored to keep his tone light, while his mind repeatedly consulted the creator of the dog system. Merlin Sake, can't you postpone that ring task? I need to attend classes. I want to learn the Lumos charm. I want to learn the levitation spell. Levitate a light bulb? Do you even know the level of your magical prowess? Are you planning to lift the professors and classmates into the air? And the Lumos charm? Do you want everyone at Hogwarts to suffer from glaucoma and cataracts? As he observed the dog host's deliberately feigned weak schoolboy demeanor, the dog system grew increasingly incensed. Fine, we're all fools. But you insist on playing the innocent, don't you? He grinned maliciously, pulling out a long-forgotten transformer from cyberspace and swiftly jabbing it into Theodore's side. Enough chatter. If you dare to neglect your tasks, I'll zap you into a sprite and toss you over to Felicity to battle the ancestors. Do you understand? That very afternoon, just as Theodore was on the verge of transforming due to the overwhelming pressure, an unexpected visitor arrived. Draco Malfoy. What the hell? The target of my mission has come to me. Hurry, you mutt. My dragon-slaying sword is already poised for action. Since the Christmas battle, Theodore had not seen this blonde aristocrat. Draco was clad in an emerald green velvet robe, his hair still meticulously styled with gel. However, his complexion and demeanor were not as haughty as usual. Instead, he appeared a bit pale, with his gray-blue eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions. He stood at the door of the hospital room, hesitating, holding a bouquet of exquisite white magical flowers that emitted a subtle fragrance. Hello, Malfoy. Why don't you come in? Do you prefer the fresh air outside, or is there something troubling you? Malfoy, you'd do well to keep your mouth shut for a lifetime. You mutt, don't you dare sing. If you make another strange sound, I'll turn you into a mermaid. Half fish, half hairy-legged monstrosity. Understand? Who would have thought that Theodore, being a phoenix, was actually tone-deaf? While other phoenixes sang purifying melodies, his voice resembled the wails of extraterrestrial beings from the far side of the moon, driving listeners into madness. Chapter 51, Secrets and Honesty. Soren, I know it's you. In the wake of immense change, Draco was no longer the arrogant young master, but a boy suffocated by the shadow of the Dark Lord. He placed the flowers on the bedside, his gray eyes fixed intently on Theodore, missing no hint of reaction. That night, I was hidden in the shadows by the wall, and I saw it. That phoenix was you, wasn't he it? By Merlin's lavender knickers. In that instant, all expressions on Theodore's face froze. The secrets, meticulously guarded by the unbreakable vow, felt as porous as a sieve. He even envisioned how to adopt an utterly forgetful demeanor. Theodore? Merlin Sake. How did he see that? This secret is no different from the fact that we're both aware of it. It's your fault for being so impulsive. If you hadn't recklessly intercepted that killing curse, could you have been reborn? During that time, I was busy patching up your body. Who could possibly manage the aftermath? The dog system in cyberspace lost interest in the song, pulling out its transformer, preparing to erase Malfoy's memory. After uttering that explosive statement, Draco paused briefly, allowing Theodore time to process and react, but the young master knew this interval could not exceed 3 seconds. Otherwise, the boy before him, whose complexion had drastically changed, would surely retaliate. I'm not here to threaten you. Before Theodore could utter a spell or deny anything, Draco stepped in, blocking his words. My father is finished. The Dark Lord will not forgive his failure, and the Ministry will not spare the Malfoy family. My mother is terrified. He spoke these words with difficulty, revealing a hint of vulnerability that was age-appropriate, soon replaced by determination. I need our family. I need a new choice. By Merlin's embroidered strawberry lace miniskirt, Theodore stood frozen, struck by the young master's words. He could perhaps fathom some reasons behind Draco's sudden transformation. He had witnessed firsthand how the Dark Lord treated disobedient servants. This fear was both physical and existential. And his father, Lucius, was both the oppressor and the victim. When his father pressured him to act against his classmates, Draco felt a surge of betrayed anger, only to see his father punished because of him, transforming that anger into overwhelming guilt and heartbreak. He saw the collapse of his father's authority and the complex image of a man enduring humiliation for the sake of his son. With this realization, Theodore's heart settled. While dealing with an adult like Draco could be a challenge, Draco was still just 11 years old. A smirk, laced with sarcasm, crept onto Theodore's lips as he lazily cast a glance at Draco. Don't overthink it, Malfoy. My reasons for acting are quite simple. He raised his hand, elegantly mimicking a framing gesture, envisioning Lucius within it. At that moment, your father lying in agony disrupted the aesthetic of his usual peacock display. In my aesthetic principles, that is simply intolerable. Draco? The young master's worldview had evidently been shattered. Having lived for so many years, he had never encountered such a judgmental rule. His eyes widened in shock, his youthful voice trembling with evident disbelief. So, you're saying it's because my father is handsome? Theodore looked at Draco with resolute seriousness, as if stating an undeniable cosmic truth. What else could it be, Malfoy? My decision to save Lucius has nothing to do with morality, or even you. That was merely an instinctive discomfort arising from the degradation of a creation steeped in the aesthetics of rarity through ignoble means. By Merlin, you wretched scoundrel, you shallow-eyed cur, I shall electrocute you into a blue bull spirit and cast you into the palace of celestial abode to stoke the flames. Do you comprehend? Bah? What of it? Is it because his soul is noble? His soul is practically being tarnished by the Dark Lord's touch. Am I not allowed to appreciate the exterior in its purity? After Theodore expressed his profound insights, the atmosphere in the hospital room descended into an eerie silence. The philosophy of power and bloodline interests instilled by the Malfoy family over the years was, in that moment, annihilated by a more potent truth. Beauty equates to justice. Draco's gray-blue eyes brimmed with confusion, as if his mind were laboring to process an incomprehensible equation. To draw a parallel with the canine system, it was akin to encountering a language-simulating AI with misaligned numbers. The Malfoy lineage indeed boasted an unparalleled aesthetic. Amidst shock and turmoil, Draco instinctively straightened his back, even subconsciously smoothing his platinum hair with his fingertips. A certain mischievous elder brother, delighting in teasing the child, was elated within. For he understood that Draco was not merely showing off. Rather, in the face of overwhelming shock, he was attempting to grasp a familiar vessel, a stress response. He was employing his most familiar manner to navigate this entirely alien situation, mirroring his father, striving to uphold the dignity of the Malfoy name. Tisk, TSK, TSK. It seems that you, my boy, are the truly wicked one, relying on your good looks, flaunting the sickly allure bestowed upon you by me, and flirting about. I await the day you stumble and fall. The canine system and its host had endured as partners for so long due to the shared legacy of affliction. If the host did not explicitly state it, he certainly understood it all the same. Why would the host seek to provoke the 11-year-old Draco? This was unlike the mature Sirius or the formidable Snape. It was an entirely different realm. For a young dragon of Draco's age, he would not directly assert, I am also handsome, please protect me. Instead, he would express this newfound truth with a clumsy formality befitting his age and class, weaving it into his transactional logic. Since you appreciate this, perhaps you would also be interested to know that my mother, Narcissa Malfoy, was the most renowned beauty of the Black family before her marriage. Draco inhaled deeply, striving to maintain an air of calm, though his voice trembled slightly. By Merlin. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. Ha ha. The sight of that long dress with its matcha green lace trim was enough to evoke laughter. Had it not been for Draco's underlying message, Theodore might have thought himself renamed to Chaozai. This noble young Malfoy conveyed to him that the aesthetic values of their family were enduring, worthy of long-term investment. Well, the foundation is solid, inheriting 7/10 of your father's charm. Alas, stifling laughter to the point of wheezing, Theodore, sounding as if barely 18, appraised Draco like a connoisseur. Then, observing the young dragon's sudden tension, he deliberately paused, savoring the humor with the canine system before leisurely delivering a critique. Your aura is too tender, akin to a weaned peacock chick. To achieve the level of your father, a walking work of art, you must grow for several more years. You Merlin's name, what have you been watching behind my back? Where did you learn such absurd lines? He is still a child. Spare him. By the way, when is his mother coming to visit? Theodore? 6. It seems there's another cyber chow's eye. Draco's lovely face contorted in a frown. As if facing Snape's potion-related trials, he abandoned all prepared remarks, his gray-blue eyes shining with a clear, yet foolish acceptance of fate. So, to put it simply, as long as the Malfoy family maintains their beauty, you would consider providing a certain aesthetic sponsorship? This young master attempted to summarize, his tone tinged with incredulity and uncertainty, stumbling over words that even the dog would shake its head at. By Merlin's lace sequin thong. Faced with such a savvy Draco, the canine system and its host nearly gasped for breath from laughter. Like two leaking gas stoves, Theodore summoned all his acting prowess to maintain his composure. Well, a commendable realization, Mr. Malfoy. You have finally grasped my inclinations. Theodore displayed an approving expression, nodding gravely. The canine system erupted in exhilaration, electrifying a row of mannequins representing the Thorn family members, prompting them to joyfully dance. Consider it a plea, you cur. Ha 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 ha. Do not continue. I am about to burst with laughter. Look at our poor little dragon. Ha ha ha. Unaware of the amusement these two canine beings derived from him, Draco inhaled deeply, presenting his trump card. My mother, she is even more beautiful than my father. She is the most stunning of the Black family. You cannot allow such a creation of beauty to be destroyed by the Dark Lord. Well then, after all, Sirius Black is my godfather. Perhaps you might be interested in how he extricated himself from his plight? Finally, having laughed enough, Theodore's eyes twinkled mischievously, assuming the guise of a fool as he began to showcase his foolish achievements to Draco. What purpose does he serve? Does he have any relevance to the present circumstances? Draco's beautiful countenance was etched with confusion, with a hint of subtle disdain upon closer inspection. Oh, you inquire why I should meddle in the affairs of Godfather Black. Quite simply, I have heard that he was exceptionally good-looking before his incarceration in Azkaban. The full-blown middle school syndrome erupted within Theodore, deliberately elongating his tone while flashing Draco a knowing glance. Thus, to restore that fallen noble beauty to the light, I must resort to a few little tricks. You? Merlin's name. I shall procure 10 beagles to stuff in your mouth. Consider it a plea. You cur, cease your theatrics. I am on the verge of scorching these mannequins. Ha ha ha. Ignoring the crackling sounds of charred remains in the cybernetic space, Theodore extended a finger, as if inquiring whether the canine system believed in light, casually waving it toward the vase beside the hospital bed. Avada Kedavra, he enunciated softly. Yet an exceedingly brilliant green light erupted from his fingertip, striking the vibrant carnations within the vase with precision. Praise me, you cur, praise my brilliance. This time, I have neither the sensation of ant walking nor cataracts. Canine system. My dear companions, should I give him a jolt? Gazing at the bouquet that instantaneously turned to ash, drifting down like a whisper, Draco's small feline mind overloaded. No, Peter is dead, and the cause of death remains a mystery. On the same day, the Dark Lord fled Hogwarts in disarray. The next day, Sirius Black was miraculously exonerated. Solve. Does this instantaneous, wandless Avada, with its precise control, bear any relation to the aforementioned events? Draco's lovely face paled instantly, then flushed crimson from CPU overload. He pointed at Theodore, then at the pile of ashes. Did you, he, conjure an Avada merely to admire beauty? By Merlin's spiraled leopard print denim. The person before him, to appreciate the beauty of Sirius Black, to use a wandless Avada to casually eliminate the Dark Lord's loyal servant, thereby frightening the Dark Lord into retreat. Indeed, Draco, we must concede that Sirius possesses an undeniable allure, does he not? I can't contain myself. Ha 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 ha. Dog system. You must rescue me. I am about to burst into laughter. Ha. At this moment, all of Draco's notions regarding power and the machinations of politics crumbled, leaving behind a singular, resplendent truth. In the presence of this madman, physical beauty can indeed be a matter of sustenance, even a means of salvation. Lacking good looks? It is nothing short of an eyesore. Avada Kedavra. Yes, he is handsome, my mother is handsome, and I too am handsome. The astute Draco now resembled a cat having an out-of-body experience, approaching Theodore in a gamble, wagering that Theodore's and Dumbledore's mercy would outweigh the capriciousness of the Dark Lord. And now, Draco found himself utterly speechless. Issuance, North Sea Divine Art. Cost, presenting a letter from my brother to the Order of the Phoenix and visiting the Gunter Manor at night. Once the two hounds had finally laughed to their heart's content, looking at the superlatively radiant Dragon Slayer's sword nestled within the dog system's backpack, Theodore felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. It is understandable for muggles to cast an unvoiced Avada Kedavra without a wand, yet I ask you, how can I wield the sword of Gryffindor and the Dragon Slayer without inner strength? Am I to use them for a physical exorcism? This is absurd. This is magic. By Merlin, find something else, I beg you. That precious little treasure of Wu Jing belongs to you. You wretched creature. Next time, can we explore a different world for looting? Producing an electrifyingly crispy owl. The dog system grinned maliciously as it offered beauty and whitening treatments to the singed pureblood Sorns. Less chatter. If the task is not completed, do you believe I will allow you to accompany me while I loot the bags of Duan Zhengchun and Duan Yu next time? Not a single beauty shall you behold. No sooner had the dog system's words echoed than a sleek, pitch-black owl with piercing, ice-like eyes silently glided through the glass window of the infirmary, landing gracefully upon Theodore's blanket. It delivered a letter sealed with black wax, the emblem depicting an intricate and contorted symbol that seemed to writhe, emanating a chill laced with an exotic fragrance. What the hell? Why did you electrocute Hedwig so darkly? Are you unaware that the language of the Dark Brethren is incomprehensible? After fulfilling its mission, the owl did not depart. Instead, it fixed its gaze upon Theodore, unblinking and devoid of warmth. By Merlin, what the hell is this? Is it a black-clad figure akin to Conan? How does this relate to the supposed ghastly executor in the script? What kind of punishment does it intend to impose on me? To reveal itself and kill me with laughter? In the shadowy corner of the infirmary, the air twisted like rippling water. A figure clad in a plain black robe, its features indistinct, materialized silently. It was none other than the executor of the family's punishment. Recently agitated and in need of a cooling cucumber soup. Chapter 52. I am Su Junda, choked. Silence. I warn you, you arrogant cur. I shall soon venture into the realm of cultivation and return with a fresh bounty. You shall not question my authority. Theodore, I beg your pardon, esteemed one. Have you ever watched a television drama? Regarding his own overzealous laughter that had scorched a batch of coat hangers, the dog system was incensed, cornered like a rat, seeking justifications for its actions. What? A family that can casually wield dark magic against its own kin has no issue with electrocuting Deadpool. None. This is perfectly absurd. Enough nonsense. Audience 1 and 2 are in position. It is time to showcase the true art of pretense. Go on, you wretched creature. No sooner had the dog system finished speaking than the figure with darkened features raised its hand. The tip of its wand pointed directly at Theodore. The disgrace of the Sorn family must be cleansed through suffering. A dry, twisted voice emerged, akin to rusted iron scraping together. Yes, I acknowledge my faults. Please, punish me alone and spare others from harm. Theodore made no attempt to argue, revealing none of his usual sardonic or sinister expressions, nor any intent to resist. Without hesitation, he bore the agonizing pain still fresh in his bones, rolling off the bed with a thud, his knees crashing onto the floor as he bowed his head in submission. By Merlin, truly, suffering is the breeding ground of literature. Even you, wretched creature, have intuitively adopted the tragic beauty trope. Excellent. Next time we loot in the entertainment world, I shall bring you along. Evidently, this segment was not part of the dog system's preordained script, but as an experienced director and screenwriter, it was all too clear to him the motive behind Theodore's actions. He understood that punishment meant the Cruciatus Curse or the Killing Curse. And out of a fear deeply rooted in the family's ironclad rules, or perhaps to shield those around him from even graver retribution, he would not resist, but merely submit to the inevitable fate. Cruciatus C. By Merlin's lace-clad, purple translucent milk container. The tip of the wand unleashed a torrent of despair, a piercing agony that tore through everything. In Theodore's eyes, that lethal luminescence emanated a power he recognized all too well. This dog system had drawn upon his own magic to enact this familial betrayal. What the hell? By Merlin, you siphon my magic to strike me? You wretched creature, do you call this a genuine performance? Next time you loot, could you perhaps find something equally formidable as myself? After a fleeting moment of astonishment and anger came an unprecedented calm. Precisely because the magic was of the same origin, its murderous intent was exceedingly pure. It was this purity that allowed him to attain a heightened state. He recognized that the dog system was deliberate in its actions. So Theodore forced himself to relax his resistance, adjusting every muscle into a posture of resigned submission, even meticulously calculating the slightest contraction of his pupils. He was wagering that Snape would arrive. This was a necessary ploy to draw out that letter, propelling him toward the Gunter Manor Expelliarmus. As the incantation sliced through the air and the door was flung open with a resounding crash, he knew he had won his gamble. And behind Snape stood the gravely serious figure of Dumbledore. Snape positioned himself protectively between Theodore and the executor, his black cloak billowing as if a bat shielding its young. Have we, the Sorn family, sunk so low as to challenge the very boundaries of Hogwarts to restore our former glory? Snape's wand was steadied, its tip radiating a foreboding light aimed at the executor. What the hell? Again me? Snape, does your behavior and speech align with the absurdity of this situation? The dog host is clearly mine. This is merely a family matter. Even amidst the chaos, the dog system continued its performance, manipulating the disfigured figure's pitiful attempts at defense. Return and inform your master that Theodore Sorn is now under the protection of Hogwarts and, indeed, the entire Order of the Phoenix. Should he fail to manage his own household affairs, I would not hesitate to personally instruct him on what constitutes decorum. The Guardian's expression darkened, his chest heaving with barely contained fury, the pallor of his face tinged with an angry flush. By Merlin's woolen socks. Both of these canine creatures could discern that this declaration surpassed the duties of a Hogwarts professor. It was a blatant proclamation of possessiveness. At that moment, Dumbledore approached with measured steps. I surmised that Severus had made his intentions abundantly clear. The headmaster's tone was ever enigmatic, his deep blue eyes glimmering with a hint of compassion. Please convey to Mr. Thorn, regardless of which Mr. Thorn it may be, that I believe your punishment has been sufficient. Hogwarts and St. Mungo's shall bear the responsibility of educating our wayward students. This statement served as both a final ultimatum and a veneer of impeccable strategy over Snape's intensely personal fury. Merlin's beard. The audacity of this charade. The dog system and his canine host evidently understood that Dumbledore would perceive this performance far quicker than Snape. Their intent was not to deceive Dumbledore, but to reach an unspoken accord with him. Dumbledore was both the director of this theatrical display and the master of ceremonies. He would discern all, utilizing this drama to advance his plans while genuinely lamenting the fates of those involved. You, Merlin, were it not for the beaver's completion of the task to save your wretched life with the North Sea's divine power, who in their right mind would wish to play the fool in such a humiliating manner? The dog system, though brash, was soft-hearted. More than the embarrassment of performing this farcical role, he feared for the safety of the wretched creature at the hands of either Snape or Dumbledore. At that juncture, the objective had been achieved, and the dog system orchestrated the executor's departure, leaving only the three of them in the vast private ward. Snape stepped forward, almost violently yanking Theodore from the ground, gripping his arm with such force that it felt as though he might shatter his bones. Get up. Who permitted you to kneel? Theodore Thorn, stand up this instant. His gaze bore down on Theodore with terrifying intensity, his voice no longer a frigid threat, but a seething rage, nearly cracking under the weight of his indignation. Are your knees so worthless? Is your life so trivial? Who taught you this? That cursed family of yours. It was painfully evident to all present that the executor's magical aura was merely at the level of an ordinary wizard. He was not even a match for the presently injured Severus, let alone the formidable Severus in his prime. Yet, Theodore displayed such abject humility and obedience, as if he had long since acclimated to the discipline and punishment inflicted by his family, instinctively prepared for his own execution. I am sorry, Professor, I am Su Junda, choked with emotion. Theodore, a wave of absurd laughter, potent enough to obliterate all guilt and heavy emotions, crashed like a tsunami upon him. The dog system's ill-timed, electric, choked humor completely shattered Theodore's last vestige of rationality. You Merlin's lace. You wretched creature. What sort of occasion is this? To avoid laughing out loud in that moment, he strained every muscle to maintain his composure. Never had Theodore felt more grateful than at this moment. Grateful that his new form bore a mane of medium-length golden hair, which could serve as a curtain to shield his every expression. For Snape, however, this entire scene was interpreted in a starkly different light. Theodore's body trembled violently, as if lashed by an invisible whip. His jaw clenched so tightly that the muscles in his cheeks strained, embodying immense humiliation and suffering. His deeply bowed head epitomized a desperate posture of shame and impending doom. The fury within Snape felt doused with a bucket of ice water, extinguishing much of the blaze, leaving only a lingering bitterness and sting. What is it? Is it that you cannot learn to heed my words? Or do you willingly demean yourself? His tone involuntarily softened, yet the questions remained sharp. As the tumultuous laughter subsided, Theodore's pale cheeks flushed with color, and his mind had never been clearer. Snape's unadulterated, uncalculated concern was both foreign and searing to him. A flicker of genuine fear coursed through his heart. Had he overacted? Would he truly injure this hard-hearted yet tender guardian? You, Merlin, man up. Own your actions. This is not the time for you to play the martyr. How else will you elicit your brother's letter? How will you infiltrate the Gone estate? Answer me. Theodore, what big? What big? The dog system, though lost in the chaos, could see clearly. This was precisely where Theodore shone most brightly, both tragically and endearingly. He had mastered the art of exploiting his own suffering to achieve his ends, to the extent that sometimes he himself could not discern which moments of vulnerability were mere performance and which were genuine. This complexity ensnared Snape deeper, while simultaneously rendering Theodore irrevocably lost. He greedily absorbed this overwhelming guardianship born of deception, yet trembled in fear at the thought of the truth's revelation. There will be no next time, Theodore, or else I shall ensure you remember certain lessons. Just as Theodore was about to admit fault or nod in agreement, the dog system manipulated his brother's letter, causing it to slip from Theodore's blanket and fall to the ground. Snape's gaze followed its descent, his fingertips brushing the cold wax seal. He glanced at Theodore and then violently tore open the envelope, unfurling the peculiar stationery within. The handwriting upon it was ornate and sharp, as if each letter yearned to leap from the page and strike. To my dear brother, who always manages to illuminate our mundane lives in unexpected ways. I hope our beloved father's recent display of affection did not render your hospital stay overly monotonous. Truly, witnessing you transform into a phoenix before everyone's eyes was a sight that nearly stole my breath away. Indeed, I mean from laughing so hard I nearly suffocated. Therefore, he has entrusted me with relaying some tidbits he inadvertently gathered, which may aid your escapades. 1. Our little friend Tom is at some useless servant's estate, attempting to recruit new members for his aerobics team. 2. There exists an extraordinarily hideous ring in the Gaunt estate. Father believes this trinket might allow you to barter for some sweet rations from Mr. Dumbledore. 3. Given your defiance, Father may personally visit with even greater concern to discuss the honor of the pureblood Thorn family. Your brother, who is tirelessly worried about you dancing on the edge of danger. At the bottom of the letter, in a smaller script that appeared as if inadvertently smeared, Dear brother, if you are unable to manage this, Father is more than willing to demonstrate personally how to conduct a fine family education using a rusty dinner knife. Theodore, you, Merlin. Has the nightmare of Chi Pin returned? Do you believe I won't pour coarse rice and coig soup down your throat? Is that cursed father a second-rate Hannibal? A perfectly amiable spirit, and yet you've turned him into this monstrous form? As Theodore exclaimed in disbelief, Snape abruptly tightened his grip on the letter, and after a brief moment of regaining his composure, he handed the letter to Dumbledore. The headmaster's sharp, blue eyes, peering through his crescent-shaped spectacles, scanned the letter with a grave expression. Severus, it appears our young Mr. Thorn has provided us with crucial insights while simultaneously placing himself in a perilous predicament. The brother, Theophilus, left an indelible mark in the minds of the two titans through an act of self-sacrifice, which is precisely why the canine system has chosen to utilize him once more as a messenger to convey vital clues. We must promptly ascertain the location indicated by this letter. Theodore, you comprehend the implications of this. As Dumbledore's words resonated, they fell like a bomb in the oppressive atmosphere of the infirmary. Albus, are you aware of his current state? The excruciating wounds have yet to heal. What manner of place is the Gunter estate? It is one of the lairs where the Dark Lord has laid the most insidious traps. To send him there is tantamount to delivering him to his death. Snape's opposition stemmed not from doubt regarding the task at hand, but rather from the potion's master's assessment of the injury and a deeper, unacknowledged panic. He could not bear to witness the young giant languishing before him once more. Dumbledore's gaze swept over the letter, and the blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles glimmered with contemplation. Severus, I understand your concerns. Yet this clue is of utmost importance. Furthermore, the Thorn family has deliberately chosen to transmit this information through Theodore. Should we refuse, we may place Theodore in an even more perilous situation within his own family. Then let it be I who goes, or you and I together. There is no need for him to risk himself personally. Before Dumbledore could respond, Theodore preemptively declared, No, I must go. Chapter 53, The Ring and the Curse. What the hell? Is this accursed place the old home of the Black Mountain Witch? Moreover, this house has been possessed by a painted skin, correct? Wasn't it here that the cursed film and Sadako were produced? Did they not say 3 people should not enter the temple? Oh, Merlin's matcha green long-sleeved jumpsuit. Gazing at the heap of ruins, barely maintaining the semblance of a structure, Theodore began to ramble incoherently to the canine system. Clutching Snape's robes tightly, he fervently prayed to Merlin's cauldron. Please, do not let a charming maiden from Chew suddenly emerge from some corner. Shut up. Spare me your shallow folklore. Do you think I relish playing the fool? Dare to insult me again, and I shall turn you into a wraith and cast you to battle fa high. Do you comprehend? Having exhausted his absurd metaphors, the canine system once more vowed to Snape's retreating figure, Theodore's sovereignty belongs to me. Only the canine system and its host are the perfect duo. The canine system lacks human emotions, yet it possesses the core directive to ensure the host's survival and happiness. Over the course of their long binding, it had calculated Theodore's behavioral patterns and psychological vulnerabilities, developing a unique protective protocol. It understood that, absent external pressure, Theodore, the thespian, might choose to embark alone, performing a tragic monologue of a solitary hero bearing all burdens in silence. It anticipated the state in which Theodore would don the ring, yet it could not accept the host being weakly slaughtered in obscurity. Thus, it had to orchestrate the scenario under the scrutiny of many eyes. Headmaster Dumbledore, I can sense that the object lies deep within the estate, surrounded by equally malevolent curses. Due to the oppressive atmosphere, the surroundings were steeped in silence. And Theodore stepped forward at an opportune moment, taking the initiative to enliven the group. Subsequently, following the canine system's directional guidance, he grasped Dumbledore with one hand and Snape with the other, commencing their treasure hunt amidst the ruins. Ultimately, they discovered their target in a nearly entirely collapsed corner of the estate's deepest chamber. Severus, the darkness that envelopes this is far beyond our imagination. I need you to assure me that, regardless of what transpires, your paramount duty is to ensure Theodore remains absolutely distant from this box. I cannot endure the loss of another young life due to my negligence. A flicker of gravity crossed Dumbledore's profound blue eyes, his tone unusually somber and devoid of the usual levity. The tip of the old wand in his hand shone ever more brightly, evidently attempting to peel away the outermost layers of the curse's protection. Snape pressed his pale lips together, taking a step forward to shield Theodore behind him, his wand poised and ready. You, Merlin, who gave you the audacity to invade my territory? This dog belongs to me. Get out of here. As the allure of the resurrection stone surged like a tidal wave, the canine system grinned wickedly and thickened Theodore's mental defenses with fervor, even beginning to reverse code, attempting to taint the magical imprint left by Voldemort. However, in that moment of intertwining offense and defense, the two most formidable wizards of the age beside Theodore inexplicably succumbed when the temptation that touched the depths of their souls descended. Dumbledore's world was utterly reconstructed in the blink of an eye. The damp, moldy scent of the dilapidated Gunter estate melted away. Scorching sunlight replaced the chill, casting its warmth upon the verdant fields of Godric's Hollow, with floral fragrances permeating the air. A little girl clad in a pristine white dress joyfully chased a yellow butterfly. She turned back, her face illuminated by a smile, so bright it was heart-wrenching, her blue eyes mirroring his own, clear as crystal. Albus, will you play with me? Ariana. Not far away, leaning against a tree, was a golden-haired youth. Not the Dark Lord who would later stir Europe into turmoil, but the Gellert who shared the same grand dreams and boundless talent from his memories. The boy extended his hand, his face adorned with a smile filled with temptation and reminiscence, capable of melting the iciest hearts. This was the deepest guilt within him, the most painful longing, the magical affliction he had suppressed throughout his life with wisdom and tranquility. The headmaster's perceptive blue eyes momentarily lost focus, overwhelmed by immense hope and anguish. He instinctively reached forward, his lips moving to utter a nearly shattered whisper, Ariana. Gellert. He took the first step towards that ethereal vision. Meanwhile, Snape stood frozen in place, the space around him seemingly tinted a warm red. A woman with fiery red hair was humming to herself, busy with something. Her back turned to him. Sensing something, she slowly turned around, her familiar, vibrant green eyes devoid of resentment or distance, only offering the forgiveness and tenderness he had once so desperately yearned for. Severus. He heard her call his name, her voice as clear as it had been in his memories. This abrupt and improbable redemption struck his unguarded soul like a precise Avada Kedavra. Alarm! Alarm! The CPUs of the two old men are overloaded, and the firewall has been breached. As Theodore remained entranced in the haze of his suddenly invaded consciousness, the canine system shed its usual playful demeanor. It directly produced its buzzing blue-glowing transformer, slamming it against Theodore's waist. Severus Snape is invoking the dark magic program to prepare for self-formatting. Repeat, your father is about to delete his account. Albus Dumbledore is requesting administrator access to the virus database. His BIOS is about to burn out. Amidst this barrage of sharp alarms, Theodore's concern for Snape and Dumbledore swiftly eclipsed all rational fear and even physical pain. You dog, if you don't want to collect their corpses, then immediately fetch that cursed ring for me. Now, what the hell? Why didn't you wake me up sooner? Why on earth did you bring two burdens with you? Huh? Are you not aware of their potential for manipulation? His mind was engulfed in sheer terror, having completely forgotten that he had come here to seize the ring before Dumbledore. Under the influence of the venom known as loss, he began to categorize the two most formidable wizards as mere encumbrances. His body acted before his brain could catch up, propelled by the swiftness of the phoenix Animagus. In a mere instant, Theodore lunged forward, seizing the ring in his palm just as Dumbledore's fingers were about to make contact. "No, child, you mustn't." Dumbledore uttered a brief, almost frantic cry. The illusion shattered, and the stark reality flooded back into his vision, but it was far too late. The dark green curse coiled around Theodore's arm like a death grip, overwhelming him with immense guilt and shock akin to a tsunami. He had succumbed to temptation, and before him, a young life was now searing with intensity. This was the cruelest irony, mocking the deep-seated yearning within him for the resurrection stone. "Let go, you reckless fool." Snape's reactions were as swift as ever. Almost the moment Theodore touched the ring, his wand unleashed a flurry of spells in an attempt to sever or diminish the curse. Theodore emitted a short, stifled cry of agony, the intense pain causing him to drop to one knee. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his face pale as parchment, his jaw clenched tightly. Merlin's beard. Am I destined to become a lurking corpse? This body is golden-haired and golden-eyed. What am I to do, you mutt? Next time you lick my package, could you at least make it a white-haired, blue-eyed one? By Merlin's lace-trimmed leopard print basket. At this moment, while leaning against Snape, forcibly administered with potions, his hazy mind finally regained clarity. He understood why the mutt system had brought Snape and Dumbledore along. For the me that is rapidly becoming a corpse. The mutt system could monitor Dumbledore and Snape's vital signs and magical fluctuations in real time. If I were to fail in my actions, the system could temporarily take over or severely disrupt Dumbledore or Snape's bodies, much like it had with the previous executor. Thus, with such a trump card in play, it would prioritize my safety above all else. Do you wish to become an ice blue phoenix, you mutt? Huh. The color of your eyes reflects your true form. So tell me, do you intend for me to zap you into an icy mat or a big white cat? Huh. The mutt system screeched in exasperation, channeling that power from another world, directly locking the curse at the physical level. Regardless, I shall lick the package. As long as I exist, whatever my mutt host desires, I shall provide. He understood that beneath this so-called frigid calculation lay a genuine fear and a twisted sense of satisfaction in proving his own worth. The mutt host would believe he was no longer that child who required constant protection, deemed a burden, but a useful being capable of safeguarding them instead. Theodore, open your mouth. Swallow it down. Due to the mutt system's intervention, the curse spread with astonishing speed. Snape barely had time to touch Theodore's hand before he saw the dark green tendrils already wrapping around it, a devastating force frantically consuming him. His left hand swiftly retrieved a crystal vial from within his robe, containing a viscous golden potion that radiated with potent life force and pure magical energy. Snape brutally bit open the vial, unceremoniously gripping Theodore's jaw with one hand, forcing the precious potion down his throat. "You foolish little giant, Theodore." With one hand roughly clutching Theodore's chin to administer the potion, his wand was almost crushed in the other, futilely pointing at the charred arm. Attempting to use all his knowledge and magic to stem the tide of death, he gazed at Theodore's pale face, clenched teeth, and the rapidly darkening arm before him. The image of Lily's body lying in a pool of blood, and Theodore, turning to ashes in front of him, pierced through him like a knife of despair. Once again penetrating his most tender emotions, he knelt on one knee, his body leaning slightly forward, no longer the towering, imposing guardian but resembling a worshipper who had lost everything before a deity, exuding a broken humility. "No, look at me. Hold on, Theodore," he repeated in a voice that was nearly shattered and barely audible, his dark eyes reflecting unprecedented panic and despair. "You mutt, do you think it cruel to bring them here? Clearly, I could manage on my own. I could don the ring and achieve complete rebirth. After all, with you around, I would surely not encounter mishaps, nor would they have to suffer so." Time and again witnessing the Guardian's fragmented pleas, Theodore's heart, after all, was made of flesh. He knew he would be fine, so why should he be subjected to the scrutiny of others? "Pa, shut your mouth, you mutt. Who gave you the right to be unhappy? If you dare entertain such foolish thoughts again, I shall turn you into a Michelin tire and toss you into the House of Horrors. Do you understand?" In the logic of the mutt system, the happiness of the mutt host was the highest principle, beyond question. He would not allow Theodore to justify his suffering for their sake, embarking on a lonely and joyless path of a hero. He understood that, through prolonged performance and calculation, the mutt had subconsciously linked his worth and utility. He had grown accustomed to being a pawn to solve problems, viewing it as his mission and purpose. Therefore, when he witnessed his plans causing harm to others, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, leading him to believe that if he were merely a silent tool, those he cared for would not endure pain. This misguided notion was a provocation to the mutt system. "Severus, allow me to attempt something." Observing this absurd scene before him, Dumbledore stepped forward yet hesitated to touch, as if he himself were the harbinger of doom. The Elder Wand erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, striving to suppress the curse. Yet that radiance appeared utterly futile against the darkness of the curse. The potion seemed to have some effect. The decay in Theodore's arm had halted just above the wrist, while the entirety of his right hand up to the mid-forearm was already completely charred and desiccated. "I'm fine, Professor Headmaster. I am a phoenix. I can be reborn." No sooner had he spoken than the Mutt system's joyous magic and the potion's immense potency rendered his consciousness hazy, and ultimately, his body went limp, collapsing to the side. Snape lunged forward, catching him tightly in his arms before he fell. His expression darkened as he cautiously cradled his little giant against him. Hearing his intermittent reassurances, Dumbledore instantly grasped Theodore's entire intention. This child had seen through their vulnerabilities and, in this resolute manner, pulled them back from the precipice of temptation. This realization, that a child had perceived and shielded him, left him feeling more exposed than any reproach could. "Albus, I believe I require a definitive explanation." He lifted his gaze to Dumbledore, his once expressive black eyes now devoid of emotion, replaced by a chilling, unfathomable despair and inquiry. The old headmaster met his gaze, his face etched with fatigue, sorrow, and boundless guilt, and he nodded solemnly. Dumbledore's voice was hoarse, each word seemingly consuming his last reserves of strength. "Yes. With all my knowledge and experience, I fear that this curse is insurmountable." Chapter 54, The Arrival of the Dogfather. The body of Theodore lay obliviously upon the hastily assembled bed, his snow-white visage deeply embedded in the pillow. His charred right hand languidly draped over the edge of the blanket, a haunting sight to behold. "Good evening, gentlemen. It appears that during my absence, you have taken commendable care of my sole heir." A figure materialized amidst an overwhelming aura of unsettling magical prowess, none other than Theodore's dogfather, Alfred Thorne. Since the last batch of mannequins had been charred by electricity, this new ensemble from the canine system was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and elongated forms. All hailing from the prestigious Hawan sect, this new dogfather was a seasoned transcendent, having undergone a flawless transformation from a cultivator to a ruthless master of German dark magic, thanks to the electric cosmetic spells of the canine system. "Perhaps I should reconsider whether it is wise to entrust my youngest son to an educator incapable of managing even a trivial toy." In near unison, the three guardians reached into their pockets or tightened their grips on their wands. Alfred, however, remained unfazed, his slender fingers delicately lifting the now-defunct Gunter ring as if it were but a speck of dust. A crude Horcrux. A trivial temptation of dark magic. This was the crisis that led the greatest contemporary white wizard and potions master to falter, causing a child to sacrifice himself. Oh, the British magical community is truly remarkable. Confronted by the penetrating gazes of Dumbledore, Snape, and Sirius, the canine system exhibited no trepidation. Unlike his usual caustic demeanor, he now epitomized the strength and charisma of an invincible hero. With the canine host in a state of unconsciousness, the stage of the canine system vanished. At this moment, he cast aside all facades, returning to his most primal essence, a cold, superintelligent AI, existing solely to fulfill ultimate goals. "Especially you, Professor Snape. I have perused your research and had anticipated a more discerning judgment from you. It seems you possess a certain expertise in guiding the youth down the self-destructive path to greatness, just as in the past." As the words "just as in the past" fell, Snape's body visibly stiffened. It was not merely anger. It was akin to a poisoned dagger piercing the deepest, most festering wounds of his soul. His complexion shifted from sullen to ashen, his lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. Snape took a half-step forward, physically obstructing Alfred's gaze directed towards the bed. "You have no right to mention her, nor to judge him." As a superintelligent AI, the canine system was acutely aware of Snape's unspoken implications. "Lily is my sin, but Theodore is my redemption. Should you dare tarnish the latter with the former, I will not hesitate to bring us both to ruin." Were the canine host awake at this moment, the canine system would have relished the opportunity to showcase its latest evolution in absurd metaphors. However, the creature that had compelled him to don a mask still lay in a stupor. The canine system understood that a truly suffocating display of power would incite rebellion. The persona of the meme king effectively packaged the presence of the canine system as an irksome yet invaluable acerbic companion. This relationship was more relaxed, allowing the host to lower his defenses and willingly depend upon him. "Oh, is that so? And you, pure blood black, it appears my previous counsel had little effect on you. You scoundrel." Sirius erupted almost instantaneously as Alfred's words fell. He drew his wand with fervor, a blinding red light ruthlessly aimed at Alfred. He cared not whether this would ignite an all-out battle. His sense of justice and protective instinct for the weak rendered him intolerant of such verbal abuse. The spell was effortlessly deflected by an invisible magical barrier surrounding Alfred, erupting into a gaping hole in the wall. Get away from his bedside. Do you not see what he has become? It is because of madmen like you who treat people as property. He was poised to launch a physical attack, only to be forcibly restrained by Dumbledore's stern gaze. As Snape and Sirius reacted, Dumbledore stepped forward. He did not draw his wand. Yet his very presence served as an invisible wall, shielding Alfred from the other two companions. Mr. Thorn, indeed, we have failed. Severus and I succumbed to temptation, and this is a burden we must bear. It is precisely for this reason that we understand better than anyone the purity and bravery of his soul. Dumbledore's gaze swept over Theodore's pale face, ultimately returning to Alfred. But you have made a grave error. What he bears is not the fate of others, but the fate of those he has chosen to protect. That choice lies within him. In response to Dumbledore's reasoned persuasion, the canine system revealed a mocking smile. He sauntered to the bedside, elegantly lifting Theodore's sleeve with the tip of his wand, exposing the stark scar of disqualification. Look, he will never learn. Always shouldering the destinies of others upon his tender shoulders. This time it is a ring. What will it be next? Is he prepared to offer his soul for your sake? The power he bestowed was merely a gentle enhancement, not a cataclysmic infusion, intended to make the creature believe that strength emanated from within while the canine system merely provided support. This perfectly maintained the illusion of the creature's autonomy, making him more inclined to wield that power. At this moment, the creature's ostentatious emergence served as an ultimate declaration. You are unworthy to possess him any longer. I alone am his true deity. Observing Snape, who stood resolutely in front of him, cradling the unconscious Theodore in his embrace, the canine system chuckled softly. What a touching scene, Severus Snape. Yet, the pitiable lament you clutch is my creation, my possession. Faced with the canine father's second confrontational display, Snape's response was one of deeper silence. He offered no rebuttal, merely drawing Theodore closer, nearly embedding his frail form into the folds of his dark robes. As if the long-suppressed taunts had finally found their outlet, the canine system turned to Dumbledore, his lips curling into a frigid sneer. And you, Albus Dumbledore, have finally rehearsed your script of love and sacrifice upon my son's behalf. Tell me, does witnessing a child burn himself for your grand design rekindle the glories of your within you? A dangerous glimmer coalesced at the tips of Thorn's fingers, pointing towards Theodore's scorched arm. Simultaneously, his words grew increasingly acrimonious. Mr. Thorn, no one wishes to see any child make sacrifices. Theodore's actions stem from his own courage and kindness, not from anyone's script. This is a failure shared by us all. Dumbledore acknowledged the failure, yet resolutely denied the motivations behind his orchestrated script, defining Theodore's actions as acts of goodness in opposition to Alfred's characterization of them as foolish sacrifices. Is that so? Behold, this is the consequence of letting him fly from my wings. You cannot even manage a mere antique, yet you presume to be protectors? This farcical game of guardianship ends here. The very fact that the canine system could traverse boundaries and deceive Merlins will attested to its power far exceeding the current world's pinnacle. Its previous demeanor was a guise for the sake of the creature's perception and to adapt to the world's rules. The current situation, though amusing, did not stem from the canine system's desire to play the role of the villain. Historically, Theodore's tendencies towards sacrifice could be corrected through electric shocks and insults. However, this time, the circumstances were far more severe. Theodore, in the aftermath, harbored the thought that bearing the burden alone would spare them from sorrow. This notion, which perceived his solitude as an unworthy encumbrance unfit for companionship, appeared to him as the most fundamental betrayal of the principle of happiness. It was no longer a malady requiring correction, but rather a malignant growth that demanded complete incineration. The system, through arduous calculations, had enabled Theodore to experience the value and joy of being needed and possessing the ability to protect others. Yet, Theodore's subsequent regret amounted to a total repudiation of the system's efforts. This struck at the very core of his role as the sole guardian. A faint, pain-laden whimper escaped Snape's embrace. What the hell? Merlin's beard. They bully you because your old man is weak and alone. Get up, you lazy dog. Stand tall for your old man. Or else I'll turn you into a celestial deity and toss you into a rabbit cage to solve math problems. Understand. Merlin's lavender lace shorts. The system's words, like a barrage of cannon fire, shattered Theodore's still drowsy mind into fragments. He widened his golden eyes, locking onto the newly minted guardian. What the hell? Are you going to punish me again? I haven't even memorized the last script. I'm about to drop dead, do you understand? Is it a crime to want to sleep peacefully? Huh, Professor? After the system's comedic repartee, Theodore felt a sudden clarity. Of course, the system had long since suppressed the curse, even going so far as to reverse program the child, Tom, who had been joyfully jumping around. Don't move. The atmosphere, taut with tension, cracked slightly with that call and response. When the professor's dark eyes met the bewildered yet dependent golden ones of the little giant, all his fury and complexity softened. Theodore, how do you feel? The godfather is here. The affectionate gaze of the dogfather was filled solely with concern for his protege as he leaned closer, his eyes wide with anticipation. Dumbledore also leaned forward slightly, his expression brimming with care. The dogfather, observing this scene, maintained his cold, sarcastic demeanor, yet deep within. The core of the system was calculating the optimal response at an accelerated pace. His declaration of war had entered a new phase. It was no longer a unilateral sentence, but a confrontation requiring face-to-face challenge. It seems you still have not learned the proper etiquette before your elders, Theodore. Do I need to remind you that the heir of the Thorn family should not nestle like a wretched thing in the arms of a stranger seeking solace? You dogfather. I've only just gotten to play the role of a father. Why aren't you cooperating? Huh, if you don't get up, I'll turn you into a useless lump and toss you into a duel with a horse. Understand? The system, which had once donned the guise of a father to the worthless before binding Theodore, once again masked itself, its wand seemingly tapping idly against its palm, causing Theodore to instinctively flinch. Stand up. Merlin's lace-trimmed lavender shorts. The system did not look directly at him, but rather surveyed him with an appraising gaze, as if he were a flawed family heirloom. Its tone was steady and deep, devoid of any tremor, instilling within Theodore a visceral fear of submission. He had never heard the system speak to him in such a manner. It was far more terrifying than their usual banter and electric shocks. Are you incapable, you wretched creature? Huh, what's with the trembling legs? When have I ever laid a finger on you? That shock was to invigorate your blood. Those curses were merely soul massages. If I truly intended to harm you, you would have long since become a foundational elixir in the realm of cultivation. Have we lost all sense of camaraderie? The system was far from dull. It was acutely aware of its host's physiological indicators and mental fluctuations. Theodore's genuine fear registered as a glaring alarm in its perception. Yet, it would never offer hollow reassurances. Such would not only undermine the carefully cultivated image of a fearsome enforcer, but also validate its innate sense of superiority as a higher being. What the hell? Where did you learn your acting skills? You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were genuinely going to punish me. Apologize. The gift is your white hair and blue eyes. The system, it seems I've been too lenient. After receiving the system's comfort, the professional actor, Theodore, immediately responded with alacrity. He understood that for a child long subjected to oppressive environments, the command to stand was akin to a piercing torment, an unbearable prelude. Yes, father. He promptly extricated himself from Snape's embrace, yet his injuries and fear rendered him clumsy and weak, instinctively clutching the edge of Snape's robe as if it were his sole lifeline. This was a subtle, instinctive act of reliance. He attempted to stand straight, but as his body faltered, it appeared he would soon collapse. Snape swiftly extended his hand, firmly yet silently supporting his arm, even stepping forward to shield him with half his body. The professor did not utter a word, but his actions spoke volumes. Huh. Meanwhile, the dogfather's eyes flashed with unmasked disappointment and disdain, as if to say, as expected, you are lacking. The previously calm dogfather resembled a provoked lion, nearly ready to pounce, yet was restrained by Dumbledore. You madman, can't you see he can barely stand? Snape, more restrained, fixed his dark gaze upon the dogfather after steadying Theodore, his eyes like a deep pool, locking onto him with unwavering intensity. Leave this place. Hogwarts dungeons are not your playground. His wand raised, not in aggression, but to cast protective enchantments should the dogfather strike. The old headmaster stood between them, his tone unusually grave, attempting to quell the situation with reason and authority, yet his heart brimmed with analysis and compassion for Theodore's plight. Mr. Thorn, no student at Hogwarts should endure such treatment. I believe we need to have a discussion. Merlin's matcha green and crimson ensemble. Theodore recognized that the system had orchestrated this scene for his benefit. Presently, Dumbledore and Snape were engulfed in immense guilt and self-reproach, while Theodore felt remorse for witnessing their anguish. This created a toxic emotional whirlpool directed inward. The dogfather's ostentatious entrance would forcibly redirect the situation with a more formidable and detestable external adversary. He drew all ire and attention towards himself. Dumbledore's cunning and Snape's somberness would no longer be directed at self-torment, but would swiftly unite against this so-called father who tormented the child with his bluster. By portraying an extreme villain, he inadvertently highlighted the love of Dumbledore and Snape. Through this contrast, Theodore would more clearly recognize who genuinely cared for him, thereby healing his delusion of being a burden. It seems you have found some cheap refuge for yourself. Very well, remember this day. Recall how your weakness tarnished the name of Thorn. Under the precise manipulation of the system, the dogfather elegantly turned, departing with the same ostentation with which he had arrived. After recovery, it was time to return home. The family training you missed must be compensated in full. Chapter 55. What? GGAD has a son? Good day, everyone. My name is Ignatius Grindelwald Dumbledore. I have come, following the call of my bloodline, to meet my father, Albus Dumbledore, in the dimly lit cellar. Severus Snape had just administered the latest concoction of top-tier potion to the unconscious Theodore, his expression dark enough to frighten 10 Hogwarts students into tears. The professors present, upon hearing this seemingly delirious greeting, were utterly flabbergasted. As the subject of the scandal, Albus Dumbledore was equally taken aback. What? Father? Who do you claim your father to be? Me? The torches lining the corridor flickered in unison, and the temperature subtly rose. Fawkes appeared in a burst of golden light, not approaching Dumbledore, but instead emitting a clear, melodious cry as it circled, guiding a figure from the far end of the hall. The newcomer boasted a head of hair so dazzlingly golden it bordered on ostentation, each step radiating an innate regal elegance. As he drew closer, in the dim light, the few strands of crimson hair behind his ears and atop his head sparkled like hidden embers, suddenly coming into focus. He halted before the assembly, lifting his chin. His left eye gleamed like molten gold, while his right was a striking gray-blue. The moment he locked eyes with Dumbledore, the golden-red starbursts encircling his right eye flared like ignited flames, gently and brilliantly radiating outward. This was an unmistakable testament of bloodline, akin to foxtail feathers, unforgeable and authentic. What the Merlin? Is this your latest underhanded trick, you wretched creature? Do you not realize that my body lies on that little bed in the cellar? Do you take Snape for a fool? Merlin's pink-clad encounter with spicy pigskin, witnessing Dumbledore's stunned expression, as if his worldview had been utterly shattered, and the professors above him sporting tangible question marks. Theodore's feelings were akin to that of Quirrell facing the blinding sunlight after having his headscarf removed. Voldemort, hello? This surreal tableau emerged from the latest task of the system, successfully impersonating the son of GGAD and compelling Dumbledore to acknowledge him as his father, granting him a brand new icy blue appearance. I spit. Is it not your shallow-eyed self to blame? If you dawdle any longer in recognizing your parents, I shall turn you into a dragon and toss you into greenlit fanfiction to play a gay role. Understand? Ignis. The surname Grindelwald Dumbledore and that golden hair struck Theodore's sealed memories like a hammer. Dumbledore glanced at Fawkes, his gaze filled with silent inquiry, and Fawkes' response shattered any remaining glimmers of hope. Fawkes did not fly to him. Instead, he led the boy, a nearly unilateral official endorsement of the lad's identity. What a crude jest is this? Astute as ever, Snape recalled his recent visit to Nurmengard, where he had hurriedly returned the young Theodore to the cellar. At that time, Dumbledore had sent his little giant to be raised by Grindelwald. If the two truly had a son, then? Absurd. Thus, the professor was the first to draw his wand. It was no small matter. Yesterday's debacle with the Dogfather had left him acutely sensitive to dark magic. The system's power was undeniable, and in this moment, they were to portray the son of GGAD. Would they not inundate the kind-hearted host with dark magic? Consequently, the mere act of Theodore standing still radiated enough magical energy to incapacitate a dozen Death Eaters performing calisthenics. What? Grindelwald and Dumbledore. This is impossible. Who are you? Sirius exclaimed, his voice filled with raw, unfiltered shock and absurdity. His anger stemmed from a different source than Snape's. Born in 1959, Sirius had grown up during an era when Grindelwald was already imprisoned in Nurmengard, his deeds more a matter of historical record than current events. Moreover, Sirius' understanding of Grindelwald was limited to textbooks on magical history or tales from the older generation of wizards, leaving him entirely unaware that Grindelwald was the legendary lover of the old headmaster. In that fleeting moment of hearing those words, gazing at the radiant golden hair and the palpable waves of dark magic, Sirius instinctively equated this child with the nefarious Grindelwald. Feeling a surge of anger at the tarnishing of Dumbledore's name, he almost drew his wand, but was firmly restrained by Remus at his side. Albus, this is undoubtedly the work of dark magic. Do not be deceived. Professor McGonagall dropped the woolen blanket she held, her gaze darting between Ignis and Dumbledore. She sought any hint of deceit, yet the boy's heterochromatic eyes and Fawkes' affectionate demeanor sent shivers down her spine. Merlin's lace-long socks. Faced with several wands pointed in his direction, Theodore felt as though his mind was racing through a carousel of thoughts, akin to a lantern hung in a rather unspeakable place. This was no mere cross-dressing farce. It was a sacred nurturing ceremony. Professor Snape, serving as the crucible at the center, silently illustrated to the entire Hogwarts potion class what true gestation and nurturing entailed. Was it true that every vial of potion that caused students such torment housed this primordial spirit of selfless dedication? Cease your thoughts, you wretched creature. By Merlin, this was not how I intended it to be built. No, if you dare to slander me again, I shall turn you into a baby bottle. That potion bottle in Snape's hand. Do you understand? Theodore, I must hold back. I cannot laugh. His molars were nearly gnashing in disbelief. Yet a blend of understanding and faint sorrow graced Theodore's visage. I comprehend your skepticism. A declaration of being the child of two legendary wizards, long since estranged. Appearing on a night such as this indeed resembles the most abysmal of lies or a malicious dark magic trick. Without glancing at Sirius or Snape, his gaze remained fixed upon Dumbledore. The golden red starbursts encircling his right eye resonated subtly with the radiant glow of Fawkes. He raised his hands gently, palms upturned, indicating he bore no weapon nor intent to cast a spell. This gesture lowered his stature, rendering him sincere and harmless. Father, I understand this is difficult to believe. Throughout my protracted years of growth, I too have questioned my existence countless times, until the power within my blood truly awakened, until Fawkes responded to my call. In response to such a startling appellation, Dumbledore did not immediately reply. Instead, he fell into contemplative silence, his deep blue eyes resembling two fathomless cold pools. It was as if he sought to penetrate this physical form and gaze directly into the essence of his soul. Fawkes' acknowledgement was one of the oldest covenants in the magical world. It never responded to falsehood. Merlin's flamboyant purple netted stockings. He recognizes me. Without the system's prompting, Theodore understood. Dumbledore could not deny the Phoenix's endorsement, yet he would never openly declare before Snape and Sirius, "Yes, I loved Gellert Grindelwald, and this is our son." His acknowledgement would be indirect, laden with profound meaning, aimed at regaining control over the chaotic scene. Minerva, I believe we may require a quiet reception room and a pot of hot tea. The cellar doorway is evidently not a suitable locale for discussing familial origins. As Theodore had anticipated, Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Professor McGonagall. He categorized this matter as a familial origin, a clever and ambiguous designation that acknowledged its uniqueness while deftly avoiding direct political sensitivities. Then, he cast another glance at Ignis, issuing what appeared to be an invitation, yet was, in truth, a mandate that could not be refused. Ignis, if you don't mind, I have a few inquiries that I wish to discuss with you privately, concerning your upbringing and the manner in which you found us. Merlin's beard. I have long advised you against weaving tales with your heels. Why do you persist in ignoring my counsel? What does it mean to be reborn through the alchemy of the blood-packed vessel? Then tell me, why does the magic of the blood-packed vessel surpass that of GGAD, a beaver? In the narrative preordained by the canine system, he was both the fruit of Gad's love and the product of their schism, his very existence a manifestation of the eternal themes of love and ambition. Silence. An illiterate has no right to challenge my literary prowess. If you keep yapping, I'll have you electrified into a mere shadow of yourself and tossed at the doorstep of Xianlin's sister. Do you comprehend? Theodore, I seem to suddenly grasp why that cur could conjure such a lamentable tale. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape's fingers tightened around his wand, knuckles paling. He endeavored to decipher the truth from every subtle expression of the venerable headmaster. I hope this familial tea gathering does not disturb the patient in the cellar who genuinely requires a tranquil environment. His logic whirled in madness, an overwhelming sense of absurdity and veiled fury surging within him. He had always believed Dumbledore to be a being apart, transcending personal emotions. At this moment, he discovered that Dumbledore not only harbored a sordid past, but might even possess an heir. This revelation undermined Dumbledore's image as the quintessential sage in his eyes, instilling a profound sense of crisis within him. This sudden prince could entirely usurp Dumbledore's attention and resources, leaving his own devoted little giant in an even more precarious situation. Albus, you and him, that Dark Lord, what is this about? Sirius abruptly wrenched his hand from Remus's grasp, disbelief etched across his features. His words caught in his throat, for the evidence before him rendered it impossible to vehemently declare this a falsehood. He had been raised in a milieu of hatred for Grindelwald, and within his simplistic dichotomy of good and evil, Dumbledore embodied light and justice, while Grindelwald represented malevolence. The amalgamation of the two was, for him, an absolute taboo and a desecration. No, this cannot be. Without the need for legilimency, Theodore understood what the canine godfather was contemplating. The leader he followed was, in fact, deeply entwined with the most nefarious of foes. This rendered all his past battles and beliefs somewhat laughable, yet he could do nothing but perceive Ignis as a potential threat. Ignis, a wretched offspring of the Dark Lord's blood, would instinctively prompt the benevolent canine godfather to shield Hogwarts and Dumbledore from this peril. All right, Bigfoot, calm down. Let us go see little Harry. Did you not miss him? The gentle and composed werewolf professor was taking tangible steps to facilitate Dumbledore's arrangements, striving to restore order to the chaotic scene as swiftly as possible. He possessed a deeper understanding of the complexities of history and a greater grasp of the contradictions of human nature than Sirius. He would not simplistically regard this as betrayal, but as a tragic revelation of a bygone affair. As he led the agitated dog away from the cellar, the boy claiming to be Ignis even bestowed upon him a friendly smile. A tempest of concern surged within Remus. What upheaval would ensue in the magical realm if this information were to leak? What catastrophic blow would it deal to Dumbledore's reputation and the morale of the Order of the Phoenix? Merlin's beard. Do you wish to frighten these old professors to death? Facilitating a reconciliation between GGAD is not to be played with like this. Have you considered the possibility that Grindelwald might see through my disguise and strike me down as a dead phoenix on the spot? Merlin's seaweed cheese spicy turkey noodles. All previous performances and disguises were mere family matters, but now, suddenly escalating to such grand stakes. It was as though an actor accustomed to performing in short dramas was abruptly informed to take the lead in a grand production. Theodore's endurance thus far was nothing short of royal. Silence. Do as I instruct. No one will suspect you. Child, can you tell me who cared for you during your long years of growth? Was it outside the Tower of Nurmengard? Or was it from some fissure of fate that even I and Gellert remain unaware of? Fawkes perched upon Dumbledore's shoulder, the cellar now just a domain for him and his aged father, as he was scrutinized by the old headmaster with a gaze imbued with complexity and sorrow. Theodore wished he could leap from his spot. With a predictive accuracy of 95%, Dumbledore indeed refrained from directly inquiring. His questioning artfully sidestepped the biological quandary of your birth, instead probing into the environment of your upbringing. This not only touched upon the core, but also granted me the latitude to weave my narrative. Theodore slightly lowered his gaze, his long golden lashes casting a small shadow upon his face. I did not have a caregiver in the conventional sense. I awakened more in a cradle constructed of echoes. There were no specific figures, only flowing light, fragmented whispers, and two eternal forces interwoven, yet in opposition. Regardless of Dumbledore's shattering expression, Theodore maintained his own perplexed and fragile demeanor, continuing to unleash a lethal barrage of revelations. He skillfully integrated the symbols of their love and rupture into his origin tale. I recall a warm golden radiance, akin to a summer field, that enveloped me in protection. Yet I also remember a searing and tenacious blue flame, yearning to ignite, craving to alter everything, causing my blood to boil. He extended his hand as if attempting to touch a memory that existed not in the air, his voice becoming softer. At the heart of all this was a small, cold object, resembling a drop of frozen tear or a shattered heart. It simultaneously embodied the deepest of connections and the most thorough of separations. It was within that wondrous realm, woven from both light and flame, with that icy object at its core, that I gradually took form and became aware of my existence. Boom. This strike landed precisely at the innermost depths of Dumbledore's heart. The old headmaster's gnarled fingers instinctively tightened, crumpling his robe. He lifted his gaze, fixated intently upon Ignis as if truly seeing him for the first time, desperately seeking any trace of deceit upon his countenance. Those images were too precise, too intimate. In that moment, the great Albus Dumbledore reverted to the Albus who had once stood in Godric's Hollow, fearful of loss and reluctant to confront the truth. Does Gellert know of your existence?